Hokage I can only use Xianju, Chapter 61-80. Chapter 61 _ Blood. Toho was performing a spell on a dusty Kusakakushi ninja in front of him. Well. The other party was covering his mouth and could only make a helpless sound. A seal is formed on the pocket, and Yin, Si, Shu, Chen finally puts his hands together. Spirituality. Reincarnation of dirty earth. The dust drowned the Kusakushi ninja, and gradually formed a middle-aged Yu ninja dressed in old fashion, which did not look very strong. Do adjusted his glasses. Although he already knew about it, he still asked unwillingly, which ninja did you die in? How is your strength? The middle-aged ninja began to talk endlessly. Oh, young man, the old man has suffered. I didn't die in battle, but in the mountains hunting to death. When I met a tiger, you don't know that tiger, it's direct. Before the man could finish speaking, Do had already untied his filthy reincarnation and turned into the grass ninja just now, but he had already lost his life, and Do let out a long sigh. Turning his head to the leisurely man in the corner, he said, another useless ninja, this is the 22nd one, Master Feng Yao. Feng Yao resisted the look of wanting to laugh and said comfortingly, it's okay, it's not that you can also channel the combat power of 2 shadow levels. Don't worry about this kind of thing, and your reincarnation is already very good. Feng Yao once again opened the Shinwei space with his right eye, and threw out a Kusanagi ninja, and Orochimaru also walked in at this time. Beside him was a boy of about 13 or 14 years old, dressed in a gray ninja suit, with a thin body, small brown eyes and a little joy, and there were tears on his face. Orochimaru's face had a rare excitement, as if a child saw a toy. He took the child to Feng Yao's side and said, Yaojun, it seems that you were right in deciding not to destroy Kaoyan. I found an interesting child. Feng Yao was so excited to see Orochimaru coming out for the first time, and Feng Yao, who was also interested, looked down at the boy. To make Orochimaru so excited, then this boy must have something special. It is not a special physique, that is, there is a limit of blood. Feng Yao took a few glances and found Hua Dian. The other party was also a ninja who received the bondage spell mark a few days ago, but the blood slave curse disappeared. Feng Yao turned his head towards Orochimaru and asked, did you undo the curse on his head? Hee, that's what I'm talking about, Yaojun, this child has unlocked my curse by himself. He has a special bloodline limit, just like Junmalu's corpse veins, but Junmalu is a bone, and his blood is very special. Quote. Orochimaru began to introduce Feng Yao that this child was called Ling Yu, an orphan in the war. He was adopted by the grass hidden village and trained as a ninja, but due to his special physique, he is not very proficient in ninjutsu illusion. Therefore, he was not seen by the people of Kaoyan village, and felt that Ling Yu was eating and drinking in the village for free. Feng Yao was speechless. Kaoyan village really didn't have the vision to know people. Orochimaru continued. According to my preliminary observations, he can control the flow rate and movement of the blood in his body. He accidentally triggered the curse mark today, and then the blood flow in his body slowed down. After the attack time, the curse mark it was naturally untied, and his blood was very special. Quote. Does it control the blood flow? That means you won't die from blood loss even if you get cut, right? Go on. Orochimaru really deserves to be a friend of the orphans, and found another rare talent in Kaoyan village. Okay, after the blood in the body goes outside, it will move according to the frequency of his cry, and it can also have a corrosive effect. Hearing this, Feng Yao also knew why there were tears in the corners of the eyes of the other party when he came in, as if he had just cried. Is it the blood of crying? Feng Yao nodded. Very good, take him back too, it's a pity that such a person stays in Kaoyan. When Ling Yu heard that the other party was going to take him away, he was a little flustered, and was about to cry again in a hurry. After all, he had lived in Kaoyan for a long time, and although his life was not good, there was still some resistance to letting him move to another place. Ling Yu asked timidly, well, my lord, can I not go? People in the village say I'm useless, and I will cause trouble for my lord. Feng Yao put his hand on the opponent's head, and the pure breath made Ling Yu's mood a lot more stable. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, I'll make you stronger, and you'll be a useful person. Ling Yu stared at Feng Yao's blue pupils, and finally nodded. Haha, very good, your special blood shouldn't have a name yet. I see that you like to cry so much, why don't you just call it the Weeping Bloodline? I hope you can master its power in the future. After finishing speaking, a person suddenly came running at the door. It was Kudo-san, the leader of the grassy village. Seeing his expression was a little flustered, he seemed to be in a hurry. After he ran in, he took a few breaths in a row, and then said, Sir, it's not good, the news of the attack that I said a few days ago. Iwayan village noticed, they sent people to us to check the information. According to the report, it will be there in a while. Quote. Yanying village was also afraid that something might go wrong on Kusakane's side. After all, it was related to future war operations. So a team of Shang ninjas was sent to check it out. Feng Yao was not in a hurry, and it wasn't the Toying Tianliang Onogi who came here. A mere Shang nin squad, even Orochimaru, has done it. Feng Yao turned his head to Do and said, Didn't you be reincarnated all the time, are you tired? How about going out with me for some activities? Tu couldn't ask for these words. He was reincarnated in the dirt every day. Although he made rapid progress under the guidance of Feng Yao, the things he repeated every day still made him feel a little boring. He stood up, moved his muscles and bones, and made a clicking sound. Don't worry, leave it to me, Lord Feng Yao. Orochimaru said that he still had to study the child's abilities, so he politely refused. Feng Yao and the two walked out, and the team from Yenian village not far away just came in, 2 Shangren and 1 Chunin. Kaoyan village has almost completely rebuilt the destroyed village in the past few days, and it seems that there is no problem. However, the villagers and ninjas seem to avoid them intentionally or unintentionally. Captain, there is a problem. Grassian village should not be like this. What are they afraid of? All be careful and prepare for battle. Iwagakushi's ninjas sensed something was wrong, but they also had to find out what was going on. This was their task. Not far away, Kudo-san walked across from them, and he saw Iwakage's crowd hurried over to greet him. Sorry, I've kept the envoys of Yanying for a long time, I was just dealing with some things. Seeing that the other party was the leader of Kusanagi, the guards of several people relaxed a little, and they were about to ask something. Suddenly, several lines of kunai flew out and went straight to Kudo-san's back. One of the Iwagakushi ninjas quickly pulled Kudo-san behind him and avoided kunai's attack. Sanjikue was stuck on the ground, looking up in the direction from which the shot came. A man with a white mask was standing on the roof watching them. Captain Iwatoshi frowned, and he couldn't confirm whether the other party was coming towards them or Kusakura with a single blow just now. Who are you and why are you attacking us? Feng Yao didn't answer him, but Kudo-san, who had just been rescued, did it. He condensed a chakra scalpel in his hand and slashed directly at the neck of the nearest Jonin. Captain Rock Ninja found out at the first time, and hurriedly pulled back his teammates' clothes, although he avoided the fatal injury. But the arm was still swept by the chakra scalpel, and all the muscles on the arm were cut off. Nagami snorted, and his strength, who couldn't seal without his arm, has been greatly weakened. Kudo-san released the transformation technique, and after a puff of smoke, the figure of the pocket was revealed. As expected of Yenying's Jonin team, I think I was close enough just now, but you were still aware of it. Do adjusted his glasses and expressed his admiration for the action of Captain Iwagen just now. The leader of the Rock Ninja looked at the pocket in front of him coldly. HMPH, you guys did the work on the grass-hidden village, right? Where is the real Kudo-san? Feng Yao used Fei Lei Shen to instantly appear in the position of kunai. If you can beat me, you will be able to see him naturally. If you can't, you will all die here today. Chapter 62_Fighting Iwanen. Extremely arrogant. No matter who you are, there is no room for mistakes in my Yenian village's plan. You are the ones who should die. The leader of the rock ninja roared. His hands formed a seal, and when he was done, he slapped his hands, and the surrounding rocks suddenly trembled slightly. 2 Done rock stealing stick. The opponent turned the attached rock into a sharp stick and flew towards Feng Yao, trying to kill him. Multiple rock sticks flew in all directions. Another Chunin also uses ninjutsu in coordination. Soil escape. Triple gravity. As the Chunin hands clasped together, Feng Yao and Tu felt like their bodies were used to lead, and it was difficult to move. No wonder I can join this kind of Shengnan team as a Chunin, so I have my own unique ninjutsu. Feng Yao nodded lightly. This move is slightly similar to the technique of weighted rock, but the opponent directly controls the size of gravity, while the technique of weighted rock increases the quality of the enemy. The stick has already flown over, and although he can evade it, it is difficult for the pocket to dodge, and Feng Yao sticks one hand on the pocket. Flying Thunder God's Art. Bang! The sticks collided and shattered, and they fell into the air. Iwanan looked around and found Feng Yao on the roof just now. He murmured in a low voice, "It's time-space ninjutsu, which is troublesome." "Thank you, Lord Feng Yao, for taking action. If it weren't for you, I would have been severely injured." Do turned his head to thank Feng Yao, and put away his peeping heart. The terrain of Yanyan village is dangerous, easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it is relatively difficult to communicate with the outside world, so Do rarely fights with Yanyan people. "It's alright, you go to deal with the injured Yanyan, and leave the rest to me." Feng Yao opened his mouth and arranged a task for Do. Captain Yan'an was impatient and said, "If you want to fight, fight, it's ridiculous to be timid." Facing the ridicule of Captain Yan'an, Feng Yao was not angry, but the other party really angered him. He can't do anything about the time and space ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God, so he wants to anger Feng Yao and fight him recklessly. Feng Yao turned his head and said disdainfully to Captain Yan Ninja, "I just meet your condition, what can you do with me?" After speaking, he opened the moon step and stepped on both feet, and the entire bottom of the building shattered, and Feng Yao's whole body was ejected like a cannonball in front of the other party. "Good job." Yan Nin was ecstatic in his heart, and with a seal in his hand, he snorted softly. 2 Done Earth Stone Dragon. The rocks next to it quickly condensed into a majestic stone dragon and bit it like Feng Yao. At this distance, it is impossible to escape, but Feng Yao seems to be non-existent, and the earth dragon penetrates the past. Captain Rock Ninja was surprised. Could it be an illusion, right? Sensing Feng Yao's murderous aura, he immediately shouted, 2 Done Petrochemical. His entire chest turned into a solid rock, which was harder than iron under the influence of chakra. Wolf Hunt, hands from all sides. The fingernails collided with the hard rock, making a sound similar to the interaction of gold and iron. Iwanan flew out, and the rock on his body returned to skin, but the claw marks could still be seen. Captain Rock Ninja got up and said inexplicably, "Isn't it an illusion? How could this happen? Why was the ninjutsu just now?" Feng Yao jokingly said, "Don't struggle, no matter what kind of ninjutsu is ineffective for me, that's why I say that you must die today." Hearing this kind of words, Captain Rock Ninja was startled, and if this is the case, he has no chance of winning. The only thing to do now is to report the situation here to the village. That Chunin witnessed this scene and knew that his captain had been destroyed by the opponent's will to fight. Hurriedly spoke to stabilize the situation. "Captain, listen to me, this guy is just exaggerating. This state of ignoring ninjutsu will definitely cost chakra or have some restrictions." He said this to destroy our confidence. "Ah." Captain Rock Ninja was refreshed and reacted. "It's very dangerous. I was almost provoked by the other party." "Yes, if it really doesn't work, why should he tell me? Wouldn't it be better to fight me directly?" He was also a battle-hardened man, and he regained his confidence and his morale was high. This time he took the initiative to attack. Earth Escape, Rock Fist Technique. He covered his fists with rocks and performed a physical attack on Feng Yao, which was very hard and powerful. Feng Yao couldn't help but look at the Chunin a few more times, he was indeed quick-witted and firm-willed. Moreover, the Shangren of the 5 great ninja villages is obviously much stronger than the Shangren of a second-rate village like Kusakan. The opponent punched him, and the terrifying force made a sonic boom in the air, unstoppable. But it still passed through Feng Yao's body. When Captain Yanin passed through the whole person, Feng Yao materialized and stretched out his hand like the other party, ready to inhale it into the divine space. The Chunin on the side took advantage of it now. Tu Dun Tu Long Spear. Feng Yao's feet once again appeared sharp rocks to attack himself. So Feng Yao's hand passed through the body of Captain Iwanan, and the rock also passed through Feng Yao's body. The Chunin suddenly shouted, "He can't attack when he's nullifying the ninjutsu, we cooperate with each other." The two were refreshed and seemed to have found a chance to win. Very good, as long as we concentrate, we can always have a chance to find the other side's flaws. The longer it drags on, the more chakra he consumes, the better it will be for us. Feng Yao frowned, then took a deep breath, forming a seal in his hand, activating the chakra in his body. Countless phantoms appeared all over the body, and they all stretched out their right hands, Wan I Mahamudra. A huge palm condensed from chakra suddenly appeared. Feeling the terrifying power contained in it, the 2 rock ninjas were speechless, and the Chunin was the first to react, shouting, "Go!" Feng Yao snorted coldly. The 5 fingers of the palm stretched out, grabbed it brazenly, and the force was heavy. Tu Dun Tulu return. Soil escape, earth flow wall. Earth escape hardening technique. The two instantly used several defensive ninjutsu techniques, but they did not support for even a second and turned into powder. Boom! A huge roar resounded throughout Kaoyan village. Feng Yao's big hand clapped, and the other party died instantly. The big hand was slowly raised, and the blood, mud and bone slag rained down, and blood soaked between the 5 fingers. It seems that both of them died under the palm of his hand, but Feng Yao showed suspicion, and he quickly flew to the place where the palm landed. Looking at the muddy mud under his feet, he thought deeply. He turned his right fist into an iron block, and punched the thick ground next to him. Other party just used soil escape snorkeling in soil, to soften the soil and escaped into the ground. Although it was not like that Joinin died directly, the strength of Chakra's hand hitting the ground also shattered most of his bones. He had blood seeping out of his 7 orifices, and looked at Feng Yao with frightened eyes. "You really have some brains, but I'm sorry, you have to die here." Feng Yao made no secret of his praise for him. He was able to discover the secret of his blurring in a short time, and used sea-level ninjutsu to sneak underground to avoid his own attack. This person is also a wit. Ahem, I'm from Lord Yellow Earth. Disciple, I want to talk to you. This Chunin was thinking of negotiating with the other party to get an opportunity. He wanted to live and report the information here to Tsuchikage. Otherwise, there is such a person in Kaoyan village ambushing here. No matter how many people come, they will die. The most important thing is that he needs to know who the other party is. Feng Yao squatted down slowly, as if to hear what he had to say. Chunin was about to open his mouth, but unfortunately a kunai had already cut his throat. Yenian village is different from Kaoyan village. Kaoyan negotiates with himself based on himself. Changing to Yenian is different, it is definitely the other party. And he didn't want to reveal his intelligence. Once these people died, Yenian village would think that Konoha had discovered their plan, and would not dare to act rashly. You will not reveal yourself. The Chunin looked at Feng Yao helplessly, and finally struggled to die. Jumping out of the pothole, Duo has also solved another Shangnin. The other party can't make a seal. A ninja who can't use ninjutsu is naturally difficult to defeat Duo. The real Kudo-san saw this scene from a distance and his hands and feet went weak. He even thought about the possibility that Feng Yao and others would be killed. But after seeing Feng Yao's Wanmi Mahamudra, that thought has vanished. He stomped hard. I don't know where I took out 2 million taels of silver bills and walked towards Feng Yao. Chapter 63 _ Akatsuki's actions. Leaf Village. In a noodle restaurant, Yeo ramen was steaming hot, and a young man with yellow hair was sitting at the table and eating. There was a white-haired uncle sitting next to him, drinking a little wine and looking at the boy dotingly. If thinking of something, he sighed slightly. Naruto, I'm going to beat you out to practice in 2 days. There will be a new teacher to accompany you, so you have to prepare well. Z. Naruto took a big mouthful of noodle soup and said vaguely, Okay, I'll go back and say hello to Sasuke, Sakura and the others. The current Sasuke was sealed with the curse of the sky, and he stayed with Kakashi at ease to accept his teaching although the three were not together. But the deep bond and friendship will not go away. After a while, the bowl in front of Naruto didn't even have the soup base left. Hey, lecherous fairy, let's go. Really, you guy? The two opened the curtain and walked out. Jiraiya glanced sideways, then put on Naruto's shoulder and left. Not far away, Itachi and Ghost Shark, who were wearing fire cloud suits, were staring at Jiraiya. The Ghost Shark raised his head slightly, and the shark-like eyes were exposed under the hat. I didn't expect it to be Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas. That guy is very difficult to deal with. Mr. Itachi, what should we do? The Ghost Shark threw the question to Itachi, who was right next to Itachi, who could justifiably retreat. So he pretended to be deep and said, in front of that kind of person, any name is useless. You can only withdraw first, and report the information to the organization. Then I'll listen to you, 7-san, Mr. Itachi. After speaking, the two walked in the opposite direction. When passing through a corridor, the surrounding environment was quiet and strange. The Ghost Shark looked around and grabbed the shark muscle behind him in his hand. Mr. Itachi, it seems that we have been discovered. After speaking, he chopped towards the wooden wall next to him. Bang! The wooden wall was chopped to pieces, and at the same time, a burst of white smoke dissipated, revealing the Konoha village ninja hiding here. A brown hair, with a face guard-style forehead on his face. Wearing a fluffy black combat uniform with a green vest on the outside, the ninja jumped in front of the two of them. The Ghost Shark threw off the cloth strip of the shark muscle and asked in doubt, is this Konoha's joinin'? The eyes are really big. Itachi seemed to recognize the other party, and he said slowly, is it Tianzang Yamato? Long time no see. Yamato stood up and looked at the two men in front of him, who was ordered by Kakashi 6 Hokage. In the next period of time, he helped Naruto to practice. Today, he just met the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, but the other party asked himself to follow these two people. Yamato asked with some doubts, you know me. So you are also from Konoha? The opposite Itachi slowly lifted his hat, revealing a young and melancholy face with long black hair. The deep lines extending from the corners of the eyes near the nose to the eyes represent the Zu ring of Suzaku, worn on the ring finger of the right hand. He wears a necklace around his neck, and he wears a Shao, organization leader. Yamato's eyes widened. With solemn eyes, he said, I didn't expect it to be you, Konoha's S-rank rebel Uchiha Itachi, how dare you come back to Konoha? The Ghost Shark saw Itachi revealed his identity and took off his hat. He has pale blue skin, and his face seems to have traces of fish gills, looking like a human-shaped shark. Wearing a Nan ring on the ring finger of his left hand, he said contemptuously to Yamato, then let me introduce myself, my name is Gon Persimmon Ghost Shark, please give me more advice. It's actually Karyuki's rebellion, one of the 7 people of Ninja Blade. No, I can't resist 2 S-rank rebels. Yamato, who was at a disadvantage, pondered rapidly, recognizing the identity of the other party. Yamato did not dare to be careless. Fortunately, Lord Jiraiya said that he will come over in a while, and he only needs to support for a moment. Thinking of this, Yamato asked loudly, what are you trying to do when you sneak into Konoha? Itachi didn't answer directly. The 3-hook jade in his eyes slowly turned. Itachi said coldly, Tianzang, don't stop me, I don't want to kill you. Yamato frowned. Itachi, You have murdered your compatriots, and now this inexplicable dress appears in the village. I won't let you go easily. Hey, there's a lot to talk about, Mr. Itachi. I see that Konoha people don't seem to welcome you. Why don't I cut this guy? After speaking, the ghost shark raised the shark muscle and rushed over. Yamato made a mark on his hands, and pushed forward with his palms open. Wood done. The technique of silent killing and binding. From Yamato's palm, a wooden bar stretched continuously, and then it was divided into several strips that wanted to tie the ghost shark's body. Wood done. The ghost shark closed his eyes slightly and stretched his entire shark muscle in front of him. Boom, boom. The sticks sticking out entangled the ghost shark together with the muscle of the shark, and when the ghost shark saw a burst of chakra, all the wooden sticks on his body were shaken away. What an amazing chakra and power! Yamato was secretly frightened, and the ghost shark attacked again without giving the opportunity. Yamato can only passively defend first. Wooden wood ingot wall. Rows of wooden pillars on the ground are bent from the ground to form buttresses, which are like a semicircle to protect the Yamato behind. The ghost shark stepped directly on the arch, jumped into the air and slashed directly down. The shark muscle slashed firmly on Yamato's shoulder, but there was no blood splattering as expected. Instead, the body gradually turned brown and eventually turned into a piece of wood. Ghost shark pulled out his shark muscles and glanced around. Did you use the wooden dung when he was just invisible? So where is his body now? Just as the ghost shark was thinking, the ground suddenly cracked. Yamato was just below him, and Yamato roared. Wood escape, the technique of the great forest. A number of wooden vine branches stick out from the ground to firmly bind the ghost shark. This time there are too many branches, and the ghost shark can't seem to break free for a while. Yamato drilled out of the ground. He just used the soil to sneak into the ground, and took the opportunity to attack the opponent's flaws. After controlling the ghost shark, Yamato made up the knife again, and he had to solve one first. Wooden, flying Naoki. Yamato clasped his hands together, and both palms turned into a wood with a sharp front, which shot at the ghost shark's heart. Flying Naoki passed through the body, but the ghost shark also melted, and finally formed a pool of water. Water separation. Not good. Yamato wanted to dodge, but a figure appeared behind him. Water escape. Water prison technique. The water that had just fallen to the ground would immediately wrap up Yamato and form a water prison trapping him, and the ghost shark stuck one hand in the water prison. Even if I know how to use wood escape, I'm a little careless. I'm not that easy to deal with. After speaking, the ghost shark made a mark with one hand, and the body separated a water body again and held the shark muscle, ready to directly result in Yamato. The art of messy lion's hair. Several strands of white hair were suddenly entangled, and the water body was directly chopped by the white hair. Seeing that the ghost shark was coming towards him, he could only pull out his palm to release the water prison, and jumped back to Itachi. He looked at it intently, and it was Jiraiya who had left and returned. Not only is the ghost shark not afraid, but even a little excited. Has the legendary Konoha Sannin started? It's an honor to play against you. Jiraiya came to Yamato's side in an instant, and a red wooden shoe that fell to the ground directly stepped on a few cracks in the ground, showing the strength of the power. I'm not hurt. It took a while to send Naruto away, sorry. Yamato finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Jiraiya, but when the ghost shark was about to rush forward again, it was stopped by Itachi. Itachi said coldly, "Stop, Ghost, you didn't come to get hurt, let's go." The ghost shark looked at Itachi with a serious face, and finally put away the big sword resentfully. Jiraiya would not let the other side leave easily. He had long recognized that the other side was Xiao's person. So he asked directly, "Your goal is Naruto, right? What is the purpose of your organization?" Itachi stopped, turned his head to face Jiraiya and said, "After a while, you will be left behind. Our organization will attack again, and everyone can't escape." Chapter 64 Inches the Immortal, Organization Collection. What does it mean after a while? Jirai also seemed to understand something, paused slightly, and then continued. You guys are planning to find an opportunity to attack Naruto in the next war, right? And what do you mean by everyone? You guys don't just want to catch Naruto. 1. Union Village still knows a little about Konoha's actions as Sannin, and the other party's words obviously say that when the war comes, they will make a comeback again. The ghost shark was stunned for a moment, looked at Itachi, and said in an unexpected tone, "A dozen Kazang, Mr. Itachi, it would be better not to talk to them too much." That's right, let's go. Itachi couldn't reveal too much, so he threw a smoke bomb and retreated. Yamato coughed a few times, but he couldn't breathe in the water prison just now, and he slowly recovered. He stood beside Jiraiya and asked suspiciously, "Lord Jiraiya, did you just let him go?" Jiraiya's eyes were very calm, but Yamato's eyes were puzzled. Zilai also explained, "This organization is called Shao, and it is an organization I have been tracking down. Not only these two guys, but almost all of them are extremely dangerous people. If they are left directly now, they will be shocked. I found them this time, and I'm going to track them down and find their nest." So that's the case, but this side of the village. Help me explain it. Naruto will leave it to you for the time being, and tell him to let him practice well. Yes, I see. After Jirai also explained everything, he left here with an instant technique. The camera pulls back to Union Village. The Shinwei vortex appeared, and 4 people were thrown out of it. It was Feng Yao who had just returned from Kaoyan Village. When you go, you need to walk there, but you don't have to come back. You can use the divine power space to move wherever you have seen Feng Yao. They have already found all the corpses that can be found near Kusakane, and they have also channeled many powerful ninjas. Seeing that there was not much time left, Feng Yao decided to bring everyone back to Union Village. Ling Yu looked at everything here curiously. He temporarily worked for Feng Yao as Orochimaru's assistant. This ability to control blood at will can also help Orochimaru in experiments. Yaojun, if there is nothing else, I will take this child to my laboratory first. Orochimaru couldn't wait. After all, the equipment in Kaoyan Village was outdated, so the true strength of Ling Yu could not be detected. When many people in the village saw Feng Yao and others coming back, they sent out a welcome greeting. "Lord Feng Yao, welcome back." A gentle female voice sounded, standing not far away wearing a purple ninja suit. Duo Yu, who tied his hair, also bowed slightly towards Feng Yao. "Well, the time is almost up. Tell everyone to rest well these days. We are going to prepare to attack Union Village." "Yes, please don't worry. Gaara and the others have also returned to collect information. I heard that they found the traces of Akatsuki's activities in Konoha." "Really? Then, let them meet me in my room later." After speaking, he walked into the base of Union Village and pushed open the heavy door. Accompanied by Tayuya, they walked down together. They separated at the corner, and Tayuya went to convey Feng Yao's order. Back in the room, Feng Yao leaned back on the chair, held his forehead with his fingers, and kneaded his eye sockets. "During this period of time, I used a lot of eyes. Although I won't go blind, I still feel a little tired." After a while, there was a knock on the door. "Master Feng Yao, I brought people here. Come in, I've worked hard for you all this time. I heard that you also collected information about Shao." Taiyu also brought Shangrin and others into the room. Originally, Taiyu also wanted to bring only one person. Mainly because I didn't want to bring Shangrin, but Shangrin insisted that there was a situation that could not be repaid at the time, and strongly requested to come together, and Duo Yu could only agree. "Yeah, Lord Feng Yao, I almost thought I would never see you at that time. That big man's chakra is really amazing. Fortunately, I remembered you in a crisis, so I calmed down and finally escaped." Danger. Shangrin came in and cried about what happened to her. 90% of her acting skills would have believed it if she didn't know the truth. "Yes, is that so? It's really hard for you." Feng Yao reluctantly rubbed his temples, but he didn't hear any information after a few words. Gaara and Neji couldn't listen anymore. In the end, it was Neji to report the information. Master Feng Yao, in the country of fire are Akatsuki's Uchiha Itachi and Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark. They are discussing what 9 tails to catch. In addition, although the country of wind and the country of fire are allies, but the country of wind the relationship with the fire nation is still not repaired. Quote. 9 tails. It's about the same time. In short, since they are in the country of fire, at least it means that they were not there when they attacked Yuyan village. This is beneficial to us. As for the country of wind, it is difficult to achieve a major event. Take a good rest and inform the others, the time is running out. Feng Yao pondered for a moment, and was ready to let them inform others to take a good rest and nourish their spirits. Now there is less than half a month left until the time given by the system. Feng Yao has made all the preparations, this time it is bound to capture the Eye of Reincarnation. After it was all over, everyone who was listening quietly nodded to show their understanding, and then dispersed. In the next few days, in addition to rest, Feng Yao also flipped through the Konoha scroll he brought back. He wanted to see if he could find any useful time-space ninjutsu, but he was disappointed, except for a flying thunder god. Feng Yao set the battle time on Monday, which is the day when it will not rain in Yuyan village. Every Sunday, Pain uses the Rain Tiger Freedom Jutsu, which is a perception-type ninjutsu that mixes chakra in the rain and manipulates it. If it rains, it will be discovered by Pain in an instant. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's Monday, and everyone has gathered in the lobby in the stronghold. Xian, organization customized by Orochimaru. The ivory white tight-fitting ninja suit has a jade belt around the waist. There are several gray pockets on the clothes to store the ninja gear. There is also a golden python embroidered on the body, as if it is wrapped around the body. The forehead protection on the head has been removed. The only thing that can prove their identities is the ring on their hands, starting from Feng Yao standing at the front, looking from right to left. Represent, Tian, Earth, Zan, Yellow. Yu, Zhou, Hong, Huang. Day, Month, Yin, Z. A total of 12 people, this time only the people from the Immortal Organization acted, and it would be impossible for them to come over in the country of water without Zan and others, and none of the other ninjas were brought with them. Feng Yao stood in front, and everyone was looking forward to every word he said. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and he said slowly, "This mission is of great importance. It can be said that if it cannot be completed, the Immortal Organization will cease to exist, but whether it is successful or not, I hope you all remember that you are both very good ninja. I am very happy to have a subordinate like you." Quote. After finishing speaking, Feng Yao showed a gentle smile. He could be ruthless towards outsiders and would do anything to achieve his goals. But he will never treat those who truly follow him. He has been preparing for this battle for a long time, in order to improve his winning rate and minimize casualties. Master Feng Yao laughed. Good, handsome, ah. Yuya and Shangrin looked like little fans, and everyone knelt down on one knee. Orochimaru said gloomily, "Don't worry, Yaojun, I will definitely put the Eye of Reincarnation into your hands, and, Xian, will definitely win." Feng Yao stared around, put on a mask to cover his face, and a dull voice resounded through the hall. Go, target Yuyan village. Chapter 65_Attack Yuyan village. At the junction of the country of fire, the country of wind, and the country of earth, there is a nameless country. This is Yuyan village. Because it is at the intersection of major countries, it is often involved in wars, and it is difficult to obtain stable development opportunities. This situation until the Nagato manipulated Pain seized power. God, after defeating the Hanzo forces with his own powerful strength, and maintain the order in the village with the terrorism of the Hanzo genocide. Feng Yao and others appeared outside Yuyan village. They put on cloaks to cover their appearance and figure. According to the initial assignment, they were divided into 3 teams and began to operate, and put on radios that could communicate with each other over short distances. Feng Yao only knew that Nagato was hiding in the highest place, which was convenient for chakra transmission to control 6 pains. However, the buildings in Yuyan village are mainly made of steel and stand tall. There are also a considerable part of stone, and many large and small steel pipes stand up to form a unique landscape. The top of the tower in Yuran village is generally uninhabited, but Nagato and Xiaonan live on the top of the tower. In this aspect of the investigation, Xiangrin's perception ability is still needed. Feng Yao took her to the annex of the tower to let her perceive whether there is a living person on the top. The other two teams were not idle either, and Shigego of the pocket team used the ability to communicate with animals to ask for information about pain. Sakai drew a lot of ink crows flying into the air to investigate. On a steel tower, a man dressed in a black trench coat embroidered with red clouds, Shao organization. The hair color is light blue-purple, the eye color is light orange, the woman with a lavender paper flower on the right side of her head, purple eye shadow, and lip nails at the bottom of her lips quietly overlooks the village. A crow in the distance caught her attention, and she slowly raised her hand. She can be seen wearing a ring on the middle finger of her right hand, codenamed White. She lightly parted her red lips and murmured, "Yinyan village, there doesn't seem to be such a crow." After speaking, the palm of his hand turned into a few sheets of white paper, folded into a shuriken and flew forward. Whoosh! _ The crow was hit and instantly turned into a puddle of ink. At the same time, Sakai immediately sensed what happened. He roared at the radio, "I found the location of the other party, but they found it, 3 kilometers northeast." Everyone heard the news, and everyone rushed in the same direction. Xiaonan frowned slightly and said to the skinny man sitting in a huge car seat behind him, "It seems that someone has sneaked in, do you want me to deal with it?" The hoarse voice responded, "Come with pain, I want to see who is sneaking in here at this time." After he finished speaking, he stopped talking, as if the words just now seemed to have exhausted his strength. Then a man with orange hair, purple samsara eyes, and strange black sticks inserted into his body, dressed in the fire cloud suit of the Shao organization walked out of the shadows. It was Pain who represented the way of heaven. Tian Dao's voice was sonorous and powerful. "Then let's go." As he said that, 2 Pain flashed out next to him, the animal realm and the hungry ghost realm. They jumped directly off the tower, ready to meet the incoming enemy. Xiaonan spread his wings and flew to one of the directions. When Do and the others were about to reach their destination, a voice came over. "Psychic Cerberus, _ roar, _ A huge, brown-furred, 3-headed dog with nails appeared in front of them, and on top of the hellhound was Pain, the beast. Do waved his hand to stop the crowd and said, "This is a hellhound, it will split when attacked, don't attack blindly." Both Junmaro and Shigego stopped. They have already memorized all the information of the other party, and they know that it is the animal realm in the 6 realms that is coming to deal with them. Beast Dao frowned, "Do you know our information? Who are these people? They don't seem to be ninjas from the 5 major countries." But I didn't think much about it. I just grabbed it and handed it over to the human world to search the memory. He ordered the hellhound to rush up, and he channeled out the chameleon again and swallowed himself to hide his figure. Xianju chose to be reckless. He pulled out a big sharp knife, which was made by a knife maker before he came. Although it was not as good as the 7 ninja knives, it was still a fine product. Xianju turned on the state of the spell, and her body was covered with black lines like water waves. Water escape. The art of howling water arms. He concentrated all the water in his body to his left arm to strengthen it, and then slashed at the Cerberus head with a knife. With his increased strength, he slashed the Cerberus in half with one knife, but soon the other side grew a new head. Biting directly towards Xianju's arm, Xianju frowned. Using the technique of hydration, he avoided the bite and returned to Cao's side. "I didn't say that. This guy will split, how can he be reckless?" Duo was a little dissatisfied and scolded him. Xianju scratched her head and said to please, "I'm sorry, I'm not trying to verify what Lord Fengyao said." "Okay, please help me delay it, I'm going to be reincarnated with dirty soil." "Okay, no problem." After he finished speaking, he stood in front of Do with Junmalu and Shigego. The invisible beast Dao watched this scene and passed the picture to the other 6 Dao, and at the same time summoned psychic beasts to deal with it. What kind of magic do you want to use? It's better not to give him a chance, psychic. A large gray bird with a pointed beak rushed towards it with a whistling like a pocket. And Orochimaru and his party met Xiaonan. The paper fell and the flames ignited. Orochimaru opened his mouth and reminded, "It's the detonating talisman, avoid it." Boom. Boom. Countless rubble splashed, causing dust in the sky. The cloaks of Orochimaru and others were lifted, and Xiaonan spread his wings and descended in front of Orochimaru like an angel. Xiaonan looked at Orochimaru and said slowly, "It turned out to be you, the traitor of Xiao's organization. We didn't go to you, but you came to us. You arranged this infiltration operation." Although I really want to do it, but I know I can't do it, so this time there is someone else he is. Before the words were finished, Orochimaru directly grabbed Xiaonan with his latent shadow multi-snake hand. However, Xiaonan had long been prepared for Orochimaru, dance of Shiki paper. The body turned into countless pieces of paper and escaped, and recondensed in another place. Xiaonan's eyes sank slightly, and she said coldly, "Orochimaru, in the name of God, I will impose sanctions on you." Orochimaru laughed instead of being angry, and snorted, "Just because that kid hiding in the dark wants to kill me, Orochimaru, you are nothing more than Jiraiya's apprentice, you should have killed you back then." Paper rain. Ninja. Super God fake painting. The Orochimaru team also fought with Xiaonan. Heavenly Dao and Hungry Ghost Dao came straight to Feng Yao's side, and the two directly blocked Feng Yao's way. "Your path has come to an end, tell your identities, and God will let you die in peace." Tian Dao stared coldly at the 4 people in front of him with his samsara eyes, while Feng Yao looked at Yahiko, who was transformed into Tian Dao but was not nervous. Instead, he suddenly shouted at the system. "Tian Dao's eyes are the eyes of reincarnation. Can I just buckle his eyeballs?" System despised. "Host, don't think about being lazy. Tian Dao's eyes are just a manifestation of the power of the samsara eye, not a complete samsara eye. You must have Nagato's eyes, otherwise you can rely on 6 paths pain to infinitely brush samsara eyes." Feng Yao was choked, thinking about it like this. There is no way but to defeat Ludao Pain and go to Nagato. He gave Gaara a look, and Gaara opened a hand at Pain. Sand-bound. The sand of the gourd was exposed and quickly trapped the opposite Tiandao, while Feng Yao planned to use the divine power to absorb the opponent directly. Divine might. Feng Yao's left eye was bloodshot again, and where the blue pupil was in focus, Pain's head began to twist. Shen Luo Tien Zheng. The space suddenly grabbed in the opposite direction and returned to its original state. Even time-space ninjutsu can bounce back. Yes, Amaterasu can bounce back, I've asked for it. Tiandao also seemed a little incredible to the blow just now. He never thought that the other party would actually know such a rare time and space ninjutsu. He raised his right hand and shouted, "Vientian Tianian." Feng Yao felt a strong pulling force, and his body flew forward uncontrollably. Chapter 66 _ Battle Against Heaven. Feng Yao's body flew towards Tiandao Pain quickly. Tiandao took out the black stick in his right hand and stabbed Feng Yao in the face. This black stick is something created through the yin-yang escape technique. Inside is the power of the outsider of the Eye of Reincarnation, and its main function is to block the acupoints where the enemy produces chakra, so that the enemy cannot use the chakra to launch various ninjutsu smoothly. Is it so easy to get it? Tian Dao looked at Feng Yao, who seemed to have no resistance, and felt that something was wrong, but he still stabbed it. But the black stick passed through his head, and Tian Dao's right hand passed through Feng Yao's head. After completely passing through Feng Yao's head, Feng Yao's right hand held his wrist, and Feng Yao's right eye immediately opened, and the terrifying suction directly pulled Pain. God. Luo. Tianzheng. 5 seconds have passed. Feng Yao was directly thrown out by the powerful repulsion bomb, and the space returned to its original state. Looking at Feng Yao flying out, Pain secretly calculated the time of Shen Luo Tianzheng. He was secretly surprised. Do you actually know time-space ninjutsu? Being able to open and absorb others seems to be very similar to him, and there is also a time-space ninjutsu that is immune to attacks. It materializes when attacking, which is very troublesome. Where's the guy? Shen Luo Tianzheng's time just passed a second. Flying Thunder God Technique. Feng Yao appeared in front of Tiandao again. He just didn't think he could suck Tiandao Pain in. The purpose was just to plant the Flying Thunder God Technique on his right hand. The palm of his hand stretched out to Tiandao again to suck him into the divine power space, but the other party's yin and yang escape black stick also stabbed, and Feng Yao could only open the blur again to avoid the damage. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After the whole body passed through the black stick, Feng Yao was ready to attack again. The hungry ghost rode on the side also rushed over, preparing to cooperate with the attack when Feng Yao materialized, so that Feng Yao had no chance to open the Shenwei space to attract people. 4 seconds passed. If there is time, he will definitely avoid damage from Hungry Ghost Dao's attack. There is no way to activate the ability that can absorb Ni. My Shen Luo Tianzheng has 1 second left. Tiandao Pain calculated that Feng Yao did not have time to absorb himself, and as long as Shen Luo Tianzheng recovered, he would bounce Feng Yao away as soon as possible. The Hungry Ghost Dao's attack was approaching, and Feng Yao's hand was about to touch the Heavenly Dao. At this time, Feng Yao's face showed a deep smile, but in Tiandao Pain's eyes, the other party's face changed drastically. Nagato hurriedly wanted to control Hungry Ghost Road to retreat, but it was too late. Feng Yao directly turned around, facing the Hungry Ghost, clenched his fists together, and sent out a shock wave-like attack. 6 types of profound truth and 6 King's Spear. The 6 forms are pure physical arts, which cannot be absorbed by the Hungry Ghost realm, at such a close distance. Hungry Ghost Dao's entire chest was smashed to pieces, the black Shao tissue fire cloud suit was all shattered, blood poured out of his mouth, and flew out backwards. 5 seconds. Tiandao Pain used Shen Luo Tianzheng against Feng Yao, and the repulsion force several times higher than just hit Feng Yao directly. Due to the use of the 6 forms profound truth, Feng Yao was unable to activate the blurring, so he resisted this attack, and was bounced thousands of meters, even hitting a dozen steel towers before stopping. Even Feng Yao's physique was broken in many places, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. However, the restoring force of the cells between the columns quickly played a role, and Feng Yao quickly repaired the injury of the body. And Gara used the manipulating sand to immediately wrap and seal the Hungry Ghost Dao that had just been knocked out, and took out a few seal scrolls to stick to it. This can ensure that the animal will not be channeled away, which is what Feng Yao told me before the war. Because the other party can resurrect Pain's Hell Road has not yet appeared, if you are directly handed over to the Hell Road to be resurrected by the Psychic Walk, then everything you do will be in vain. Feng Yao didn't plan to suck that pain into the space from the beginning, and even if he absorbed it, he would still be summoned to his side by the other party using psychics. His target has always been the Hungry Ghost Dao next to him, and attacking the Heavenly Dao is to attract attention and let the other party relax their vigilance. He had arranged for everyone before the attack, and the Hungry Ghost Realm and Hell Realm were priority targets for killing. One can absorb almost all ninjutsu, and one can revive other pain. Now that the Hungry Ghost Realm is dead, the goal is half achieved. Master Feng Yao, how dare you bastard! Shang Rin looked at the distance with worry, and looked at Tiandao full of anger. Don't worry, I'm fine. Feng Yao directly flew back to the battlefield again, and Ningqi and others all had the Flying Thunder God technique, and it only took a moment to rush over. Tiandao Pain also carefully looked at the man in front of him, and the other party had a very comprehensive grasp of his own information. He knows the secret of his Shinra Tianzheng, and his ninjutsu is very strong, and he has a fighting mind. Tiandao said slowly, it seems that what you wanted to solve at first was Hungry Ghost Road. Why do you know so much about my information? Who are you? What are you here for? Of course Pain couldn't have thought that the other party had come through, and he even suspected that someone in the organization had deliberately leaked his information. During the conversation, he had ordered the other pain to solve the battle as soon as possible and rushed here. It was difficult for him to defeat the other four when he knew the weakness. On the other side, in a dark crypt, a huge wooden statue stands in the center, with complex patterns on its body, iron handcuffs and shackles on its hands and feet, and 9 closed eyes on its head. Eerie. In front of the golem is a man wearing a swirl-shaped orange mask with only his right eye exposed, wearing a red cloud suit of Akatsuki, wearing a black one-piece bodysuit, 2 shoulders each with 3 protective gears, and a Uchiha clan riding wheel. Eyed man. When Obito was about to leave, a green Venus flytrap suddenly appeared on the ground next to it. With its huge leaves open, a black and white figure appeared inside. He said in a low voice, "Something happened over Nagato. Someone has invaded Yuyan village, and it was a young man wearing a white golden snake suit, a white mask, blue pupils, and he also time-space ninjutsu, very similar to yours." After listening to Obito, he turned his head and looked around. He already knew who the other party was. It was the person who met him in the Shinwei space a few days ago. It was incredible that the other party could use the same pupil technique as himself, and he knew a lot of his secrets, and now even Nagato was attacked. Who the hell is this guy who knows me so well and I don't know anything about him? It's not that Obito didn't get some relevant information, but there are too few useful things. According to the appearance, the final lock was a young man named Fengyao from Konoha village. But this information is really messy, and it will say that the other party is a spy planted by other countries in Konoha, and that the other party has a powerful immortal technique. Later, it was said that the opponent and the Orochimaru and Sand Ninja allied attacked Konoha. Finally, he said that the other party was Konoha's rebellion, killed the 5th Hokage, and captured Orochimaru. The most exaggerated thing is to say that the other party is only 13 years old, which is simply nonsense. Obito scoffed at this statement, and even scolded Baiju, who was in charge of intelligence collection. Can a 13-year-old spy kill the 5th Hokage? That's a fucking spy. And how could a 13-year-old master such a powerful ninjutsu? Although Obito only had a relationship with the other party, but he knew that the other party was scheming and clever, and actually said that the other party was only 13 years old. Although I don't know what Fengyao's purpose is to attack Yuyan village, there is no room for mistakes in Samsara Eye. He turned to the Venus flytrap next to him and asked, "There are a few people who are closest to the Shao organization and can spare their hands." Ju responded immediately, "The team of Itachi Uchiha and Kazuki, as well as the team of Deidara and Scorpion are not far away, and there is no task at hand." Obito nodded, then immediately opened the Kamui space in his right eye and absorbed himself into it. He was going to take Akatsuki to support Nagato. And Ju stood in place and didn't move. The black part next to him looked indifferently at the place where Obito disappeared. Why did such a person suddenly appear in the ninja world, as if he jumped out of thin air? If you can make good use of him, it seems to be a better pawn. After he finished speaking, he slowly sank into the ground, and the cave fell into silence again. Chapter 67_2 Shadow Level Combat Power. Uchiha Itachi and dried persimmon Ghost Shark were walking on the mountain road, and their heavy footsteps kicked up a little dust on the ground. Since they left Konoha, they have been wandering around the country of fire, on the one hand to seek information, and on the other hand to wait for the opportunity. A dozen Kazang, Mr. Itachi, that Jiraiya seems to have been with us for a long time. Is it okay to be like this? Ghost Shark turned to Itachi and said. After Jiraiya followed them for a while, Itachi discovered the trail, but Itachi didn't break Jiraiya, just took him around in circles. It's okay, just let him follow, we haven't done much anyway, and we may not be able to beat him. Hey, how do you know if you don't try? I'm very excited to be able to play against Sanin. At this moment, a vortex of divine power appeared in front of Itachi, and Obito walked out from it. In a cold voice, he said, Shao's organization is under attack, come with me quickly. Here comes the absolute. The ghost shark saw Obito's writing wheel eyes shrank, and said in surprise, "It's you. It's been a long time since I saw you. Is it such a big news?" Itachi looked at Obito and didn't speak, just frowned slightly. Now Obito has not joined Akatsuki, but is manipulating behind the scenes. So Itachi has rarely seen each other since the genocide operation that year, but the other party's writing wheel eyes still let Itachi recognize it at a glance. "Don't hesitate. Nagato is very dangerous. Even Orochimaru is here. Wait. Are you being followed?" Heiju urged a few people, but then found Jiraiya hiding not far away. The ghost shark said nonchalantly, "Hee hee, the tail that followed when I went to Konoha village has been around for a while." Obito's eyes narrowed slightly, not knowing what he was thinking, and Zillai also didn't plan to hide when he saw that he was discovered. A voice with a strong heroic accent came over. "It's a worthwhile trip to meet so many Akatsuki members. Kushichi Fortress Spiritualism." A big toad descended from the sky and landed in front of the four of them, with Jiraiya standing above his head. "This time, I really heard incredible information, and someone dared to attack the Shao organization." He still knew a thing or two about Akatsuki's strength. Ordinary countries couldn't fight against Akatsuki, let alone attack him. "Moreover, I have inquired about the information for a long time, and I have never even heard of Xiao Laochao, and the other party actually has such strength." This also made Jiraiya wonder who the attacker was. But when he stared at the masked man, he suddenly discovered something incredible, and he pointed at Obito's eyes. "This, eyes, can't you, Uchiha has been exterminated. Who are you?" Jiraiya also questioned Obito, and he couldn't help but suspect a man who should have died, that legendary man, Madara Uchiha. But Obito Kazuo obviously didn't plan to talk nonsense with him, they had more important things to do. Spore art. Suddenly something similar to Shirai appeared on Jiraiya's body and wrapped him, and these things were still absorbing his chakra. Baiju's spore technique is very concealed, the spores cannot be detected until they grow, and even if the body dies, it will not disappear. And Obito took the opportunity to activate the right eye of Kamui to absorb the ghosts and others to leave, and never stay to entangle Jiraiya. Fire escape, fire bomb. Jiraiya made a seal, and used fire escape to roast several of the Shirai on his body into charcoal, but Obito had already left, leaving only the sound of echoing. "Jiraiya, take care of yourself, sooner or later, the nine-tailed Manzuli will be our thing." Looking at the place where Obito disappeared, Jiraiya's face was ugly. Part of it was because the other party ran away, and more importantly, he found out that the other party's time-space ninjutsu was exactly the same as Feng Yao's. Did they know each other? Or was Tsunade just kidnapped by Akatsuki? With doubts, Jiraiya can only focus on Ju. Seeing that Obito had already evacuated, he naturally didn't want to stay any longer, so he launched the mayfly technique to sneak into the ground, and Zillai also punched the air. "The other party doesn't want to fight with me at all. It seems that Akatsuki's situation is really bad. It would be great if the attacking force could wipe out Akatsuki in one fell swoop, but such an extra force would be an enemy or a friend." Jiraiya frowned deeply. Another point was that he was very worried about Tsunade's safety. Beast rode this way. After making a seal with his hands, he summoned two huge coffins. Reincarnation of the dirt. The coffin was opened, and one of them was a man covered in bandages, and the other was a man with no eyebrows, a mustache and a mustache. The two saw each other as soon as they came out. Mew, the second generation of water shadow ghosts and magic moons, who perished together in the first ninja war. These two are the two shadow-level combat powers that Do found. They died together, so it was very easy. Beast Dao frowned after seeing it. Now he has no time to support Tiandao, and he is also in danger. Ghost Lantern Wanyu turned around and saw Wu shouting. "Hey, didn't you, the bandage man, be sent to the west by me? Why are you still alive? Small shit, mustache, didn't you die in my hands too?" This seems to be the ninjutsu of the second generation Naruto. It's really indiscriminate, summoning the souls of the dead to the world. Wu first responded to Ghost Lantern Wanyu, and then looked down at his body. I am sorry, two seniors. I need you to help us for some reasons. As soon as Do said the seal, the soil on the two people disappeared completely, and they became like living people. Oh, it's really troublesome to ask others for help in this way. Wait, are you from the Ghost Lantern family? Ghost Lantern Wanyu was just complaining when he suddenly saw Xueyu with his arms hydrated. Xueyu was also stunned for a moment, and the tone on the other side seemed to be the same. He asked suspiciously, Uncle, are you from the Ghost Lamp family too? As soon as these words came out, the blue veins burst out on Ghost Lantern Wanyu's head, and he went up and gave Xueyu a shudder. It makes no sense. You junior, I am almost from your grandfather's generation. You dare to call me uncle. Xueyu scratched her head angrily, and just as she was about to speak, the beast had already started. Spirituality. The animal Dao was active, and a huge rhinoceros was summoned again to charge towards the crowd. Well, do you want to beat my descendants? If you let you kill my Ghost Lamp clan in front of me, I have to lose face, psychics. Ghost Lantern Wanyu originally looked slack, but when she saw Xueyu, she came to her mind and was ready to perform well in front of her descendants. After the smoke, a huge clam appeared, its hard shell easily blocking the rhino's impact. Magic Steaming Pavilion. The giant clams spit out a wide range of dense fog from their tentacles, creating super large mirages. And the dense fog will transform into a ghost phantom avatar after the meeting, so as to confuse the enemy, so that the enemy cannot find the real location of the ghost lantern and the big clam. It can nullify the opponent's attack, and the magic moon can penetrate the enemy's attack in this state. The Art of Water and Iron Cannon. A stream of water appeared in the air like a bullet, easily piercing the rhino's head. The rhino roared and lay down weakly, blood flowing from the wound on his head. Wu also launched an attack on the Cerberus beside him under the control of the pocket. Wu formed a cylindrical enchantment in his hand and launched it at the opponent. Dust Escape. The Art of Peeling the Realm. The cylinder enchantment enveloped the Cerberus and a violent explosion occurred. The entire body of the Cerberus was separated into an atomic state and vanished into ashes, with no chance of splitting at all. There is also a bastard in the sky, which swooped down. Seeing this, Junmalu turned on the second spell, and the skin all over his body was dark, black lines appeared in his eyes, and there was an extra tail behind him. He stretched his back to his back, pulled out his spine, and flung it like a midair, entangling the 8 Chinooks and pulling it down. Ga! Yatagaragi screams. Bone vein dance of wire flowers. The most hardened bone in Junmaru's right hand was used as a spear to pierce the neck of Yatagarat, and the blood rained in the sky. The Beast Dao Pain's psychic beast has been mostly solved. The addition of the second generation of Water Shadow and second generation of Earth Shadow instantly turned the tide of the battle. Chapter 68 Akatsuki's support. Seeing this situation, even Nagato, who was secretly manipulating it, was struggling. The way of heaven is entangled, and the way of beasts can't be beaten. Xiaonan doesn't know what's going on. The intelligence of the other 3 paths is estimated to be familiar to the other party, and he is in a dilemma. At this moment, Ju's body emerged. He said in a low voice, "Don't worry, he has already come to help you. You mobilize all your combat power to Tiandao." Nagato glanced at Ju, and before he notified them, the other party already knew the news here, and he was obviously monitoring him, but now is not the time to pursue it. He manipulated the Hell Road, the Human Road, and the Asura Road to Fengyao. However, Nagato silently looked towards a place outside the building after doing all this. That was the direction Xiaonan was going. Paper spear. Xiaonan let out a coquettish drink, and threw the spear made of folded paper at Orochimaru. But he was easily evaded by the opponent's magical software transformation, and Orochimaru stretched his neck directly and stabbed at Xiaonan with a Kusanagi sword from his mouth. But what was stabbed was a piece of paper, and Xiaonan was mixed with a detonating talisman, and Orochimaru immediately retracted his neck. Boom. Boom. It's not easy to defeat Xiaonan with pure physical attacks, because the opponent's paperwork can be easily cracked. But Tsunade obviously didn't think so. As soon as she stepped on her feet, the whole street where Orochimaru and others were standing shattered with a bang. Flying in front of Xiaonan, he directly used the strange force to swipe at the opponent. Xiaonan used the paper form again, but the part of the paper that Tsunade touched was directly smashed into powder by the terrifying force. Seeing this scene, Xiaonan's orange pupils shrank slightly. What a terrible power! Is this Tsunade, one of the three ninjas? But how could he be with Orochimaru? Just as she was about to fly away, the melodious sound of the flute came over. Magic flute. Dream sound lock. Facing the two Sanin is too exhausting, so I didn't pay too much attention to Duoyu. Her consciousness came to a mysterious red space where she was tied to a post. This was an illusion, and Xiaonan hurriedly hit the spirit. Illusion. Solution. Xiaonan's consciousness returned to the battlefield again, but although it was only a few seconds, there was so much he could do. Tsunade punched Xiaonan, who had not arrived, to the ground, and a mouthful of blood poured out of Xiaonan's mouth. She took a few breaths slowly, and the blow just now shattered a few of her bones, although it hurt. But her eyes were still firm. She supported herself to stand up. She knew that she might be in danger, or even die here. But she doesn't care. She is Nagato, the backbone of Yahiko, and she will help them achieve their ideals, even if it costs her own life. Xiaonan stood up and stretched out his hand again, and the paper began to spread out from his hand. I will not forgive anyone who wants to stop God. Orochimaru is the order of God. I will kill you. Humph, don't call that little devil one god. There is no such existence in this world. If there is, I think I have found it. Orochimaru spoke with disdain. He believed in science, and he would not pursue such things as gods and ghosts. Xiaonan took a deep breath just as she was about to use her trump card. A vortex of divine power appeared beside Xiaonan. Orochimaru wondered, is it Yaojun? No, it should be the masked man, he said. He has the same ability as Yaojun. Feng Yao just told everyone about Obito's ability. As for the identity, Feng Yao has not yet said. The deep voice of the masked man came from the whirlpool. I'll leave it to you here. I'll go to support Nagato. The Shinwei vortex threw out two people and disappeared again. Orochimaru saw one of them with a solemn expression, and even cold sweat broke down. The man had long black hair, extending from the corner of his eyes near his nose to the deep lines under his eyes. The Zu, representing Suzaku, was worn on the ring finger of his right hand, with a necklace on his neck, and he was wearing the Shao organization. It was Uchiha Itachi, and next to him was his teammate, Shikigaki. Orochimaru didn't dare to be careless, and reminded the surrounding in a low voice. Don't look into Itachi's eyes. You should have read the information. Illusion moon reading is not a joke, so is the ghost shark next to it. Don't keep it. Duoyuya and the others nodded, and turned on the second spell. Duoyuya's skin turned black, horns grew on his head, and the whites of his eyes turned black. Sakai's body was first covered with black feather lines, and then the whole body became black, with bat-like wings growing out of his back. His face was covered with black eyeshadow like a mask, and his left arm became very wide, as if he could draw on it. Same. The yin seal mark on Suna's hand began to spread outward, and the curse mark spread all over the body. Ninjutsu creation and regeneration. The technique of 100 heroes. Itachi looked calmly, when he saw Tsunade. He couldn't help but slowly said, as even Princess Konoha Tsunade in the company of a betrayal like Orochimaru. I don't think you are like this. In the end, Itachi's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he had only looked at Orochimaru and Tsunade before. But when he looked at a little girl behind Orochimaru, he couldn't calm down. It was a kaleidoscope writing wheel, a black pattern like a shuriken at the four corners. Those were the eyes of his best friend Shisui, who should have been there, but Danzo should have been killed by the village's rebel ninja Fuyao. Itachi immediately understood why Tsunade was with Orochimaru, knowing that it was controlled by other gods. At the same time, he also knew that the person who attacked Xiao was Feng Yao. He turned his head to the ghost shark and said, "Help me hold Orochimaru and Tsunade, I have something to do." Hey, give me 2 sanin at once, Mr. Itachi, you are really optimistic about me." After speaking, the ghost shark dragged the shark muscle broadsword and rushed up, and the shark muscle attacked Tsunade with a sharp piercing sound. Tsunade snorted coldly, jumped into the sky and stomped on the ghost shark. Painful feat. The conceivable scene of kicking the opponent flying did not appear, and it became a very ordinary kick without any chakra. Sure enough, this knife can absorb the opponent's chakra. Tsunade kicked again, turned over and returned to Orochimaru. The strength of the ghost shark was also ranked before the test in Shaoli, and the chakra volume was comparable to the tail beast. The ghost shark had seals on his hands, his mouth bulged slightly, and chakra gathered behind his throat. Water escape blast water rush. The ghost shark spit out enough water to form a lake from his mouth to impact Orochimaru and others, and he stood on the top of the water wave. Sakai next to him waved his pen and drew a huge ink eagle directly on his left hand, which looked much stronger than before. The 3 of them dragged Orochimaru directly to the sky. Clam. The ghost shark raised his head and looked at the strange face of Orochimaru in midair. "How can you still fly? Do a dozen nanasong, Mr. Itachi, a favor." Itachi looked at the location of Sai, and made a seal on his hand, condensing the chakra into flames. Fire escape how fireball technique. A huge fireball flew directly to Mo Ying, hit directly, and Mo Ying turned into a ball of ink again. Orochimaru and others could only be forced to fall down, and the ghost shark slashed again with a knife. Shimmering snake hand. Orochimaru didn't plan to dodge either, so countless black pythons appeared in his right hand to bind the ghost shark firmly, and Tsunade took this opportunity to punch the ghost shark's left face with a punch. Almost at the moment of contact, the whole face of the ghost shark distorted abnormally, and a lot of teeth collapsed and flew to the side of the room. Boom. The ghost shark fell into the steel ruins on the side. But Itachi used the Shunshu technique to come to Tayuya, and grabbed Shisui's eyes with his fingers. Orochimaru secretly screamed badly. But Taiyu was also quick to respond, and immediately ducked back, then turned a somersault to distance himself from Itachi. Tayuya was also sweating in shock just now, and his eyes were almost taken away. This is Shisui's eyes, and it is the key to controlling Tsunade. If it falls into the hands of others, it will be unimaginable. Duoyu also said to Itachi, "It's not so easy to take this eye away. The adults trust me to give it to me. I won't let you have the opportunity to take it away." But Itachi just pointed lightly in the direction of Orochimaru and the others, and Duoyu also found that they were all gone, and when he turned his head, Itachi also turned into a crow circling. "When you just avoided my attack, you were already hit by my illusion. The eyes of Zishui cannot be abused by you." Saying that, the crow rushed towards Zishui's eyes. Chapter 69 Don't God be broken. Tayuya covered his right eye in pain, and Orochimaru and the others looked at Itachi with more cautious eyes, and they were able to perform illusions with just a moment's contact. Orochimaru and Sai came to Tayuya to protect her. And the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes that Duoyu also covered slowly returned to Sangoyu, and the illusion of Bitianshin was unlocked. Tsunade on the side froze for a moment, then shook her head. Her rewritten will has been restored. Although she was under control during this time, she knew everything about what happened. Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade, knowing that the other party had solved the illusion, and gave Itachi a higher look. He said with gloomy eyes, "Tsunade, it seems that you have recovered. What are you going to do now? Do you want to unite with Xiao and fight against us?" Now Orochimaru is killing Tsunade, and the other party knows too much information about Xian. The ghost sharks and others on the side were a little puzzled, so Itachi explained to them about the other gods. Ghost Shark was surprised and said, "I didn't expect such a terrible illusion in the world. It's an honor to be lucky enough to see it." You can directly control Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas. Now your illusion is broken. Don't want to thank us. After the ghost shark finished speaking, he looked at Tsunade, who was far away from the battlefield. The current battlefield situation is not good. Itachi and Ghost Shark are both of the proper shadow level. Although Xiaonan is not as good as the two, it should not be underestimated. On the other hand, Orochimaru, although it is a shadow level, was perfectly restrained by Itachi, and Duoyu was defeated by the opponent in 1 round, so Sakai could not be the opponent of the Ghost Shark. The most terrible thing is that there is a time bomb Tsunade. No matter which side she helps, it will affect the battle situation. As for Tsunade herself, she has fully seen the horror of the organization, Sen, during this period of time. Mysterious time and space ninjutsu, extremely precise intelligence information, complete control of the column cells, and more talents. She was afraid of Xian, for the first time. Although she also knew Xiao's information and knew that the other party was stronger than Xian, the establishment of Xian was very short, and the upper limit was higher than that of Xiao. But she doesn't plan to help these 2 organizations. These 2 are harmful to Konoha, even to the ninja world, and she wishes that the 2 organizations would die together here. Tsunade turned around and said, "Your Xiao is not a good thing either. Orochimaru told Fengyao that I will avenge this hatred of him for manipulating me. I swear in the name of Sanin." After speaking, he stepped on his feet and left here. Looking at Tsunade, who was getting farther and farther, the ghost shark showed a big mouth full of fangs. He sneered, "Orochimaru, it seems that you are bound to die today. Xiao has been chasing you for so long, and you are not easy." Itachi interrupted. "Don't say more, you go and kill Orochimaru, I'm going to get Shishui's eyes." Cold sweat appeared on Orochimaru's head. "Looks like I'm in trouble now." Beast Dao was grabbed by Ghost Lantern Wanyu's head with one hand at this moment. The body is already devastated. It was injured by the high-temperature steam, the left arm was cut off by Chigan, and he has lost his fighting power. Ghost Lantern Wanyu raised his brows and said disdainfully, "Don't look down on me, little devil, a few psychic beasts dare to fight with me." Then he threw the person on the ground at will, and Kao immediately used the sealing scroll to seal the animal realm. "Don't be smug about the mustache, it's just hitting a junior. Are this guy's eyes the legendary reincarnation eyes? I really didn't expect to see such legendary eyes." Without hesitation, he mocked Ghost Lantern and Wanyu. The 2 were tit for tat when they were alive, and the last battle was the same. However, they have always recognized each other as their good opponents, and in the end the 2 of them died together in the battlefield as what they expected. But at this time, a low voice came from the sky. "Then let us be your opponents, hum hum hum, pocket. Long time no see tilde. Don't be careless, big brother Scorpion, that man covered in bandages is not easy. He is the 2nd generation soil shadow of Yenian village, and he has mastered the elimination of blood and dust. If he is hit, he will be scum. There's nothing left." A vortex of divine power appeared in front of the pocket, and 2 people came out from it. One is hiding in Fei Liuhu, wearing a black trench coat embroidered with red clouds in the Xiao organization costume, with a double mechanism device on the left hand, a grimace on the back, and a scorpion-like tail made of iron sticks out of the grimace's hole. The other has a blonde head, and his left eye is blocked by hair, which hangs down below his face. There are pigtails on the top of his head. He is wearing a black trench coat embroidered with red clouds, Xiao organization, and his eyes are blue and black with black eyeliner. It was Scorpion and Deidara. Scorpion narrowed his eyes when he saw Do. The relationship between Do and Scorpio was unusual. Do was a spy sent by Scorpion to Orochimaru to get the data of Orochimaru's reincarnation. And now it seems that this technology is very mature. It's just that he didn't know that Do was a double agent, and the poison had already been solved by Orochimaru. Do held up his glasses and put his left hand on his waist. He smiled and said, "Lord Scorpion, it's been a long time since I saw you. I didn't expect to meet you in this situation. What do you think about my reincarnation control? Scorpion nodded with satisfaction. Yes, it's perfect. It seems that you already know the experimental data of the reincarnation of the dirty earth well. Now you don't have to be under Orochimaru. Kill all these people, and then I will unravel them. Your poison, you will stay under my hands and do things in the future. After Scorpio finished speaking, he pointed out that we were like Do and gave orders, and everyone next to him listened to it as if he was facing a great enemy, and looked at Do cautiously. Junmalu's eyes were even more murderous. Pocket slowly formed the seal to control the second generation of Tsuchikage, and a conical enchantment appeared in his hand. No problem, Lord Scorpion, I'll manipulate them to kill you. After speaking, the barrier on Wu's hand was pushed out, and a huge white beam of light rushed towards the two of them. Dust escape, the art of peeling the realm. Wherever the circular white light beam went, it instantly turned into fly ash. Scorpion didn't dare to be careless, and escaped directly from Fei Liuhu. Fei Liuhu disappeared into the beam of light, and Deidara threw a bird-shaped clay into the air. Deidara fled into the air and laughed loudly. Brother Scorpion, it seems that you discipline your subordinates in a normal way. Do you want me to clean him up for you? It was very interesting to see the Scorpion shriveled. Hearing Deidara's sarcasm, Scorpion snorted coldly. Don't worry about it, I'll do it myself. As he said that, he pulled off his cloak to reveal his own body, a red-haired, handsome young man, but from the organs on his chest and the lines on his body, it could be seen that he was a personal puppet. Taking a deep breath, Master Scorpion, so this is your body. I didn't expect you to be much younger than I thought. It's really just like Master Feng Yao said. Scorpion may not have a good face. He said coldly, how dare you betray me? Don't worry, I won't kill you directly, I will torture you until you tell the secret of the reincarnation of the dirty earth. Before he finished speaking, Do had already controlled the two big shadows and Shuiyu and everyone greeted Scorpion and Deidara. Boom, boom. The camera is pulled back to Tiandao Pain. Feng Yao looked at Tiandao. I know everything that happened in the ninja world, your establishment, your identity, purpose, and your true body hiding in the tower. After finishing speaking, Gaara condensed sand in the air, and Feng Yao rushed towards the top of the tall tower in front of him. Tiandao Pain was frightened and angry. You can't even think about going up, Wanxiang Tianian. As soon as the voice fell, a gravitational force shrouded Feng Yao. However, Feng Yao had already turned his body into a virtual form. Without any pause at all, Feng Yao rushed straight to the tower. The next moment Feng Yao's entire body suddenly exploded. Boom! Black smoke filled the air, and there was a burnt smell in the air. That was the effect of Huodun, but no one on the scene used Huodun. Feng Yao was shot down, and most of his clothes were damaged, revealing solid muscles. A little burn from the flames healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. So it is, Feng Yao nodded slowly, since you are here, why hide in the Shenwei space, come out. The Shenwei vortex appeared, and Obito walked out of it with a flame fan, and he was fully prepared to face Feng Yao. At the same time, the Hell Road, the Human Road, and the Asura Road also arrived at the same time, standing beside the Heavenly Road together. Chapter 70_Earth Blasting Stars. But that's it. Long time no see, Feng Yao, I didn't expect you to choose to attack. Xiao, you and Konoha have a grudge. I don't think we should be enemies. Since you know my plan, you should understand that I want to create ideals, a world without wars, disputes, and a beautiful world where anything can be achieved. Obito stared at Feng Yao and said slowly. Feng Yao took a step back and said coldly and arrogantly, HMPH, Uchiha Madara, I'll call you that for the time being. When Feng Yao called his name, he pulled a long tone, indicating that he knew his identity. Everything I want can be achieved here, without the help of your so-called plan. My ability is 100 times better than yours, and you are actually not as firm as you think. Feng Yao did not directly dismantle Obito's identity, which did not benefit him at all, and disclosing his identity would not necessarily improve his winning rate. On the contrary, Holding his true identity in his hand can make him slightly jealous. The Eye of the Moon project is a scam from beginning to end. Although it is true that people can live in a false world and dream of the most beautiful things, what is lost after all. This is a kind of self-deception. With Soil it does the opposite. Treating this world as false, so wantonly destroying it, it doesn't matter what the world has become, he will create a real and beautiful world, a world with Lin. But in the end, Naruto forced his mouth to escape and regained his dream of becoming a Hokage. As soon as Feng Yao's words were finished, Obito's face under the mask was full of vigilance and caution. The intentional pause just now means that Feng Yao already knows his true identity. No more than 3 people know this information. It can be said that it is as secret as the Eye of the Moon project. How did it leak out? But Obito is also not very personable. He quickly adjusted his mentality. He chuckled. If that's the case, then we have to fight, but your avatar is no longer available. I just left a lot of deployments in the Shinwei space. As long as you become blurred, you will be beaten into a sieve. What is the purpose of your attacking Xiao? It is not just a cup of tea, right? Feng Yao's brows twitched slightly when he heard it, but he quickly relaxed. He said mysteriously, then you have to guess for yourself, maybe I am doing it for justice. After speaking, Feng Yao bit his finger and communicated with his psychic beast. Spirituality. The 5 ghosts of the underworld. 5 gigantic ghosts straddled Kawayo and Obito, making a deafening howl. Roar. After such a long time, the 5 ghosts finally came back to life, and this is probably the last time they will be loyal to themselves. Ninki and the others did not fall behind, and attacked Obito and the others together. Gossip breaking the mountain. Sand waterfall burial. Feng Yao threw several flying thunder gods nearby, ready to use flying thunder gods at all times. Pain looked indifferent when he saw these ninjutsu. This kind of attack is impossible to hurt himself, the only thing he has to be careful about is Feng Yao. Tiandao slowly stretched out his right hand. Shenluo Tianzheng. This time, the power he controlled was even stronger, and the terrifying repulsion bounced off all the ninjutsu together with the 5 ghosts again. Shira Road took the opportunity to open his wrist and pulled out a string of missiles from the arm incision. A lot of mucus seeped out of it. He raised his arm high and aimed at Feng Yao and others. 5-finger missile. The voice fell, and several missiles were launched, flying towards Feng Yao and others. The sand on the ground formed a shield, and Gaara blocked all the missiles with sand. Feng Yao thought silently in his heart, the art of flying thunder god. Taking advantage of the cooling time of Tiandao's Shenluo Tianzheng, he took the opportunity to approach Tiandao again, and clenched kunai in his hand. Flying thunder god slash. But Obito and Tiandao had long been prepared, and it was almost the moment Feng Yao appeared. The black stick in Tiandao's hand and the sickle with soil have already stabbed at Feng Yao. At this time, if Feng Yao does not go, he can only use the blur to avoid. Feng Yao chose the former, and used the Flying Thunder God's second stage teleport again to come to a 3-pronged Kuwuxian near the Hell Realm. He chose the dead corner of the Eye of Reincarnation, which would prevent the opponent from evading in time. Feng Yao rushes directly to the Hell Road. Flying Thunder God slash. The body of Hell Dao was directly penetrated by Feng Yao. The body slowly lay down, and Feng Yao grabbed it and threw it to Gaara to seal. Then he said plainly, "You can hit the same trick twice, but unfortunately you are not playing with your main body. If your main body is at the peak state, I am definitely not your opponent now, and now you only have the human world, the Asura Road and the Its Heaven. There is no fighting power in the human world, and Feng Yao has reminded everyone of the ability of the human world, so he will not let the opponent get close." But Tiandao Pain did not respond. Asura Road took off his clothes directly, channeled out the armor of the mechanism, and fully armed himself. Even some equipment that did not seem to belong to the Naruto world, he directly attacked Feng Yao, and Obito's left-hand sickle and right-hand flame fan also came to cooperate. Tiandao Pain went to deal with Gaara and the others and the psychic beasts. Obito's mouth bulged slightly, and chakra transformed into flames and spewed out. Fire escape. The technique of impatience. Like the seeds of the original fairy flower that flew out of the missile at the touch, the flames spit out from Obito's mouth spread out in all directions, attacking Feng Yao. And all the flames are controlled by chakra. It is not easy to avoid them all. In addition to being extremely visual, the power is also amazing. Obito tried his best to include all the kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique, and then attacked by Shira Road. Sawtooth penetration. Although Feng Yao can't be blurred now, he can almost perfectly crack ninjutsu and taijutsu. Every time, when the flame is just about to fall on him, he evades the God of Thunder in time, and at the last moment, he launched a counterattack against Shira Road. He held the serrations behind the Asura Road, lifted the iron block directly, and slammed the serrations together with his body into the ground. Boom! The suppressed Asura Dao head suddenly opened like a lotus flower. Ready to fire a laser cannon, the blue energy accumulated to the top of the head, ready to launch an attack. This move hit the six-tailed man Zhu Liu Hai in the original book. Feng Yao did not intend to indulge, just before he was about to attack. Feng Yao held Shira Dao with one hand, Flying Thunder God's art. Feng Yao and Shira Dao moved to Tian Dao's side together. I'll give it back to you, you're welcome. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and Feng Yao used the Flying Thunder God to return to the place unharmed. Even if blur can't be used, Fei Lei Shen can almost make Feng Yao invincible. Tian Dao looked a little embarrassed. Although he had just bounced off some damage with Shen Luo Tianzheng, he was still affected. He was angry, and Tian Dao folded his hands together and slowly opened, forming a chakra highly concentrated into a black sphere. Earth Blast. This is a forbidden technique of the Eye of Reincarnation. Both hands condense the chakra into a black sphere. After the sphere floats into the air, it will attract all surrounding objects in a large range. At the same time, it uses the attracted rocks to create a huge rock sphere to wrap the opponent. The black sphere flies into the sky and begins to absorb surrounding objects. The boulders on the ground, the parts of the tower, the pipes, and even people are attracted by the sphere. Gaara uses sand to hold Xianglin and others from being sucked away, and Obito takes the opportunity to open the blur, looking for opportunities to attack everyone. Feng Yao used the technique of Flying Thunder God to teleport to Gaara and let him use the sand to hold him. Now that Hungry Ghost Road is dead, he can safely use his ninjutsu. Then began to seal. With the change of the seal, many blurred figures began to appear around Feng Yao, and they all stretched out their right hands. Wan Mai Mahamudra. A huge blue chakra palm appeared, directly grasping the Earth Blast star that was about to condense. Feng Yao said coldly, Earth Burst stars are nothing more than that. After speaking, he waved his hand and pressed the huge meteorite condensed in the sky towards the position of the heaven below. The surrounding air seemed to be evacuated by this blow, and everyone felt a sense of suffocation. Obito and others even felt the strong wind pressure brought by the falling of the boulder. Go quickly. Boom. A huge roar sounded, and everyone around was temporarily deaf. Several towers next to it were affected, and the whole collapsed. The air waves set off smoke and dust in the sky, and people's eyes can't see what's inside at all. Chapter 71 Capture the Eye of Reincarnation. Human Dao and Tien Dao were already lying on the ground, and their bodies were abnormally twisted, which was obviously useless. Obito is not going to die in his hands, but looking at Feng Yao already has deep fear. He gritted his teeth and said, Feng Yao, I have to say that your strength exceeds my expectations, but what can you bring to you by destroying this place? What do you want to do? Feng Yao showed a smile, you'll know what I want soon, and I'm almost getting it. Not far away, a giant Venus flytrap watched everything. I didn't expect Nagato to be defeated so easily. Who is that masked man, the Senju family? Or the Uchiha family? Keiju said slowly, his plan had been planned for too long. This time was the closest to success, but Feng Yao was halfway through, leaving him at a loss. Then what? Baiju, who was beside him, asked. Look at what he wants to do, and pay more attention to him in the future. After speaking, he looked at the battlefield again. The two nearby battlefields were also affected just now. The pocket here is barely able to hold Deidara and Scorpion. After all, he has a lot of information on the other side. In addition, there were two shadows who were reincarnated in the dirt, and they suppressed Deidara and Scorpion for a while. Seeing the huge meteor falling in the distance, Deidara couldn't help but said excitedly, "What's going on over there? The terrifying power at this moment seems to be comparable to my art." I said, "The second generation toying old man, why didn't you use the dust escape at the beginning? Were you afraid of killing me?" The second generation of Tsuchikage did not reply. He had been completely controlled by the pocket. HMPH, art is eternal beauty. How can it be that kind of thing? Let's deal with these guys. These people are not easy, especially that mustache. The Scorpion manipulated the puppet of the three generations of Kazekage to pounce on the pocket again. Who are you calling a mustache? I'm going to kill you. Orochimaru is not feeling well here. Sakai was picked by the ghost shark with his shark muscle behind him, and the curse has already withdrawn. Obviously he was sucked dry of chakra. Orochimaru himself was half squatting on the ground. He was just injured by Itachi's Tsuki reading, and his spirit was severely damaged again. Tayuya is now caught by Itachi, and his hand slowly reaches Tayuya's right eye. He wants to retract his friend's eye. The sound of the huge meteorite landing in the distance also attracted their attention. It's amazing. Who the hell released this level of ninjutsu? No matter who takes this move, I'm afraid it will die. The ghost shark muttered to himself, but Itachi ignored it. And Nagato's body is also uncomfortable. He was in the tower that fell before. Although he reluctantly relied on Shen Luo Tianzheng to land safely, all 6 of Pen's paths have been killed, and his strength has dropped to the extreme. He was preparing to control the machinery to move out of the ruins first. Something seemed to fall to the ground. Then a bandaged hand slammed into the reincarnation eye on his left, without any perception, as if it appeared out of thin air. This is the auxiliary ninjutsu of the second generation Tsuchikage, no dust. Possesses the terrifying invisibility ability that makes people unable to perceive chakra. The second generation of Tsukage is known as No One, by virtue of this ability. The one who fought against the Scorpion was the clone he created using the split technique in the middle of the battle. The splitting technique can divide the body and chakra equally without the need for seals. After the split, the avatars are all entities, but their strength will be reduced. I can't use the dust escape in the split state, which is why Deidara would say that there is no need for dust escape. Otherwise, Deidara's side will be even worse. Tu's manipulation is very hidden and has not been discovered by anyone. This is also a special task given to him by Feng Yao. Only Wu can approach Nagato's body without being discovered. Everyone else, including Feng Yao himself, was taking cover. But now there is only a few centimeters away from the Samsara Eye, and his hand is about to touch the Samsara Eye. But it seemed that Nagato was a step faster, and he roared in a low voice, "Shen Luo Tianzheng." Wu's body stopped in midair, and his fingers couldn't move an inch. In the end, the terrifying repulsion bounced Wu's body straight out, hitting the tower in the distance. Tu opened his eyes at this time and contacted the radio. "It's now. Lord Feng Yao." Before the manipulator appeared, Ku put the 3-pronged kunai under Nagato's car, and then launched an attack, which was to deceive Nagato's Shinra Tianzheng. Feng Yao heard that he disappeared directly from the spot, and Obito was stunned when he saw it. The next moment Feng Yao used the Flying Thunder God to appear directly in front of Nagato, and the Samsara Eye was in front of him. He roared wildly in his heart, "Successful, Samsara Eye." The right hand stretched out like lightning and snapped out the Samsara Eye on the left of Nagato. Nagato covered his left eye in pain, and he turned to look at Feng Yao who was standing not far away, playing with Samsara Eye. He gritted his teeth and said, "It turns out that your purpose is the Eye of Reincarnation. What a deep scheming. You have been plotting against me from beginning to end. Do you know that doing so will destroy the upcoming peace of the ninja world? I would have been very soon it can be done. Quote. Feng Yao absorbed some of the cells of the samsara eye into his body, and now he has the power of the three major pupil techniques. Neji's white eyes had already been implanted with cells in the laboratory. He turned his head slowly. You're wrong, Nagato. You want to collect tailed beasts to create a power that can instantly destroy a country, so that countries don't dare to act rashly, and breed peace in terror and pain. This idea has been tried. In the end, it will only be a failure, and you are just a pawn. Stop and live quietly with Xiaonan. Nagato was not a person who liked to go to extremes, but was assassinated by Danzo. He was the product of the monster catalyzed by war. Aside from the task, Feng Yao still admires Nagato, so he will persuade him. Nagato sneered twice. Who do you think you are? It's so easy to say in a few words. The god of ninjas in the past can bring peace for several years, not relying on powerful force to deter. Only let all countries fully experience the pain, they will stop the war and lead the world like peace. Feng Yao shrugged and said, forget it. I didn't intend to convince you. I just gave you an advice. I will accept it first. As he spoke, his eyes changed, not the blue pain, but the purple samsara eyes. Of course, due to the fact that the reincarnation eye of the system can hardly use any abilities, it is okay to wear color contact lenses. Nagato was speechless when he saw this scene. He watched Feng Yao possess the samsara eye within a few seconds, which was beyond his understanding. His voice trembled a little. How did you do it? Why do you have the eye of reincarnation? Are you, a god? Xiaonan and Obito on the side also arrived in time. Xiaonan saw the meteorite falling and was concerned about Nagato's safety. Obito is an afterthought, and understands that Feng Yao's goal is the eye of reincarnation. Nagato, how are you? Xiaonan ran over to see Nagato hurt and distressed, and quickly came to his side to check. As for Obito, he looked at Feng Yao's two samsara eyes in disbelief. His voice was also difficult to keep steady. How could this be? Two reincarnation eyes, how come you have? Then he looked at Nagato, who had one eye cut off, his brain racing. This situation is very similar to Feng Yao having his own eyes, and Feng Yao should have just had samsara eyes. And Feng Yao's only difference during this period is that he got Nagato's samsara eye. Obito seemed to have vaguely guessed the secret of Feng Yao's physique. Heiju on the side had never seen such a situation, even though he had lived for thousands of years. How is this possible? Just now this kid has no reincarnation eye. What happened? In just a few days, his heart was continuously attacked, and Heijuan was determined to find out the secret of Feng Yao. If such a character can't be used by me, I can only kill it as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. Otherwise, it must be a huge threat to my mother's resurrection. Feng Yao didn't want to care what these people were thinking. He slowly stretched out his right hand. Open a black portal out of thin air. Ultimate Time-Space Ninjutsu, Wanquan Hirazaka, is a time-space ninjutsu that can only be used with the three major pupils. This technique has the ability to travel freely in space. It not only allows the caster to travel in the same space, but also allows the caster to freely enter and exit between the real space and the different space. It can be used to attack, shorten the distance of long-range ninjutsu, disrupt and surprise opponents, and can also be used to avoid and escape in critical situations. No end seal is required to activate. Feng Yao turned his head and gave them a victorious smile. Everyone, see you next time. Chapter 72 Wanga Mahamudra vs Susanoo. After opening the door of space, Feng Yao's spirit seems to be integrated into this world. As long as he is willing, he can open the door of space at any time, no imprint is required. Feng Yao first found Gaara's location. Behind Gaara, he opened Yi Quan Hirazaka, and reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Gaara paled in shock, and when he turned his head and saw that it was Feng Yao, he was relieved. He wondered, Master Feng Yao, is this your new ninjutsu? I actually didn't feel it at all. It's called Wonquan Hirazaka. Don't talk about it. Come in, we're ready to retreat. After Feng Yao finished speaking, he pulled Gaara and others into the space. Then Feng Yao opened the space in the pocket again, and the battle on both sides had entered a fever at this moment. Deidara's entire right body was burned by the second-generation Mizuying's famous stunt, and there were several blood holes on his body, which seemed to be caused by Junmalu and Suiyu. The surrounding ground is full of puppet parts. These are puppets summoned by scorpions with scrolls. Scorpion himself seems to be fine. After all, it is made by a puppet. As long as the heart is there, he can change his body at any time. Junmaro and Shigego were poisoned by scorpions, and they were barely hanged by medical ninjutsu. There are many scars on Do's body caused by explosions. It is Deidara's clay bomb. Because he is afraid of wasting chakra, he has not healed all of them, but the wound is not bleeding. On the contrary, Shuiyu was the least injured among the people present. The technique of hydration lived up to its reputation. Whether it was the poison of the scorpion or the bomb of Deidara, it was difficult to hurt him. Shuiyu once again repelled the attack of the scorpion with a big knife, and shouted, "Boss Do, is Lord Feng Yao okay? I think I can't stand it anymore." Not far away, Changwu has begun to have difficulty breathing, the corners of his eyes are blue and purple, and the state of the curse has subsided by half. He just rushed the most violently and was injured the most. "I'm already here. I've worked hard for you this time. Come in. The mission has been completed." Feng Yao opened Yunchang Hirazaka, and walked out from the inside, and he was about to pull a few people in together. Scorpion snorted coldly, "I still want to leave. Just stay with me." Flame hell. Flames with strong melting power and temperature spewed out of the scorpion's palm pipe, and swept toward the wind. But unfortunately, Feng Yao was still one step ahead, pulling everyone into Wonquan Hirazaka and closing the door of space. Now that the task has been completed, Feng Yao will not start with them unless he has to. This is his style of doing things. Before the goal is achieved, all means are used, but as long as the goal is achieved, unless there is a huge benefit, it is rarely done. Finally, there is Orochimaru. Itachi was holding an eyeball in his hand at the moment, and Tayuya's right eye was bleeding profusely, and Shishui's eye had been taken away by Itachi. She was caught in Itachi's illusion, and her consciousness was very vague. She fell to the ground, her voice very weak, but she still grabbed the corner of Itachi's clothes. "Please. Give it back to me, give me eyes." She doesn't care about the power of that eye, she only cares because it was given to her by Feng Yao. Itachi didn't pay attention, but summoned the crow to put away Shishui's eyes. After many years, he did not expect that one day he would be able to gather the eyes of his friend. He looked in the direction of Konoha and meditated in his heart. "Shishui, are you silently protecting me and the village in heaven? Don't worry, I will use your eyes to protect the village and protect the name of Uchiha. They will not fall into the hands of others." Thinking of this, Itachi's eyes became more and more firm. The ghost shark threw Sakai, who was dead on the knife, to the ground. "One dozen Sichi-san, Mr. Itachi, do you have anything else to do? If not, I will kill them." "No, end it as soon as possible and let's go to support others." After Itachi finished speaking, the ghost shark raised the muzzle of the shark and prepared to end the lives of everyone. The knife swung halfway, but was stopped by a hand reaching out from the black portal. Because he was too angry, the palm of his hand fell firmly into the barb of the shark muscle, and the shark muscle kept struggling, and it seemed that it was very painful to be caught. The ghost shark looked at the owner of the hand. The other party wore a white mask and couldn't see his face clearly, but his eyes were like 10,000 years of ice. Finally, with the palm of his hand, he ripped off the countless stabs of the shark's muscle, and Feng Yao slapped his feet. Bai Lei kicked the ghost shark out. Boom! The ghost shark was kicked into the wall again, and he took off the stones from his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and sighed, "This guy is so powerful, I'm afraid he can compete with that Sanin Tsunade." Feng Yao's eyes turned to Tayuya's direction, and his figure moved. Whoosh! Underscore. Feng Yao used Flying Thunder God to come to Yuya in an instant, and Itachi saw the enemy step back. At the same time, the hand is printed, and the chakra is gathered in the throat. Fire escape. How fireball. A huge fireball swept the ground and the air in the direction of Feng Yao. The heat wave hit Feng Yao's face, but it seemed that the chill on his face couldn't be removed. Feng Yao thought silently in his heart, "One guard seal." Countless figures surrounded them, forming a circular barrier to cover everyone, and bounced the How fireball directly. Itachi hurriedly avoided and stood with the ghost shark, seeing that the other party looked like a reinforcement of Orochimaru. Feng Yao did not pursue, but asked others to move Orochimaru and others into the space first. Then slowly squat down. Tayuya's spirit was attacked by Itachi's wheel-eye illusion, and she hadn't recovered for a while, but she couldn't forget the aura on Feng Yao's body. She raised her head with difficulty, and her pretty face was already stained with blood and could not be seen clearly. Feng Yao, my lord, I'm sorry, I let you down. Putting his hand on Tayuya's head, chakra entered her body, helping her stabilize her spirit. Feng Yao comforted her softly. Why, you did a good job, rest assured, the task has been completed. When he saw the battlefield on Itachi's side, he knew that the situation was not good, but Obito still found these two people. It can be said that in addition to himself, everyone else has a very low winning rate even against Itachi and Oni. Itachi looked at Feng Yao. He just heard what Tayuya said, and already knew that Feng Yao was the leader of this attack on Akatsuki. He took a step forward and said, "Your companion is all right, rest a few days and you'll be fine." From Itachi's position, he hoped that Feng Yao and others could leave, so that there would be a force outside to contain Akatsuki. Feng Yao gently handed Tayuya to Shangrin and others, and then confronted Itachi. Itachi Uchiha is a real ninja. Protecting the village in the dark, bearing infamy, sacrificing everything for the sake of his younger brother, and destroying the family for the sake of the village. Although Feng Yao does not want to be such a ninja, it does not prevent him from respecting this kind of person. If he can, Feng Yao does not want to meet him in this situation. He turned his head to look at Tayuya, Orochimaru and others who were seriously injured. Slowly said to Itachi, "They suffered such severe mental trauma, it should be caused by your illusion. Itachi, I can probably guess the reason why you took Shishui's eyes. Let me tell you, Shishui's eyes I can. But you need to pay for hurting her." After speaking, the seal changed, and the surrounding phantoms dispersed and continued to increase, and a huge palm appeared in the air. Feng Yao's body trembled a little. This was the second time he had used the 10,000-gram mudra today. If it weren't for his cooperation with the intercolumn cells, chakra's recovery speed was extremely fast, and it would never have been used in such a short period of time. Even after using it, his chakra was running out, and his body was a little heavy. Feng Yao stretched out his right hand and squeezed in the air, and the giant chakra hand in the sky also rushed towards Itachi. When the giant hand waved, the surrounding air was instantly evacuated, as if to destroy everything. Itachi felt the horror of this blow, and did not dare to be careless, and the kaleidoscope of his eyes opened directly. With a light drink, Susanoo. A red skeleton appeared on the ground and back, wrapping Itachi firmly. Then the skeleton is covered with meridians and flesh and blood, and a human face grows, and some simple weapons can be used. In the end, the entire Susanoo put on the Wetengu armor, which greatly increased the defense, and picked up the 10-fist sword and the Yata mirror in both hands. Susanoo stretched out his huge left hand and grabbed the ghost shark into his body to protect it, and then raised the Yata mirror to resist Kazuya's attack. This is a shield that claims to be able to bounce back all ninjutsu. Boom! Chakra's giant hand held Susanoo ruthlessly and made a dull sound, but this time, the great mudra of Wanwo, who had been doing extraordinary feats, was stopped this time. Although Susanoo had countless cracks and seemed to be crumbling, he still kept the flamboyant myriad mudra and bounced back some of his power. The power of Wanwo Mahamudra continued to decrease, and soon the blow was over. This seemed to be expected by Itachi. He said slowly, Feng Yao, although your giant hand is very strong, it can't break my Susanoo, and you shouldn't be able to use it a second time, so I'll take you with me. Mate leave. Chapter 73_Smash Susanoo. Feng Yao didn't give up. Susanoo's defense really exceeded his expectations, but it was not impossible. He cried silently from the bottom of his heart. System, my mission should be completed. Give me twice the amount of chakra now. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward is twice the amount of chakra. Please continue to work hard, but don't die here. If you attack, you should choose to avoid the opponent's Yata mirror. Feng Yao snorted coldly. Don't worry, I know. Immediately afterwards, Feng Yao's dry body poured into chakra again, which lifted his spirits, and now the chakra is enough to use Wanwo Mahamudra again. Itachi, not far away, also found it. After all, having a writing wheel I can observe the flow of chakra. The flow of chakra in the opponent's body was very weak just now, but a large amount of chakra appeared again in a short period of time, and madly gathered into the opponent's hand in the body. Feng Yao raised his right hand above his head, and said softly, Wan Mai Mahamudra. Turning hands, the second giant hand appeared out of thin air. When Itachi saw this scene, he was about to take a step back to defend, but the first giant hand held Yata mirror tightly and couldn't move. He immediately changed his tactics and did not intend to retreat. Itachi was about to attack the caster directly. He closed his eyes slowly, and then left his right eye with blood and opened it suddenly. Word by word. God. Photo. This technique makes Itachi's pupils focus on a black flame with powerful destructive power. The black flame will not disappear until the target is burned out, and it is called an absolutely unavoidable technique. The direction they looked at was Feng Yao himself. Itachi wanted to force Feng Yao to stop attacking, and he should be able to avoid it with the opponent's mysterious space-time ninjutsu. But unfortunately, Feng Yao didn't dodge and directly carried Itachi's Amaterasu. The black flame immediately burned violently on Feng Yao's body, and it was already bloody in a moment. Master Feng Yao. The people around hurriedly shouted, and they saw the extraordinariness of this flame. But Feng Yao didn't care, and directly manipulated the second giant hand to wave like Susanoo's left body. There was no place for Yata mirror to defend. Boom. With a loud bang, Susanoo's armor shattered, and both the ghost shark and Itachi were shot out and fell on top of the ruins. The two had a sweet throat, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. This blow made them seriously injured. Feng Yao did not deal with the black inflammation on his body, but stared at Itachi's direction, followed by bloodshot left eye. God. Way. The space where Feng Yao focuses is like melting, constantly sucking and pulling outside things. Kamui was aiming at Itachi's right hand, and Feng Yao said indifferently, leave the arm that stole the eye from Tayuya. After speaking, Itachi's entire arm was directly torn off by Feng Yao with divine might. Itachi groaned, but didn't make a sound. He covered his bleeding right arm and looked at Feng Yao quietly. His head was full of sweat because of the severe pain. However, Itachi was also surprised by Feng Yao's perseverance. I didn't expect that even if he was hit by Amaterasu, he would have to take revenge for his comrade. If he hadn't betrayed Konoha, he would have a chance to inherit Hokage in the future. It's a pity that my Amaterasu didn't burn out before it was exhausted. Will not stop. Quote. Feng Yao's body was covered with wounds that had been burned by Amaterasu, and even he could not bear the enormous pain. And the intercolumnar cells have been helping him recover, which is a delicate balance. 'Cause Feng Yao to endure the endless cycle of wound recovery, burning, recovery, and burning, this is undoubtedly a kind of torture. He laboriously tied the seal, and used the countless phantoms created by chakra to rotate tightly against his body. Forbearance. My body seal. A repulsive force appeared, and the black flames on Feng Yao's body were directly bounced away. After doing all this, Feng Yao couldn't stand anymore and knelt on one knee on the ground. There was scorched black smoke on his body, and it could be seen that the wounds on his body had begun to recover, and the healing was completed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His recovery ability is no weaker than Tsunade, who opened the creation and regeneration, and he is still passive. Woo. Woo. Call. Both of them were exhausted at the moment, and Itachi's body was not in good shape. Today, he used Tsukusho, Amaterasu, and Susanoo even more, and the huge burden on his eyes was also pressing on his body. The same is true for Feng Yao, who used the Wanwo Mahamudra twice in a row. Amaterasu Feng Yao, who bounced Itachi, used chakra to create a lot of phantoms before it was consumed and bounced away, showing the power of Amaterasu. The injury on the ghost shark also quickly recovered, which is the function of the big sword shark muscle. Not only can you absorb the opponent's chakra for your own use, but you can also use the large amount of chakra stored in the shark muscle to stimulate the regeneration of body cells. I don't know how much contribution this knife has made for the ghost shark, but it's a pity that it was cheaper in the end. Ghost Shark stood up and said, I didn't expect to meet a strong man like you today, and it's the first time I've seen Itachi to force it out. You are worth a cut. He didn't plan to act as soon as he saw Itachi shot the quilt. He didn't expect that the other party's methods were beyond his imagination, and he almost capsized in the gutter. After he finished speaking, he was ready to seal the seal. He wanted to use the water escape and the big blast of water to trap everyone, and then kill them one by one. But a hand grabbed his clothes, and the ghost shark turned to look. It was Itachi who stopped him, and Itachi coughed 2 mouthfuls of blood. Said with difficulty, Ghost Shark, stop, you are not their opponent, there are too many opponents, it is not easy to fight and we retreat. Itachi also has other thoughts. Feng Yao's strength is not bad, and he can deal with the unstable organization of Shao. Moreover, Feng Yao was originally from Konoha. Although he didn't know the specific reason to judge the village, he couldn't just look at the surface. Just like myself, the superficial betrayal is not the case, and the other party is affectionate and righteous, and he feels that he is not a wicked person. If you guess wrong, you can easily rewrite Feng Yao's will with other gods in hand, so Itachi doesn't want ghost sharks to kill Feng Yao here. The ghost shark frowned. It was true that the other party was several times his own, and he probably didn't know the information. He said to Itachi, what you think about is also reasonable, then listen to you, 7 sang Mr. Itachi. Saying that, he stood up with the help of Itachi's remaining left arm, leaned Itachi on his body, and used the telekinesis to leave here. Feng Yao did not stop him and watched them leave. Gaara hurried up and asked with concern, Master Feng Yao, are you alright? The flame just now was almost. His voice trembled a little at the back. Gaara was really afraid of losing this hard-won bond. If the opponent chooses to shoot just now, he will definitely rush up without hesitation, even if it is not an opponent. Feng Yao touched Ai Luo's head. Dotingly smiled and said, don't worry, he won't die. Didn't you see that I lost one of his arms? Let's go, there will be people here soon. Open the door to the space to Yinyan village with Yeonchang Hirazaka. The Shinwei space is temporarily unavailable. I don't know what Obito has prepared. It would be dangerous to use it rashly now. The surrounding scenery changed. Feng Yao returned to the base, and he slumped directly on the ground. Using Yeonchang Hirazaka, consumed his last few chakras, and now he left a little chakra to save his life. But Feng Yao knew that this was not the time to rest, so he got up again to check the current casualties. Fortunately, everyone had transplanted some of the intercolumnar cells, so it wouldn't be life-threatening all of a sudden, but the resilience was far less than Feng Yao's. Gaara, Neji, Shangrin and the 5 ghosts only fought against Tiandao for a while, so the injuries were the least, and the tightness was just a scratch. Do was wounded by Deidara's clay bomb, most severely in the right chest, with almost bone deep. Junmalu was poisoned, the throat was crushed, and the vocal cords were damaged. Changwu was poisoned, and there were many scars on his body caused by iron sand and swords, and his back was blown. The moon is in good condition. Duo Yuya was traumatized and lost his right eye. Tsunade defected. Sakai is exhausted and his life is in danger. Orochimaru fell into the moon reading, and his spirit was severely damaged. Feng Yao chakra is not enough. Chapter 74 Heartbroken Orochimaru. Feng Yao didn't dare to delay at the moment, and immediately called some Yin Ren to help everyone in. Master Feng Yao, how did you get hurt like this? Master Orochimaru too. Kidomaru and the other three were surprised when they saw it. They were often with Tayuya, so they were also people who knew the current strength of Sen very well. Except for the auxiliary type like Shangrin, you can beat them if you pick anyone out. Originally thought that they would go out to carry out the task would be easy to complete, but did not expect such a result. He couldn't help taking a deep breath, how terrifying the opponent's strength was. Everyone treats them according to the severity of the injury, and priority is given to Sai, Shigego, Orochimaru, Junmaro, and Taiyu. The others were put on hold, and Pitido's own injury was not yet healed, so he had to devote himself to medical work first, and Shangrin also went in with him. What happened to Tsunade also made Feng Yao not expect that Itachi happened to meet the group of Orochimaru. As a result, he was overtaken, Bishin God was taken away, and Tsunade lost control. After sending everyone to the medical room in the pocket for first aid, Feng Yaojing sat outside the door, where he was going to wait until they were out of danger. Gaara and the others originally wanted to stay, but were forced by Feng Yao to go back to rest. The wait is always long and the day goes by quickly. Feng Yao said to himself. System, you said they'll be fine, is it a bit too long to have no news for a day? For the first time, a voice about to collapse came from the system. Host, I beg you to stop asking. You have asked more than 200 times since yesterday, an average of 100 times an hour, and I said I don't know. Feng Yao took a long sigh, and silently refined chakra without speaking. Finally, he came out dragging his heavy body, his lips were white, and he had been injured for another day, and he was even more exhausted. Feng Yao hurried over to support him, instilling the chakra in his body into his body, and the look of Do's face was a little better. He said hoarsely, Master Orochimaru and the others are all right now. Fortunately, I have Shangrin to assist me, otherwise they might be in real danger, and Sakai is already out of the dangerous period. Feng Yao patted Do's shoulder heavily, and the internal injury of Do's slaps almost recurred. Thanks to you this time, go and heal yourself. Be sure to rest well. Feng Yao helped Do into another ward, and then walked back quickly. When the door was opened, 5 people were lying on the white hospital bed, the surrounding instruments were still ticking, and some spells and catheters were still attached to their bodies. Orochimaru had already woken up, but he was very weak. When he saw Feng Yao come in, he struggled to get up. Feng Yao walked over and helped him up, half sitting on the bed. Orochimaru took a few breaths, and then asked excitedly, Yaojun, have you succeeded? Have you obtained the Eye of Samsara? The first thing he did was not to ask about his injury and other circumstances, but whether he had obtained the Eye of Reincarnation. Orochimaru's pursuit of his ideals far exceeds his own life, and he has long wanted to explore the mystery of the Eye of Reincarnation. Feng Yao smiled slightly. He took out Nagato's Samsara Eye from his arms. He had absorbed the cells, and this eye could be reserved for Orochimaru for research. Yao Jun. Orochimaru suddenly screamed strangely, startling Feng Yao, but he didn't know what happened, and looked at Orochimaru strangely. Then Orochimaru scolded bitterly. Yaojun, this is the most noble eye known as the eye that controls life and death, the eye of creation and destruction. You actually put it in your arms like this. Container. What? How can you be so casual? Since Orochimaru became Feng Yao's subordinate, it was the first time that he spoke to Feng Yao so loudly. Feng Yao shook his head helplessly, and said nonchalantly, I can't take the container out of the Shinwei space. It's alright, should I offer it up? Looking at Orochimaru's extremely serious eyes, Feng Yao could only cough twice and threw the Samsara Eye to him. Alright, this eye will be handed over to you to study, remember to let me know as soon as there is any progress. Orochimaru hurriedly caught the samsara eye, holding it like a treasure in his hand, as if he had forgotten that he was injured. Feng Yao continued to walk to the side to see other people. Sakai is out of danger, but he has not woken up yet. His chakra was almost sucked out by the ghost shark, and he almost died. There are not many injuries on the body. As long as you take a good rest, you may be the fastest one when you get better. Then he came to Junmalu and said, the poison has been removed, so you don't need to worry too much. Junmalu opened his eyes and looked at Feng Yao, with mixed feelings in his heart. He once thought about killing Feng Yao, but his strength was insufficient at that time. Even if Orochimaru became Feng Yao's subordinate, he felt that Orochimaru was persecuted, so he was always on guard. Until Feng Yao ran for thousands of miles to find Tsunade, a medical expert, to treat him. And he found that Orochimaru has never been so happy as following Feng Yao, and every time Feng Yao can come up with what Orochimaru wants, let Orochimaru indulge in it. Gradually, he became convinced of Feng Yao, and all Junmalu wanted to do in his life was to realize his ideals for Orochimaru. Now Orochimaru has approached his ideal, and his life has also been extended. This is the result that pleases him the most. He responded in a hoarse voice. I'm fine, Lord Feng Yao, thank you. Feng Yao was stunned for a moment, then showed a gentle smile and nodded lightly. Chongo hasn't woken up yet. He rushed too hard in the battle, almost carrying half of the opponent's output. Fortunately, there is such a medical ninja, otherwise Chongo might not be able to make it back. Feng Yao looked at Zhongwu's quiet thinking, and he will find a way to completely solve the side effects of Zhongwu's immortalization in the future. Although his chakra can restrain Shigego, he cannot be by his side at all times. Taiyu was also lying on the innermost hospital bed, and she was also under an illusion. But after all, the strength is lower than Orochimaru, so the recovery is slower, but there is no serious problem. Looking at Tayuya's rapt right eye, Feng Yao still felt an involuntary sullen sigh. My heart, I joked silently, next time I will also go gout Sasuke's eyeballs to see if Yu Itachi is distressed. I don't know if I heard the voice in Feng Yao's heart. Duo Yu also frowned slightly, showing signs of waking up. Tayuya's eyelids trembled a few times, and he pulled away, looked around with a sleepy look, and finally focused his eyes on Feng Yao. Master Feng Yao. It sounded like a sleepy tone, but he was sure that it was all right. Feng Yao felt joy in his heart, and he held Tayuya's hand. Ha, ha. Ignoring the strange words from Duoyuya's absent-minded expression, he tightened his grip. You're all right. Sorry, it's all my fault. Hey, well, what are you talking about, Master Feng Yao? You can't do anything wrong, it's all useless to me. The eyes you gave me were taken away, and even Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, was taken away because of this. I ran away, and please punish me. Taiyu also said with a dark look in his eyes, and responded with self-blame. Don't talk about this kind of thing. I will give you as much eyes as you want. As for Tsunade, he can't leave. One day as a member of the Immortal organization, and she will be there for life. I personally went to find her to come back. Said that in the end, Feng Yao had already brought a touch of chill, but it was quickly put away. After all, the strength of Xian has been severely damaged now. He needs to stay here for a while. When everything settles down, he will go to Tsunade. After taking care of others and taking a good rest, Feng Yao also walked out of the medical room. Just when he was about to go back to his room to take a rest, Gaara walked over from the opposite side to see that he was in a hurry and there must be something. Lord Feng Yao, I'm about to find you. Are they all right, Lord Orochimaru? It's safe. What is it that makes you rush? Tell me. Gaara immediately turned serious and reported. Our intelligence personnel outside sent a message that Union Village and Konoha have officially started war. Chapter 75_Cloud Hidden Invasion. In the forest, a figure quickly shuttled through the forest. A young man with yellow hair leapt into the sky. His shoulder pads and sleeves are all black, while the bottom half is an orange jacket with gray eye tights as the base, and his shoes and forehead guard are also black. The blood-red eyes have black vertical pupils, and the body is also covered with a tail beast coat with 3 tails growing out of the back. Naruto, don't be too noisy, you haven't fully mastered this power, and now you can only barely drive to the 3rd tail, stop first. You are already out of control. Behind him, a ninja with oversized eyes and a face guard-style forehead persuaded. But it was clear that Naruto didn't intend to listen to his advice, and just rushed forward. Yamato shook his head helplessly, his left hand turned into several wooden sticks, and tied up Naruto who was jumping in the air. Ah! Boom! With a sound of landing, Naruto was lying on the ground, his left foot twitching slightly. He got up from the ground and suddenly felt a murderous aura behind him. A hand rested on his shoulder. Hey, Naruto, I told you, don't drive too far with 3 tails, do you like me having to do this kind of terror? Yamato's voice was as if he had just crawled out of hell, and even his face darkened a bit. Naruto was so frightened that he woke up a lot, and the tailed beast's coat was almost unable to hold. Hokage-style ear-smoothing technique. Kuoin enters the hand and hangs. Yamato put his right hand on Naruto's forehead, and the tail beast coat slowly dissipated. Naruto also returned to his original state, and he rolled over and got up from the ground. Like a child who is afraid of punishment for doing something wrong. That, Yamato-sensei, accident, I didn't expect it to be so difficult to control this time, I promise it won't happen next time. Alas, the last time you were because there was a chakra that helped you relieve the hatred of the 9 tails part, allowing you to stay sane, and now that chakra has been consumed by you. Yamato explained it to Naruto. He discovered this when Naruto trained with him at the beginning, but unfortunately Feng Yao's chakra didn't reserve much, so it was already consumed by Naruto. Naruto's eyes dimmed after hearing this. How could he not feel who this chakra belonged to? He is working so hard now to be able to pursue the upper hand and bring him back to the village one day. Seeing Naruto's thoughts, Yamato just proposed to go back to Konoha to eat ramen to ease the atmosphere. At this time, a few kunai with detonating talismans flew towards Naruto. Yamato reacted quickly and stood in front of Naruto to protect him. Wooden wood ingot wall. A row of wooden pillars bent from the ground to form a buttress to protect himself and Naruto. Boom! The cracking sound of the wood and the sound of the explosion were muddy together. The ingot wall was still strong, only a few pieces of wood were damaged, and the 2 of them were fine. Ninja of Konoha, come out and die. Several ninjas in white clothes, lined with gray ninja suits, and with cloud-shaped forehead guards sprinted over. It can be seen that it is a ninja from Union Village. Yamato and Naruto came out to practice together, so I haven't returned to Konoha these days, and I don't know that the war has broken out. However, as a member of Anbu, Yamato was a little surprised by this unexpected situation, but he reacted quickly. Yamato's hands are sealed, and the chakra in the body is condensed into both hands. Wood done. The technique of silent killing and binding. A branch grew out of Yamato's hand and stretched towards the enemy. The person bound by this move was completely unable to move and could only remain silent. The person on the other side was also surprised when they saw Yamato's mudden. It turned out to be a wooden ninja. Handle it with care, and deal with the kid behind first. Understood. Lay done angry Thunder Tiger. One of the Union ninjas gathered a large number of Thunder Chakra around him. After a while, Thunder Chakra formed a huge blue tiger surrounded by thunder and lightning, and then quickly rushed towards Yamato and others. Snapped, snapped. The blocking trees were broken one by one. The Thunder Giant Tiger ruthlessly shredded Yamato's wooden dungeon, heading straight for Naruto. Boom. After a loud bang, Yamato and Naruto all turned into wood. Union Ninja scolded. Damn it, it's a wooden clone, I didn't notice it at all, where are they? Naruto fell from the sky, holding the spiral pill in his hand and rushing towards one of Yun Yin. He shouted, I'm here. What? Spiral pills directly ripped open the damaged skin on the opponent's chest, as if there was a small tornado. Damn it, give me death. Don't think about leaving, take a knife from me. Seeing that their companions were injured, the remaining two injected chakra into the ninja knife, and blue chakra and electric current flashed on the blade. Yamato, who was on the side, was ready to end the two Union Chunin. But someone was one step ahead of him. A woman in a green robe moved directly to the side of the two Yunyins using the Xianju technique. To say what is special about her is that she has a good figure that girls can't envy, and a huge bet behind her. She roared, "What the hell are you guys going to do to the people in my village?" Saying that, he charged his right hand with a punch, knocking all the two people in front of him into the air. The remaining strength of their fists made the two of them collide with more than a dozen trees before they stopped. After landing, they were already dead and could no longer die. Naruto swallowed his saliva in fear at first, seeing the indescribable joy on his face after seeing the person coming. "Hey, Grandma Tsunade, you're all right. That's great, the lecherous fairy will be very happy to know." He ran to Tsunade's side and greeted the other party's recent situation. Yamato was also relieved that such a terrible woman is not the enemy that is the best. Yamato said, "You are Tsunade-sama, one of the three ninjas. I have admired your name for a long time. You are a legendary medical expert who has been praised by the village. Well, who is the Hokage in the village now, and why are these Union ninjas here?" "Sorry, Tsunade-sama, I also brought my student Naruto out for training. I haven't been back to Konoha for a long time recently. As for the sixth Hokage, it's Hatake Kakashi." Tsunade frowned. Yunyin couldn't have attacked in such an upright manner, something must have happened. After she left Yuyin village, she rushed back directly. Without time and space ninjutsu, she would naturally not be faster than Feng Yao. As a result, I heard the sound of fighting on the road, and came to see that it was actually Naruto and the ninja of Union village. By Xian, all the time can give Tsunade a lot of backlog of emotions, so the strange force is full, and the two Union are solved on the spot. Let's hurry back to the village as soon as possible, I have important information to tell the sixth Hokage. Yamato nodded and rushed back to Konoha with Naruto and Tsunade. Grandma Tsunade, tell me what happened, what the hell? The camera is pulled to the Shao organization. Deidara, Scorpion, Itachi, Oni, Obito, Nagato, and Konan gathered together. The injuries on their bodies have been treated initially, and there is no serious problem, but this time, Shao was also beaten and hurt his vitality. Nagato's six paths are completely destroyed, and the loss of a samsara eye is almost fatal to Obito. The samsara eye is absolutely not to be lost, but after all, knowing who the other party is, there is still a chance to get it back. Itachi and Deidara were seriously injured and could not participate in the battle for a short time. Others have nothing to do. This incident forced Obito to surface ahead of time and stand on Akatsuki's bright side. He has reintroduced himself to everyone. And call himself Madara Uchiha. Nagato, Itachi, Ghost Shark, and Xiaonan were mentally prepared. Deidara and Scorpion were a little surprised, and it was hard to imagine that the other party had survived until now. At the moment, Obito is engaged in pre-war mobilization. Although we have suffered heavy losses this time, the plan cannot be suspended. Union has already started a war with Konoha. This opportunity is once in a lifetime. We have to take this opportunity to take down all the three-tailed beasts in the two villages. Nagato, I need you to create new ones. The six paths. Although he lost one eye, Nagato can still use most of the abilities of Samsara Eye. It will take a while, but it should be fine. Nagato seemed very laborious when speaking, and his thin body looked a little gloomy in a secret room with poor lighting. Obito nodded and ordered to the other people. The remaining people, in twos and twos, are responsible for capturing the tailed beast, and notify the members of the Shao organization who are still on the mission, and the plan to capture the tailed beast officially begins. Chapter 76 Outlander Golem. Feng Yao sat on the black leather seat and listened to the news reported by Gara. Union Village has been invading the country of fire since yesterday, because the Sound Nin village of the country of Tien is also close to the border of the country of fire. Therefore, the ninja of Union came here, and was caught and asked for news. Feng Yao frowned slightly. He could vaguely guess that Yunyan was about to invade. It's just that the advantage of the traveler is getting smaller and smaller, and the butterfly effect has caused the current development of the plot to be different from the original. If Yunyan and Konoha do not handle this situation well, the Fourth Ninja World War will even break out. But soon Feng Yao's brows stretched out. This kind of thing has nothing to do with his Konoha's betrayal and forbearance. If there is any connection, it is that Tsunade has to be brought back. Feng Yao turned his head and said, "Notify all the members of the Xian organization of this news, and also remind Orochimaru that if there is nothing wrong with his people, don't make trouble during this time. Be used as a strategic location or as a threat to eradicate." Quote, "I understand, Lord Feng Yao." Gara smiled, and he unconditionally obeyed Feng Yao's decision. It's just that Feng Yao seems to have a lot of criticism about the fact that Feng Yao did not rest for a day because he stayed outside the medical room. According to the current strength of Konoha village, it cannot be compared with Yunyan, and Yunyan is more likely to win. Not only are there two-tailed beasts, but they are both perfect human pillars and people who can truly control the power of the tailed beasts. On the other hand, Konoha did not pick up and couldn't control the nine tails. Although Tsunade went back to help this time, the odds of winning were still low. Feng Yao said in a leisurely tone, "In addition to waiting for the recovery of the members of the Xian organization, I also need you to establish a certain vigilance circle around Yinan village, because I will take people to the country of water in a few days. Of course, yes, by the time Orochimaru is almost fully recovered, I don't want my lair to be stolen by the time I come back." Gara nodded. "Yes, then do you need me to accompany you when you go to the land of water?" "No, the land of water is surrounded by the sea on all sides, and your sand is difficult to play there. It's better to stay here. Oh, by the way, do you have any mastery of Konoha's Flying Thunder God?" Feng Yao after answering the question, he asked about Konoha ninjutsu learning. He still has less than a week to use time and space ninjutsu, but Feng Yao doesn't want to lose this means of fast movement in space, so he ordered the members of the Xian organization to focus on flying when they were studying Thor the ninjutsu. Gara answered truthfully, "I haven't learned anything yet." Feng Yao sighed slightly. "That's fine, it doesn't matter. After all, this kind of thing can't be forced." As Konoha's S-rank time-space ninjutsu, Fei Lei Shen has learned a lot, but he can really master it very little. The difficulty is not what ordinary people can imagine. Gara looked at Feng Yao's somewhat disappointed tone, and immediately said solemnly, "Don't worry, Master Feng Yao, we will definitely learn the technique of flying thunder gods with all our strength, then if there is nothing else, I will go down first." Feng Yao was stunned for a moment. Didn't he say everything? But this is also a piece of Gara's kindness. So he nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. If Orochimaru recovers, let him come to see me." The door slammed, and Feng Yao was the only one left in the room. 3 days later, in a huge open space, there are countless gates around. This is the place where Orochimaru used to arrange the people who were cursed to fight, and now it is used by Feng Yao for training. A white-clothed figure in the open space kept dodging the surrounding sand, dodging it calmly every time, but what greeted him was another blow of soft boxing technique Bagua Kongbi Palm. Feng Yao was no longer dodging, and instantly kicked out a slashing wave with 4 feet in the sky. Land foot, Hiran Chiu. The Lanzuo slash hit the ceiling and was suddenly reflected aimlessly, like a sudden downpour, which caught Neji by surprise. Fortunately, it was pulled away by Gara's sand, and the slashing wave left several marks on the ground. A huge dent. Ninki was moved and took a deep breath. "Lord Feng Yao, take a rest. I'm afraid you will kill me if you don't pay attention, and the time for my spelling is coming." During this time, in addition to refining chakra, Feng Yao came to practice with Gaara and Neji. And don't use time-space ninjutsu and 10,000 grand mudra, and confront them with 6-style taijutsu. This is also to adapt to the days when there will be no time and space ninjutsu. But Neji and Gaara still lose more and win less, mainly because Feng Yao's understanding of ninjutsu is far better than the two, and almost all of them will be seen as flawed. Xianju excitedly said from the side, "Wow, Lord Feng Yao, it's great, I have prepared tea here, why don't you come and take a rest?" At the same time, the personality in my heart is saying, while Duoyu has not recovered yet. I have to seize the opportunity, damn it, why did Lord Feng Yao never bite me? If Feng Yao knew that, he would definitely feel speechless. With the ability of his own intercolumnar cells to recover, he would not use Xianju's physique, and he also knew that Xianju was disgusted with being bitten by others, so he never mentioned it. Feng Yao and others walked over together, unbuttoned the slightly dirty coat, and sat on a chair to rest. At this moment, a wheelchair was pushed out from one of the doors opposite, and the light shone on their faces. "Orochimaru," Feng Yao said slowly, "you recovered so quickly. I thought you had to lie down for a month. Itachi's monthly reading is not easy." Orochimaru gritted his teeth when he mentioned the name. "How can it be so easy to recover? Am I still in a wheelchair? I heard that Yao Jun came over when you asked me for something. Anyway, you can move around, recovery is just a matter of time." A matter of time. Quote. Feng Yao didn't speak. After drinking the tea in the cup, he walked to the center of the hall in the eyes of Orochimaru. Orochimaru was puzzled, not knowing what Feng Yao wanted to do. "Orochimaru, do you know what the reincarnation eye does?" Feng Yao asked this question expressionlessly. I haven't done any research yet, but I seem to know from Yao Jun's tone." Orochimaru had a look of anticipation on his face. He knew what Feng Yao had called him to do, but the samsara eye is still with me, do you want me to ask the pocket to get it? In Yuyan village before, Feng Yao hid his samsara eye after showing his reincarnation. They didn't see it when they went to rescue Orochimaru and Tu, so they still didn't know about Feng Yao's double reincarnation eyes. Reincarnation eye, now, Feng Yao shouted in his heart, and purple eyes appeared instead of blue pupils. The whole place was suddenly silent. Orochimaru was full of disbelief, and suddenly seemed to think of something. How could this be? Could it be? Feng Yao's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that Orochimaru has also discovered some of his secrets, and he is indeed a scientist. Orochimaru clapped his fist and showed an expression of sudden realization. Could it be that Yuyan village has 2 pairs of samsara eyes? Yaojun took 3 and came back, as expected of Yaojun. Looking at the confident Orochimaru, Feng Yao was a little ashamed. It is true that a normal person should really wonder if the other party has extra samsara eyes. Cough. Okay, Orochimaru, let me show you the ability of samsara eye. After talking about the seal in his hand, he mobilized chakra to perceive something in the ninja world, and Feng Yao found its figure in an underground place. He slapped the ground with one hand. Psychic, outer Tao golem. After the smoke passed, a huge wooden statue stood in the center, with complex patterns on its body, iron handcuffs and shackles on its hands and feet, and 9 closed eyes on its head. And there is a person on the golem. No, it is a person made of wood to be precise. That's the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. This is a piece of meat that Uchiha Madara bit off from Hashima and put it into a golem to cultivate it. Seeing that Orochimaru wanted to get up from the chair excitedly, he hurriedly let the pocket push him to the front of the golem. He caressed the golem ecstatically. To have such a tenacious vitality, what is this? And the statue of the first Hokage pillar. As if seeing him, the transplant was very successful. It's wonderful, Yao Jun, I want to enter the research immediately. You really can keep surprising me. Chapter 77 To the Land of Water. You don't have to be too excited, you should quickly set up a barrier and seal it and study it slowly. The other party also has the Eye of Reincarnation, and theoretically, it is possible to channel back again. Feng Yao spoke the truth without haste. although Nagato had only one eye left. But it is still possible to channel out of the outside world, so it needs to be sealed and studied slowly. Orochimaru became anxious when he heard it, then, "Hurry up, it'll be over if you slow down, hurry up, hurry up." Feng Yao took a large push of the seal scroll from the side, and he had already prepared for Gaara to seal the outsider golem as required. A few talismans were attached to the golem, and there was a layer of enchantment surrounding it, and chains were raised on the ground to trap the outsider golem. After doing all this, Feng Yao took a deep breath. Orochimaru almost recovered, and he should go to the land of water first. There has been no time to go to the mission there, and my time-space ninjutsu is about to end. If I don't go now, I will spend more time on the road in the future. After Feng Yao explained some things to Orochimaru with Yunchang Hirazaka, and found Shueyu to take him away with him. After all, the other party was born in the country of water, and he was familiar with the territory in the country of water. And the underground cave in the distance. A loud noise came, and Obito smashed his fan in the cave. "Ah, Feng Yao, this bastard. How could that bastard master the Eye of Reincarnation so quickly, and actually channel the outsider golem so easily?" He originally thought that it would take time to master the power of the Eye of Reincarnation, and the opponent would not be able to exert the full power of the Eye of Reincarnation for a while. But in the end, it's still a big deal. He should have thought of this earlier. He put catching the tailed beast in the first place, and subconsciously ignored this problem. Obito slowly calmed down, and said to Baiju next to him, "How is it, has Nagato tried channeling?" He can't feel the golem over there, it should be sealed," Baiju said hesitantly. Obito didn't get angry again, he knew that he gave Feng Yao a chance. "Order the Shao mission to continue, find their location, and I will personally go and recapture the outsider golem." Obito's icy tone returned to the cave. The land of water, in the thick fog. A door of space opened, Feng Yao and Shueyu came out. Looking around, there was almost a thick fog. If outsiders come here, they will definitely get lost. Shueyu looked around, and there were many special topography of mountains nearby. If you listen carefully, you will hear the sound of the islanders going into the sea. In addition to the main island, there will be many other small islands in the land of water. Feng Yao opened the door to the island's space. The two walked side by side, and under the leadership of Shueyu, they were going to Wuyin village to inquire about news. This time, the two goals are, one is to find it and not cut it, and the other is to conquer the 5th generation of water shadows. The later tasks are more difficult and can be put down first. The two people came to a small town. The stalls were full of various fish. Here, some islanders lived according to customs, and few would see ninjas passing by. When I walked to a food store, Shueyu couldn't walk, so I had to buy the cheese jelly inside. Shueyu said vaguely while eating, "Boss Feng Yao, you don't know how scarce the products in our country of water are. Except for fish, which are fish, I have eaten and vomited. Before I went to the mainland, part of the reason was that there were eat." Feng Yao did not reply. The 5 countries invaded each other, partly because their own people could get a better living environment. At this time, a Korean team next to him passed by, and it seemed that the mission should be led by Shangnan. There were 4 of them, and the other 3 were children. Feng Yao pondered in his heart, even if he went to Wuyin village to find it and didn't know how long it would take, it would be best to ask someone to ask. So after the purchase of the team was completed, he pulled Shueyu and quietly followed. The Wuyin team was walking on the trail, and the leader Kamunan was faintly aware of Feng Yao's tracking, but he didn't break it. He wanted to see what Feng Yao was going to do. AC-level mission with the team. In his opinion, there may be something special about this mission, which caused some ninjas to follow them. Feng Yao pondered to Shueyu, "It's too time-consuming to find if you don't cut it. I believe that if you don't cut it, it's impossible to do nothing during this period of time. Let's arrest them and ask them what happened. Then leave it to me." Shueyu responded excitedly, I haven't played against the ninjas of my own country for a long time, and I have always wanted to meet the seniors. As he spoke, his right arm suddenly swelled up, and a curse mark appeared on his face. He jumped out, jumped over the head of Wu Yin's squad, and slashed down with the big knife. Water escape. The art of howling water arms. Xianju slashed with a concentrated strike, and once easily cut the Cerberus in half. Kurikan Jonin was also well prepared. Seeing that the opponent had already made his move, he shouted, "Be careful, everyone retreats in a zigzag formation, there should be another enemy." Then the hands are sealed, and the chakra is converted into water in the body. Shooting into the ground, high-pressure water jets on the ground form large waves to attack Xianju, but the main purpose is to change the position of Xianju's broadsword. Xianju's power-charged blow was swept away by the water column, and the terrifying force of the broadsword avoided the huge gap several meters long on the ground. Pulling up the big knife and putting it on his shoulder, Xianju said, "It's not bad, I can think of such a method, but you can't beat me." After Xianju finished speaking, her body changed drastically again, entering the state of the second curse. The skin on his body began to turn black, his face was marked with sharp knife-shaped marks, his purple pupils turned yellow, his hair was brown and black, and his right arm was disproportionately enlarged by about 3 times. He let out a deep breath and swung the knife in a circle, as if the sharp knife aura was about to cut the opponent's face. A teenager who looked young after all trembled and said, "What should I do, teacher? This guy looks so scary." Don't be useless, the teacher will definitely win." Kurikan Jonin was a little silent, he was just an ordinary Jonin, and the state of Xianju Xianju combined with the technique of hydration could even defeat many elite Jonin. He is a Jonin, and he has been mentally prepared for death for countless missions. But he can't let his students die here. Kurikan Jonin turned around and said solemnly, "Listen, I'll buy you time. As soon as I fight the opponent, you will run away immediately, do you understand?" The students were hesitant, they didn't want to leave the teacher here alone. "Teacher, we have to fight with you too." "Yes, we are ninjas too." Kurikan's Jonin was extremely anxious, but Xianju didn't give him a chance to chat, and rushed up with a single stride. Directly slashing across, it seems that the opponent will be cut in half. Kurikan Jonin shouted, Go back and report, leave me alone." Water escape broken flow. The high-speed water flow rushed towards Xianju, but it passed through Xianju's body, as if hitting the water surface. Apart from being afraid of thunder, Xianju's hydration technique rarely suffered. Seeing that the ninjutsu was useless, Kurikan Jonin also took out his ninja sword to block Suzuki's attack. But now Xianju is several times stronger than just now, and the blade is directly cut off by Xianju, and it seems that this Jonin will be divided into 2 halves. Xianju turned the big knife over and slashed the opponent's stomach with the back of the knife. He didn't forget that Feng Yao wanted to torture the intelligence. Even so, this Jonin was seriously injured, and he flew out dozens of meters and hit a big tree before stopping. The 3 children were like wooden sculptures, occupied by fear and unable to move. "Quick, run away, you, stop, don't hurt them." Kurikan Jonin dragged his body with pain in every cell, and supported himself with the ninja knife that was broken in half, trying to stand up. Feng Yao jumped down from the tree, he gave Xianju a look and asked Xianju to stop. Xianju shrugged helplessly and exited the cursed state. The faces of the 3 children looked a little better. Feng Yao said calmly, "I want to ask you something. You answer it, the 3 of them can survive, otherwise, all of you will die." Hearing the threat in Feng Yao's tone, Wu Yinshengren snorted coldly and spit out a mouthful of blood. You bastards, come to our water country. What do you want to do?" Impossible. Betrayed the village. It's a pity that what Feng Yao wants is really not the news of the village. If he doesn't come to the land of water, 80% of them will destroy it, so Wu Yin village must know his news. Not bad, it's still a character. Feng Yao nodded, and then asked his own question. You know that Teodi won't kill this man again. I'm not wrong. He should have returned to Wuyin village and tell me his news. Feng Yao's words revealed an unquestionable tone. I believe that as long as he refuses, he will kill him in the next moment. As a result, the other party laughed, and more blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He said savagely, "So you guys want to kill and don't kill the adults. Stop dreaming. I'd rather die. I won't be exposed and don't kill me. Lord." Feng Yao was stunned when he heard this. What the hell, it would be betrayal if he didn't kill him again. Is it a subordinate who will not cut development? Own. Wrong person. Chapter 78_No more slaying encounters. The scene was suddenly eerily quiet for a few seconds. Feng Yao didn't know how to ask for a while. He coughed twice, and asked a little embarrassedly, "Then, are you a subordinate who will not be killed again?" Seeing Feng Yao's sudden change in tone, Kagakura Junin was also a little puzzled, but it wasn't a secret, so he answered Feng Yao's question truthfully. Cough cough. I'm not going to cut it again. Your subordinate. But he is us. The 7 ninja swordsmen of Korean village. Feng Yao frowned. Of course I know it's the 7 ninja swordsmen from your Wuyin village, but isn't he a rebel? Why do you want to protect him? Due to the coup d'état, Xianju failed to assassinate the 4th generation of Water Shadows, escaped from Wuyin village, and was classified as a traitor. But looking at the appearance of the Korean Jonin now, he is very protective. Could it be that he will not turn to Korean again? The following answer confirmed Feng Yao's point of view. If you don't kill the Lord again, it's no longer a traitor. He belongs to my village of Korean, the 7 people of the ninja sword. So no matter what you have any purpose, you can't succeed. Feng Yao was silent. This news surprised him. Feng Yao broke the opponent's neck with a knife, and the Junin didn't even react before he died. Will you join Wuyin again? That is a betrayal of the immortal. Different from the nature of Orochimaru, Yinyan village listens to Orochimaru, and Orochimaru listens to Feng Yao. It would be different if I joined Wuyin. If I don't cut it, should I listen to Feng Yao's order or Suiying's order? How can one person obey the orders of the 2 organizations? If he does, then he will not be absolutely obedient to one party. This is not allowed by Feng Yao. Xianju swung the sword around the necks of the 3 Wuyin youths, and asked casually, "Boss Feng Yao, what should we do with these people? Do you want to cut them off?" Feng Yao asked directly, "Do you want to keep them and seek revenge from us in the future? But after all, they are still young, let them die without pain." Xianju laughed playfully, and the 3 misty hidden youths showed despair, and Xianju dealt with everyone in a moment. Feng Yao then followed Xianju and continued on the road to Wuyin. After continuing to walk for a full 4 hours, after turning over the last hillside, I finally saw Wuyin village. This is a village built entirely of gray stones, and most of the buildings in Wuyin village are round or high-rise buildings. A huge stone bridge in the middle leads to various places in the village, and the oval building on the bridge is the Water Shadow Hall. The ninjas in the village came and went, and most of them were ordinary people. Their parents briefly chatted about what happened recently. I heard that Mr. Bai completed the task well, so beautiful is actually a boy. Haha, who said it wasn't, and even if you don't kill the adults, you are still very strong. I heard that several Xianju are not his opponents. From this conversation, Feng Yao learned that Bai Xianju did indeed join Korean, but there was no news from Hideyoshi. Now it's inconvenient during the day, so I can only wait until the evening to find out, thinking that here Feng Yao pulls Xianju to a stone chair to rest. It was late at night in Wuyin village, and 2 figures shuttled on the roof. In an unknown room, Xianju was standing in front of the table and unwrapping his protective gear, next to a foggy ninja with orange hair and Shiro who had grown a lot taller. If you don't kill your lord, you're really amazing. This is an S-rank mission. I didn't expect you to complete it so quickly. After a few swipes, the guy will be separated from the head. I beg you to accept me as your apprentice. After saying that, he put his hands together and kept making a pleading appearance. Zan showed an impatient look. Didn't you say it? I won't accept you. If it wasn't for the sake of seeing if the village was really out of the blood fog, I would have left with others at that time, and you will leave sooner or later. Red Ghost of Watermelon Mountain, you have talent, you can just find a better teacher to teach yourself. Quote. The Red Ghost of Watermelon Mountain showed a resentful expression. No, if you don't kill the Lord, what organization did you join? What can be better than Wuyin Village? You are now returning to the 7 ninja swordsmen to help Suiying. Isn't it good for adults to govern the village together? Zaibi Yuzan did not reply, but silently wiped his own beheading sword. No one spoke for a while, and after a while, Bai opened his mouth to break the silence. Red Ghost, don't talk about it. If you don't kill the Lord, you will naturally have his own ideas. It's getting late, so you can go back. Hey, that's fine, Master. You must stay. The village of Karayan cannot do without you, and Mr. Terumi is the one who can lead us. The Red Ghost of Watermelon Mountain did not forget to take advantage of it. Although Zaibuzhan has never acknowledged the relationship between master and apprentice, Zaibuzhan actually taught the Red Ghost of Watermelon Mountain a lot of things. On the one hand, it is because of his talent, and on the other hand, he has just come here. When in Wuyin Village, the Red Ghost of Watermelon Mountain helped Zaibuzhi. But the next moment, 2 figures appeared in front of Zaibuzhan and others. Really? If you don't cut it, do you think the Red Ghost of Watermelon Mountain is the one who can lead you? Feng Yao's gloomy voice reached everyone's ears, and the Red Ghost of Watermelon Mountain was pushed to the ground by Shuiyu's hand before he could react. Everyone on the field was shocked. Although Feng Yao was wearing a mask, the pure aura on his body would never admit his mistake. Zaibuzhan stood up immediately. This. Lord Feng Yao, how could you, here? Feng Yao's expression did not change. He casually sat on the chair next to him, and said again, I'm asking you, don't cut it again. Do you think Terumi is the one who can lead you? It's only been more than half a year, have you forgotten who you are? After the chakra broke out, the terrifying coercion shrouded everyone in the room, and the wind was well controlled, and no one else could feel it except this room. If you don't cut it, you will take a few steps back unconsciously. This chakra is as different as Feng Yao more than half a year ago. His face was covered in cold sweat unconsciously. He hurriedly explained for himself. No, Lord Feng Yao, I remember everything as you promised, but too many things happened in this Wuyin village, but I never meant to betray the organization, please trust me. After saying that, he bent down and lowered his head deeply. Feng Yao's face became a little better, but it was hard to believe just by his own words. So Feng Yao pointed at the Red Ghost of Watermelon Mountain who was controlled by Shuiyu and asked, who is this person? Your relationship seems to be good. He wants you to reconnect with Wuyin as the 7 ninja swordsmen, right? Feng Yao after changing positions, the chair made a squeezing sound again. Zaibuzhan turned his head to look at the red-eyed ghost and said, this is a ninja I met in Wuyin village, pestering me to ask me to teach him assassination techniques. I never thought of becoming a ninja swordsman again. As for being in the fog is also caused by some mistakes, please forgive me. Quote. It's okay, I forgive you. Huh. I said I forgive you, and I can pretend that your work for Karayan never happened. Relief. Thank you, Lord Feng Yao. However, if you do something wrong, you must make up for it and kill him. The atmosphere in the room was tense, as if the temperature had dropped a few degrees. No more chopping and swallowing. Originally, as a member of Xian, he should not hesitate. He has long had nothing to do with Wuyin, and joining an organization should offer his loyalty, but he still said, this man is not a cold-blooded person. You said, what? Well, you are my subordinate, and it must have nothing to do with Wuyin village. The reason why this person is here is because you joined Wuyin village without authorization. If everyone is like you, they will go to major universities tomorrow. Do you think it's okay to do things in Shinobu village? Zaibuzhan took a deep breath and let it out, as if struggling. Don't cut it again. Are you a loyal dog who obeyed the orders of the Xian organization, Or are you a group of 7 ninja swords with less than 1 person and more than 10,000 people in Wuyin village? This. Don't tell me, prove it with your actions. Zebuzhan closed his eyes, then opened them suddenly, lost for only a moment. He picked up the beheading sword and stood in front of the red ghost. The red ghost of Watermelon Mountain, who had already known that he would not be killed, smiled and closed his eyes in despair. Hold the knife handle tightly without slashing, and use the instant kill speed as the only compensation, so that the red ghost will die without pain. Then underscore. Clang. A hard big knife blocked the slash. Why stop me? The beheading sword that wanted to cut off the red ghost's head was stopped by Xianju. Okay Xianju, let's step back first. Let go of this guy, and I won't kill you. Feng Yao waved his hand, and the second knife he wanted to swing stopped because of Feng Yao's words. All of this was arranged by Feng Yao, and he just wanted to determine whether he would still be loyal to himself if he did not cut it. Now he has the answer. Chapter 79 Time and Space Ninjutsu expired. The red ghost of Watermelon Mountain, who opened his eyes slightly, had already realized that the guillotine in front of him had disappeared, and his life was no longer threatened. But still the whole body trembled. The body could not help trembling, although sometimes the ninja had the determination to die. But walking from life to death and from death to life, it is inevitable that there will be some fear of death. Ignoring the trembling of the red ghost of Watermelon Mountain, Feng Yao asked Xianju, is it possible to get rid of this misty ninja without another slash just now, Xianju? Well, it can definitely be fatal. As expected of the owner of the beheading sword, if you don't cut it, I thought that if you were not strong enough, I would grab the sword. Feng Yao nodded and said with satisfaction to Zebuzhan, very good, Zebuzhan, I believe your loyalty to Xian, now, but you still have to tell me truthfully what happened after you came to Wuyin village. Where is Hideyoshi, and why did you join Korean village? Bai, who was beside him, was also terrified. Feng Yao was now like the leader of an organization, different from when he met before. He put down the beheading sword and nodded stiffly. Yes, Lord Feng Yao, I originally came to Wuyin village to assassinate the Shuiying organization, but after collecting information, I learned that the current village is different. It is not the brutal rule. The people of the village live peacefully. Quote. For a while, Hidden Mist Village was called the Village of Blood Mist, but what everyone didn't know was that it was caused by the 4th generation of water shadows being manipulated by Obito. The reason why the 7 ninja swordsmen judged the village was that they were dissatisfied with the tyranny of the village, and they fired the first shot against tyranny if they did not cut it. This is also why many ninjas in Korean are even very admired for not slashing. Hearing this, Feng Yao has already guessed most of what happened. Zebuzhan continued. So I hesitated. I stayed in Wuyin village for a long time and didn't do anything, and then was discovered by Anbu. I thought there would be a fierce battle, and was about to start, but the red ghost of Watermelon Mountain stopped them and called the 5th generation Mizukage Terumi Mei. She told me the truth about the blood mist, and apologized to me for what happened back then, and wanted to invite me back to the village of Hidden Mist. I didn't agree, and she didn't force it, but just said that I could always live in Wuyin village. In order to raise some funds, I occasionally completed some commissions with Bai. Over time, people thought that I was obeying Suiying's orders. Hideyoshi was bored here and went to the Land of Thunder on the way. Quote. Feng Yao pinched the bridge of his nose and seemed a little helpless, and it would have changed a lot without cutting it. Now that Union is fighting, Hideyoshi is probably very happy on the battlefield, but it is also a good thing to be able to reconnect with each other. Xianju smiled and grabbed the neck of the red ghost of Watermelon Mountain with one hand, and asked, Boss Feng Yao, is this person going to cut it? The red ghost of Watermelon Mountain became nervous again. Whether it is life or death depends on Feng Yao's words. If it was an irrelevant person, Feng Yao, out of prudence, he killed the incident without blinking an eye, and if he released it, he would definitely expose his own and the organization's information. But doing so will obviously chill his heart to not cut it, and he doesn't mind breaking some of his own rules for his subordinate Feng Yao, who faithfully follows him. Don't kill him first. Of course, it depends on the specific situation. If you don't kill him, you will plant a curse mark to ensure that no information will be leaked. Zaibuzhen lowered his head heavily. Thank you, Lord Fengyao. Bai also bowed his head. So Fengyao opened Wangquan Hirazaka, and asked Shuiyu to pull the red ghost of Watermelon Mountain to find Orochimaru. Zaibuzhen and others were also surprised when they saw this time-space ninjutsu. I didn't expect that there would be a time-space ninjutsu that could span such a long distance. But Fengyao was not satisfied in his heart. One day I won't be able to use Wangquan Hirazaka, and the next thing will be a lot of trouble. It would be great if someone could learn the technique of Flying Thunder God. System, how much time is left? The host has less than half a day to use time-space ninjutsu, and when the time is up, random selection will begin. Hearing the sound of the system at this time always made Fengyao shudder, and this was the third time he had drawn. After a while, the red ghost of Watermelon Mountain, whose head was cursed by blood slaves, was thrown back. Fengyao took Shuiyu out of the room, and he will stay in the country of water for the next period of time. All the matters of the Xian organization were handed over to Orochimaru before he came, and Fengyao sat on a stone platform and waited for the time to come. The red ghost of Watermelon Mountain followed Zaibuzhen in despair, and Zaibuzhen was about to send him back. The two walked in the corridor so quietly, without speaking, and soon saw the door. Zaibuzhen finally said, I'm not going to apologize to you. The red ghost who followed Zaibuzhen's body shook. Don't kill the adults again. I followed that lord before I came to Korean. He helped me a lot, including teaching me ninjutsu. Just live a good life. It's best for you to forget about today's affairs, and you won't need to look for me in the future. The red ghost felt a firm will from Zaibuzhen's mouth, but he still responded, if you don't want to kill the lord again, I understand what you mean, but if that lord wants to hurt Wuin village and hurt Mizukage-sama, I will fight against him even if he dies. Him. Zaibuzhen didn't respond, just turned and walked towards his room. Maybe it sounded like a joke to him. In the early morning, the trees are covered with crystal dewdrops. Fengyao's clothes were damp from the dew, but he didn't care because it was time for the system to randomly draw ninjutsu. The mechanized voice sounded again. Please prepare, host. This system will randomly select ninjutsu from Naruto world for the host. From now on, the host's time-space ninjutsu will not be available. Fengyao's psychic and time-space ninjutsu were once again imprisoned by the system. Well, let's start drawing. It was only a few tens of seconds, but it was like a lifetime. Finally, Fengyao's mind heard the sound of the system again. Congratulations to the host for extracting the pupil technique. All pupil techniques and abilities in the Naruto world will be fully mastered by the host, and any ninjutsu host will be temporarily unavailable. Fengyao got up directly from the chair. The system finally did not pull the cross this time. In the last life, there was a saying that Dragon Ball relied on dyeing hair, and Hokage relied on beauty contact lenses. I told you indirectly that the more bells and whistles the eyes are, the stronger the ninjutsu needs to be, and most of the pupils can just stare directly at people. The key is that he has already collected the 3 major pupil techniques, which means that there will be no debilitating period when the ninjutsu is just replaced. Not to mention that Obito's eyes can continue to be used. The key is the reincarnation eye. Strictly speaking, these eyes are Madara's eyes, and Madara's ability to reincarnate will be inherited by herself. Blinking his eyes, a huge message has flowed into his mind. Wheeltoon Boundary Prison, Xianju Zhengxing, Shinra Tianzheng, Earth Blast Tianxing, Susanoo, Wangquan Hirazaka. Fengyao laughed loudly. This was the first time he had difficulty controlling his joyful emotions because of random ninjutsu. The important time and space ninjutsu is still in his own hands. If you have these abilities, you will not be able to achieve great things. Anyone who comes will be drawn directly. However, there are some abilities that Fengyao has mastered, but he has not yet been able to possess the opponent's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Just like Itachi's Yudu and Amaterasu, but as long as he gets the cells of his eyes, there is no problem, and with his current ability, the two Itachi may not be his opponents either. The only thing to guard against is other gods. This also makes Feng Yao have a stomachache, and he knew that he would have kept some water-stopping eye cells. It is much more convenient to control Terumi Maikai directly with Bitianjin, but the Tsunade incident also made Feng Yao understand that Bitianjin is not omnipotent. As Itachi said, every ninjutsu has its weaknesses. The strength of the host is so terrifying. Special mission. Let the ninja world achieve peace. Mission requirements. The mission must not be completed without destroying any country, or causing more than half of a country's national strength to decline. Time. 2 years reward. Slogan. You are already a strong man, you should have a great goal. Feng Yao's face suddenly turned ashes, and he directly flipped the stone chair behind him and Shui Yu sleeping on it upside down, startling Shui Yu. Directly sprayed at the system. My thunder-throwing mother, do you think labor and capital are Chinchujuma? Don't you know that the ninja world is still fighting for so many years? Also, what is the reward? It's too perfunctory for me, right? Quote. Host, calm down. It is completely feasible for you to complete the task with your current strength, but it still depends on your means. Please continue to work hard. You are not far from being the strongest in the ninja world. Chapter 80 _ The 5th generation of Mizukage Terumi Mei. It's useless to scold all the time. The main thing is to complete the other 2 tasks. Feng Yao once again brought Shui Yu to Zaibujin's room again, and now all he has to do is meet the 5th generation of Mizukage Terumi Mei. Bu Yuzan pondered for a moment. Shui Ying will not summon me under normal circumstances, and only people from this village can meet with Sui Ying. I am afraid that it is very difficult for you to see her. As the leader of each village, the security issue is definitely the most important. Even if others want to meet, they must make an appointment in advance, and then they can meet people from other countries under the condition of ensuring safety. Of course Feng Yao knew this kind of thing. You just need to go see her by yourself, and leave the irrelevant people away. I will go indirectly if I can. Zabujin nodded, so he took Bai out and headed to the Shuiying Hall. Although he didn't know what Feng Yao was going to do, he was ready for any battle. In front of a huge round table, there are dozens of chairs sitting on some old people over 50 years old. They are all high-level members of Wuyin Village. Before there is no water shadow, Wuyin Village will have the final say. Now is the time for a meeting in Wuyin Village, usually when there is a major event or there is a major decision. Sitting in the center is a very beautiful adult with green eyes, long brown curly hair, and her right eye is covered by her hair. She is the 5th Hokage of Karayan Village, Terumi Mei. Standing beside her was a short gray-blue hair, wearing black-rimmed glasses, looking at a shy, short-statured boy with serrated teeth, carrying one of the 7 ninja knives on his back. Flamingo is also Mizukage's bodyguard, Nagajiro. An old man with a thin face said, recently, people who went to the mainland to trade with other countries have sent information. It seems that the countries on the mainland are at war again. This time it is the land of fire and the land of thunder. Will our Wuyin village join? Go in, or just sit on the sidelines? Quote. As soon as this statement came out, many people expressed their opinions. Some felt that this was a God-given opportunity and could take the opportunity to invade the mainland. Terumi Mei dragged her chin with her hands and seemed to be thinking about the pros and cons. After a long time, he said with a serious expression, Wuyin Village is not suitable for participating in the war now. After finally implementing the peaceful and open policy, some national strength has been restored. Now the people who participate in our Wuyin Village will suffer from the war. As soon as these words came out, some people fell silent. But there are still some old men who rely on the old and sell the old and continue to fight against Terumi Mei. It is normal for there to be objections in the village. After all, some decisions cannot be satisfied by everyone. An old man with a wrinkled face and lost teeth spoke, and everyone fell silent. He is the elder, Yuan Shi, of Wuyin Village. The Wuyin village who lost the water shadow has always been in charge of the elder, Yuan Shi. Because this elder has the same power as Shuiying, the elder should be consulted on important matters in the village. Shuiying, your lord. That's right. I'm not going to participate in the mist. Cough cough. The old man seemed to be struggling to say a few words, but as soon as he opened his mouth, no one objected. Chengjuro saw Master Yuan, coughing badly, and went up to pat him on the back. What a good boy, Chojuro. Terumi Mei spoke again. Since the elders have said it, then this matter is settled. At this moment, a black eye patch on his right eye, 2 strange earrings on his ears, and a man with dark blue hair standing up came in. He bowed to the crowd first, then walked quickly to Terumi Mei and said something. Oh, why don't you say you want to see me in a hurry? It's already at the door. Terumi Mei showed a touch of surprise, and she still appreciates not slaughtering the former, Ghost Sword 7. The other party's experience and combat effectiveness are very good. As for the betrayal of Karayan, it is understandable, and the other party has also helped the village to receive a lot of commissions in the village. Terumi Mei has always wanted to reuse the other party. Our meeting is almost over. Since Mistress Shuiying wants to meet us, we will leave first. An old man with a gray beard spoke, then stood up to leave, and everyone left. After everyone left, Terumi Mei let out a sigh of relief and stretched out, like a sleepy Persian cat. Chenjiro's face flushed from her sexy and mature figure. Ching opened his mouth and said, Shuiying-sama, please pay attention to your behavior, I'm going to ask you to stop beheading. Okay, it's very tiring to have a meeting with those old men to fight their wits and courage. Fortunately, there are elders, otherwise I don't know how long it will take. Terumi Mei waved her hand lightly, signaling for the other party to call someone over. Soon after, Zaibuzhen walked in with a bandage on his face and a beheading knife behind his back, followed by Bai. Zaibuzhen bowed slightly. Lord Shuiying, it's been a long time since I saw you, this time I have something to look for you. Well, you've been working hard during this time. If you have anything, just say it. Bye, you've been really cute again after a long time Tilda. These words made Shiro's cheeks slightly red, and when Terumi Mei saw Shiro, she thought that the other party was cute and kind-hearted, so she couldn't help teasing him every time they met. Zaibuzhen looked around and thought about it quickly, and said, I'm afraid others won't know about this matter, so I also ask Lord Shuiying to let the left and right step back. Oh. Such a request seems a bit strange, and Qing's eyes are even dangerous. If the other party said these words from another villager, I am afraid that Qing has already done it. But this was proposed by Zaibuzhen. Maybe it's some kind of information that other people can't listen to. This is Wuyin village. I believe Zaibuzhen will not do anything stupid. So Terumi Mei still withdrew the surrounding ninjas, leaving only Chengjiro and Qing. Terumi Mei smiled and said, I won't let Ao and Chengjiro go down. They are my trusted subordinates and won't reveal anything. Is there anything I can say now? Qing folded her arms in her chest, wanting to see if there is any use of it. If she doesn't cut it, she should tell Mizuying-sama. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, no longer had a solemn and dignified face. He opened his mouth to the air and said, Master Fengyao, most of the people have already retreated, please come out. A black door of space appeared beside Zaibuzhen. It is Feng Yao's, Wangquan Hirazaka. Although it belongs to time and space ninjutsu, it is also an ability that can only be used when the 3 major pupil techniques are gathered together, which is very similar to the principle of Shenwei. Therefore, it is also a manifestation of the pupil technique, and Feng Yao can still continue to use it. Qing and the others immediately became cautious, and Chengjiro had already drawn out his weapon. Feng Yao came out of it, although he couldn't see his face clearly, the seductive blue pupils and pure breath still left everyone stunned. However, as Mizukage's guards, it was impossible for Chengjiro and Ao to stay in place and rushed up directly. Chojuro jumped up first, holding the double knife, Flavo, in both hands and jumped into the air to attack Keizyao. Flame flatfish liberation. Gas was emitted from the two circular holes of the flat-eye flounder, and then the entire flat-eye flatfish glowed as a whole, forming a chakra aggregate, and a chakra light ball burst out, and it was about to fall on Feng Yao's head. Don't be too arrogant. A rebellious voice sounded from behind Feng Yao. Suzui blocked Chengjiro with a knife. If you want to touch my boss, you have to pass me first. Bang! The two of them exerted their own strength, and for a while, neither of them could do anything to the other. I'm here to help you, Chengjiro, Mazutun Mizu. As soon as Qing wanted to help, he was forced to retreat with a knife, interrupting Yuyan. An angry Qingzi asked, if you don't cut it again, Mizuying-sama will treat you well. Are you doing what you are doing these days to call someone to assassinate Mizuying-sama? Terumi Mei sat on the spot without moving, quietly watching Feng Yao, although she didn't expect this situation, but she didn't feel that the other party came to assassinate her. Feng Yao said slowly, I didn't come to assassinate Shuiying, and if I really wanted to do that, why should I assassinate, just because there is no one in Wuyin village who can stop me now? The words are full of domineering, although arrogant, but the people on the field vaguely feel that the other party is telling the truth. Hokage, I can only use Xianju, Chapter 81-100. Chapter 81_ Just because you also want to dance. Arrogant guy, who are you and why are you here? Ao was the first to react and scolded, and Chengjiro also returned with a knife, and stayed in front of Terumi Mei with Ao. Feng Yao did not answer, but pulled over a stool and sat down, facing Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei also became serious. It is definitely not easy to be able to drive someone who will not cut it again, and she also wanted to know what purpose Feng Yao had. Feng Yao stared at Terumi Mei and said, I'm here for you, the 5th generation Mizukage Terumi Mei. I came to the land of water for you this time. Clam. The serious and tense scene was suddenly broken by Feng Yao's words. Terumi Mei covered her face, her beautiful face flushed with shame at the moment. Ah. For me, what does this mean? Are you married? Others are also full of question marks. Lord Feng Yao, what does this mean? Could it be that you have taken a fancy to the water shadow of the 5 dynasties? He wants to be the man of Lord Shuiying. No, I have to protect Lord Shuiying, at least to prove whether he is qualified. What the hell is this man doing? Seeing everyone looking at him strangely, Feng Yao was a little puzzled. He didn't say anything wrong, he really came for Terumi Mei. If you are for this kind of thing, you shouldn't do it this way. We can find a time to discuss marriage. Oh no, find a time to discuss and formally get acquainted to see if it is suitable. Terumi Mei calmed down, and told Feng Yao with a very serious expression that she should find a suitable time. This time Feng Yao found out that the other party must have misunderstood something. He touched the mask and said helplessly, did you misunderstand something? I just saw the strength of the 5th generation of water shadows, not a relationship between men and women. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but Terumi Mei immediately became depressed, and lowered her arms listlessly. Qing even couldn't help laughing, turned to Terumi Mei and smiled, I'll just say how is that possible? Terumi Mei showed a dangerous smile, and held Ao's shoulder with one hand. If you talk nonsense, I will kill you tilde. Feeling the strong murderous intent, Qing swallowed and stopped immediately. Looking at the face on the other side, who was talking and laughing, Feng Yao somehow felt that he was being ignored. Did he not care because he was confident in his strength? Feng Yao stood up and stretched out his right hand, making an invitation. Let me make it clearer. The 5th generation of water shadows, I want to invite you to join my organization, Xian, and start working for me from today. Terumi Mei put away the playful expression. Feng Yao's words did not seem to be fake, but when someone chooses to close their subordinates, will they choose to win over the shadow of other villages? This is not in line with common sense at all. Shadow is the highest rank among the many ninjas, the greatest ninja in the village. Leader of the village. There may be betrayal in the village, but there can never be a shadow of betrayal. Terumi Mei sighed. I am sorry, although your eyes are very attractive, you should be a handsome young man, but I am the Mizukage of Wuyin village. It is impossible to join you. If you leave now, I can be doing nothing has happened. I don't know if it was out of a favorable impression of Feng Yao. Terumi Mei didn't act the first time, but let Feng Yao leave. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. You can step down from the position of the 5th generation of water shadows. It may be a good thing for you to join us. As a reward for your joining, I can promise you a condition. No matter what the condition is. Feng Yao emphasized the following words. It is risky to use external force to control, so this time Feng Yao intends to conquer the opponent with action, but after all, unlike Gaara, they are relatively young, and Terumi Mei did not immediately believe in Feng Yao. Nonsense. After all, she is 30 years old, and she is also a person who has experienced strong winds and waves. HMPH, he's still a big-mouthed little man, so let me try you out tilde. Saying that, his hands began to form seals. Unlike ordinary ninjas, Terumi Mei has both wrong done and boiling done, 2 kinds of blood after the limit. Her mouth bulged high, and then spit out a large amount of acid, not lava. Lava is molten. The art of melting and melting monsters. These acids are viscous and highly corrosive, and can be used in a wide range. Terumi Mei's attack range completely blocked Keize's retreat. Feng Yao looked at the acid in front of him and said to himself, this kind of ninjutsu doesn't even make me interested in having fun. The acid engulfed Feng Yao. Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment. Is the other party an ordinary person with little strength? Seeing that Feng Yao didn't resist, Qing didn't need to confirm with his eyes, and said with disdain, with such skills, you dare to trespass into the water shadow hall. It's best to die. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly flew out and was embedded in the wall, as did Changjiro, as if he was hit by something. The one who hit them was the Eye of the Reincarnation. No, it should be said to be the ability of the Eye of Feng Yao Samsara, round tomb border prison. Use the Tomb of Wheels to split your own shadow. You can use the shadow instead of the body to block the opponent's attack, or it can be used to surprise the opponent. The number of Madara shadows is 4, and after Feng Yao uses it, he finds that he can split 6 shadows. Feng Yao is estimated to be related to the mind and body of Xiaoyao, and the Tomb of Wheels border prison is stronger than Madara. Feng Yao, who used the shadow to help himself bear the damage, walked out of the acid solution unscathed, and said calmly to Qing, who was lying on the side, my ability is not what you can see with your white eyes, but you are still a perceptive ninja. Don't you even know if people are dead? Terumi Mei can't be careless now. She didn't expect Feng Yao to break her bloodline limit so easily. She decided to attack in a different way, first forcing the opponent out, jumping with her feet into the air, converting chakra into water and storing it in her throat. Water escape water dragon bomb. A water dragon opened its mouth and rushed forward, biting Feng Yao and knocking it out of the hall, knocking it into the open space several meters away. Feng Yao did not resist. It happened that this hall was difficult to perform. If he didn't kill everyone, he hurried out, and Ao asked Changjiro to pull himself out of the wall. The ninja guarding the water shadow hall saw a person being knocked out by a water dragon, and immediately came to watch, seeing whether the ninjas in the village were all cautious. Terumi Mei also followed him outside with a flash. Feng Yao's ability is unknown, and there are many Kurigakushi Jonin outside, so it is more certain that he can win Feng Yao. Qing and others also rushed out, and shouted at him from a distance, that guy is trying to be unruly with Mizuying-sama, hurry up and catch him. It may be a spy from another village. After hearing this, many Shangnin were all ready for battle. Feng Yao rolled his eyes, what is wrong? It seems that he has some strange intentions, and why do others always think that he is a spy? Boss Feng Yao, let's help you. He, this is really a big battle. Shuiyu was the first to jump to Feng Yao's side, turning on the state of Curse Xianju, and the others also stood silently. No way. If you don't kill that guy, he's actually with him. The guy with white hair and purple eyes looks familiar, a bit like a ghost lamp clan. Anyway, take them first. Everyone rushed up immediately, and Terumi Mei as Mizukage was naturally the first. She wants to use her second blood follower limit. Boiled escape, skillful mist technique. Terumi may spit out a boiling, high-temperature mist whose acidity can be freely adjusted. Its strength is more than that of dissolution, and it can vaporize objects. When it was spit out, the land in front of Feng Yao seemed to evaporate into a swamp. The people around them did not dare to move forward when they saw that they were standing there, and they directly launched an ninjutsu siege. Water escape, water fang bomb. Ninfa lightning tornado. Water escape, water caramel binding rope. Feng Yao stopped Xianju, who wanted to help, and said with a smile, "Just because you guys want to dance along. I don't need to use the wheel tomb to resist this kind of ninjutsu." After he finished speaking, his eyes burst into flames, and he stretched out his right hand and pushed it forward. Shen Luo Tianzheng. A repulsive force was generated in front of Feng Yao, and whether it was fog, water bombs, lightning, or even people were all bounced off and scattered around. Boom! Everything within 50 meters in front was completely emptied by Feng Yao, which was the result of Feng Yao's intentional control. Chapter 82_Isoda Mio. How is it possible? All the ninjutsu have been bounced off. What kind of trick is this? Even the boiling escape of Mizuying-sama. Everyone's faces were full of disbelief, and Qing even rolled his eyes to see if the other party took the opportunity to cast an illusion, but unfortunately it wasn't an illusion. Not only that, he also found that the chakra flowing through the opponent's meridian nerves and acupuncture points is extremely large, which is the largest amount of chakra among the people he has ever met. Xianju thought at a glance, this move is very similar to the myriad self-shield seal that Feng Yao used, but it seems to be activated faster. At this time, Qing had to admit that the strength of the man on the opposite side was many times stronger than himself. He glared at Feng Yao with a livid face and said, "Don't panic, everyone. This kind of ninjutsu is absolutely impossible to be released at will without restrictions, and it is very consume chakra. Everyone consumes him remotely." Next to him, Kurigaku Junin woke up and scattered, ready to attack from a distance. Feng Yao choked. "You really like to mislead your companions, because you are not a member of the Hyuga family, so the use of white eyes is just like that." Qing coldly snorted. He didn't believe that Feng Yao could use this bug-level ninjutsu without restriction. Although this is also a guess, it can stabilize the military's heart. Feng Yao didn't want to fight with the miscellaneous fish. If he accidentally killed them, it would be more troublesome to win over Terumi Mei. Thinking of this, he glanced at Terumi Mei, who was beside him, and Feng Yao said softly, "Wanxiang Tianian." This can forcibly attract a specified object within a certain range, and can also manipulate the movement position of the affected object at will, and the controlled object cannot resist. Terumi Mei felt a huge suction force on the spot. She wanted to use chakra to fix herself, but unfortunately the suction force was several times stronger in just a few seconds. The whole person fell straight forward. Xianju-sama. Wu Yin next to him wanted to rescue, but all of them were thrown away by the shadow of the tomb of the wheel, and the people around were in a mess again, and they had no idea where the attack appeared. Feng Yao didn't want to take control of Mei Ming, but just sucked the other party in front of him and let her land steadily. Then Shang Terumi Mei spread out his hands and said, "I've tried it now, what do you think? When are you going to abdicate and join?" Feng Yao's tone was strong and directly discussed the matter of Terumi Mei's abdication. Terumi Mei laughed and said, "He's still a tough guy, so he doesn't appeal to girls. Although your strength is good, do you think we can't really take you down with so many people in Kurigakushi? If I give you an order, today I'm afraid it's impossible to leave." In the end, she uttered a cruel word. She didn't know if there was something wrong with the other party's brain. At such a time, she was still thinking of drawing herself into his organization. Even if she was strong, could she be worth a country? Xianju said jokingly, "Just relying on a lot of people can't win our Feng Yao boss. As for staying, don't even think about it. This is something that even Ying can't do." "Okay, Xianju." Feng Yao turned to stop Xianju from continuing. Then he turned to Terumi Mei and said, "If I can't even subdue you, how can I talk about the entire ninja world? Tell me, how can I agree to my conditions? The development of things seems to have exceeded Terumi Mei's expectations. The other party is actually serious to this level, and it is too exaggerated to say that the entire ninja world is too exaggerated. But for some reason it gave people a sense of convincing. She hesitated for a moment and still put forward a request to Feng Yao, a task that she thought was impossible. Well, if you can subdue a beast, I can consider your terms. This can't be done, Shuiying-sama, how can you? Nogjiro and Ao hurriedly dissuaded them, but Terumi Mei turned her head to stop them. She smiled and said, if we can reconquer that guy, our strength will definitely increase a lot. Even if I'm gone, Wuyin will still be prosperous, and if he can't finish it, then nothing will happen. Quote. Zaibusian and the others looked at the other side playing dumb puzzles, and they all expressed their doubts. Can you catch a beast with the ability of Wuyin Village? But Feng Yao has already guessed that there is only one beast that can make Sui Ying willing to agree to his conditions and is of great use to the village. Tailed Beast. Iso Mio, the 7th-ranked 9-tailed beast. There was a time when the 4th generation of Mesuiying Godachibana Yakura was the human pillar of Mitsuya, and he was also the perfect human pillar. After Yakura got out of control, he died after some time, and Mitsuya also returned to nature and stayed in a lake somewhere. Set, Feng Yao does not know. How about you, do you want to agree to my request? Terumi Mei said provocatively, like a child who was competitive. Feng Yao's eyes skyrocketed, and he couldn't help raising his head and laughing 3 times. Why don't you dare? I hope you will keep your promise this time, otherwise the situation will be serious. Tell me the location. An hour later, Feng Yao opened Yellow Spring Hirazaka, and brought everyone to a huge lake with several small islands around. Terumi Mei and others were still amazed at the magic of this technique. This unnamed lake looks inconspicuous and lacks resources, but who would have thought that Isao Miyoshi was hiding in it? Terumi Mei, like Lu Kai, pointed to Lu Fengyao several times before finding it. According to Terumi Mei, Hiragukage also tried to capture Mio Asada, but they all failed. Even if the fight was successful, the opponent dived into the river and all his efforts were in vain. Don't say I didn't warn you, this beast's abilities are very powerful. If you're scared, it's still too late to leave. Terumi Mei persuaded with a kind heart, as if she was really afraid of Feng Yao's accidental death. Feng Yao scolded inwardly, Remind me why not say it's 3 tails, what a beast. Putting this aside, Feng Yao's eyes were slightly focused. He turned to Shui Yu and said, Go in, help me find the beasts inside, drive them out, and leave the rest to me. For a hydrated water moon, it is still very easy to dive into the bottom of the water to find a big turtle with 3 tails. Leave it to me, boss, I promise to complete the task for you. After speaking, he was active for a while, and jumped directly. Feng Yao was not in a hurry, slowly waiting for the news of Shuiyu, and everyone also found a place to sit and rest. But obviously the 2 parties didn't trust them, so Qing and Chengjuro took Miyage and sat down to rest a few dozen meters away. You don't have to. If I want to do it, do you think the distance will be a problem? It's hard for you to stop me. Looking at the defensive Chengjuro Feng Yao, he said the reality with a smile. Although Chengjiro's strength is good, he is called a genius like Suzuki. But in Feng Yao's eyes, Suzuki is now stronger than Chengjiro, even if there is no curse mark. Terumi Mei stopped Chojuro, who wanted to refute, and said to him gently, Don't listen to this, you have to believe in your own strength, agree with me and believe in you. Then she turned her head and said, Little man, although your strength is good, but it's not good to seriously hurt others at will. Feng Yao shrugged his shoulders. Okay, I'll just take this as a request from my future subordinates, and I won't say anything more. Terumi Mei snorted softly, thinking in her heart, We'll see how you deal with Sanwei later, killing you arrogant little man, but do you want to save him then? Terumi Mei didn't think that the other party could suppress Sanwei by one person, at least in her cognition, there was no such person. After a long time, an exclamation sounded, Help, Boss Feng Yao, This thing is too weird, it's too strong, it almost swallowed me whole. Now Xueyu is no longer as calm as before. She ran behind Feng Yao and grabbed his sleeve. He was still wet, still hydrated. Seeing Xueyu, who was able to draw a tie with him, was so frightened by Buzhen, he couldn't help but be more curious about the creatures in the river. He also said contemptuously at Xueyu, "What did you see? Don't you feel too embarrassed to master Feng Yao?" Xueyu continued to quibble, "You see, you panic." At this time, the culprit had already appeared in the center of the lake. It is a huge tortoise with a gray shell, covered with thorns, 3 tails, and 1 eye seems to be invisible. The scarlet one-eyed stared at Feng Yao's back, raised his head and let out a roar, heading straight for Feng Yao. Chapter 83 _ Feng Yao is still standing in the same place, and then Bi Yuzan has already waved his beheading sword, ready to do it at any time. The water and moon melt faster. Just when Sanwei was about to rush in front of Feng Yao, his huge body shook violently, and he could no longer move forward. Feng Yao slowly pushed out his right hand and whispered in his mouth, "Shen Luo Tianzheng." Boom! The huge repulsive force ejected the 3 tails. Unlike before, Feng Yao is now full of firepower. Sanwei flew out for several thousand meters, and the seawater of the lake was lifted several meters high by Sanwei's extremely backward body. Qing and the others on the side were shocked. This move was clearly the one used to bounce ninjutsu at the beginning. I didn't expect it to have such a terrifying power, and I also understood that Feng Yao was indeed merciful at the beginning. I didn't expect this little man to have some ability, but Sanwei's ability is not that simple. Terumi Mei looked at Feng Yao wearing a mask. The opponent's strength is indeed comparable to the shadow level, but it is not so easy to conquer the 3 tails. But there is such a person in the ninja world, why is there no news? Feng Yao didn't know what Terumi Mei was thinking. He used the Vientian Tianian to control himself to float into the air and move to the front of Sanwei. Asada felt extremely angry when he saw the man who hurt him right in front of him. It shrank all over and turned into a sphere, only revealing the spikes and head on the back shell, like a sphere swirling towards Feng Yao. It was such a huge body, but it seemed flat on the water. Finally, he jumped high and smashed like Feng Yao. The huge body and Feng Yao's body were as disproportionate as the elephant and the ant. Qing saw this scene and even sneered. The impact of the 3 tails is not that simple. A short acceleration in the water will make its impact double, and the 3 tails are invincible in the water. Feng Yao opened his arms and shouted, "Susanoo." Then cyan chakra appeared on the body, and a human-shaped skeleton was formed to wrap around him, and his defense was further improved, but there were still gaps on the soles of his feet. Feng Yao didn't stop. The skeleton was covered with meridians and flesh and blood, wrapped in coat-like chakra, and then the lower body and legs were created. At the same time, the volume also increased significantly, reaching hundreds of meters. Zoe's head. Susanoo stood directly on the water, holding the sword of Susanoo, and the tachi in each hand. Sanwei's current body is about the same size as Susa, and they collided with each other, and the eardrums of Terumi Mei and the others, who were shocked by the sound of the sonic boom, bulged. Susanoo didn't move at all. Isota's head turned into a big lump instead. Susanoo's hardness was far beyond its imagination. It screamed back and didn't dare to approach easily. After observing for a while, Asada opened his mouth wide, and the blue-white red-tailed beast chakra condensed, forming a high-density black energy bullet in his mouth. Tailed Beast Jade. A high-density chakra shell can easily level a mountain. Appeared, Tailed Beast Bullet. This guy is dead, but this thing killed my 6 Kunin in one blow. Qing was very excited when he saw the Tailed Beast Jade. He didn't know whether it was because he saw the Tailed Beast Jade or because the village had 6 dead Junin. In short, in his opinion, Feng Yao was dead. GTN tilted his head back slightly, opened his mouth and spit out the Tailed Beast Jade, at a fast speed, and rushed in front of Feng Yao in a moment. Susanoo raised his arm, picked up the katana and slashed forward, and the high-density Tailed Beast Jade was instantly cut in half. As the 2 sides dispersed, 2 huge mushroom clouds appeared. The lake was abruptly broken, like a frosted mirror, which was separated by people smoothly, and Susanoo's sword chi cut off the lake surface. GTN also widened its one eye, unable to believe that the blow he was proud of was so easily resolved, and was even more horrified at the power of this blow. Qing saw Sanwei's retreat, and it was useless to scold GTN in her heart, but it seemed that Feng Yao was already deeply fearful. This guy is too strong, how easy it is. No, really let him succeed. For such an enemy, Asada didn't want to continue fighting, so he began to dive. As long as he escaped into the water, the opponent couldn't do anything to him. Thinking like this, GT shook his head, and a fierce man plunged into the lake. Three Tails escaped. I can't believe it, but what are you going to do now, little man? Come over and admit defeat. Terumi Mei, who was a little worried at first, was delighted to see this scene, and thought that the other party would come over for a while and then take a good sarcasm. Looking at Sanwei, who was about to disappear, Feng Yao smiled and said, "Oh. Do you want to run away now? Do you think I can't go into the water?" Feng Yao decided to use that move, just to shock Terumi Mei and others next to him. Feng Yao first exited the Blue Susan state. This Susanoo was almost Obito, and Feng Yao was going to use Madara's Susa. The next moment, the blue chakra circled around the body again, forming a double-sided Susanoo. Feng Yao and the two Susa formed three different seals at the same time, and summoned a huge meteorite from the sky. Heavenly shocks the stars. The meteorite, with a diameter of easily more than 100 meters, fell vertically from the sky. A huge shadow shrouded the lake, and everyone's breathing seemed to be stagnant. This is... what kind of power? When the meteorite falls, we will all die. Master Feng Yao, it's terrible. Everyone was deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. They didn't know what kind of power could compete with this kind of thing. Feng Yao was going to smash GTN directly. This technique really consumes chakra. Madara is in a state of reincarnation, so I have no scruples. Feng Yao thought silently in his heart. His chakra can be said to be comparable to a tailed beast, and he actually drained a third of it, but his recovery speed is also fast, so don't worry too much. He controlled gravity and dragged himself to the shore. Now everyone has not recovered from the shock, until Feng Yao shouted and woke up like a dream. The look in Feng Yao's eyes is no longer fear, but fear. This kind of power can easily destroy a village. Nogjiro immediately stood up and stood guard in front of Terumi Mei and said nervously, "You. What are you going to do to Mizukage-sama?" Seeing the trembling voice of Chenjuro Feng Yao, he smiled and said, "What do you mean? Do you want to die under the meteorite? I'll take you out of the meteorite's range." Tenshin Star is based on his own position, and even the caster is within the range of the meteorite. When Madara uses it, he has no scruples because he is reincarnated in the dirt. But it was not difficult to beat Feng Yao. A dark door of space was opened by Feng Yao. It was Wangquan Hirazaka. Feng Yao pulled Zaibujan and others to hide in the space and said, "If you don't want to die, just follow." Qing looked at the meteorite on his head and gritted his teeth. "Lord Shuiying, let's go in quickly, the meteorite is about to fall." Everyone entered the space, and Feng Yao took them to the midair thousands of meters away from here, allowing them to watch this shocking scene. The moment the huge meteorite touched the lake surface, the lake water seemed to be boiling, and the water waves were lifted up to a height of nearly 1,000 meters, and the meteorite was scattered all around. Even if the power of terror is far apart, one can feel one or two. Terumi Mei forced a calm voice and said, "Little man, although your move is very strong, I'm afraid it's hard to hurt that beast." Feng Yao glanced at Terumi Mei, dismantling her careful thoughts. "It's just a tailed beast with only 3 tails. I have countless ways to injure or even kill it. This meteorite is just for you to see. Don't think outside the box." Everyone in Wuyin was horrified, knowing that with the strength of the other party, they were indeed qualified to know this kind of thing. "It doesn't hurt. Then get another one." Said that a meteorite that was much larger than just now appeared again in the air, and it fell directly and shattered the first one. The entire lake surface and even the bottom of the water shook twice, and many fish corpses surfaced, all of which were hit by the meteorite. The huge force shook to death. Waiting for all the dust to settle, Feng Yao came to the lake, and there was no trace of the beauty when it came. It was all gravel and fish corpses all over the lake. GTN was leaning on the shore, with dark red blood on the corners of his mouth. Not badly injured. Feng Yao's right hand stretched out, and countless black rods were created and shot past, which was the embodiment of the power of Samsara Eye. The black stick can restrain the power of suppressing the tailed beast, or interfere with the chakra of others. As for the binding force on the tailed beast, it varies from person to person. Obito can use the black stick to suppress the complete 8-tailed and 9-tailed, and Feng Yao does not use it at all. Weaker than soil. Jita was stabbed by the black stick and wailed, and slowly lowered his head weakly. Feng Yao made a chain to bind Jita firmly, and dragged him to Terumi Mei with the Vientiane sky tinder. The majestic voice resounded through the sky. Shui Ying, I have fulfilled your request, now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Chapter 84_Artifact Without Lethality. Chengjuro and others tacitly chose to remain silent. They can't really let their own water shadows join other organizations. If this happens, the country of water will become the laughingstock of the 5 major countries in the future. When Feng Yao saw that the other party was going to go back on his regret, his face immediately turned gloomy. Why, Wuyin village doesn't always want to make fun of me, so don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, his eyes flashed, and a huge chakra erupted oppressing everyone present. If it was Chengjuro and others before, they would definitely scolded and even taught this rude person a lesson, but seeing the strength of Feng Yao just now, they dared not have this idea. Feeling angry and helpless, Qing could only bite the bullet and say, no, it's just that this matter still needs to be discussed. Why don't we leave the fog for a while, and then... Boom. Before he could finish speaking, Qing was kicked out. There was no trace of the tomb of the wheel to be found. Qing flew out dozens of meters. Are you looking for death? Feng Yao's icy tone seemed to have dropped the temperature of the other air. In order to truly conquer the 5th generation of water shadows, Feng Yao has made concessions in Wuyin village again and again. If it is really so ignorant of praise, Feng Yao will go back to the mainland to grab Ji Shui's eyes and use other gods to control the water shadow. Of course, it is not the best solution. Wait a minute, Terumi Mei stopped Feng Yao, who wanted to continue. Malthun said, since we have an appointment first, I won't break my promise, but it will take some time even if I abdicate. Why don't we go to the village with me first? There was already a hint of pleading in Terumi Mei's tone. The strength of the other party could easily destroy the village. If she wanted to kill Ao and Chengjuro in front of her eyes, she really had nothing to do. Hearing this sentence, Feng Yao's expression softened slightly, and pretended to sigh. Since my subordinates have said so, then I am giving in a step. This tailed beast is already yours, you can deal with it, and this take it well, you are already a member of my, immortal. Feng Yao took out a ring with the word, Chen, written on it. This ring was originally intended for the Slug Fairy, and then the Xian organization expanded. Feng Yao felt that it was inconvenient for the psychic beasts, so he recruited the gang. And took the ring back. Now, wearing it on the index finger of her left hand for Terumi Mei, who received the ring for the first time in her life, seems to have forgotten the things around her. Immersed in my own imagination, rings, weddings, wedding dates. Now all 16 rings made by Feng Yao have been distributed, and these people will be the core strength of Xian in the future. After giving the ring to Terumi Mei, the voice of the system came again. Host, your mission is too inadequate. You cut corners, Tsunade defected, Hideyoshi disappeared, Terumi Mei didn't fully surrender, and the foundation of the organization is unstable. Listening to the aftermath of the system dragging on, although I knew that the system was sarcastic, I could only smile bitterly. I don't want to, but it's better than the beginning. I'm taking some time to complete the task. Quote. No, your mission has been accomplished. Clam. This task only requires the host to collect enough people. It doesn't matter to this system whether they are traitors or not. Quote. They agreed to build the strongest organization, but this traitor doesn't care at all. But the system has started talking to itself. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, forming a terrorist organization entirely composed of elites, and rewarding 1 artifact and 1 chance to draw a lottery. Some of the completion of this task caught Feng Yao off guard, and he originally wanted to win over Terumi-mei to go back to find Tsunade. But now there is no rush at all. The task of subduing Terumi-mei has not been prompted to complete, which means that the other party has not completely surrendered to him. Putting the reward aside first, he glanced around and said solemnly, I won't give you too much time. The formalities of abdication can be done within a day. I will wait for you for a day, and I will come when the time comes. Pick you up, Terumi-mei, you can do whatever you want with this 3 taels. After speaking, he opened the portal and left without looking back. He was eager to check his reward, leaving only Mitsuha, Terumi-mei and others in a mess in the wind. Lord Mizuying, how do we get back? Shut up. Walking out of the door of space, Feng Yao returned to the room where Wuyin village was no longer cut. 1 day was not long, and Wuyin village couldn't make any tricks. He is now eager to study the artifact that the system gave him, as well as this precious lottery opportunity. In Feng Yao's mind, a touchy flashing blue and white light appeared in his mind. This is the artifact given by the system. Although I don't know what it does, this is the longest task I have ever spent in my history, and the system can't kill myself for a junk. He stretched out his right hand and summoned the sword out of his body. A blue-white light enveloped the room. Shuiyu covered her eyes exaggeratedly and screamed, Wow, Feng Yao boss, your knife is too flashy, can you put out the light? I don't know if the sword heard this. The light slowly faded, and I saw it clearly. It was a great sword with a white handle. But it wasn't Kusanagi, and Feng Yao couldn't recognize it for a while, feeling that there was nothing sharp to the place. But from this knife, I can really feel a hint of mysterious breath, but I can't say it specifically. If you don't understand, ask, Feng Yao called directly in his heart. System, what kind of artifact is this? You have to introduce me to the function. Let me see what treasure I have worked so hard for so long. This knife is also a kind of Japanese artifact, called Tianshengya, and it is also called the knife that does not kill. It's... Wait, what do you mean by not killing? Some kind of artifact. Feng Yao thought that he had heard it wrong and interrupted directly. The host misunderstood. It literally means that there is no lethality at all. Even if a person stands there and asks you to cut, you can't kill the other party. No lethality. No lethality. That's a fart. Feng Yao directly slammed Tianshengya to the ground, scolding in his heart. This is a fool. Do you know that I wake up earlier than chickens and sleep later than dogs during this year, and I am conscientious and conscientious. To complete the task without complaint, and get such a piece of shit. Zaibujan and the others on the side would definitely not be able to hear Feng Yao's conversation with the system. Seeing Feng Yao suddenly throwing the knife on the ground, he was full of question marks. He didn't see him for half a year. He couldn't understand the leader's mind. Host, please calm down. Tianshengya belongs to the Sword of Healing and the Sword of the Otherworld. It can be used to revive the dead by killing the messengers of the underworld. If it is activated with true compassion, a wave of the sword can save hundreds of lives, which means that saying that as long as someone dies, you can save them with a single knife. Quote. The system still told Feng Yao the function of this knife very intimately, but unfortunately, with the current Feng Yao, it is impossible to swipe hundreds of people with a single wave of the knife. Because Feng Yao does not have a heart of compassion, except for his own subordinates, he is cruel to others, and a word of discord will destroy others. Feng Yao's heart is full of depression. This is equivalent to the enhanced version of reincarnation born, but he doesn't need this method. He picked up the knife and tentatively swung it towards Zaibujan next to him. Master Feng Yao, you are... Under the shock, he wanted to dodge, but Feng Yao's moon step speed was far better than his. After all, he slashed with a knife in his right hand, and the knife slashed, without any wounds, not even the clothes were cut in the slightest. The scene fell into silence. Shuiyu's eyes widened, and after a while, she couldn't help it anymore. PFF'd, ha 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 ha. Shuiyu covered her stomach and rolled on the ground laughing. Boss Fengyao, you, ha ha ha, what kind of broken knife are you? I take a piece of iron, it's sharper than it, ha ha. Cough cough, you scared me to death, Lord Fengyao. This knife is really not sharp. Enough, stop talking, I already know. Fengyao put away the natural teeth at the fastest speed, and sat back on the chair with a force of calm. Chapter 85 _ The Divine Beast by Z. Ashamed. It doesn't matter, I still have a chance to draw a lottery. Fengyao forcibly comforted himself, and at the same time ordered the system to give himself a lottery. Okay, I'm about to start extracting items from the world of the heavens for the host, please wait. Listening to the unhurried tone of the system, I really don't know that Chai Mi is expensive. This precious lottery has not been drawn for a long time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine beast. Bai Zi, do you want to receive the reward? Bai Zi. Fengyao frowned. This was one of the mythical beasts in China, and this can actually be drawn. Bai Zi can speak human words, is proficient in people's hearts, and is a symbol of auspiciousness, which is auspicious for people to turn evil into good luck. The beast. But will there really be that kind of ability in Naruto world? Fengyao once again questioned the system's ability to do things. Host, please rest assured this time, Bai Zi definitely has shadow level strength, and this system guarantees your life, host. Bah, then I'm 80% dead. Just give it to me. No matter what the system said this time, Fengyao also had to inspect the goods first. A cloud of smoke exploded, and one was about the size of Fengyao, in the shape of a lion, with 2 horns on its head, a goatee, white hair, and blue wind stripes on its body. It looked a little timidly at everyone on the scene, and finally stared at Fengyao before slowly opening his mouth. Lord, Master, I am, Bai Zi. Bai Zi Fu opened her sheep-like mouth and made a female voice, but she was still a female Bai Zi. Next to Zai Buzhen, Shuiyu and others were curiously surrounding him. Bai Zi knelt on the ground and hugged Bai Zi's neck. Wow tilde, what a soft fur, is this a psychic beast? It can talk tilde. Bai interacts with Bai Zi intimately, and there may be white characters. One person and one beast seem to be very compatible. Bai Zi is good at control and transformation, can use moves that can imprison multiple people, and is proficient in Lei Dun, and ordinary shadow level Lei Dun is no match for him, and this Bai Zi is still in his infancy, and he will still be in the future. There is some room for advancement. Quote. It's good to add a shadow level combat power, but now I can't sign a psychic contract with the other party in the Naruto world, and it seems a little inconvenient to bring it. Suddenly, Bai Zi's voice appeared in Fengyao's head. Master, I can turn into a totem and imprint it on your body. Fengyao was interested. He asked curiously in his mind, totem. How do you know what I'm thinking, and still talk to me? Bai Zi rubbed Fengyao's trousers with his head to please. Actually, I can hear other people's voices, but I can only hear people who are weaker than me. I can hear the master's voice because I have a special relationship with the master. Fengyao was enlightened. No wonder it is said that Bai Zi is a spiritual beast. Then Bai Zi gave a demonstration. It kissed Fengyao's arm with his head, and the whole body suddenly turned into a white light. After a short period of dazzling, the pattern of Bai Zi appeared on Fengyao's left arm, like a tattoo. Just when Fengyao was very satisfied, suddenly there was a lazy voice of Shuiyu in his mind. Boss Fengyao, so boring, when can I sleep? Then there were the voices of Zai Yuzan and Shiro. Master Fengyao is really becoming more and more mysterious. In this short moment, it is both a dog and a knife. That sheep is so cute. Why did it turn into a painting? Can it change back? But everyone clearly did not speak. Fengyao opened his mouth in surprise, and Bai Zi's incarnation of a totem could actually inherit some of its abilities. Even including mastering Lei Dun, but Fengyao found that he was still unable to use it, and the imprisonment of the system was absolute. Feng Yao touched Bai Zi's totem and said with emotion, "At least it's more useful than a certain knife, and a year is not wasted." After that, Feng Yao dismissed everyone to rest. The time soon came to the next day. Feng Yao first sent the others back to Yinyan village and came alone. Feng Yao stood out of thin air, his eyes swept across the water shadow hall below, as if a strong wind blew, the whole person disappeared in place. Inside the shadow hall. "That's it." "Absolutely not. How can you turn your back on the name of Suiying because of a gambling contract? This is simply nonsense. Although the other party did catch Sanwei's meritorious deeds, it's just a reward at most. How can you join some immortal organization?" The elder heard Terumi Mei's words and immediately rejected the case. At this time, Qing stood up instead. Although he hated Feng Yao very much, he knew that the opponent's strength was terrible, and he didn't want his village to suffer a great disaster. "With all due respect, the strength of the other party is too terrifying. If we don't agree, we may suffer disaster. Even if Mizuying-sama does not abdicate, we must give the other party huge benefits." HMPH, a joke, this is the country of water. What skills does an outsider have? And being able to capture three tails does not mean that he can deal with ninjas. Yes, then we can set up a barrier to surround and kill each other. The news of the three tails is a top secret. If other countries know that we have wild-tailed beasts, they are bound to snatch them. This person can't be kept. You and I have made Feng Yao clear in your words and my words, and Qing is secretly anxious. These old guys usually don't leave the village at all, and they don't know how big the outside world is. They only know how big the world is. Shameless here. Terumi Mei secretly felt heartache when she saw the scene in front of her, and Kurikan's sense of crisis was already so weak. "Everyone, this time is different from the past. My request has been completed for me, so I also need to abide by the agreement. I decided to step down as number 1 the position of the 5 generations of water shadows." Quote. The eldest Yuan she said again. "I, Wu Ying, never owe anyone anything, and the bet is the same. Since Shui Ying loses, he should keep his promise." There was an uproar, and even if Master Yuan and his old man spoke, many people still criticized him. But with the support of Yuan Shi, Terumi Mei also reduced some pressure. She took out the water shadow hat to signal her attitude, and she was ready to abdicate. The door of space opened from the hall. Feng Yao came out. He looked at Master Yuan and smiled faintly. "It seems that there are still a few smart people in Wuyin. You are very good, old man." Everyone saw that someone broke into the water shadow hall, and everyone was like a big enemy. After hearing Qing and others' explanations, they learned Feng Yao's identity, and many people looked at Feng Yao with slightly hostile eyes. Some older people said with a high tone, "Although your excellency has an appointment with me, Shui Ying, but after all, this matter is very important, and it is not her junior who can make the decision, so we hope you change your request." Feng Yao's face was expressionless, and the voice of the other party echoed in his mind. "It's just a yellow-mouthed child. The water shadow is too exaggerated, and the person who captures Sanwei must be seriously injured. If you don't agree to another condition, find Anbu waiting for an opportunity to get rid of it. At that time, if you beg for mercy, you can plant a spell and do things for my Wuyin village." Qing hurriedly said, "That, consultant, don't do this kind of thing." Al was in a cold sweat listening to it. He had not forgotten the half-death that he was beaten by Feng Yao because of his random speech, but these people are used to being in high positions in Wuyin village, even if Terumi Mei said in advance that Feng Yao is an enemy. He still doesn't care about the strength of a country. In his opinion, Terumi Mei is nothing more than exaggeration. Why should Korean village bow his head like a person? On the scene, Feng Yao also heard the voices of opposition from many people, and he glanced at everyone. "I don't know if anyone else has the same opinion as this old man. You can put it up together." Several Junin from Wuyin village followed suit, and Qing'an let out a bad sound. Feng Yaoyu's blue eyes flickered slightly. Round grave. Sure enough, at the next moment, all the people who spoke against were held down by the shadow of the wheel tomb and slammed into the table. Boom, boom, boom. The table was directly smashed by this terrifying force, and several people were suddenly bleeding, and sawdust mixed with blood flowed on the ground. Life and death were unknown. No one saw how Feng Yao made his move just now. Everyone habitually took a step back and looked at Feng Yao defensively. A big man wearing a forehead shouted, "What are you doing? Is there any need to ask? I started fighting." Feng Yao felt that the other party was a fool. The surface, he pretended to be puzzled and said, "I don't know either. Maybe they feel ashamed in their hearts, and maybe they knocked on the table by themselves. Why are you yelling at me? Don't you feel ashamed in your heart?" Feng Yao manipulated the tomb of the wheel, and punched the Jinan out of the water shadow hall with another punch. Terumi Mei stopped Ao and Chengjiro, who wanted to step forward, and if he angered Feng Yao, he didn't know what would happen. Looking at the perfect parabola Feng Yao sighed, "It seems that you are also ashamed." Then suddenly, the tone changed and it became extremely cold. Who else will object next? Chapter 86_Conquer Terumi Mei. Akatsuki's actions. The scene was suddenly silent, and the big man just now was already a rare elite Junin in Korean. Even he was defeated in a face-to-face, so the others went up just to make fun of themselves. Although they didn't speak, Feng Yao still knew what they were thinking. This guy, too arrogant, why didn't Mizuyang-sama stop him? If you open your mouth, I'm afraid it will be like this. If the other party really has the ability to destroy a country. If Mizuyang is gone, I can still be elected again, and Master Mizuyang voluntarily resigned. Why should I ask for trouble? Everyone's thoughts came like a tide, and everyone's thoughts were controlled by Feng Yao. Most of the people on the scene no longer had the sense of struggle, and almost all of them were the so-called high-level leaders of Wuyin. They have long been lost in power, forgetting their duty as a ninja, and they will only talk to the people below to do things. When everyone succumbed to Feng Yao's means and did not dare to speak, the elder Yuan Shi showed grief and anger on his face. He understood, Wu Yin. It is finally declining. When someone knocked on the door, no one dared to make a sound. Master Yuan stood up tremblingly, and the thin body seemed to fall down when the wind blew. But his face still showed a firm look and said, "Your Excellency has an appointment with my village Shuiying-sama. I should not say anything, just hurt people in my Shuiying Hall, which has violated my bottom line of wooing. You must apologize." "My apologies. I am not someone who can be bullied at will." He said that he was very emotional at the end. He knew that the opponent was really strong, and it could be said that Master Yuan believed in it from the very beginning. Shuiying and Feng Yao had an agreement. They helped the village to capture the three tails. Although they were used to exchange for Shuiying, Wuyin village would definitely suffer. But as a big country, it should keep its promises, but just now a group of people evaded and prevaricates for various reasons, saying more than anyone else. Now that the other party injured Korean's ninja in front of everyone, they should have fought together against the enemy, but no one dared to speak out again except for an elite Junin. This is the servile nature of human beings, succumbing to the desire to survive, so he is willing to abandon a lot of things. Master Yuan has already planned to die in battle. He wants to anger Feng Yao, and he wants Feng Yao to kill himself on the spot. His identities are different, as the elder of Wuyin village is equal to the same existence as Shuiying. If Feng Yao kills him, he will definitely arouse the excitement of the crowd. Master Yuan is ready to use his death to wake up the backbone of everyone in Wuyin village. Feng Yao slowly stretched out his right hand. Terumi Mei and the others thought that Feng Yao wanted to do something. They were shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Don't hurt the elders." In the end, Feng Yao just patted Master Yuan on the shoulder. The old man is right. Wuyin is definitely not someone who can be bullied at will. But in fact, this matter has nothing to do with me, but it hurts my heart to see them like this. Why don't I send them to a hospital with the best medical conditions? I have covered the hospitalization expenses. What do you think? This. Looking at the two people who were completely different from the one just now, Master Yuan was like a bulging balloon, which originally exploded, but was opened by Feng Yao and let out the gas. Master Yuan sighed deeply. He has given up. the gap between the enemy and me is too great. Whether it is strength or temperament, the opponent is many times better than himself. He sat on the chair decadently, and seemed to be a little older. Needless to say about the other Kurigakushi ninjas, Fengyao directly opened Yungchong Hirazaka, and pulled Terumi Mei away. Wait, can I continue to follow you? Mizukage-sama, Chojuro asked as soon as Terumi Mei was about to leave. No, Chojuro, stay here, dear boy. You will have a better future in Kurigakushi. Promise me to protect the village. Terumi Mei's gentle voice echoed in Chenjiro's ears, and they had already left. This time, the destination of Wangquan Hirazaka is the sound hidden village, and Fengyao and Terumi Mei walked out together. How long do you want to hold my hand, Tilda? Terumi Mei suddenly said. When the two just left, Fengyao kept pulling Terumi Mei, mainly wanting to take her away as soon as possible, otherwise it would be more troublesome to say goodbye. Fengyao coughed twice and let go of his hand. Terumi Mei was also able to look around. She agreed to Fengyao's request and had another purpose, which was to spy on this organization, just like Itachi, guarding her village in secret where she didn't see it. Fengyao didn't know this, because Baizi's strength was not as good as Terumi Mei, and he couldn't hear the other party's heart, nor did he know the other party's thoughts. Fengyao walked to Terumi Mei and formally introduced. Our organization, Xian, has a total of 16 core members, including the Bai and Zaibuzhen you have seen. They are my first subordinates, and this is the country of fire. A small country on the border is also our stronghold, and my name is Fengyao. He even took off his mask, so he couldn't let his subordinates know who he was and what he looked like. This is also a kind of trust Fengyao has in his subordinates. Just the moment she took off the mask, Terumi Mei was stunned. She never thought that there would be such a handsome person in the world. So, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, conquering Terumi Mei. What the hell? This time, even Fengyao was stunned. He had known that he could get it done by taking off his mask. Why waste so much effort? Unexpectedly, even the 5 generations of Shuiying adults are in control of their appearance, and Fengyao put on the mask again silently. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward, a floating city. It seems a bit novel to listen to. It was the first time I heard the system give this kind of reward. When Fengyao understood it, he found out that this is the real good thing. The camera is pulled towards Union Village. A couple of men and women were walking through the woods. One of them had long beige-brown straight hair, braided around the waist, a pair of big eyes, a proud expression, a queenly temperament, and a cloud yin forehead on his head. There was also a man next to him. He had a sword on his back, and his skin was a little dark. The most eye-catching thing was that he wore Union Rebellion's forehead guard on his head. It's hard to imagine why these two people with completely different identities are together. Wooden man, run slowly, I can't catch up with you. Be careful that I don't marry you. Hearing this, the teak man completely ignored it and turned his head, as if playing a petty temper. Then don't marry me. I don't want to marry a man who can't keep up with me. The man caught the teak man's speech problem and laughed loudly. So if I catch up with you, you will marry me, Yubu, the Road of Thorns. The man in the back instantly surpassed the teak man. The teak man knew that the other party was trying to trick himself, and immediately blushed. You stinky bastard, stop for me. The two chased after each other, and finally lay on the grass together, looking at each other with love in their eyes. But the voice of an uninvited guest interrupted the sweetness of the two. It's really a mutual love, doesn't it mean that Renzuli is generally a dark personality? It seems to be a little different. Well, it doesn't matter, but the one next to him is Renren, right? I don't know if there is a bounty. The two teak people immediately stood up and listened to each other's tone. I am afraid that these two people are not good. Author's digression. Hello everyone. The latest update time may be slightly different. In fact, the reason is that I have been preparing for the test these days. Some people told me that the author's update has been slow these days. No, Seeing so many people chasing my book and commenting below, every time I see it, I am full of motivation. I free up most of the time I have to write novels, and keep an updated amount for everyone. Please rest assured, when I have time to spare, I will post for and give everyone an update. Chapter 87 _ Fight the Undead Duo. There are two people on the other side, one with a big gray back, lavender eyes, a forehead guard that is worn around the neck like Hinata, and a necklace from the heretic god sect, with rich expressions, mostly hideous expressions. Xiao organizes clothing. The other one, wearing a black mask, dark green eyes, and a forehead like a triangle. If you look carefully, there will be traces of black lines stitching on your hands, and agrees that he is also a Xiao person. In Xiao, there is a duo known as the Undead, Feijuan and Xiaodu. Since the arrival of Fengyao accelerated the actions of the Xiao organization, the order the duo received was to arrest her way. Feijuan waved the bloody March sickle, and a foul smell emanated from the sickle, which was caused by long-term blood stains. He pointed the Sanyusai at the teak man with a hideous smile and said, "Thank you, Lord Evil God, you will die by my hands." HMPH, don't forget, you have to live, this is the order from above. Xiaodu interrupted Feijuan mercilessly, and there was a hint of caution in his eyes. After all, unlike Feijuan's arrogance and madness, Xiaodu can live so long and is naturally good at thinking. He can see that the man next to him is not simple, and he has no information on the other side. Stop talking nonsense, I'll go first. After diving over, his ability must be able to obtain the blood of the opponent, because he is the slowest in the Xiao organization, and there is no long-range attack ninjutsu. The March sickle slashed at the teak man with a fishy wind, a figure blocked in front of the teak man, flashing lightning all over his body, and directly grabbed Feijuan's weapon with his bare hands. It is the man who has been with the teak people all the time, and also Hideyoshi Yuchai who Fengyao has been unable to find. The subordinate that, Xian, gathered at the beginning, code-named, Su, he did not know what happened after he left Wuyin village, and he hooked up with him. The two-tailed man Zuli in Union village. The woman who wants to touch me, I think you are tired of living. Hideyoshi's face was gloomy, and the breath on his body continued to rise. Since he left Fengyao, he has been concentrating on studying the 6 styles that Fengyao passed on to him, and he will endure it. Combining both physical arts and 6 styles, the strength soared rapidly. Hideyoshi grabbed the March sickle, stepped on both feet, the ground cracked every inch, and directly lifted Feijuan's body, spinning at a high speed like a windmill. Feijuan suppressed the feeling of vomiting and cursed angrily, "Ah! You bastard, hurry up and let me go." As soon as these words were finished, Hideyoshi let go, and Feijuan's body turned into a red light and flew towards Xiaodu. As if he was afraid that Feijuan would injure himself, Xiaodu took a few steps back, and Feijuan smashed a bullet out of the ground. Decaying, if ordinary people are thrown like this, they will be half crippled even if they don't die. It hurts. You bastard, I'm going to tear you apart, kill you. Kill you. Although the entire shoulder bone has been shattered, Feijuan's voice still sounded full of anger. Hideyoshi was a little surprised when he saw it. Just now, he had activated his body with chakra, and also used an iron block. Gee, these two people are not easy, let's do it together, I don't want to be protected by you alone. A hand clapped on Hideyoshi's shoulder, looking back at the strong eyes of the teak man. Hideyoshi's eyes softened and he nodded lightly. Hey, did you hear what I said, bastard, you still dare to be gentle with me at this time? Feijuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and said with a displeased expression. As soon as the words fell, Hideyoshi's figure appeared in front of Feijuan's eyes, and this speed was probably comparable to Fei Lei Shen. So fast, the corners on the side were wide-eyed, and he didn't even have time to move his fingers. Don't bother me when I'm talking to my woman. The iron nugget and the fangs are bursting. Lightning flashes everywhere, and cracks flash. Boom. Suddenly, there was another loud noise, and the entire right shoulder of the flying section was blown away by the strong impact. and the large piece of flesh and blood flew away, flying backwards for hundreds of meters without knowing whether to live or die. The corners on the side were not worried at all when they saw this scene, but instead laughed. "It's really good. I wanted to teach him a lesson for a long time. If a guy like you is raised, the future bounty will definitely easily exceed 5,000. 2002. Then it depends on your ability. The person who can get my bounty is probably not born yet." "Humph, then let's try it." Xianju directly entered the mode of resentment, and Hideyoshi's strength far exceeded the imagination of the undead duo. This time, Xianju was the ultimate move as soon as he came up. He took off his clothes. There were many traces of black thread stitching on his body, and there were 4 masks of different colors behind him. These 4 masks could use different attributes, and each mask represented a heart. Then the corners branched out 8 giant black lines from their mouths, arms, etc., where they were connected. In this state, the corners look a little scary. Xianju took the lead, and as his hands formed seals, the fire and wind masks rode on Xiaodu's shoulders. Composite Ninja, Fire Wind Turbulence. The 2 masks simultaneously used fire escape headhunting and wind escape pressure to create a sea of fire with a huge range, and Hideyoshi's skin was aching faintly. A blue cat demon pattern chakra appears on the surface of the teak man's body, his hair is upturned, and his eyes turn white. This is the chakra borrowed from the tailed beast. Under this condition, the teak man's various abilities will increase. At the same time, the tailed beast chakra will heal the wounds of the ninja, leaving almost no scars, and the fighting ability is extremely strong. Fire Rat Jade. Land on Magic Yao. Boom, boom. The huge roar was incessant, and it was difficult for even the horns to fight against one another, and soon fell into a disadvantage. Legendary Heavy Step Wolf. Hideyoshi saw the opportunity and stabbed in front of Kakato. His arm pierced through Kakato's heart, pierced out from behind, and warm blood stained Hideyoshi's right hand. Xiaodu's face seemed to be unbelievable, a look of pain solidified, his eyes closed, and he passed out on the spot. Huh, it's finally resolved. I didn't expect this guy to be able to use several kinds of chakra insane changes. How about the wooden man, is he more and more satisfied with your man tilde? Hideyoshi also had some scratches and black marks on his body. He turned his head and joked at the teak man not far away. The teak man rolled his eyes and retreated from the state of borrowing chakra. Just when they let down their guard, a scythe was like a teak man in Zifei, and a rope was tied behind the scythe, which was thrown by someone. Feijuan is not dead. Wooden beware. Hideyoshi reacted immediately. After all, he activated his body and was extremely fast, and he came to the teak man just before the sickle arrived. Very good, it's too late. It seems that the guy didn't die just now. He's really tenacious, but he has no chance of winning 2-on-1. Just as Hideyoshi was thinking about it, the horns that should have died moved. The black line on his body quickly wrapped around the 2 of them. Although the corners couldn't keep up with Hideyoshi's speed, but seeing the relationship between the 2, he knew that Hideyoshi would definitely give his life to protect the 2 tails. Sure enough, when he saw that the corners were all aimed at the teak man, Hideyoshi did not dodge or evade, standing and was entangled with the teak man. Chapter 88_Plan with Soil. Sanyu's scythe took the opportunity to directly scratch the left arm of the teak man, but Hideyoshi's blood was not obtained. The defensive power of ninjutsu plus iron block is not so easy to be broken by a sickle. Feijuan came out of the woods, looking very embarrassed. His entire shoulders were about to fall off. Blood soaked half of his clothes, but his voice was extremely crazy. Ha ha ha, bastards, now I will make you pay the price. Lord Evil God is above. I'm about to start the ceremony. He stretched out his tongue and licked the blood of the teak man on the scythe. The blood flowed into his body, and then drew a circle and triangle formation on the ground with his blood, and then stood in the center of the formation. His body began to turn dark, and appeared a white bone pattern emerges on the body. Xiaodu also stood up from the ground. One of his hearts was destroyed. He just fell to the ground on purpose, waiting for Feijuan to come back. Otherwise, 2-on-1, all of his hearts will soon be destroyed. Now that Feijuan has obtained blood, the two have regained the advantage. Seeing that Feijuanzhao, who had been mortally wounded in front of him, was acting like no one else, both Teak and Hideyoshi flashed a dignified look in their eyes. The Sen organization during this time, he did not synchronize the information of Xiao. If Hideyoshi cooperates with the two-tailed Teak people under the premise of being familiar with the information, he will never lose to the undead duo, but unfortunately there is no such thing in life. Feijuan took out the jet black spear from the left side of his clothes. This was the weapon he usually used to injure himself when he cursed. It stabbed directly like his left leg. Blood hole. Hideyoshi hurriedly supported the Teak man who almost fell, and said in horror, how could this happen? Even though the guy was self-mutilating, but the wound was on the wooden man's body, what kind of ninjutsu is this? The cult of the evil gods is too mysterious in the ninja world, and has hardly appeared. Hideyoshi is not a ninja who is good at wit, so he panicked for a while. Feijuan had a perverted smile on his face. It's so comfortable. Ah. This voice made Hideyoshi want to go over and unscrew the opponent's head on the spot, but it seemed that the opponent's injury would be reflected on the Teak man, and he did not dare to do it easily. Seeing that his lover was worried, the Teak man forced a smile. Gee, I'm fine. Don't worry, be careful of them. Feijuan interrupted the two of them. If it's all right, then I'm going to stab me. Enjoy the pain of death with me, bastard, ha 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 ha. He raised the pitch-black spear and wanted to stab it again. Hideyoshi heard this. His eyes were blood-red, and he roared, if you dare to hurt her, no matter if you escape to the ends of the earth, I swear I will cut you to pieces. He, it's too early to say big things. The two of us will not die. If you don't want your lover to be killed by us now, just listen to our words. Xianju retracted his grievances and stood beside Feijuan. He had just learned about Hideyoshi's speed. To be honest, even if it was a one-on-one fight, Zhao would have a hard time defeating the opponent, so he could only use Feijuan's ability. Hearing this, Hideyoshi forced himself to calm down and asked, what do you want? Take her, said Xianju, pointing at the Teak man. Hideyoshi refused directly and without hesitation. This is impossible, unless you can kill me. Otherwise, don't think about it. Although I don't know what the other party's purpose is, it must be impossible for such a big fanfare to drink tea. Hideyoshi knows that the Teak man is the thing of the two-tailed people, so he can also guess the purpose of Haiden and others. Then don't blame me for being rude. After speaking, the corners of his eyes flashed a bit of anger, and he directly ripped off Feijuan's right arm. This arm was about to fall off by Hideyoshi's beating. Naturally, he couldn't help but pull the corner. Feijuan said in pain, what? Who asked you to pull my arm? I can handle it myself. Ah. The Teak man covered her right arm, and her body also suffered the same amount of damage. The entire right arm was torn off, a lot of blood was lost, and her face was pale. Hideyoshi couldn't control his emotions for a moment. Damn. With a sharp piercing sound, Hideyoshi appeared in front of Kakato. Although he couldn't hit Feijuan, he could hit the corner, and the damage from hitting him would not be reflected on the Teak man. Boom. A big hole appeared again not far away. Hideyoshi was holding his neck with one hand, and while pressing his body, he turned his head and threatened, release your ninjutsu, or I will kill him 100 times. See if he's really immortal. Saying that, the arm flashed an electric light, and chakra was attached to his body. Kakato is also a ruthless man, wrapping the black thread of resentment around Hideyoshi's body, and the only 3 remaining masks emerge from behind and aim at Hideyoshi, with a posture that he and Hideyoshi will perish at any time. Cough cough, then try it. I have lived for an unknown number of years without dying. I have already experienced it, cough cough. Seeing that Kakato's mouth was stubborn, Hideyoshi increased the strength in his hands, and Kakato began to have difficulty breathing. Feijuan saw that the corners were all caught, but he didn't do it the first time, when the two sides were just stuck. At this time, one was wearing a swirl-shaped orange mask, a red cloud suit of Xiao tissue, a black one-piece bodysuit, and 3 protective gears on the shoulders twice. I heard, Ju, report that you were in trouble. I thought it was just a small matter. Now, it seems that you have really met someone who is not easy. Obito appeared in front of everyone with a somewhat surprised tone. When he was already looking for Xian to organize some news, Ju suddenly said that the immortal duo had fallen into a stalemate with others, so he planned to come and take a look. On the ground, there are scorched marks and large pits everywhere, and there are slowly blue smoke. Obito saw Hideyoshi, who was very talented in fighting, and had some other thoughts in his heart. Hideyoshi had already seen Obito in advance, so they knew it was their own, but Hideyoshi's heart sank, and the situation was getting worse and worse for him. But Obito didn't do it directly. How could such a good combat power be wasted? So he talked to Hideyoshi about the conditions, and asked Hideyoshi to do one thing for him to release the teak man. I don't know what it was, but in the end, Hideyoshi turned around and left here in one step, and reached an agreement with Obito. Wooden man, wait for me. Standing in the distance, Hideyoshi's eyes were firm, and he turned and flew in the direction of Konoha. Strictly speaking, the task of capturing the second tail, the Shao organization, has been completed, but the outsider golem is still under the control of Feng Yao, so the extraction of the tail beast cannot be carried out immediately. Feijuan lay on the ground to perform the ritual, and every time he completed this technique, he had to lie on the ground for 30 minutes and not get up, otherwise he would be disrespectful to the evil god. Kakato chatted with Obito. Do you think that guy can do it? Why put forward such conditions? Aren't we trying to catch tailed beasts? It doesn't matter, it's just to use him to deepen the hatred between the two countries. We still have to extract the tailed beasts. But we can't extract them for the time being, so we can take a while. I'm not lying to him. Jiaodu laughed gloomily. You are really insidious, but what I didn't do back then, I don't know if this guy can do it. Chapter 89 The New Residents of the Sen Organization. Yinyan Village. Feng Yao first walked around the base with Terumi Mei, and also introduced new members to others. Orochimaru's laboratory is holding a piece of intercolumn culture taken from the outsider golem and putting it in a container for research. With a large number of intercolumn cell samples, Orochimaru has a deeper understanding of the intercolumn cells. Level of awareness. And at the top of all the experimental items of Orochimaru, there is a reincarnation eye in a large container of green liquid. Orochimaru really seems to have offered it up, and also set up a seal enchantment. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, making the otherwise quiet laboratory a little more discordant. Huh, Orochimaru frowned, and said with some displeasure, didn't you say, don't bother me with my experiments if there's nothing to do? Terumi Mei outside the door looked at Feng Yao who couldn't even knock on the door, and burst out laughing. Successfully lost face in front of his own hands. Orochimaru, it's me, open the door, I have something to tell you. Feng Yao touched his nose in embarrassment. I once told Orochimaru that it might take more than a month for him to go, and the result was completed in about a week. It is said that Orochimaru has been buried in the laboratory for this period of time, so I can't blame him. Yao Jun. Orochimaru shook his body, quickly put down the container in his hand, and ran to open the door quickly. I opened the laboratory. I saw Feng Yao Orochimaru and said excitedly, you came back so soon, I just want to tell you about my new discovery. Ah, who is this? The predecessor of Wuyin Village, Shuiying, is now a member of my immortal organization. You will arrange her residence later. Oh, that's it. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with surprise, but Feng Yao went out for a few days and came back with a shadow. After briefly introducing the two of them to each other, they entered Orochimaru's laboratory together. Feng Yao said straight to the point, I am going to organize a new station for Xian. Yinyan Village is still too ostentatious, and it is easy to be discovered by major forces. In Feng Yao's impression, Yinyan Village was also destroyed after the death of Orochimaru. He originally planned to move to the Land of Water, but now he has a better choice. The system rewarded this time as a city, literally, a city that can float in the sky, but in fact, there are not too many buildings. They all need to be built by themselves. The area is not large, about half a wood in the area of Yi villages around. The first goal of coming back this time is to relocate the entire organization. When Orochimaru heard that Fengyao had a city that could float, he couldn't help but be moved. Fortunately, he was used to the surprise brought by Fengyao, and then thought about the pros and cons. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. If that's the case, then it would be great. After all, what we have now is very precious. If we expose it a little bit, I am afraid it will arouse the covetousness of the 5 major countries. If we can set up a barrier in the air, if so, almost no one can break into our stronghold. Quote. Although Terumi listened attentively by the side, she was very suspicious. Just a little bit of exposure can make the 5 major countries covet. What are you kidding? Thinking that the 5 major countries are all scumbags who haven't seen the world. Why is this little man's subordinates doing this? Madness. This is not to say that Orochimaru is bragging. The thoroughly researched intercolumnar cells, the Eye of Reincarnation, the 100% transplantable spell, the Outsider Golem, and all the forbidden ninjutsu techniques in Konoha village are swept away. These are very valuable strategic resources. As long as a certain country obtains them, the strength of Shinobi Village will increase exponentially. Next, Fengyao also chatted with Orochimaru about the selection of the location of the floating city. Now this floating city is like a mini sand map, stored in Fengyao's mind. In the end, the location was determined on the sea area near the country of Vortex, which occupied the terrain even more. The country of Vortex was destroyed, and nothing would threaten the immortal organization. But before relocating the base, Fengyao still has 2 things to do. One is to recall Tsunade who was out of control, and the other is to find Hideyoshi who went to the Land of Thunder and gather all the members of the Sen organization. The secondary task is to collect various eyes and enhance their own strength, such as Itachi, Shisui, Sasuke. These people are all very powerful in Kaleidoscope, and they need to find opportunities to get them. As for the task of the system, put it on hold for the time being. It is not so easy for the 5 major countries to discuss peace together. That's it. Let everyone know about this matter. The time to evacuate is temporarily waiting for my notification. You can find a way to buy some construction materials for future construction. Fengyao smiled calmly. As you wish, Yaojun. Afterwards, Fengyao also chatted with Orochimaru for a while about the future development and goals of the Sen organization. After arranging people to find Hideyoshi's whereabouts, Fengyao left with Terumi. Walking in the dark tunnel, the faint green firelight shines on Fengyao's face. The only downside of Orochimaru's stronghold is that it is too gloomy, and 80% of ordinary people will think that this is some kind of evil organization. Terumi followed Fengyao, and because she was very close, she was somewhat influenced by her mind and body, and it was easy to have a good impression on Fengyao unconsciously. I said, little man. After thinking for a long time, Terumi continued to use this title. She wondered, did you not shy away from me just now? I just joined your organization, I know now. Organizing so many secrets is not afraid that I have any other ideas. Fengyao turned around. Those blue and deep pupils seemed to be sucking people in. Terumi was stared at. Her face was a little hot, and she unconsciously looked away. Then a heroic laughter came from my ears. Even if you have it, so what, as long as you are willing to do it, because no matter what you do, I have the confidence and ability to smash the obstacles in front of me. Everything. Hearing Fengyao's voice, Terumi was stunned, her body relaxed a lot, and the last thought in her heart was completely dispelled. It seems that my previous thoughts were too naive. Let me witness, you can walk how far. After arranging Terumi properly, Fengyao opened the Yikuan Hirazaka, and prepared to go to Konoha village non-stop. At this time, the atmosphere in Konoha village was very tense. The 20 squads sent out this time have already fought against Union village in the land of Tang and Tien. The damage was serious. All 7 teams were annihilated, and the rest were damaged. Only 3 teams remained full. Lord Jiraiya has already repelled Yun Yin's 4th attack on the front line. Kakashi quietly listened to the reports of the members of the Anbu department. He is now different from the past. He is the 6th Hokage who shoulders great responsibilities. At this moment of Konoha's life and death, he must concentrate on it. We have already said goodbye to the intimacy of heaven, and this time Union's military strength is far beyond Konoha's imagination. Fortunately, Jiraiya and Tsunade were still in Konoha village. One retreated from the enemy on the battlefield, and the other rescued people from the rear. This minimized Konoha village's losses. Otherwise, I was afraid that Yun Yin had already hit Konoha's door. When Kakashi was about to give an order, suddenly, there was a loud rumbling sound in the ear. During the war, people's nerves were always very sensitive, and everyone quickly came out of the house. I saw the ground cracked, and countless pieces of house debris were sucked into the air, eventually forming a huge meteorite. Earth blast. Feng Yao stood on the meteorite, folded his hands, and when he came to Konoha, he was about to call out Tsunade, so he chose to use the most direct method. He stood on a high place and shouted down, "Tsunade, you should be very clear about my purpose. If you don't come out, I will smash this meteorite into Konoha village." What is this? Sorry. Chapter 90 Feng Yao's Force Shocks. The scene in front of him was beyond everyone's expectations. At first, everyone thought it was an attack arranged by Yun Yin, but only when they heard the sound from the sky did they know the whole story. Everyone's eyes were red and bloodshot, mixed with boundless anger. This guy actually took the village. Many people were injured, and there were. My family. Be sure to kill him and remove the evil for the ninja world. But what they didn't know was that if Feng Yao really had a heart, these people were not injured, but dead. Some of the ninjas were not idle either, quickly evacuated the surrounding crowd, and evacuated all ordinary people from the range of the meteorite. They couldn't help Feng Yao, and could only wait for the arrival of some Shang-nin and Hokage adults. Tsunade was originally in charge of healing the wounded at the medical hospital, so he couldn't ignore such a big movement outside. Feng Yao actually came here. It seems that, Xiao, still lost. The situation is not good. No one in the village can stop him. Tsunade showed a worried expression and quickly went to the location of the meteorite. As for the news of Xian and Xiao, she informed the senior management of Konoha after she came back, including the information she had obtained. But at that time, there was no time to inquire about the news of Yuyan village, because what was more important was the war launched by the Kingdom of Thunder against the Kingdom of Fire, so at Tsunade's suggestion, Kakashi decided to use Xian and Xiao. The threat posed by this organization sent a letter to Union to discuss peace talks. Informed that if the 3 kingdoms consume national strength, they may be exploited by these 2 terrorist organizations, but unfortunately failed, Hokage did not change his mind. After all, there is no basis for it, and the words in the letter are too exaggerated. What more than a dozen, shadow, level combat power, cells between columns and the like. How could the Kingdom of Thunder miss such a good opportunity? What if the so-called 2 organizations are nothing but Konoha's plan to delay troops, so the war is still going on? Cursed, damn it, Jiraiya's not here at this time. Otherwise, at least he has the strength to fight. What she was afraid of still happened, that is, people from Xian, or Xiao, took the opportunity to attack Konoha at this moment. In the short-term relationship in the past, she knew that Feng Yao really didn't say anything to his subordinates, but that he was completely driven by interests, and he did everything he could, and never did things he was not sure about. In order to save Junmalu, he used other gods to control himself, and he made trouble in Yuyan village for the sake of reincarnation. If she didn't have to make such a big move to catch herself, unfortunately she didn't know that Feng Yao's flying thunder god was disabled, so she couldn't feel where Tsunade was at all, so she used this method. Standing on the meteorite, looking at the Konoha ninja in chaos off the field, Feng Yao fell into contemplation in his heart. The purpose of making such a big move this time is to try to use force to deter the two powers from fighting. During the war between the great powers, a terrorist organization with unknown stance suddenly appeared. As long as Union spies can pass on what they saw today to Union village, then due to the threat of other forces such as Xian, it may be temporary truce. After that, there will be two possibilities. First, the villages will unite to attack the Xian organization, just like the original siege of Xiao. 2. Unwilling to trust and unite with each other amid suspicion, which led to the villages not daring to act rashly. But no matter which of the two is, Feng Yao can accept it, because if the two countries continue to fight, the Fourth Ninja War will eventually break out in advance, so that his mission will be in vain. He asked in his mind, "System, what if I directly use force to deter the 5 countries and force a truce?" The result was directly rejected by the system on the spot. No, using weapons to force others into submission, the order maintained by violence is not true peace at all. Feng Yao rolled his eyes. He is not the protagonist Naruto, and he can't rely on his mouth to make the 5 countries understand each other. Since this method doesn't work, Feng Yao is going to try to manipulate the 5 countries secretly. Now we can't let the country of fire and the country of thunder continue to fight, because the system has obvious requirements for the national strength of all parties. He wanted to find a way to ensure the balance between the 5 major countries, so that the immortal organization appeared in the ninja world, and the other major countries did not dare to act rashly, just like Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Tsunade has arrived near the meteorite of the earth-blasting star, and seeing the injured villagers all over the ground, everyone's face is full of fear, anxiety and fear. This scene also makes it difficult for her to restrain her emotions. She raised her head and said angrily, "Feng Yao, you are a ninja in vain, and you actually do this to ordinary villagers. Such viciousness is simply the scum of the ninja world. You should kill it." Although Feng Yao's blow was very moving, in fact, there were not many casualties, because Konoha was already very weak now, and Feng Yao didn't want to strike, otherwise the mission would not be completed. Tsunade, although the situation in Konoha is very dangerous this time, it is also the best opportunity for the major countries to see the strength of the immortal organization. All countries will not allow this force to develop recklessly, even if they will fight today. She was mentally prepared to die here. This point coincides with Feng Yao, who also want to force the 5 major countries to temporarily stop the war. Feng Yao laughed wildly. "I am afraid that the ordinary people I killed this time are not even 1,000th of the people your countries killed in the war. Why don't you speak up for them? If you really say this, then you the 5 major countries are the targets for everyone to gain and punish." Quote. Tsunade's tone was stagnant. Of course, she knew that during the war, the people of small countries would inevitably be hurt, but no one really cared about those. Yes, many small countries have no right to speak at all. In other words, do you still hate the 5 great nations? What is the purpose of your immortal organization this time? Tsunade simply pulled the topic away, trying to guide Feng Yao to target the 5 great nations, which is why Feng Yao has always been waiting for a word. You are wrong about one thing. It is our immortal organization, and you are also a member of the organization. As for hating the 5 major countries, maybe, your 5 major countries should not exist in the first place. Feng Yao deliberately gave an ambiguous answer, but that's enough. Then jumped off the meteorite and said solemnly, "As for the purpose, of course, it is to capture you, a traitor of the immortal organization, but I am willing to give you a chance. After all, our first meeting was not pleasant." After speaking, his eyes flashed, and light blue chakra appeared on his body, and formed a skeleton shape, and chakra completely covered his body. Susanoo. Then he manipulated the light blue bone arm to grab directly towards Tsunade, and Feng Yao only opened the first form of Susanoo, which was Madara's Susa. Tsunade looked serious, and once again untied the yin seal on the head, and the whole body was covered with curse marks. The art of creation and regeneration. This ninjutsu can be said to be a trick that has been eaten all over the world. Tsunade is from beginning to end. Fortunately, this ninjutsu can be comprehensive in terms of treatment, support, and attack. Tsunade raised her arm and grabbed Susaku No's palm, but due to the size of her body, she could only barely hold Suzukura's 2 fingers with both hands. She took a few steps back to stabilize her body, and she took a deep breath. He pressed his left hand against Shuzuanengu's arm, and then slammed his right hand forward. Cursed angrily, "Don't underestimate Konoha's ninja. Underestimate me, Sanin, you bastard." Boom. Chapter 91_Tsunade vs Fengyao. Shuzuokuohu's arm fell with a punch, and he could clearly see the countless cracks that were punched out, and they spread over his entire body. Fengyao snorted coldly, the chakra erupted, the bones of the arm stopped shattering, and the foundation of the skeleton was covered with meridians and flesh and blood, wrapped in a coat-like chakra. Susanoo in this state was the most balanced in terms of balance. Madara and Sasuke often used this form before gaining the power of the 6 paths. Although what Tsunade said was very imposing, she really couldn't compare with Orochimaru and Jiraiya in terms of Sanin's combat power, but she also had something she was good at, and that was medical treatment, which was also what Fengyao took a fancy to. At this time, Shizuo was several times harder than Nengu's just now. Sure enough, Tsunade was unable to directly destroy it for a while. The person next to him was about to help. Fengyao glanced at it and said disdainfully, "You guys should go first. Let's deal with the meteorites in the sky." After talking about Fengyao's control of the meteorite synthesized by the Earth Blast Star, it will fall directly, but its size and power are definitely not as good as that of the Heavenly Obstruction Star. The Earth Blast Star is more similar to the sealing technique, which sucks people into the meteorite and crushes the enemy. However, Fengyao changed his usage. After all, if you use Tianji Zhengxing to smash it, no one can hold it now, but it is enough for Konoha's ninjas to work. Konoha's Jonin is torn between Meteor and Tsunade. "You guys deal with the meteorites first, and I'll stop Fengyao." Tsunade immediately made a choice for everyone, fighting Fengyao alone. Everyone gritted their teeth and said, "Master Tsunade, please hold on, we stopped the meteorite from coming to help you immediately." After speaking, the ninja quickly dispersed. "You also overestimate yourself, Tsunade." Fengyao sneered, and a light blue weapon appeared in the other hand of Shuzuo Nengu. Tsunade's body was already grabbed by Suzuoku Nohu, unable to dodge it, so he could only raise his right hand to take the sword. Click. The sword body is cut to the bone, and her arm will be cut off by the slightest difference, but Tsunade's current Baihao technique allows her to ignore this kind of damage. "It hurts my feet." Tsunade focused the strength of his body on his feet, smashed the entire ground on which Fengyao was standing, and the unbalanced Suzukura swayed, and Tsunade took the opportunity to jump out and come to a safe area. Almost in a blink of an eye, the wound on the arm began to emit white smoke, which was quickly repaired and then healed. Fengyao saw this scene and said with a smile, "Tsunade, don't forget, I gave you part of your power." Tsunade snorted inwardly. What Fengyao is talking about here is of course the intercolumnar cells. Tsunade transplanted a part of the intercolumnar cells through Fengyao when she was in the Immortal organization. I have to thank Fengyao. Experts fight against each other, and always only fight for the front line. In the short battle with Fengyao, Tsunade has actually been guarding against Fengyao's Flying Thunder God and Time-Space Ninjutsu. Even if the opponent suddenly moves in front of him, Tsunade is confident that he can resist. But the technique used by the other party was different from what he was familiar with before. The ability to create meteorites and the hard skeletons formed by chakra were all completely unfamiliar ninjutsu. This guy, has he been retaining his strength before? Tsunade's eyes were complicated, and the opponent's strength refreshed her understanding time and time again. She really didn't know how to defeat Fengyao. "It's almost over, I'm not in the mood to spend it with you." Fengyao stretched out his right hand after speaking, Vientian Tianian. A suction shrouded Tsunade within the range. Even if Tsunade noticed that he had attached the chakra to the soles of his feet in time, he was still a step slower, and the whole body flew towards Tsunade. Tsunade was a little flustered at first, but then his eyes flashed with determination. If that's the case, I'll take the opportunity to get close. With my skill, it's very difficult for him to kill me directly. Tsunade adjusted his body in the air, ready to fight back. I thought it would be attacked by Feng Yao with a weapon that must be used as a power, but in fact it flew directly towards Feng Yao. Although Tsunade had doubts about this scene, he didn't care about that much. He directly filled up with the strange force. He used the suction of Vientian Heavenly Enchantment to enhance his own strength. The wind hidden inside. Success. Tsunade was overjoyed when he saw the shattering of Suzuo, and was about to make up for the knife. The next moment Feng Yao created a black rod from his body, which directly pierced Tsunade, who was close at hand. The black stick passed through Tsunade's right shoulder, but this kind of small injury was obviously not noticed by Tsunade. HMPH, just because of this kind of injury, I think. Ah! Suddenly, the chakra in the body began to become disordered. Tsunade fell to the ground in pain, and the technique of Baihao began to subside. Tsunade-sama, what's wrong with you? Damn, what despicable tactics did that bastard use? The people around saw Tsunade suddenly fell to the ground in pain, and they didn't know what happened. The black stick was loaded with the power of the outsider of the Eye of Reincarnation, which was enough to block the enemy's acupoints that produced chakra, so that the enemy could not use the chakra to launch various activities smoothly. Kind of ninjutsu. Feng Yao's black stick is comparable to Obito and others. This is the defeat caused by the lack of intelligence. If she could know the effect of the black stick, she would not choose to break the beard as an energy, but use strength to jump. Open. Tsunade, who couldn't resist now, was easily knocked unconscious by Feng Yao and put it into Yungchang Hirazaka. This is the second time that Tsunade has been planted in Feng Yao's hands. Unlike last time, Feng Yao was completely crushed this time. Pressed victory. The huge meteorite formed by the exploding stars in the sky has been stopped. The Chu Dao family relied on the multiplication technique, and several clansmen who swelled several times together resisted the meteorite. The 6th generation Hokage Kakashi also came with the support of Sasuke and others, and just witnessed the scene where Tsunade was knocked unconscious and put into the door of space. Feng Yao, it's actually you. This was the third head-to-head confrontation between Feng Yao and Kakashi, and the two sides faced each other. Now the identities of the two sides are different. Feng Yao is the leader of the Immortal, and Kakashi is the Hokage of Konoha. No one spoke for a while, but Kakashi finally spoke first. Feng Yao, I, Konoha, no longer regard you as a traitor, and kept the promise of the day, but you not only secretly stole Konoha's forbidden technique scroll. Even the Tsunade princess who captured my Konoha. Attacking my Konoha for the second time today, killing Danzo was considered to be helping Konoha. What are you trying to do? Quote. At the end of the day, Kakashi's aura had reached its peak, and he even took off his blindfold to reveal his own writing wheel. Feng Yao didn't refute Kakashi's accusation, but he didn't have any guilt. People would have desires, and this point would be infinitely magnified after gaining strength. His goal from the beginning was very clear. To reach the pinnacle of the ninja world, as long as it is beneficial to him, no matter what kind of difficulties he will be criticized, Feng Yao doesn't care at all, because history has always been determined by the winners. Written. At this moment, a shadow covered most of Feng Yao's body, and he seemed so calm when he was alone. It's just that Orochimaru's voice suddenly came from the door of space next to him. Yao-kun, I have controlled Tsunade, we are waiting for you to come back. Feng Yao smiled slightly, turned his head and said, I still have some things to deal with, I will come soon. Yes, Feng Yao has his own companions and forces, he is not alone, there is a large group of people with their own ideals waiting for his leadership. To fight for himself and for the Immortal Organization. Chapter 92_Sasuke's Shaker. Feng Yao will first look at Sasuke. He wants to capture Sasuke's eyes, and use his kaleidoscope cells to help himself open the two pupil techniques of Amaterasu and Kaguto life. He stretched out his arm again, and said silently in his heart, Vientian Tianian. The suction force appeared again, and Sasuke's body immediately flew over like Fengyao. Everyone was shocked and wanted to hold Sasuke, but Sasuke himself took the lead in reacting, pulling out a long knife and inserting it into the ground, slowing down the speed of being dragged. The ground and the knife, the friction rattled, and Kakashi and others on the side immediately helped. Divine might. The left eye focused on Feng Yao's head, and the space began to distort. Sasuke was not idle either. He turned over and stepped on the handle of the knife, making a mark on his hands, condensing chakra in his throat. Fire escape how fireball. The current Sasuke has also made extraordinary progress following Kakashi's cultivation, and he is not bewitched by Orochimaru. He is obviously not so focused on revenge. His life has undergone major changes because of the appearance of Feng Yao, and the huge fireball is wrapped in heat waves. Come over, and the space where Feng Yao is located is also distorted. Feng Yao changed his gesture immediately after seeing it, and said softly, Shen Luo Tianzheng. Gravity suddenly turned into a strong repulsion, and the fireball bounced back directly. As for Kakashi's divine power, Feng Yao had both eyes, and the distortion caused by it was restored in a moment. However, a shadow appeared from the dark and connected with Feng Yao. It was the shadow of Nara Shikahisa who took the opportunity to catch Feng Yao, and it was just a trick. Well done, Shikaku. Kakashi was very excited to see the tactical success. Quick, he's too strong. I can't stand it. Nara Shikahisa's body kept shaking. Obviously controlling Feng Yao's actions made him very stressed. Feng Yao frowned. Is it Konoha's pig, deer and butterfly? Then where is the other one? Then a voice came from the smoke. Ninja, the art of turning your heart. Feng Yao's body suddenly froze for a moment. The smoke dissipated. It was Hiei Yamanaka, the last one of the pig deer butterfly. He kept the appearance of a knot in his hand, and then his head hung down weakly. Then, Feng Yao said hurriedly, hurry up, I won't last long. He and Sasuke glanced at each other, and the two began to form seals at the same time. Sasuke also revealed the writing wheel eye, which looked like Ergo Jade. They concentrated the chakra of the thunder attribute in their palms. Rachel. Chidori. The two dragged the thunder and lightning at an extremely fast speed, and wanted to strike through Feng Yao's body. Just when the two were within 5 meters of Feng Yao, everyone thought they had succeeded, but Yamanaka Hiei suddenly woke up and immediately stood up and shouted anxiously, he is not under my control. My technique failed. Don't approach him. Go away. Feng Yao's mind and body can be immune to almost all illusions and mental control. Not only did Yamanaka Hiei fail, but he was also mentally shaken. He didn't return to his body immediately. Instead, Feng Yao used this to make Sasuke take the initiative to approach him. Kakashi was shocked, but he couldn't stop. The figure of a lion, with 2 horns on its head, a goatee, and a snow-white hair of Baizi sprang from Feng Yao's arm, scattered with thunder and lightning, like Sasuke tearing it apart. Bite. The purpose was to get Sasuke's eyes. Kakashi wanted to help, but how could Feng Yao let him do so? Suzuoku can throw out his huge arm, knock Kakashi out, and put on a mask. Spilled blood. Sasuke was held under his claws by Baizi and could not move. At this moment, Sasuke saw that Kakashi was injured, and the 2 Guyu in his eyes changed towards the state of 3 Guyu. Feng Yao took a look. It seems that since following Kakashi, Sasuke's relationship with him has improved a lot. Kakashi has always had some preference for Sasuke. The two of them are very similar. In the original book, Sasuke looks like Kakashi after blackening, but Kakashi finally came out. This time he and Naruto also brought Sasuke walked out. However, Sengoyu, who was awakened on the spot, could not change the situation of the battle. Feng Yao walked over and stretched out his right hand to capture Sasuke's eyes. Host, please wait. The voice of the system made Feng Yao's hand stop in midair. He wondered, what's wrong? The general system still rarely speaks when it is fighting by itself, unless there is an emergency. What I want to say is that Sasuke hasn't turned on the kaleidoscope yet. If you capture it now, it can't be regarded as a kaleidoscope's cells, nor can you get the ability of his eyes. Quote. Feng Yao patted his forehead directly, and secretly asked how he had forgotten about it. Host, I think you simply want to take revenge on Duoyu, and you just want to catch people's eyes, so you don't think about this problem at all. Cough cough, how could it be? Then if that's the case, I can only keep it for him first. Thinking of this, Feng Yao stopped his hand. He came to take Sasuke's eyes this time, and he also thought of taking revenge on Duoyu, but he subconsciously ignored the fact that Sasuke had not opened his eyes yet. It's amazing, but now Sasuke's eyes are ordinary, and his physique won't help evolve. Kakashi and Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Feng Yao stop. It was not difficult to see that Feng Yao's purpose was to write round eyes, but they stopped halfway through, which made them puzzled. Now Kakashi doesn't dare to do anything at will. Sasuke is now in Feng Yao's hands. If he shoots at will, it may hurt Sasuke. Nara Shikahisa and Yamanaka Kaiichi on the side also surrounded Feng Yao. Although they knew that their methods had no effect on Feng Yao, as Konoha's ninjas, they would never back down at this moment. Feng Yao, who has achieved his goal, has lost interest. There is nothing to stay here. Feng Yao takes back by Z. Sasuke gets rid of the control and immediately jumps away to keep a distance. You are so far from your brother, Sasuke. Hearing this name, Sasuke still couldn't control his emotions. The veins on his neck burst, and he said hoarsely, "Don't mention that man's name in front of me." Feng Yao sneered secretly in his heart, but in his mouth he said, "What can I do when I mentioned you? Tell you, I have seen him before. The gap between you and him is so huge, I am afraid that you will never be able to take revenge in your life." Ah! Kakashi said anxiously. "Don't trust him, Sasuke, have you forgotten there are us? We will help you, trust." "I know." Sasuke interrupted Kakashi directly. He picked up the knife and pointed at Feng Yao. "Tell you, I will stand in front of that man one day and ask him to repent for what he did. You wait, watch it." Looking at Sasuke, who was completely different from the past, Kakashi also showed a relieved smile. This child has finally changed. I'm not good at mouth evasion. I didn't expect to have such a big influence on Sasuke in the village. HMPH, forget it, Itachi should come to persecute him anyway. Feng Yao, whose plan failed, was not worried, and Itachi, this god assists you, you just need to wait. All the goals have been completed, and Feng Yao was ready to retreat, but at this moment, he saw a familiar figure. The only member of the Sen organization that has not yet been found is Hideyoshi, who is proficient in ninjutsu and can use the limit of blood. Chapter 93_Assassinate the 6th Hokage. Hideyoshi is standing in a house not far from here at the moment, although Feng Yao has not seen it for a long time, but Feng Yao still recognizes it at a glance, but he has some doubts in his heart. It's strange, doesn't it mean that he went to the land of thunder? It saved me a lot of effort to find him. But the next moment Hideyoshi disappeared in place. This is the 6 tiles, passed on to him by Feng Yao. The roof tiles of the house were directly smashed, and a thunderous sound came. Whoosh! Kakashi felt a cold killing intent coming from his back, and everyone, including Feng Yao, was surprised. Because Hideyoshi's target is the 6th Hokage, Hitaki Kakashi. 6th slash of thunder. Concentrating lay done on the knife, instantly slashing out 6 slashes, aiming the 6 slashes at the same position, is a powerful ninjutsu. At this speed, Kakashi can barely move his body, and although he can't dodge, at least he won't be fatally injured. Round grave border prison. Just when Kakashi thought that he was not dead or half crippled, Hideyoshi's knife seemed to cut something, and it was all blocked by something like a wall of air. Clang! What's the matter? Hideyoshi also widened his eyes. In fact, Feng Yao released the shadow of a wheel tomb to block Hideyoshi's slash. Now Konoha can't lose Hokage, and why Hideyoshi came to attack Hokage also made Feng Yao puzzled. Without a hit, Hideyoshi retreated decisively, holding the knife in front of him, ready to strike again at any time. Who are you? Is the guardian forehead Yunyin's rebellion? Lord Hokage, please step back, this is probably Yunyin sent to assassinate you. Kakashi immediately stood in front of Kakashi to protect him. While Kakashi glanced at Feng Yao, the technique just now was definitely not used by any Konoha ninja. The only possibility on the field was Feng Yao. Kakashi frowning. Why did he save me? But now that Kakashi can't think about it, Hideyoshi has already started again. Lan Yun Huan Yao. Countless thunderballs exploded around, and dazzling light erupted, and everyone's vision was blocked. No, Hokage-sama, please be careful. Just when Shikuku was about to use his body to protect Kakashi, a voice full of youthful blood came. Oh hit. Noba Gang Force Whirlwind. Hideyoshi was kicked out, the strong light dissipated, and a ninja with thick eyebrows, a resolute appearance, and cut watermelon hair appeared, showing his big white teeth. Konoha's arrogant blue beast Crazy Akai-san. Kakashi, am I late? Kakashi took a deep breath and said with a smile, HMPH, it's just right, Akai. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as I came back. Sure enough, some people were restless after the outbreak of the war. As soon as the words fell, the two figures used the Shunshu technique to stand beside Akai together. It was Sarutobi Asma and Yuhi Hong. As soon as they came down from the front line, they saw the huge meteorite in Konoha village and came quickly. Hideyoshi's face was as gloomy as water, but he also knew that the possibility that he wanted to kill the sixth Hokage was too low, so he could only throw a smoke bomb and took the opportunity to leave. He didn't look at Feng Yao from beginning to end, like a stranger, but knowing Hideyoshi's location, Feng Yao naturally wouldn't let him disappear while playing. He turned his head and said to everyone in Konoha, I still have something to do today, so I won't waste it with you. I hope you can bring me some fun next time. After he finished speaking, he walked into the space of Yongchong Hirazaka, and everyone who wanted to chase was stopped by Kakashi. Don't be impulsive, we are not his opponents, let's treat the wounded, tell this matter. To Jiraiya-sama. At the end, Kakashi felt deeply helpless. He didn't know how to tell Jiraiya with this news. Tsunade-sama finally came back, but within a few days he fell into the claws of the immortal again. After Hideyoshi escaped, he ran to a hillside before stopping. He was panting heavily, the afterglow of the setting sun reflected in his eyes, and he couldn't help feeling a little sad. Such a beautiful sunset, I really want to watch it with you, Wooden Man. If I hadn't been blocked by something just now, I would have succeeded already, those eyes-hungry guys. Hideyoshi snorted coldly in his heart, took his eyes back, and glanced around him after a circle. After confirming that no one was following, he sat under the tree to rest. At this time, a black door of space was opened, and Feng Yao walked out alone. I stopped you just now. I haven't seen you for a long time. You have become a lot stronger. I am curious why you wanted to assassinate the sixth Hokage. Hideyoshi, Feng Yao asked. Hideyoshi saw Feng Yao's eyes widened at first, and then relaxed, and he said calmly, It's really you, Boss Feng Yao. You have changed too much, the ninjutsu is completely different, I didn't dare to recognize it, and even change the mask. Feng Yao snorted coldly, his icy blue eyes shone brightly. He didn't want to hear the news that the other party had taken refuge in Yunyin. What the hell is going on? I promised someone, and he asked me to assassinate the sixth Hokage. Hideyoshi seemed to be a little unspeakable, he just told Feng Yao the news one-sided. Who told you to do this, or did you join Union Village? Feng Yao's eyes sank, and the scene suddenly became tense. Hideyoshi shouted, No, I didn't do that. I just fell in love with a girl in Union Village, but she was in danger, and the other party asked me to kill the sixth Hokage to let her go. Here Hideyoshi is like a deflated ball again, how can he look like he used to be in high spirits? You fell in love with the girl in Union Village. Feng Yao subconsciously exclaimed. Hideyoshi's action is too fast, but I haven't seen him for half a year, and he has even found a wife. but love makes people crazy, and he dares to promise to assassinate the 6th Hokage. Hideyoshi couldn't help but smile bitterly, and continued, "Yes, and she is not an ordinary girl, she is the second-tailed person Zuli of Union Village. After I left the Land of Water, I thought about breaking into Union Village to have a look. But she found out, the two of us had a fight, and I lost to her in the end." Quote. It is indeed possible with Hideyoshi's character. He is keen on all kinds of exciting adventures, this time maybe the so-called lost the battle and won the life. She didn't treat me like this betrayal, but let me go. During that time, I went to the place where she practiced to accompany her. Gradually, I fell in love with her. I just wanted to be by her side, but before suddenly some guys in strange costumes appeared in the sky. They injured the wooden man and threatened me. The last masked man and I made an agreement. As long as they can kill the 6th Hokage, they will let the wooden man go. Under Hideyoshi's sharp eyebrows, his eyes revealed a deep murderous intent. I really want to kill those guys, but their ninjutsu is too weird. I can only listen to their conditions. Feng Yao's thoughts turned in his mind. 80% of the people who caught her way were members of the Shao organization, and the masked man was talking about Obito. If Hideyoshi's assassination was successful, I'm afraid Konoha would definitely think it was Union's conspiracy, and Hideyoshi it was Yunyin's betrayal and forbearance. How could this matter have something to do with Yunyin? Then the war would definitely continue. Immediately replied, Hideyoshi, you can let go of the assassination of Hokage. I will help you with the teak man. I am sure to save her. Hokage can't die now. Chapter 94 _ The Wave of Ninja. Hideyoshi couldn't help being shocked when he heard it, and he said excitedly, really? Boss Feng Yao, I beg you, you must save her, please. Don't worry, you get up first. I'll take you back to Yinyin Village first. Don't worry about saving people. You are my subordinate, of course I won't let you be threatened. Feng Yao sighed and sent Hideyoshi helped up. Fortunately, he captured the outsider golem, and the teak man would not die immediately by sucking up the power of the tailed beast. Then open Wonquan Hirazaka, and take Hideyoshi to echo the hidden village together. At this time, a Venus flytrap not far away made a low voice. I didn't expect that Yunyin's rebellion was also his subordinate. I have a lot of information, so I have to inform Obito. After speaking, he dived into the ground, and in an instant, the scenery changed and he came to Obito's side. Obito, who was wearing a mask, listened to the news from Ju. It turns out that he is hiding in the country of Tien. I didn't expect that Union Rebellion and Forbearance is actually a member of the Immortal organization. Well, it doesn't matter, get ready. Golem. At the end of the speech, Obito's tone contained a trace of brutality and tyranny. Nodding as it should, all plans could not be implemented without the outsider golem, and the information they got. The person Zuli of the one-tailed guardian crane is also in the Immortal organization, so he must go. It's fine if the recapture of the outsider golem is successful this time, but if it fails, I don't know how long it will take for my mother's resurrection. It is necessary to get in touch with Feng Yao as soon as possible. Ju thought in secret that he existed to revive Kagaya, and it didn't matter who came to revive. No one in the ninja world knows its true identity. If the piece of Obito is not easy to use, it can only be discarded. Heiju has a hunch that if he can use Feng Yao, it will be easier than the piece of Madara. Heiju is best at bewitching heart. But what he didn't know was that Feng Yao already knew of his existence. One day later, the fact that Konoha village was attacked again quickly spread all over the continent. Except for the remoteness of the water country, all countries have already known that there is a terrorist organization called Xian in the ninja world. Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, walked away, and said that there is no need for the existence of the 5 major countries. Country of Thunder. The irritable Reikage smashed the table with a punch, and roared, "What bastard organization? Konoha's way is too old-fashioned, do you think I will believe it?" And 10 teams are being sent to the front line. Quote. Lord Reikage, it's better to pay attention. This organization has not only carried out terrorist attacks many times, but also researched the control of intercolumn cells and various forbidden techniques based on Konoha's intelligence. We need to guard against it. If it is our village. She glanced at the table that was smashed by Hokage, and said solemnly. I snorted. Then let them try. I will break their heads one by one. Also, find the news of the teak man as soon as possible. Country of Wind. Konoha is really in constant disasters. This Fengyao is a big trouble. Xian, organization. I think Gaara is also there. Luo Sha flipped through the information in his hand. He put on a puppet arm because of the broken hand. This is not difficult for Sandian village. Then, what should we do? Konoha is our current ally. Do we need help? Maji was beside Luo Sha waiting for his order. Luo Sha sneered constantly. What help? We Xiaoyan are too busy to take care of ourselves. The alliance is nothing but a paper treaty, but since this kind of organization is not from our country, it is a threat. Kill it as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. Country of Earth. A large group of old people sat around a table. Unlike other countries, the rulers and ministers of the land were very united, respected each other, and got along very harmoniously. A tall, rather happy, with a big nose in the middle of his face, a very short old man said, there is another battle situation from Konoha, and Jirai, one of the 3 ninjas on the front line, also repelled Yunyin. It's just that Konoha village was attacked. Have you heard of the Xian organization? It's an organization that has just emerged recently. It shouldn't be a big deal, but the collapse of the front line of Union is surprising news. It's not uncommon to see Immortal Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, and Tsunade, a medical expert. If it wasn't for Konoha's plans for the village of Grass Hidden, we would have already attacked Konoha while Union and Konoha were fighting. Onogi ignored everyone's words, but said slowly, only Jiraiya is left. Konoha's Tsunade has been captured. I heard that this organization has been gathering all kinds of talents and ninjutsu, and it seems to the 5 countries. I don't like it. This kind of guy. The people next to him were shocked when they heard it, and re-examined the organization. Yinyin Village. Orochimaru, Gaara, and Do came to a door together, and Gaara knocked on the door respectfully. Boom, boom. Fengyao's voice came from inside. Come in when you come, I have something to tell you. The 3 walked into the room one after another. Fengyao was lying on the black leather seat, and Hideyoshi was standing beside him. Fengyao already knew all the situation, and Fengyao and Hideyoshi also synchronized many recent intelligence and actions of the Xian organization. Others were stunned when they saw a stranger beside Fengyao, and Fengyao asked them to introduce each other. I didn't expect you to know Yaojun before me, and you joined the organization at the same time as Zaibuzhan. Yaojun's vision is really good. Orochimaru looked up and down Hideyoshi, feeling the extraordinariness of the other party. Hideyoshi smiled bitterly and said, I've been out of the organization for a while. I didn't expect it to grow so fast. If I could have known the guy's abilities earlier in the organization, maybe the wooden man wouldn't have. A little remorse. Don't think like that. If you were in the organization, you might not be able to meet her. They won't hurt the teak people for the time being. You are all my trusted subordinates. I will tell you the purpose of the Xiao organization to collect tailed beasts. Quote. After hearing this, everyone was a little puzzled. The purpose of collecting tailed beasts. Isn't tailed beast the so-called weapon of a great power? What other functions are there? Fengyao finally made up his mind to tell them that Fengyao felt that it was not a good thing to know too much before, and the strength of Xian was not enough at that time. So Fengyao started from the legendary 6 Paths Immortal, talked about the origin of ninjutsu, the origin of the 9-tailed beast, told the story that the 6 Paths Immortal was the first 10-tailed person Zuli, and informed them that the Xiao organization the purpose is to collect all the 9-tailed beasts, revive the 10-tailed, and reproduce the power of the 6-path immortal to realize the Eye of the Moon project. After Fengyao finished speaking, there was a dead silence. At this moment, time seems to stand still. Everyone's expressions were still a little dull, and they didn't respond. They were like sculptures, silent. Orochimaru opened his mouth wide and could put the next fist. Even Gaara lost her demeanor, until Feng Yao coughed twice, and everyone woke up like an electric shock. I am facing, Orochimaru yelled. Immediately burst into tears with excitement. This is simply incredible, the secret of the ninja world, the origin of ninjutsu, Yaojun. If this is the case, then we can also collect the power of the nine-tailed beasts. Chapter 95 Re-entry into the Shinwei space. Feng Yao smiled bitterly in his heart. Even if I get the power of the six-path immortals, I can't use it flexibly, just like Wei Yukong has chakra and can't ninjutsu. I guess he is a little worse than her. So he said, don't worry for the time being, if the time is right, I will also collect tailed beasts, but not now. My god, how can you collect all this information? Feng Yao-sama, you seem to be living in that era. Tu also couldn't hide his excitement. He also had a pursuit, that is to collect all the ninjutsu and ninjutsu in the world. Intelligence, knowing his identity, Feng Yao's words greatly broadened his horizons. However, as an intelligence officer's keen perception, he understands that this information cannot be known just by inquiring, and only by personal experience can be known so thoroughly. He looked at Feng Yao with a hint of doubt. Feng Yao secretly thought that something was wrong. Could it be that he could not hide his identity as a transmigrator? Just when Feng Yao was about to confess. But at this time, Orochimaru laughed loudly. I'm afraid you don't know about this, but Yaojun actually has a ninjutsu that can know the past and future. Feng Yao looked confused and turned to look at Orochimaru. Huh. I knew this secret as early as when I was persuaded to join. Well. So all the changes in this world are under Yaojun's control. Huh. Feng Yao was immediately puzzled after hearing this. He didn't expect Orochimaru to be so good at brain supplementation. And when everyone heard it, they all looked at Feng Yao with fiery eyes, and their eyes were full of admiration. If they said no at this time, it was not a big oolong. Feng Yao smiled embarrassedly and said bravely, it's almost like this, ahem, Orochimaru, you are very sharp. So, the current, Shao, organization can't actually do anything to the second tail, because now the shell of the 10 tails is in our hands, right? Gaara recovered and calmly analyzed the situation. Feng Yao smiled and said, yes, but it can't be delayed. If you force the other party and kill Ren Zuli directly, then the tailed beast will still be resurrected, but it will take some time to catch up. It's easier. Hideyoshi finally let go of his heart at this moment. Since the teak man was arrested, he has not dared to rest for a minute, and hurried to Konoha village. Even after he came here, he was still anxious. Hearing Feng Yao said so much, finally at ease. Then what are we going to do next? Find someone from Shao. Feng Yao touched his right eye and said, you can find them at any time, it just depends on whether the other party wants to talk to us. The Shinwei space is connected to Obito. In order to prevent Feng Yao from using the Shinwei space, Obito left a lot of people in it. Feng Yao didn't want to leak information, so it was rarely used. Now, for Hideyoshi, I can only talk to the other party. He brought Orochimaru and Hideyoshi, and then his right eye swirled and absorbed the three of them. The space is still the same as before, but there are scattered Baiju around, and when he sees Feng Yao, he rushed over and opened his mouth. Feng Yao is here tilde. It's finally here, we've been waiting for you for a long time. For these Baiju, Feng Yao didn't even look at them, he directly unfolded the skeleton, and the skeleton formed by the huge chakra shrouded Feng Yao's body. He slammed down with one arm, and all turned into a pool of white meat mud. Feng Yao slaughtered Baiju in Shinwei space to his heart's content. After a while, Obito was finally brought in. He came alone. Originally, he was gathering the members of Shao to attack Yinyan village. As a result, news came from Baiju, saying that Baiju was placed in the Shinwei space. Was killed. Obito understood that it was definitely Feng Yao's doing, so he wanted to see what the other party was going to do. Hey, Yinyan village is gone, the more daring you are, Feng Yao. Obito's face was gloomy like water. Of course, this was referring to Feng Yao's psychic walking the whole golem and attacking Konoha. Don't gossip, you should know him. Feng Yao didn't intend to give Obito any good looks. He went straight to the topic, pointed to Hideyoshi next to him, and continued, I know you caught the teak man, why don't you come here? Let's talk about how you're willing to let her go. A hint of mockery flashed in Obito's eyes. Then you should hand over the outsider golem. If so, I will return the teak man to you, but will you be willing? Needless to say, the preciousness of the outsider golem, the 10-tailed shell is invincible, and the plan without the outsider golem is completely impossible to carry out. He feels that Feng Yao will definitely not hand over the golem for a subordinate partner. I agree, when will the exchange start? What? Not to mention Obito, even Orochimaru was surprised. After a period of research, Orochimaru naturally understood how precious this golem is. In addition to the secret of the 10 tails just told by Feng Yao, no one thinks that Feng Yao will hand over golems, including Hideyoshi. At this moment, Hideyoshi's heart trembled violently and tears filled his eyes. He half knelt on the ground. Thank you, Lord Feng Yao, I will repay your kindness by being a cow and a horse for the rest of my life. Feng Yao nodded slightly and helped Hideyoshi up. The outsider golem is indeed precious, but it is useless to Feng Yao. He can't become a human pillar. At that time, the golem was only used for research on Orochimaru, and now Orochimaru has also completed the research. Then the golem is only a temptation for the outside world. Throw it back to Obito, it's no big deal, and it can be exchanged for a Wiranzuli, why not do it? Obito's expression turned serious. You are really a strange guy. If it is true, I will agree to your terms and exchange it in the country of Tien. I will bring the two-tailed man Zuli over there. It seems that you have also collected a lot of information. Hearing Obito revealing his hiding place, Feng Yao's eyes flashed, but he was not too surprised, but he was determined to move the organization as soon as possible. Obito can find out that the same is true for other countries. Xian is now only for major countries, not the kind of charity organization that will help grandma cross the road. Whoosh. _ The vortex of divine power emerged, and Obito had already left the space. Let's go too, get ready, I'm afraid Xiao will not hand over the teak man so easily. Although the conditions have been negotiated with Obito, the cautious Feng Yao made everyone prepare for a fierce battle, and Feng Yao's right eye flashed. The vortex of divine power also unfolded, and everyone returned to Yinyan village. You guys are back, Master Feng Yao, how are you talking? Do and Gaara asked immediately. When they learned that Feng Yao was going to return the outsider golem to Xiao, to exchange hostages, everyone's eyes were filled with shock, and the eyes they looked at Feng Yao were different. Do even said from the side, don't you have to think about it? Lord Feng Yao. Hearing this, Hideyoshi's body visibly trembled. Feng Yao shook his head. You don't need to talk about this kind of thing next time. If you are in deep danger, I agree to make the same choice. Golems are just foreign objects after all, so Orochimaru is not used for taking a little bit of the column. Cells. Yaojun is really brave, but I have thoroughly researched the intercolumnar cells cultivated under the outsider golem, so it's totally unnecessary. Orochimaru smiled sideways. Chapter 96 _ Tsunade surrenders. After confirming that everyone had no opinions, they were all dispatched by Feng Yao to inform their respective teams of their next actions. In the next step, Feng Yao has another important thing, and that is the question about Tsunade. He came to the prison in Yinyan village alone, it was still so gloomy, and the faint ghost fire reflected on Feng Yao's face. Tsunade's situation is not very good at the moment. He has a black stick with Feng Yao on his body, which hinders chakra, and Orochimaru is worried, and even binds Tsunade's hands. Now Tsunade is like an ordinary person. This time Yo wants to convince Tsunade. Moreover, he must have the help of Tsunade to achieve peace in the ninja world in the future. When he opened the cell door, Tsunade looked up and saw that it was Feng Yao, and then sneered. Why, are you looking at how embarrassed I am? Feng Yao snorted coldly and asked back, Do I look like such a boring man? I have something to talk to you about. I have nothing to talk to you about, a guy like you who enjoys killing others. You just kill me. Tsunade simply closed his eyes to avoid looking at Fengyao. Really, even if I'm going to help Konoha stop the war, you're not interested in talking to me. That's fine. Fengyao got up and was about to leave, but Tsunade opened his eyes, hesitated for a while, and said, "You really have such a good heart. What is your purpose? I don't believe you will do things that are not beneficial to you." Indeed, let's be honest, in addition to stopping the war between Konoha and Union, I am also going to support you as the 7th Hokage. There is only one requirement. After becoming Hokage, you must obey the orders of Sen. Under certain circumstances, you can rest assured that what I ask Konoha to do will never harm Konoha's interests, and if there is, you can refuse. Quote. You want to manipulate Konoha village. It's impossible, let alone the 6th Hokage who just took office. Even if I become Hokage, I can't obey the orders of other organizations. Tsunade still rejected Feng Yao's proposal. The key is that she doesn't believe in Feng Yao, this terrorist who has attacked Konoha and Yuyan village in succession. If he cooperates easily with the other party, I am afraid that even the scum will not be left. Feng Yao shrugged indifferently. Well, Konoha can't stand it anyway. Let me tell you, I have been to Kaoyan village. Guess what I found? Tsunade did not respond. Feng Yao revealed with a mysterious smile. He continued. Actually, Yinyan village has already colluded with Kusakan to attack Konoha from the rear. Don't show that expression. It happened to be destroyed by me. They won't attack for a while. Now Kusakan the village is also under my control, returning to the immortal organization to do things. Agreeing to my request, Konoha will be fine. I will take care of Yinyan village. Tsunade was a little stunned by the news, and felt a little shaken in his heart. I didn't expect, even the land of the land, then why should I believe you? When saying this, Feng Yao showed a smile that the plan was successful, which means that Tsunade has agreed to his request, but there is no guarantee that what Feng Yao said is guaranteed, which is much easier. Feng Yao's voice was solemn. It's very simple. To show my sincerity, I will return all Konoha's ninjutsu and forbidden books in full, but this matter needs to be done in secret, and I will not restrict your freedom too much. Of course, the premise is how do you feel if you will not betray the organization and sell intelligence. Quote. Tsunade lowered her head. Her heart is also doing the last struggle. Now Konoha without her will only be more dangerous. If you don't agree, I am afraid that Konoha village will be destroyed sooner or later. I promise you. After saying this, Tsunade seemed to have lost all her strength and fainted directly. The inner struggle of making this decision made her physically and mentally exhausted. Seeing this scene, Feng Yao immediately pulled out the black stick on Tsunade's body, tore off the chains on his hands and feet, and went to the medical room with Tsunade in his arms. He finally persuaded Tsunade that if he died directly, then funny. When he came to the medical room, Feng Yao kicked open the door, and the inside pocket was being checked by Duo Yuya. He was startled when he heard the sound of kicking the door, and when he saw it was Feng Yao, he felt relieved and pushed his glasses. Master Feng Yao, I can't stand your tossing like this. You want to. Tu and Taiyu also naturally saw Tsunade holding Feng Yao's hand. They knew that Feng Yao had brought Tsunade back from Konoha village, but now that there is no other god's control, it should be difficult for Tsunade to do anything. Immortals, do things. Seeing their doubts, Feng Yao first put Tsunade on the medical bed and explained. Don't worry, she is no longer betrayal. Please treat her and don't let anything happen to her. Tsunade's clothes were damaged a lot because of the previous battle, and it was inevitable that some spring light would be exposed. Beside him, also saw something and blushed. Isn't this woman doing it on purpose? Does Lord Feng Yao like that kind of thing? Lord seems to be handsome again. Then he turned his attention to Feng Yao again. During this time, Duo Yu had been recovering from his injuries, and Feng Yao had basically left soon after he came back, so he had never been able to see each other, and this time he finally got what he wanted. Feeling Tuyuya's gaze, Feng Yao turned his head to look, and Tuyuya immediately lowered his eyes and dared not look directly. Feng Yao laughed in his heart. I haven't seen you for a while, this girl seems to be even more shy. Lord Feng Yao, I've seen it. Tsunade has nothing to do with it, but chakra is a little disordered and he's tired. Just rest here for a few days. Well, I'm sorry to trouble you. By the way, how is Tuyuya's situation? Is she still injured here with you? Thinking that Duoyu was still checking here, Feng Yao was a little worried if there were any sequelae. After all, Itachi's illusion attack was really terrible. Hearing Feng Yao asking about his injury, Duoyu also said quickly, No, Master Feng Yao, my injury is completely healed. I can continue to work for you, please don't worry about it. I'm worried. She was afraid that Feng Yao would refuse to fight with her because of her injury, which was more painful than hurting her. Don't worry, Master Feng Yao, Duoyu is fine, but I'm going to have an eye transplant for her recently, so I specially checked it today. Hearing this, Feng Yao nodded slightly, looked at Tuyuya's closed right eye and felt a little remorse, stretched out his right hand and gently stroked Tuyuya's face, secretly deciding that Tuyuya was also transplanting a writing wheel eye. But at this moment, Taiyu also suddenly covered his heart and fell to the ground as if he had lost his strength, with a very painful expression on his face. The chest. It hurts. Feng Yao panicked, and hurriedly helped Duoyu, who was lying on the ground, to rush to the ground and said, What's the matter? Didn't you say she's all right? Why is this happening? This. Lord Feng Yao, don't worry, put her up and I'll help her take a look. Kabuto was also very puzzled. It stands to reason that Tuyuya's injury has already healed, and it shouldn't be on the heart. So she quickly took out various instruments and started to connect. Duoyu's breathing was still a little short at the moment, and Feng Yao also tried to inject chakra into her body, but it still had no great effect. Chapter 97 _ Floating City established. In order not to disturb Duoyu's treatment, Feng Yao took the initiative to sit at the door of the medical room, feeling a little depressed. After a while, Orochimaru came here, and was surprised to see Feng Yao parked at the door. Why is Yaojun sitting outside the door? I was going to find you. It's alright, Duoyu also seems to have an old injury. Do is treating her, do you have anything to do with me? Feng Yao's reply was a little absent-minded, and his eyes always glanced at the medical room unconsciously. It was Yaojun who said that he had to collect building materials. I have already completed all of them. I think Yaojun can put the floating city in the designated location first. I will arrange for people to carry out the construction first, so that we will not be too hasty to evacuate later. Orochimaru's proposal is very good, and now we must evacuate the country of Tien as soon as possible and build a floating city. It's just that Duoyu didn't know what was going on right now. When he was about to let Orochimaru wait first, he came out of his pocket, and his expression was a little weird. Lord Feng Yao, Duoyu is all right now, don't worry, I may know a little about her situation, but I'm not quite sure. What's the matter? Can't even diagnose you in time. Feng Yao frowned, there were not many diseases that could give Dudu a headache. Also please feel free to follow Mr. Orochimaru to do errands. I need a little time. I promise you will come back and see a healthy Duoyu. Pushing his glasses, he said confidently. It was rare to see Kao swearing like this. Feng Yao thought about it, and finally nodded. The other party would not joke about Tuyuya's life, and now he could only trust him. I believe in your strength and take care of Yuya. Then open, Yikwan Hirazaka, next to it, and together with Orochimaru, went to the sea area near the country of Vortex, and the surrounding scenery changed. The blue sea is like a huge blue gem, and the cool and humid sea breeze with the smell of the sea is blowing every part of the body. Feng Yao used Vientiantian to let the two float in the sky together. Orochimaru was also very satisfied with the environment here. He turned his head and said, Yaojun, let's be right here. The location is very good, by the way. Are you trying to channel the floating city out? Although he already knew Feng Yao's plan, he didn't say where Feng Yao was in this city. If he wanted to psychic out, he might have to spend a lot of chakra. System, Just help me put it in this position. Okay, the floating city is about to be launched, please prepare the host. The sand map of the floating city in my mind disappeared, and a huge shadow enveloped Feng Yao and the two. A huge city appeared several thousand meters above the sky, and there were some strange power equipment below, which should be able to control the floating city to float in the air. The essential. Feng Yao manipulated gravity to bring Orochimaru into the floating city. Most of the places were still empty. Except for a large lake, some rocks, and a few small metal houses in the center, there was nothing in the whole city. The metal house is the central place where you can control the floating city. It's amazing, Yaojun, such a big place, and it's still in the air, this is the perfect base. Orochimaru raised his hands and praised the place. In the original book, Orochimaru is a traitor and forbearance. In order to avoid the investigation of various forces, the 3 caves of the Cunning Rabbit have his laboratory in many places. Although the safety is improved, it is also very troublesome to transfer frequently. A safe place can not only it gives members of the organization a sense of belonging, and it also increases their motivation. Well, I will maintain the space gate of Wonquan Hirazaka here first. You can bring the subordinates of Yinyan village to the construction. It must be carried out as soon as possible, and they will not be allowed to leave after that. The location of the organization must be kept strictly confidential. Although things are in a hurry, Feng Yao still wants to emphasize this point. Intelligence work is the top priority. Orochimaru said coldly. Don't worry, Yaojun, I promise that these people will not leak the news of the organization, and then I will find a way to set up an illusion enchantment next to this city and hide it. What do you think? What tilde? Well, I believe in your ability to do things, Orochimaru. After finishing speaking, Feng Yao stretched out his right hand, opened the door of space, and then sat cross-legged, while refining chakra, while maintaining Yongchang Hirazaka. Orochimaru didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly walked into the door, and then there were people from Yinyan and construction workers who were caught carrying various materials and walked in. Everyone's first reaction was to close their mouths in surprise, but under the deterrence of Orochimaru, he quickly put into work. Medical room. Duoyu also covered her heart with a worried look. She just didn't know why her heart was beating so fast that she even had difficulty breathing. Worrying in my heart. No way, is there something wrong with my heart? If so, can I still follow Lord Feng Yao? Tu looked at the instrument seriously, and seemed to confirm it repeatedly. After a long time, he stood up, pushed on his glasses, and sat beside Tayuya with a very serious expression. I probably already understand the situation, Tayuya. Don't panic, just listen to me. Hearing this, Taiyu also hurriedly sat down and asked tremblingly, yes. Is there something wrong with the heart? Tell me, I'm mentally prepared. His voice was very strange. This is lovesickness. Clam. The medical room was instantly silent except for the beating sound of the instruments. Duoyu was also stunned for a long time, and asked knowingly, is this the name of some kind of heart disease? No, the literal meaning is pure lovesickness, the heartbeat of the person you like, that's all. Duoyu also explained patiently. What are you talking about? Do you say that because I like Lord Feng Yao, my heart beats to the point of fainting? Such a humiliating behavior made Duoyu also pick up the quilt and cover her head. She didn't know how to explain it to Feng Yao for a while. Ahem, it's the first time I've encountered this kind of disease, so I'm a little shaken, but it's true based on repeated observations. Let's sort it out. You usually think about whether Lord Feng Yao's heart rate is often faster. Duoyu also covered the quilt and nodded, and continued. Then, I haven't seen you for a long time. Today, because Lord Feng Yao touched your face, your heart began to thump and thump to the point of pain, right? Quilt continued to nod, and Do decisively took out a pen and paper to write the medical report. That's right. Wait for me. Hearing the voice of the pocket record, Duoyu also jumped out and snatched the pen and paper. Her cheeks were slightly red. This matter. Since I'm fine. I don't need it. Trouble Lord Feng Yao. It was too shameful for Tayuya to worry about the person he liked because of his heartbeat, so even if he died, Feng Yao wouldn't know it. Do deliberately teased, "How can I do it? This is something that Feng Yao-sama explained. If I want to find out the situation before he comes back, I have to report it truthfully tilde. I'll say it myself. Don't worry about it, Dr. Do." After saying that, he ran out in a hurry. Chapter 98 _ The Bewitchment of Black. Floating City. Most of the building materials have been moved to the floating city, and all the people are busy. Some are grinding stones, some are building foundations, and the ninjas cooperate with their own ninjutsu. Although it is not as good as Yamato's Xianju family technique, it is progressing rapidly. Feng Yao does not have too many requirements for the initial construction, and it can be expanded later. First of all, it is necessary to build the headquarters of the Immortal organization. The place that is usually used for decision-making and gathering is also the office space that Feng Yao gave to himself. Secondly, there are the medical hospital in Do and the laboratory of Da Shiwan. These two can be said to be very important. It is not enough to have one less. The medical hospital can not only help heal the wounded, but also provide some cell sample data to the laboratory. Finally, there are the venues that are usually used to practice ninjutsu and the facilities for cultivating newcomers, as well as the living issues of the Immortal organization personnel. For example, like Ling Yu, who was once found in Kaoyan village, this kind of person with special blood and abilities can become a reserve member of the Immortal organization to carry out actions. If an organization has not been injected with fresh blood, then wait for it only decay. Looking at the busy workers in front of him, Feng Yao is still very satisfied with the progress of Orochimaru's work, and it should be completed in less than a week. Orochimaru, then I'll leave it to you here. I have to go back first, and I will pick you up before the Shao organization comes. Feng Yao patted the dust on his body and stood up to leave. Orochimaru smiled and said, "Don't worry, Yaojun, you can go back." Wangquan Hirazaka was opened again, and Feng Yao returned to the medical room. In the huge place, only Tsunade was left lying on the medical bed to inject nutrient solution. Seeing that Tu and Duoyu were not in Feng Yao, they frowned, but they quickly stretched out, which at least meant that Duoyu was okay, otherwise, Tu would not let her leave. Just when Feng Yao was about to go out to find someone, an uninvited guest emerged from the shadows. It is a person wrapped in half black and half white plant leaves. No, he should be called Xianju, the biggest conspirator in Hokage who has lived for thousands of years. A low and hoarse voice came. "Hello, Feng Yao, it should be the first time we meet." Feng Yao was a little surprised, and then looked at Ju who was hiding in the shadow with interest, but he didn't plan to reveal his identity. The less he knew about his secret enemy, the better, but Feng Yao really didn't understand that Xianju was looking for him. Own purpose. So he wondered, "It's the first time we met, but looking at your clothes, it's from the Shao organization. Aren't you going to exchange golems and hostages with us right now? Is it because you want to do it ahead of time?" "Humph, that's not it. I'm here to ask you one thing. I know that you attacked Konoha and took Tsunade, and I also know that Konoha killed your parents, and everything you did was just to get revenge. Right, but even if you do too much, it's useless. I ask you, do you want to resurrect them again?" Xianju said at the end. His tone was high. Hearing Xianju's intentions, Feng Yao's thoughts went fast. Xianju came to me at this time, seduced me for revenge, and told me about my parents. Do you want me to carry out the Eye of the Moon project? I now see from the eyes of outsiders. I hate this world, and I hate Konoha village, so I attacked Konoha several times, and Hei wants me to be his pawn. A passive analysis guessed Xianju's intentions. Feng Yao smiled slightly, which enabled Baizi to listen to other people's voices. When a voice came, he wanted to see what Xianju was thinking. Why doesn't this guy react at all? Am I right? It shouldn't be. Bastard, hurry up and say what you want. Hearing Feng Yao's face full of black lines, could it be that the conspirator who has lived for thousands of years is this kind of broken standard? Shutting down Bai Zi's ability, Feng Yao pretended to sigh. I'm afraid there is no chance to achieve it. Even if I really want revenge, what does it have to do with you? Heiju smiled grimly. Of course it has something to do with it. Let me tell you one thing, why we want to collect tailed beasts so much, that's because. In the next words, Feng Yao directly chose to ignore it, because Heiju was making up a story, and he was just thinking about killing Heiju at this time, whether the benefits outweighed the disadvantages or the disadvantages outweighed the benefits. Although Heiju is a conspirator, no one actually knows his identity. Even if he dies, Obito will not terminate the plan. Instead, he feels that there is no supervision and it is more convenient to use his methods. I will always try to revive Kage or Madara. Either of these two would go against my mission and cause me a lot of trouble. A short time, Feng Yao had already made a decision, and Heiju also said to the end, you can create a world with your parents, and it is not difficult to collect tailed beasts with your strength, as fast as 1 or 2 years. Then the great cause will be accomplished in 3 or 5 years. Quote. What you said, are all true. Feng Yao looked very excited, and the other party felt that things were stable. Continuing to Bewitched. Of course tilde now the outsider golems have 1 tail in your hands. We have 2 tails in our hands, and there are only 7 tailed beasts left. Okay, I decided to work with you on the Eye of the Moon plan. What should we do next? Feng Yao said, approaching Ju, as if to discuss the next plan with the other party. Ju also emerged from the ground, and the plan went smoothly. He explained patiently, the next step, of course, is to go to the outsiders first. Vientiane Heaven. A suction force directly enveloped Ju's entire body. Feng Yao's right hand was raised towards him, and the strong suction force made him unable to enter the ground for a while. Must do what you can. When Ju collided with Feng Yao, a blue chakra covered Feng Yao's body and formed a skeleton, which quickly grew tendons and flesh, and slashed towards Ju with a sword in his hand. Ju seemed to be stunned, but there was no resistance at all, and the giant sword fell. Boom! The entire medical room was split in half, and the roof trembled slightly. This was underground. If Feng Yaoyijian accidentally split the base, everyone would be buried. Ju was directly cut in half, and looking at Ju, which was divided into 2 sections, Feng Yao walked over, feeling a little weird. Heiju is the product of Otsutsuki's will. Although his strength is extremely weak, his ability to escape is top-notch. In the end, Naruto sealed him on the Earth Blast Star. Would such a guy be killed directly by the sword of Suzuo? Feng Yao kicked Ju's body, the black and white body suddenly changed, the black part disappeared, and it became a white Ju. The art of disguise is put together. I also said that a guy who has lived for 1,000 years, how can he be so exaggerated in his heart? This disguise art can be said to be the strongest transformation art in the Naruto world, even the most familiar one. Neither a human nor a sentient ninja can identify it. Although it was a pity not to kill Heiju, it would be alright to keep him. Shao, Organization Headquarters. A Venus flytrap slowly opened. The negotiation with Feng Yao failed. That Bai Ju is dead. Fortunately, I have taken precautions against him. This person is difficult to control. Then what to do next? With Obito alone, I'm afraid that he is not Feng Yao's opponent at all, and he has to find a way to revive Ban. Chapter 99_2 Enemies. Feng Yao's Susanoo naturally also alerted the rest of the Xian organization. Someone raided. Who is so daring? The location is in the medical room. Could it be that Tsunade betrayed Master Feng Yao again? That woman. Everyone rushed towards the medical room. The medical room was full of smoke and dust, and various facilities and equipment had been chopped up. Do was the first to arrive at the scene. Looking at the messy medical room, he once thought he had gone wrong. But the instruments all over the floor and Tsunade lying on the hospital bed convinced him that this was his medical room. Master Feng Yao, this is... What's the situation? Did the people of Shao attack? Tsunade was apparently still lying quietly on the bed and didn't wake up, so the culprit should be Shiroju, who had been cut in half. This is also the first time Do has seen Baiju, but it is not difficult to guess the identity of the other party with the Xiao organization clothes on him. Feng Yao touched his nose. Forget it, this guy is called Baiju, but it was actually me who moved the hand just now. Has Tuyuya's situation improved? Destroying Do's medical room, Feng Yao was also a little embarrassed, and simply opened the topic. Said that Cao arrived. Duo Yu also came here in an instant, and happened to hear the conversation just now, and a red cloud suddenly appeared on his face. Hurriedly explained. No, it's okay, Lord Feng Yao, I'm sick to my stomach. I'm worried about you. Right, Dr. Do. Seeing Duo Yu also cast a half-threatening look, he coughed twice, and said bravely, Ah, that's right, it's really nothing major, don't worry about it, Lord Feng Yao, I'll clean up this place. Bar. Seeing the two people playing a riddle in front of him, Feng Yao frowned. Would it be difficult to breathe because of an upset stomach? In order to find out, Izukuya ordered Baizi to turn on his abilities. What to do, Lord Feng Yao is asking me. I shouldn't lie to the Lord, but I fainted because my heartbeat was too fast. How should I explain it? My medical data. Feng Yao let out a faint sigh, and finally let go of the dangling heart, and the eyes that looked at Tuyuya became softer. Emotionally. Then I won't ask. If you feel uncomfortable, you must come and tell me. You should follow me during this time. Really? Is it really possible? I won't let you down this time, Lord Feng Yao. Duo Yu also heard that her eyes were flushed. She lost Zishui's eyes, and she was always blaming herself, looking for a chance will make up for it. Do asked more pragmatically. Master Feng Yao, do you think I have to allocate funds from the Xian organization to rebuild this place? Feng Yao found a place where he could barely sit from the ruins and responded, Don't worry, I'll go back and help you build a better one. We will have a new base in the future. Then I'll wait and see. In less than a while, Gara and the others all arrived here one after another, including Terumi Mei. Lord Feng Yao, we're late, are you alright? Gara, who heard the voice, put down everything in her hands and rushed over. Feng Yao shook his head and said, Of course it's fine, but it's just some rats. It's about to exchange teak people with. Xiao, you still have to be cautious, I'm afraid they won't hand over people so easily. Heiju's sudden attack this time made Feng Yao more cautious, but the strength of Xian has also improved a lot compared to when he was in Yuyan village. Hideyoshi, Terumi Mei, Shiro, and Zabuzhan are all in place, and Feng Yao's strength has also increased several times. Just when Feng Yao was thinking about the next countermeasure, a red figure rushed over, slammed into Feng Yao's arms, entangled Feng Yao like an octopus, and greedily sucked the smell from his body. Lord Feng Yao, you're finally back. Really, why don't you take someone with you when you go out? I go out every day to collect information, it's so boring. Shangrin rubbed her face against Feng Yao's chest while crying, showing an obsessed expression. Feng Yao, who was planning to scold, heard Shangrin's pitiful tone, and swallowed the words again. Gathering intelligence is indeed a hard and dangerous job. Shangrin, Lord Feng Yao only let you collect information because Lord Feng Yao values you. Saying this will make Lord very troubled, so let me go. Tuyuya has completely changed his personality now, like a fierce little lion. Anyway, I'm also collecting information outside. You haven't been lying down for so long, and you should talk to your savior like this. 1 yard is 1 yard, you let me loose. He pulled the incense sticks away, and the two pulled each other. Gara next to me spoke first, and the others followed suit. Don't be too rude, Lord Feng Yao is still here, so don't be too rude. Oh, the two of them are really happy friends. This little man is very feminine. He looks like two interesting children. Shangrin and Duo Yu also fought each other, but the two of them were different from the first meeting. Both of them recognized each other in their hearts, but they refused to admit defeat. Duo Yu is also grateful to Shangrin for saving his life, and Xianju admires Duo Yu's strong perseverance when he was injured. If anyone sees Feng Yao's eyes now, they will surely find the yearning in his eyes. Feng Yao gently stretched out his hand and stopped in the air, as if there was an invisible piece of glass. Now is not the time to enjoy this warm time. Others can rest, but he can't. As long as the high-ranking person makes a mistake, the entire organization will fall apart. Just when Feng Yao lowered his hand weakly, Duo Yu, who felt something strange in Feng Yao, suddenly turned around and stared at Feng Yao quietly. Feng Yao, who was about to ask, "What's the matter?" suddenly brightened. Because Tuyuya stretched out his hand gently, Feng Yao hesitated for a while, grabbed the hand, Tuyuya's body trembled, and then firmly grasped Feng Yao. Just like this, Feng Yao's body was pulled into the immortal, organized in small circles. "Master Feng Yao, you should also talk about Xianju, it's too rude." "Well, indeed, it's a little inappropriate to just jump on Lord Feng Yao. Master Feng Yao is so gentle, he should be reluctant to reprimand Xianju. Hee, I'm happy to do it for you." Seeing this scene, Feng Yao is not restraining his emotions. Ha, ha ha. Although surrounded by everyone's astonished eyes, Feng Yao still did not stop laughing, and after laughing until he was satisfied, he turned his head to face Xianju. "It's really hard for you during this time. It's not your fault. The task is too boring. I will arrange a certain rest time for you in the future. If you have anything in the future, you should bring it up like today." Thank you, Master Feng Yao. In fact, completing the task is not so boring. I was just talking nonsense." Xianju stuck out her tongue and made a wrong expression. "Terumi Mei, it happens that you are here. If you don't kill Shiro and Hideyoshi, you will be a team. You will lead them. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask Kao or me." Terumi Mei bowed slightly to show her understanding. Tsunade on the side heard the noise around her, and slowly opened her eyes to wake up. Her eyes were a little complicated. "I sighed in my heart, if the village could retain such talents back then, I'm afraid it would be my Konoha's golden age again." Chapter 100_Meet again with Xiao. After half a day, Feng Yao has already brought Orochimaru back, and the two came to the hall where the outsider golem is located. You can see that there are many scratches on the golem, which were cut by Orochimaru in the experiment. Orochimaru looked at the golem up and down again, and said with a smile, "If I had known in advance that this was the 10 tails, I would have been gentler. It would be a pity to destroy such a fetish." However, the corners of Feng Yao's mouth were slightly raised. "You are wrong about this, we are going to give this to others now. Of course, the more you destroy the better. But this thing can also be restored, so don't take it too seriously." Haha, that's what Yaojun said too. For Feng Yao's unique idea, Orochimaru is used to it. Feng Yao pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned his head and said, "Orochimaru, you can call someone else to help move the golem, and calling you, the child of Kaoyan village." Orochimaru bent down to lead the order, and then the three of them worked together to move the outsider golem outside, and let the team in the pocket be in charge of guarding, taking shifts every half a day, and I don't know when the Xiao organization will come over. The rest must recharge their batteries to ensure the best state to face the enemy, and important things such as reincarnation eyes and intercolumn cells have been sent to the floating city. However, Konoha's ninjutsu has remained. These are what Feng Yao promised Tsunade to return to Konoha, but he has already ordered someone to completely copy the scroll, so even if he returns it, Feng Yao will not be missing here. Tension is brewing in the air. I don't know when, a drop of drizzle drifted down and fell on Do's face sitting on the golem. Feeling a little coolness, Do lowered his head slightly and said to the contactor, "Master Feng Yao, Orochimaru my lord, the enemy is about to appear, and the number is unknown at this time." Then he jumped off the golem and patted Shuiyu, Chang'o, and Junmalu, and the four of them stared solemnly at the open space in front of them. The space began to twist and twist, the divine might vortex appeared next time, and a few people were thrown out. In addition to Obito and Owiran Zuli Teak, there are ghost sharks, and others have not appeared for the time being. The teak man's face was pale and haggard, and his right arm was empty, which made him feel distressed, and Do also frowned. Obito has now put on a special white mask for battle, revealing two eyes, one kaleidoscope and the other an ordinary writing wheel. Obito didn't look at a few people at all, stared at the outsider golem and said, Feng Yaoren, well, it doesn't matter, as long as the outsider golem is there, let's start trading. You're really in a hurry, but no one can move around until Lord Feng Yao comes. There was already a hint of danger in the tone of the last pocket. Duo's strength has also improved tremendously. He is one of the immortal organizations who can use the wooden dung after successfully transplanting the intercolumnar cells. Together with the technique of reincarnation, his comprehensive strength has reached the shadow level. The ghost shark's eyes widened like a dead fish, and he laughed twice. What a arrogant guy, the guy who used ink last time was similar to you. He should be dead by now, right? You guys will soon too. With him. After speaking, the ghost shark actually launched an attack directly, holding the shark muscle in his right hand and slashing towards the pocket door. Shark muscle, chi slash. The spikes on the shark's muscle pierced the bandage to reveal it, and it was repeatedly torn and moved. If it was touched, a large piece of flesh would be torn off. Bone vein dance of Tang Song. Junmalu stepped in front of the pocket, and used the blood continuation limit to grow dozens of bones in his body. He was able to withstand the impact of the shark muscle on the front. He was able to strike his opponent with high defense, and the bone spurs that came out scratched Ghost Shark's right hand. But Junmalu didn't take advantage of the situation to pursue him. He knew that ghost sharks were powerful, they could absorb chakra, and they belonged to the type that the stronger the enemy, the stronger it was, so random pursuit would be dangerous. The ghost shark, who hid at a safe distance, put his right hand to his mouth, licked his own blood, and praised, I didn't expect that people who attack with bones really exist, people from the bamboo clan, I didn't expect that there are still people alive. The wound of the ghost shark quickly recovered as before, and the chakra of the shark muscle will help him recover from the injury quickly. Even if it is a fatal injury, it can also recover quickly. Xueyu looked at the scene in front of her with greedy eyes. He had a wish in his life to collect all the ninja knives, and the shark muscle is definitely one of his favorite knives. He excitedly said, Senior Ghost Shark, have a contest with me, I really want your shark muscle. Ha ha ha, Xueyu, you little brat, if you're not afraid of death, come up and try it. The two people said that they planned to take the next shot, and the muscles of Xueyu's entire left arm bulged abnormally. Water escape, the art of howling water arms. Xueyu turned on the second spell, and the skin and temperament on her body changed dramatically. She jumped into the air and waved the giant knife, ready to start. The ghost shark was not afraid at all, grabbing the handle of the knife with both hands to cut Xueyu in half. Shark muscle, slaying slash. When the two were about to touch, a black door of space appeared, and a hand suddenly stretched out from the door, easily catching the slashes of Xueyu and Shaker, and the two felt as if they were slashed on steel. Feng Yao walked out from the inside. As soon as he opened the door, he saw that the two were ready to start, and directly used the iron block to take their attack. He said coldly, Are you all so impatient? I doubt your sincerity. Step back, Xueyu, you are not his opponent. Xueyu pursed her mouth a little unwillingly, but she still retreated. Along with Feng Yao were Orochimaru, Gaara, and Lingyu, the child of Gracian. Gaara is a little puzzled by this decision. Without bringing many people, at least it can be said that in order to preserve strength, Terumi Mei can be a trump card, but what is the purpose of bringing Lingyu, a preparatory member of the immortal organization? Arrow still couldn't figure it out. It's just that Feng Yao and Orochimaru, who were asked, both showed treacherous smiles. Obito saw that the master was coming. He stepped forward, his eyes flashed. You finally appeared. Don't worry, I am very sincere. As for the affairs of the subordinates, let them handle it themselves. HMPH, since that's the case, you should send the teak man first, and we will also send the outsider golem, and we will start the exchange together. But at this time, Obito shook his head. No, the golem is difficult to take away directly. If you take hostages, what will you do directly? You must wait for us to channel the golem, and then I will hand over the person to you. Feng Yao's face turned gloomy when he heard it, and he said coldly, aren't you joking with me? Let you psychic go, how can I guarantee that you won't leave directly after getting an outsider golem? Obito lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about something, and after a while he said, it's okay to promise your conditions, but I want to plant a curse on Erwei's body. It won't be too complicated. After we exchange with each other, I will lift it. Drop the binding spell. What do you think? Feng Yao was like a mirror in his heart, knowing that Obito didn't want to hand over Erwei at all, because he had just spied on the teak man's psychology through Baizi, and knew that the teak man was actually faked by someone else. It's not as simple as I thought. Hokage, I can only use Xianju. Chapter 101-120. Chapter 101 _ breaks. In order to collect the 10 tails, Obito did not hesitate to kill his teacher and exterminate his own clan. Naturally, such a person would not easily hand over the 2 tails, which is also expected. Feng Yao snorted coldly in his heart. It's too arrogant to try to fool me after using the trick once. However, there was no flaw on his face, and he still thought it was difficult, and said dryly, this is not right. How do I know what spell mark you used, and how to ensure the safety of the teak people? Obito laughed twice, convinced that he had deceived Feng Yao, and it didn't matter what kind of spell he planted, he wanted Feng Yao to believe that this was the real teak man. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that Heiju had seen Feng Yao privately, and the technique of disguise had given Feng Yao a precaution. Obito smiled and responded, it's not a powerful spell, you can take a look. If you think it's feasible, we'll start. After he finished speaking, he threw a scroll over, which recorded a kind of heart-breaking spell, and wrote all the contents and solutions. As long as the heartbeat of the caster is too fast, the spell will explode in the body, and the caster cannot actively control the spell to detonate in advance. Feng Yao frowned, pondered for a moment, and then said with a serious face, then trust you once, you send the people over, and I will send the golem over. The 2 parties finally reached an agreement. Obito cast a spell, and then put the teak man around his waist and walked towards Feng Yao. Feng Yao turned on Susanoo, and the blue chakra immediately turned into a huge and burly god of war to protect him, and then Feng Yao manipulated Susan to hug the golem and walked over slowly. The 2 came to the middle. Feng Yao put down the golem, and Obito also put the teak man at Susa's feet. The 2 of them knew nothing, and each grabbed the golem and the person they wanted. Obito had already touched the golem, and he was overjoyed. This is done. But Feng Yao's outstretched hand suddenly seemed to have changed his mind, and the sword of Susanoo appeared in Susan's hand. Teak man, and Obito in half. Obito's eyes haven't moved away from the golem. The teak man has been separated by the head, and Obito finally knows that Feng Yao is acting with him from beginning to end. So at the moment when the sword touched, the right eye turned to turn on the blur, and part of the body was placed in the Shinwei space. It's too late, it's too soon. Feng Yao's left eye flickered slightly, and the vortex of divine power appeared in front of Obito, but Obito didn't see anything being teleported in. In order to prevent Feng Yao from using Shinwei space to seriously injure himself, Obito also arranged for Scorpion and others to guard their bodies in Shinwei space first. At this time, the sword was cut in half, and Obito thought that Feng Yao was just bluffing, but the next moment he vomited blood and flew out. There was a deep dent on his chest that was obviously attacked by a fist. This blow made him seriously injured. He didn't understand why Feng Yao obviously didn't send anyone in, but he still hurt himself. In his invisible wheel tomb, the number of shadows became 5. What was just sent in was the shadow of the wheel tomb, so the people inside didn't notice it at all. Feng Yao said directly, your divine power space has been cracked by me. It is useless for me to use the agreed moves twice. The same is true for this Baiju. Teak Man, next to him has also turned into the appearance of Baiju, and Do and the others are amazed. They were completely stunned for a while when they saw Feng Yao's sudden action, and then they were ashamed. As their subordinates, they did not see through the enemy's conspiracy at all. Obito stood up with the help of the ghost shark. He is also a man with pillar cells. It is not so easy to kill him with a single blow, but it is true that the blow of the tomb of the wheel is still very painful, and he does not dare to use the blur easily. But Feng Yao didn't intend to give them a chance to rest. The next moment, an invisible force pinned the ghost and Obito, and the shadow of the tomb hugged them both. Feng Yao shouted, "Take advantage of it now." Afterwards, Susanoo clasped his hands together and formed a circle made up of shackles and hooks in his hands. This was the most powerful long-distance ninjutsu that Feng Yao could use in his current state of Susan. 8-foot Changgu Jade. Suzuo threw the Guyu out, and the sound of sonic booms could not be heard. Orochimaru and the others did not hesitate to attack Obito and Ghost Shark. Water Escape, Water and Iron Cannon Art. Bone Vein, 10-finger piercing. Shimmering Snake Hand. The sky-filled ninjutsu blanketed the opponent, and Obito roared, "Everything is done. Don't hide." The tree on the side suddenly turned into a piece of origami, and a slightly fat man emerged from it. His left eye was a writing wheel eye, and his right eye was a reincarnation eye. He is the new hungry ghost Dao. He placed his body sideways in front of Obito, and a white dome suddenly appeared on his body. All of Yasaka's Guyu and water iron cannon were absorbed. The 10-finger piercing bullet and the hidden shadow snake hand are not completely composed of chakra, and they successfully added a few blood holes to Obito and the ghost, and the hungry ghost is also entangled by snakes. The other Ludao, Itachi, Xiaonan, and the undead duo appeared together. Obito also felt out of control, released Deidara from the Shinwei space, and then cautiously said, "It seems that something is invisible. Itachi, can you see it? Are you there?" Itachi unfolded the kaleidoscope, and then shook his head. His writing wheel eyes didn't see anything unusual. The 6 Taoists on the side suddenly said, "We can see it very clearly here. There are 6 Feng Yao in total. There is nowhere to find the traces of the Tomb of the Wheel, and the only way to fight against it is to have the Eye of Reincarnation or master the 6 paths of immortal art." Hearing this news, Obito frowned. One Feng Yao is so difficult to deal with, let alone the other 5 invisible. Feng Yao waved his hand lightly, and the rest of the Xian organization also appeared together, except for Terumi Mei and Zaibushin. Hideyoshi was surrounded by chakra. His breath was the most intense, and he couldn't hide his anger when he saw the immortal duo. "You bastards, what did you do to the wooden man? You promised to replace the man, but you lied to us with a fake one, shameless." Quote. Just when Feng Yao beheaded the fake Teak Man, Hideyoshi almost rushed out to question Feng Yao, but was stopped by everyone, and only after seeing the next scene did he realize that he was still too naive. Obito didn't care about Hideyoshi's questioning, but turned his eyes to Gaara. "HMPH, you can't miss a single person, not only Teak people, but you are also my Akatsu hunting target." This time, the Shao organization can be said to have come out in full force, which shows the importance attached to the immortal. Ju also emerged from the ground and said in a hoarse voice, "Break the seal of the outsider golem first. This time you can take the outsider golem away, even if it is a success, don't fight." Deidara stood up, and there were still a lot of bandages on his right body at the moment, which was injured by the steam of the 2nd generation of water shadows, and it was extremely difficult to recover. He stared at Do with his eyes fixed, and said frantically, "I failed to kill you last time, and today I will definitely let you die in my art." As he spoke, he made a huge bird out of clay, carried himself, and launched clay bombs into the air. C1 Clay Spider. Countless little spiders scattered from the sky like raindrops, and Do turned his head directly to Hideyoshi and said, "You should already know the information. Your thunderbolt restrains him, and this person will be handed over to you." The lightning flashed on Hideyoshi's body, and he couldn't bear it any longer. Chapter 102 _Whole Body Susanoo. The clay spider has fallen on the heads of Feng Yao and others. Hideyoshi took out the ninja sword and attached the chakra of the thunder attribute. With a wave of Sakai's brush and ink next to him, a lifelike ink eagle appeared directly. Ninja Super Beast Pseudo Painting. Mojing hunched Hideyoshi on his back and rushed towards the spider in the sky, the sword light and thunder shadow flickering. Sixth slash of thunder. Most of the spiders were cut in half by the thunder knife. At this moment, Deidara didn't dare to hesitate, otherwise he would be cut off. He made a mark on his hands and shouted loudly, "Drink!" Boom! The constant explosions were heard, and the smoke filled the air. When all the dust settled, Hideyoshi appeared on the ground unscathed, and Deidara was a little angry. What a joke! My art was actually cracked by this guy, I'm not convinced. Thinking of this, Deidara wanted to do it again. But obviously he is not the only one here. Scorpion took out the puppet of the 3 generations of Kazekage and manipulated the chakra line, and the 3 generations of Kazekage rushed towards Hideyoshi. Gloomily, I don't like to wait for people, so let's solve them together quickly. The 3 generations of Kazekage have the special ability to control the magnetic force. The sand iron can change various forms to attack and defend at will. Once it invades the body of a human or a puppet, it can completely paralyze itself. Scorpion is different from Deidara. It is a unique trick when it comes up. Manipulating the 3 generations of Kazekage to condense 2 huge iron sand blocks with a magnetic escape, and collide the 2 high-density iron sand blocks with opposite magnetic fields to increase the magnetic force in one breath. Magnetic escape, sand and iron realm. Due to the increased repulsion of the magnetic field, the iron sand blocks spread to the surroundings, forming many conical iron sands that fill the sky. Hard to see what's coming. And all iron sand is poisonous, and even the slightest scratch can be a fatal blow. Feng Yao and others can be said to have no retreat. The attack range of this ninjutsu is indeed large enough. Just when Orochimaru was about to psychic out 10,000 snakes to resist, Feng Yao stretched out his hand to stop him. Then his hands were sealed, and a powerful blue chakra erupted from his body, wrapping all the members of the immortal organization. Must do what you can. Clang, clang. The sound of the interaction of gold and iron sounded, and all the sand and iron returned without success, just because the shooting of the sand and iron was so pale under the power of Feng Yao. A huge Susa wearing a blue coat penetrated the smoke and dust, standing between the sky and the earth, revealing scarlet eyes, his hands crossed, and a few tentacles flashing behind him. All the sand and iron shots didn't hurt Susaku Nang. Obito looked at the scene in disbelief. Itachi's tone was even more rare, revealing panic. No way, to have such a level of mustache, it is comparable to the power of a tailed beast. Everyone was shocked by the huge Susanoo, showing a sense of despair. Everyone in the Xian organization was covered in Susanoo, except for a small number of people. Other members also saw Feng Yao use the Suzuo for the first time, but they could feel that as long as Feng Yao wanted, they could manipulate the Suzuo. Opening up mountains and seas is not a problem. Flying in the sky, Deidara clenched his teeth and used explosive clay to make an adult figure, muttering while doing it, "My art is no worse than yours, let's compare it, my art is an explosion." Quote. C3 number 18 inches. After speaking, he threw the doll at the giant Susaku. With his hands sealed, he snorted lowly, "Drink." Boom. The sound of a huge explosion came, and the power generated this time was more than several times that of the previous one, but in front of Shuzunangu's body, it was as if a firefly and a bright moon were fighting for glory, and there was no response at all. Feng Yao took a deep breath and said with a sneer, "Is this the end? I haven't finished it yet. Let's show you the real complete body Susanoo." After finishing speaking, Feng Yao will continue to seal, and the huge Susanoo will change in the next time. His body is covered with blue armor, his back grows wings, and his face becomes the shape of a high-nosed tengu, revealing that each of his 4 arms is grasping a chakra sword. This is the ultimate form of Susanoo that can only be unlocked by those who use the kaleidoscope's pupil power to its fullest and possess a large number of chakras. It is a bit laborious for Feng Yao to open this state, but even if this level of power can only be used for 1 minute, it is enough to determine the outcome of the battle. At this moment, Didara's figure was as small as a fly, and Susano swung his sword. The fear of death immediately fell on Didara's head. He was too careless, and this distance could not be avoided. Didara's first thought was to explode immediately. But even eating clay takes time, and he shouted at the last moment of his death, "I'm pissed off, bastard. At least let me finish my ultimate art." Boom. The huge slashing wave will destroy all the land within a few kilometers. Didara on the front was chopped into powder directly. This man, who had an extraordinary dedication to his art, became the first member of the Shao organization to die today. Didara. The entire Shao organization was swept up and down by the hurricane brought by the slashing. Feng Yao took advantage of the victory to pursue the attack. 4 chakra swords were swung continuously, and several slashing waves were swept out one after another. The huge roar made everyone temporarily deaf. Countless gravels and broken trees were flying in the air. Obito and the others could only use ninjutsu to save their lives. Shuzuo Nanghuyata Mirror. Paper Dance. Red Secret Skills 100 Machines Exercise. 2 Dun Earth Spear. As for Feijuan, he stayed in place, as if he had not seen enough. Boom, boom. The power of Feng Yao lasted for nearly 2 minutes. When the dust gradually dissipated, there were only a few deep trenches that were several kilometers long on the ground, and the surrounding trees had been destroyed by several swords. Feng Yao exhaled a few mouthfuls of turbid air and used the complete body Shuzuo Nengu. His chakra consumption was also quite large. The complete body Shuzuo Nengu degenerated into bones and finally disappeared. Orochimaru and others were also put down. As the smoke and dust dissipated almost, the vision gradually became clear. The first person everyone saw was the ghost shark. At this moment, the ribs on his chest had been shattered. He was recovering from the injury by relying on the powerful chakra. He was half knelt on the ground panting heavily. Obviously, even his chakra was cured this time. Some are not enough. Shueyu's eyes lit up when she saw this scene. This was a good opportunity for him, so he rushed over unceremoniously, trying to grab the shark muscle. The big knife in his hand slashed directly at the ghost shark's head. The ghost shark, who had run out of oil, barely raised his hand and blocked Shueyu. The stalemate force caused the ground to sink directly into it. Obviously, the ghost shark was at a disadvantage at this moment. Although he raised his hand to block it, the power of the blade was unabated. It had already cut into the ghost shark's shoulder by half an inch. The ghost shark showed a painful expression. The shark muscle big knife that he was thinking about fell in front of his eyes. HMPH, Senior Ghost Shark, I'll just accept your ninja sword, I finally collected one. Shueyu seemed a little excited, and stretched out her hand to grab the shark muscle, but the shark muscle directly opened her mouth to his neck was bitten. Chapter 103_lay Absolute Victory. Shueyu was shocked, and she could not retreat for a while, so she could only use the hydration technique, although the shark muscle did not bite his body, but in this short contact, Shueyu was sucked away a lot of chakra. King Queen can only retreat, with cold sweat on her face. A hand stretched out from the ground and grabbed the hilt of the shark muscle. A hoarse voice came from the ground. I said earlier that you are too arrogant, and your combat experience is still insufficient. The water body of the ghost shark was hit by Shueyu just now. Knowing that the situation was not good, the ghost shark created the water body immediately, and the body was hidden on the ground. This time, it absorbed the chakra of Shueyu, and the injury was completely stable. At this time, a huge black goddess descended from the sky, and the high-speed straight fist swung straight to the ground. The ghost shark jumped out from the ground, and it was Sai who launched the attack. Supernatural fake painting. With the anger of the caster, the expressions of the gods and Buddhas will become sinister, and the power will also increase. Since Sakai was defeated by the ghost shark, he has been looking for a chance to shame. Dodging the right fist of the Buddha statue, the ghost shark swung a knife and absorbed the entire right arm of the god and Buddha. Then he turned his head to look at Sakai, and the ghost shark sneered twice. I didn't expect you to be alive, you were really tenacious. Last time, you were lucky enough to save your life. Will you come and give it back to me this time? Facing the cynicism of the ghost shark, Sakai had no impulsiveness. His ink painting can be said to be completely restrained by the ghost shark. As long as he gets close to the big sword and swings it, it will be absorbed. It can be said that apart from Feng Yao, there are really not many ghost sharks who can single out. At this moment, the ghost shark can't see other people's figures for the time being, so he decided to provoke the main beam alone, and his mouth bulged high. Water escape, big burst of water. This move Feng Yao didn't want the ghost shark to release. The shadow of the wheel tomb could only move for a while, and it was cooling down temporarily, so he directly raised his right hand. In my heart, I meditated, Vientian Tianian. A suction force enveloped the ghost shark's body and flew uncontrollably towards Feng Yao, and the ninjutsu was forced to stop. Feng Yao took advantage of the situation to create a black stick from his right hand through the Eye of Reincarnation, ready to control the ghost shark. Just when the ghost shark had already flown in front of him, a mutation suddenly occurred. Obito blurred out from the ground, and waved the death scythe to Feng Yao's right hand. This scythe was once the decisive battle between Uchiha Madara and Hashima. It is not easy to be carried around by the spot. The timing of the pick with the soil was very good, and it was too late to think. The sharp sickle had already stabbed Feng Yao's skin before it could be cut. He was convinced that even if he used an iron block, he would not be able to perfectly defend against this knife. At this moment, Orochimaru reacted first. His tongue stuck out and quickly changed into a black python that bit Obito. Tongue snake sucking swallow. But Obito didn't care, because Obito had already used his left eye to activate Izanagi, and he had just used this ninjutsu to escape the terrifying slash of Sukuru. And Izanagi with the soil was up to 10 minutes. He didn't care about being injured or dying, so he dared to open the blur. But this also let him know that the shadow of the tomb of the wheel that Feng Yao placed in the Shinwei space disappeared, and he was even more helpless. Scruples. The ghost shark's heart was also slightly calm at this moment. Madara's shot is just right. Others have no time to rescue, and when the other party stops ninjutsu, I directly use the earth escape. The wave of Obito was absolutely amazing. Feng Yao's eyes flashed fiercely, and he was more ruthless than him. The moment before the death scythe was cut, the black stick was inserted directly into the chest of the ghost shark, and the arm was cut off by Obito in the next second, and the blood stained Obito's mask. This bastard, was willing to cut off his hand. Obito cursed in his heart. Feng Yao just had countless ways to avoid the sickle, dodge, blur, or Shen Luo Tianzheng. But Feng Yao did not choose, because these would make him miss the opportunity to control the ghost shark. Master Feng Yao. Others were worried about Feng Yao at the same time. This is an arm, if you don't want it, don't want it. The python also bit Obito's neck at this time. Obito's body faded and disappeared, and appeared in another place. He was no longer able to rescue the ghost shark. The ghost shark Chakra, who was stabbed by the black stick, was directly restrained, and his ninjutsu was completely useless, and Taiyu next to him immediately ran over and covered Feng Yao's bleeding right arm with his hand. Xiangrin also opened her sleeves and ran. Master Feng Yao, please bite me, this will stop your injury. Before finishing speaking, Feng Yao directly took his right arm from the ghost shark, and put the arm back to the shoulder. Smoke ignited at the joint, and it was back to normal in the blink of an eye. Feng Yao moved his arm slightly, indicating that the hand was already there. Never mind. Turning his head to Xiangrin and to Yuya, he smiled and said, I've made you worry. You can't take me for this small injury, forget it. I have more intercolumnar cells than all of you combined. After finishing speaking, he picked up the shark muscle next to him and threw it to Xianju. He smiled and said, it's yours, Xianju, don't let down the prestige of this knife. The latter was ecstatic when he got the knife, holding the big knife and rubbing constantly, and thanked Feng Yao repeatedly. Seeing that Feng Yao was confirmed to be fine, the two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiangrin complained a little. How can a broken hand be considered a minor injury? Master Feng Yao should have avoided it just now, just scared me to death. Taiyu also expressed his approval in silence, and touched the joint of his arms to see if there were any wounds. Feng Yao shook his head slightly. He just adopted the correct tactics, remove the enemy's extremely powerful ghost shark, because there is no member in the Xian who can restrain the opponent, which can greatly improve the winning rate on his side. He couldn't let his subordinates deal with such a dangerous character. Tayuya and Sakai were lessons from the past. Even in such a dangerous situation just now, the scene where the ghost shark almost killed Shuiyu strengthened Feng Yao's determination. Obito is not a fool. Deidara was killed, other people were killed, and the ghost shark was captured. Feng Yao's side can be said to have established an absolute advantage. He wanted to retreat, which was undoubtedly a wise move. But the outsider golem hasn't had time to take it back, which made it difficult for him to accept, but at this time the good news came. Ju floated up from the ground. Nagato has broken the seal on the outsider golem, channeled the golem away, and the others have not died. Our mission has been accomplished. Let's retreat directly, the ghost shark can't save it. Quote. In the slashing wave just now, Pain's six paths cooperated with each other, and the visual sharing was combined with the reincarnation eye. It can be said that the nuclear bomb-like offensive was overcome with the least cost. And while the people were fighting, they broke the seal and channeled away the outsider golem. This time, Xiao was also fully prepared, and placed a barrier around the golem that could isolate the spiritism. Obito just thought for a moment, then decided to start retreating. HMPH, if you want to leave now, don't you think it's too late? Just stay with me. After Gaara and the others heard it, they rushed up directly. Feng Yao had already prepared the front line for them, and they knew all the information about the other party. If they couldn't win it, then their subordinates would be embarrassed. Chapter 104_Rescue Two Tails. Xiangrin was guarding Feng Yao, and the rest of them all besieged Obito, and Feng Yao was not idle. He also had important things to do. Pulling the ghost shark off the ground, Feng Yao asked in a cold voice, "Where is the teak man? Tell me you can live." "You heard it, they didn't plan to save you at all. If you don't say there's only one way to die." Quote. The important thing now is to find out the whereabouts of the teak man. After all, the other party has obtained an outsider golem, and the situation of the teak man at the moment is not optimistic. Ghost Shark did not struggle, but his eyes suddenly became dazed. Is there a dead end? This may be the best destination for ninjas, but unfortunately I can't see the day when the Eye of the Moon project is completed. Mr. Itachi, sorry, looks like you need a new companion. Then his expression became firm. He gritted his teeth, stretched out his right hand, held the black stick on his chest and stabbed it towards the heart. He would sacrifice his life to protect the intelligence of the Shao organization. Even as an enemy, Feng Yao deeply admired the ghost shark, but he would never let it go. What a rare talent, loyal, but unfortunately you are with the wrong person. Feng Yao said silently in his heart. Then he will hold the right hand of the ghost shark that wants to commit suicide, and twist it cruelly with a flip. What? Then the 5 fingers of the left hand spread out, holding the head of the ghost shark. Easy to drink, human road. Feng Yao used the ability of the human world in the eyes of reincarnation, heart-level diving, which is a powerful ninjutsu to collect information, and can read out the information you want in a few seconds. The life of a ghost shark is like a revolving lantern. In front of the screen. Finally stopped in the picture of the teak man. This is a cave that looks gloomy underground. The teak man fell on a stone platform, and there are many Baiju guards next to it. Obito obviously relocated the base, but as long as Feng Yao can see it, he can directly use Yikuan Hirazaka to move there. After collecting the information, Feng Yao extracted the soul of the ghost shark, and the ghost shark's body fell like a golden pillar. This real ninja, who thinks he has lived in a falsehood all his life, and regards tasks and information as more important than life, became the second member of the Xiao organization to die today. Feng Yao asked Shangren to keep the ghost shark's body, and he opened Yongchang Hirazaka to save the teak man. And Obito alone can't deal with the indiscriminate bombardment of so many people. After all, the blur can only last for 5 minutes. Fortunately, there is a must-be by the side. Obito dodged Hideyoshi's slash, and took the time to confront Ju. I can't escape this way. Where are they? Come to support me. As soon as the words fell, countless pieces of paper floated down in the sky, and a closer look was mixed with a lot of detonating symbols. Xiaonan used pieces of paper to piece together the upper body of a human figure, and threw the rest of the paper together with the detonating talisman at the crowd to buy time for Obito. And, Xiao, organization headquarters. A black door of space appeared here, and all Baiju immediately became cautious. Who? No, someone is attacking. Wow, someone raided. I'm so nervous. Isn't it easy to feel comfortable at this time? Can you tell me, are these two feelings very similar? These people started chatting with each other. There is a Baiju here. He can't see his facial features. His face is full of clusters of white granulation. It looks very like a mask worn after Obito. In Obito's words, it looks like stool. This guy is Fei, also known as Vortex Baiju, is one of Baiju's individuals and can be attached to others to enhance the possessed person's power, mobility, etc. Although Feng Yao's chakra is not much left now, it is more than enough to deal with a few Baiju. Feng Yao turned a deaf ear to the surrounding sounds, and walked directly towards the teak man's position. Baiju next to him swarmed up, trying to suppress Feng Yao by the number of people. Wolf hunt, hands from all sides. One of the iron block extension skills, it will instantly grow sharp nails and attack Baiju. The speed is so fast that the physical claw attack can be transformed into a slashing force like Land's feet. Feng Yao does not want to waste investigation on these miscellaneous fish. Carrot. The surrounding Baiju was all chopped into pieces of white meat. Ah, this guy is horrible. Can't get close, you will die. Where is the main body? The surrounding Baiju was afraid of being killed, so he didn't dare to go forward for a while. At this time, Fei with a funny personality stood up. He asked seriously, "Hey, do you know what it means? I really want to know. If you tell me, I won't stop you. Do you think it's good?" Feng Yao didn't want to pay attention to him at all. With a move, he smashed the ground and appeared directly on top of Fei's head. Lanjiao Beilei, _ With a perfect 180-degree turn, he slashed towards Fei with one foot. When he was about to cut off Fei's head, a few huge wooden bars appeared on the ground, trying to block the blazing white thunder, but the wood was like tofu, smoothed by cut off. Fei's arm was drawn out in a big way. He exclaimed, it hurts, but I still don't know what the meaning of stool is." Fei jumped and ran away, jumping over his wound in the distance. Feng Yao did not speak, and his body was covered in blue chakra. Must do what you can. A sternum appeared in Feng Yao's body to protect him, and then he condensed blue bones and his arms grabbed Fei, wanting to pinch the opponent to death. Fei opened his arms, smashed them into the ground, and the power of Mudun instantly created several big trees full of thorns, circling upwards. Wooden Hell Rebellion. The wildly growing giant tree directly blocked Feng Yao's whisker arm, and also wrapped around Feng Yao, drowning Feng Yao. The skeletal rattling continued, and then suddenly there was no sound. "Oh, did you get killed by me? Ha ha ha, what a pity, I still want to ask him about the convenience." Fei seemed a little regretful, but he was very happy after completing his mission. It's just that he didn't notice that Feng Yao's body had moved behind him, and trapped inside was Feng Yao's shadow of the Tomb of the Wheel. Swapped places. The next moment, Fei's body was fixed in place, and the shadow of the Tomb of the Wheel had firmly fixed him. "Hey, what's the matter? Why can't I move? It's strange, who did it? What do you think?" Feng Yao walked in front of Fei. The other party was obviously stunned, and said in disbelief, "Aren't you trapped by me? What's going on, shadow clone?" "Then I can't tell you. To be honest, I'm a little interested in you. I'll give you 2 options. 1, follow me, and obey my orders from now on. 2, I will kill you and make you a sample. Go back. Then can you tell me what it means? Okay tilde. Feng Yao smiled slightly. Fei is an extremely special sample of Baiju, and he might get something from Orochimaru's research, so he has been showing mercy. After solving Baiju, Feng Yao walked towards the teak man. The empty right arm and the bloodless face showed that this female ninja suffered a lot, but Feng Yao really didn't know any medical ninjutsu here. He can only carry the teak man on his back. Open, Wangquan Hirazaka, put her in Yinyan village first, and then threw the fly to a small island. He doesn't have time to control the fly right now, and he will fly after the battle is over. Give it to Orochimaru. Chapter 105_Crazy Obito. A series of explosions continued to sound. Xiaonan's detonating talisman seems to have no end, because the surrounding gravel and broken wood have all turned into detonating talismans. This is the technique of Xiaonan Shen's paper maker, which can transform paper into any object, which has achieved the purpose of camouflage. The endless detonating talismans kept bombarding, and Obito used his right eye to shoot the large shuriken, darts, etc. stored in the space for long-range attacks with divine power. Faced with a large number of detonating talismans and large shuriken, the fairy people are ready to temporarily avoid the edge. Gaara manipulated the sand and turned it into a hood, protecting everyone layer by layer. At this moment, Gaara has also entered the state of curse seal. In his first state, there will be fine sand-like black lines on his body, and then the skin on his body changes, his hair turns gray, 2 huge ears grow, his pupils turn dark gold, and there are black stripes at the corners of his eyes. Texture. Gaara formed the seal again, mobilized the chakra, and the sand on the surface suddenly formed several huge palms. Desert Trader. With a light drink from Gaara, the sand that turned into both hands attacked or defended the flying large shuriken and detonator. This is not a random application of sand. This kind of hand can grab a ninjutsu or ninja gear and even throw it back. In other words, this kind of sand arm is not only of physical properties, but also of ninjutsu properties. Xiaonan and Obito's joint strike was blocked by Gaara, which shows that Obito didn't expect it. But Obito and Conan's attack had bought enough time, and the loud sound of the explosion also let other members of the Shao organization know the location of the battlefield. The undead duo came to Obito in an instant. Koto's clothes were already in tatters. It should have been caused by the attack just now. You can see from the back that 3 masks were missing. That is to say, there are only 2 lives left in the corner, and he must replenish his heart as soon as possible. Of course, his appearance is still far worse than that of Feijuan. Feijuan's body is obviously pieced together. There are traces of black stitches on the chest, thighs, and arms. The corners are all to find Feijuan. His body wasted a lot of time, and the current Feijuan is extremely furious. You guys who don't believe in evil gods, you actually hurt me like this, that bastard in white with a mask. I want him to feel the same pain as me. Feijuan cursed, although he won't die, but he can feel the pain, and Feijuan doesn't have any regeneration ability and the ability to automatically restore broken limbs, so he can only ask the corners to be stitched. After saying this, a chakra shockwave knocked the already overwhelmed body into the air in one blow, which was Neji's Bagua empty palm. Under the protection of the sand, he turned on the state of curse Xianju, and still maintained the gesture of waving his palms, and warned Feijuan strongly, if you are disrespectful to Lord Fengyao, I will knock you down with the next blow. Brain. I didn't expect that the strength of the immortal organization increased so quickly. I'm afraid I won't be able to capture Yue for a while now. Obito snorted coldly when he saw the strength of the opposite, the seal order of the golems. It must be done in order of the number of tails of the tailed beast. From the beginning of the first tail to the end of the 9 tails, now the outsider golem is in hand again, but it is difficult to catch one tail, which makes Obito physically and mentally exhausted. The rest of the people also rushed over. Itachi didn't seem to be hurt, but he was panting, probably using too much pupil power. After he came here, his first reaction was to see if the ghost shark was there. When he saw the ghost shark's body, he was rarely stunned and showed a sad expression. Although it was only for a moment, for Itachi is very rare. Uchiha Itachi regarded the dried persimmon ghost as his companion in his heart. He silently stared at the ghost shark's corpse and whispered, "Ghost shark, have you seen yourself clearly at the last moment of your life? If there is a next life, I hope you can still be friends." Then he looked back. Itachi's psychological quality was extremely strong, and he quickly recovered from the death of the ghost shark, facing the situation in front of him. For Itachi, the Xiao spy, he needs to judge the situation reasonably. Just like Itachi let Feng Yao go, he wants to weaken the strength of the two organizations as much as possible, and reduce the possible danger for Konoha. Scorpion came here with Ju. He obviously changed his puppet's body, which made him very unhappy, but there was nothing he could do about Feng Yao's strength. Then, the Tao of Humanity, Tao of Asura, Tao of Heaven, and Tao of Hungry Ghost appeared at the same time. Everyone was different from before. The new Tao of Heaven turned his head and said, "If the task has been completed, then retreat first, and in the future, I will make a plan to cover you." Obito didn't hesitate at all, and the majestic whirlpool in his right eye had already begun to prepare. First absorbed Xiaonan next to him, and then took away the remaining Xiao organization members one by one. Remember that, Shinra Tianzheng bounced Gaara away. Shira Road released countless missiles to attack everyone, and now Feng Yao finally came back, frowned when he saw the missiles all over the sky, raised his hand and waved. Round grave border prison. The invisible shadow shattered all the missiles. Although the pens with Samsara eyes could see it, there was nothing they could do. Only the six paths and immortal techniques could attack the wheel tomb. It is incomprehensible to humans. For those who have the power of the six paths, it is actually an advanced shadow clone plus instant body technique, so it may be easier to understand. Feng Yao did not go to see Obito and the others who were about to retreat, but turned back and said to Hideyoshi, "The teak man has been rescued by me and is now placed in Yinyan village by me, you can rest assured." Hideyoshi couldn't tell when he heard the excited words. His hand holding the ninja sword was shaking slightly. Really, thank you, Lord Feng Yao. Even if you want my life in the future, I will never complain. On the other side, Obito heard this. His eyes darkened with anger. His own nest was found and broken by Feng Yao, and Erwei, who was finally obtained, was sent back again. He almost clenched his teeth. Feng Yao, just wait. Next time it won't be so easy. Your immortal organization makes such a big commotion. I will help you to publicize it well. You just wait for the Big Five, the siege of the country. After speaking, Obito sucked himself into the Shinwei space together. Gaara and the others were just about to make a move, but they were stopped by Feng Yao reaching out his hand. Tien Dao and others also exploded a cloud of smoke and disappeared, which was to channel them away through the animal Dao. This time Nagato has also learned a lot, and put the important animal path in a safe place, so that the psychic pain can evacuate at any time. The battle has finally come to an end, leaving only a large area of ruins and a huge deep ditch. Chapter 106_Mission Critical. Gaara showed puzzled eyes next to him, and said with an inquiring tone, "Master Feng Yao, why didn't you stop them just now? There are so many of us, at least 70% of them can be sure to destroy them." After being silent for a while, Feng Yao opened his mouth and said, "Of course there is a chance to destroy them all, but it will cost a lot. We have a better choice, and the teak man has been rescued. There is no need to fight with Xiao now, then it's a meaningless sacrifice." Master Feng Yao is right. Tu nodded aside. He agreed with Feng Yao's approach. Blind pursuit and battle will only increase casualties. After a pause, Feng Yao continued, "Besides, it's not that I have no means left at all. Everyone go back and pack up. We are going to evacuate." Everyone was already mentally prepared, and this place could no longer stay. Feng Yao finally left Orochimaru and Do and added, "You two, go and treat the teak man. She is seriously injured. Help her to transplant a prosthetic limb, remember. Don't let her wake up for the time being. Regarding her placement, I'll discuss it with Hideyoshi. Orochimaru took the lead. Although the teak man was Hideyoshi's lover, he was not a member of the Immortal organization. Before determining the other party's attitude, Feng Yao could not reveal any information to her. Over there, remember to remove Mr. Orochimaru's experimental body. What's in these containers? No matter what, take them away. Hey, don't touch that dress. It's mine. Everyone quickly sorted out the remaining things and moved them outside. Finally, Feng Yao opened Yangchang Hirazaka, and left Yinyan village with everyone. In a hidden place a few kilometers away from the village of Yinyan, Hyuga Hazu closed his eyes, and next to him were Konoha Yuta Joinen and Nara Shikahisa. Everyone was silent, and after seeing the battle just now, they knew that they had no chance of winning. Lu Ju was the first to speak. Have you recorded the battle just now? Well, it's a little far away, but it's all recorded. The answer was a special Junin, who was full of fighting spirit before he came, but this kind of momentum was a few kilometers away from the flamboyant Susa. After the mountain outside was split in half, there was nothing left. As long as these recorded images are spread throughout the 5 countries, the war will stop immediately, and everyone's goal will be the same as the Xian organization. Lu Ju knew that everyone was under attack at the moment, so he spoke to comfort. Don't lose your faith in fighting. No matter how bad the situation is, we will always find a way. Do you want to waste the news that Tsunade-sama is desperately delivering? As expected of Konoha's 1st Military Division, a few words stabilized the military's heart. Lu Ju thought for a while, then turned his head and said, "It seems that they have left now. Let's go in and check the situation inside and leave a small team just in case. It is still very dangerous to enter it now, and I don't know if Feng Yao and others will return, but in order to obtain more information, Konoha's ninjas can also risk their own lives, and Lu Ju and Haiyi each lead a team to enter Orochimaru's stronghold." When passing through the underground, there was a strong smell of blood. This was the experimental body that Orochimaru was trapped in before. In order to ensure the security of intelligence when leaving, Orochimaru channeled a giant snake and swallowed them all. Konoha's ninjas moved forward cautiously, but they found very little. There was nothing left in Orochimaru's laboratory. All the data and intelligence were taken away, but they found something more important. My god, these are my Konoha's ninjutsu and forbidden art scrolls. How can they all be in the Immortal organization? Yes, there is no mistake. These have my Konoha's mark on them. There are so many. My Konoha's ninjutsu has been stolen by Xian. Lu Ju and others hurried over. As the current Hokage's assistant, he knows some secrets about the theft of forbidden techniques, but he didn't expect to be able to retrieve these ninjutsus this time, and even he was a little unspeakably excited. Suddenly he hurriedly said, "Come on, put all these scrolls away, we will retreat immediately." These scrolls have not been taken away, which means that Feng Yao and others may come back at any time. Everyone hurriedly picked up the scrolls and all evacuated from Yinyan village. And when the ninjas were waiting anxiously, they saw the footsteps of Lu Ju and others hurried back. Lu Ju directly ordered the crowd, Go back to Konoha village." Feng Yao led everyone to the floating city, which has not yet been completed, but being in the city in the air still surprised everyone. Xianju swallowed her saliva, looked around and said, "This is in the sky, it can't be an illusion, how can it fly?" "Lord Feng Yao can't do anything, you are too surprised." Shangren pretended to be calm and satirized Xianju, but her slightly trembling body still betrayed her. Judging from the current construction progress, it should take a lot of time to complete. Gaara suggested, "Why didn't we help together, it will be faster." Feng Yao nodded slightly, "Well, okay, Hideyoshi, come here, I have something to tell you." While the others had gone to help build the city, Hideyoshi was left alone. Hideyoshi seemed to know what Feng Yao wanted to say, and nodded heavily. Feng Yao took Hideyoshi to an open space and sat down. Hideyoshi, the teak man is your lover, you are my subordinate, I will save her only because of this relationship, but she is not my Xian organization after all, so I need you to make a choice. Yes, choose to follow me, or take her back to Union Village. The straight-to-the-point question made Hideyoshi a little overwhelmed. He was really thinking about what to do if the teak man woke up. The other party was from Union Village, so it was naturally impossible to stay with him in the Xian organization. Feng Yao also saw the struggle in Hideyoshi's heart, so he let him make a choice. This is a problem that must be solved, and the information of the organization cannot be leaked because of one person. Feng Yao added again, if you choose to stay in the Xian organization, then you may not be able to see her in the future, but you can protect her in secret, if you choose to go back to Union Village with her. A spell will be planted on you to make sure you don't leak information. If other people were at risk of leaking information, they would have been silenced by Feng Yao long ago, but Feng Yao doesn't seem to be so heartless towards his subordinates. Hideyoshi's eyes were first struggling, suffering, and hesitating, and finally settled down. I used to think I lost her, but you gave me hope. I said, as long as you can save the wooden man, my queen will be gone. I will be a cow and a horse for you half my life, I will never break my promise. He knelt down on one knee and bowed heavily towards Feng Yao. Seeing Hideyoshi's thoughts, Feng Yao laughed out loud, and he patted Hideyoshi on the shoulder. Okay. Very good, then I can rest assured, you can take the teak man back to Union Village and live with her. But you have a vital task to accomplish, and that is to become Hokage. Author's digression, it's been 3 rounds. I'll give you an update. I hope you don't raise books these days. I love you. Chapter 107_Hidden Nuke. The blue sky is crystal clear. The wind was blowing slowly, brushing the ends of Hideyoshi's hair. His eyes widened and he froze in place. He had already made the most painful choice, but Feng Yao suddenly made a sharp turn. Can let him return to Union Village with his beloved, and let him become Hokage. That represents the greatest ninja in a village. It is also the leader of the village. It took half a minute for Hideyoshi to react, and he shouted, You want me to be Hokage? And said, I can go back to Union Village with the wooden man. But why need me to be Hokage? Feng Yao nodded lightly, he just tested Hideyoshi's mind. If Hideyoshi chooses to meet the teak people in Union Village, then Feng Yao will also plant a curse on him and choose to let him leave, but Hideyoshi did not let him go. Disappointed. Feng Yao then continued, because you are strong enough and originally from Union Village, the reason for letting you Hokage is because I need to let Union Village act according to my will when necessary. Your time is very long, I want you to find a way to take the position of Hokage within 2 years. Of course, I will arrange someone to help you. These remarks also calmed Hideyoshi's heart a little. It is impossible for him to gain a firm foothold in Union and become Hokage by himself. Although Feng Yao still didn't state his purpose, Feng Yao's actions and kindness to himself were enough for Hideyoshi to do anything for him. Hideyoshi was still a little overwhelmed by this sudden and important task. I'm afraid not. This task is too important. Feng Yao's strength is very reassuring to Hideyoshi. He is in the front position in the whole, immortal, mainly because of his ingenuity. Feng Yao plans to transfer his team to the country of Thunder first, and is responsible for coordinating and helping. Don't worry, I will arrange someone to help you. This matter is a top secret mission. You must not tell anyone, even the teak people, understand? Feng Yao's goal is to replace the shadows of the villages with his subordinates within 2 years. This is a major event, and there is no room for mistakes. The main targets are Konoha Village, Union Village, and Yenian Village, of which Feng Yao in Yenian Village has not yet been selected. The strength of the other 2 villages is the weakest, and Wuyin Village can arrange for Zaibuzan or Terumi Mei to reassert the position of Mizukage. Xiayin can arrange Gara to replace Luo Sha. In fact, it doesn't matter if there are no people in these 2 places. As long as the 3 countries of Thunder, Fire, and Earth are under control, great things can be expected. Just as the previous families merged into villages and tried to reduce the war, Feng Yao wanted to merge the 5 villages into a consortium, controlled by the Xian organization behind, formulate unified policies and regulations, and then solve the war and complete the peace of the ninja world. Hideyoshi looked at Feng Yao with a determined face, and could only nod his head and said, "My subordinates understand, and I will never leak information, but I am Yunyin's rebellion. I am afraid that the senior management of Yunyin village will not easily win the trust of Yunyin village." "Me? No, from today onwards, you will not be Yunyin's rebellion." As soon as Hideyoshi finished his words, Feng Yao interrupted him directly. "You are the hero who helped Yunyin village regain the power of the human pillar. It was you who led the Xian to fight against Xiao with the news of the tailed beast, and let them kill each other. Everyone in the world has seen your heroic battle against Xiao. My Xian organization hates you even more, understand?" Hideyoshi was stunned again, and then suddenly realized that this was a whitewash arranged by Feng Yao, so he lowered his head and said, "Understood, then when should my subordinates leave?" Feng Yao smiled and said, "Very soon. Before that, we still need to wait for someone. I will tell you all the detailed plans for the next fight when you leave. You can go to rest first, or go to accompany you. Teak people can." Quote. Hideyoshi blushed slightly, bowed, then turned his head and left, leaving Feng Yao alone. The outsider golem should have been taken by Obito now. Let's find the child Lingyu. Feng Yao thought in his heart, with a certain gloom hidden in his eyebrows, then stood up and walked on the flat ground. The child who was picked up by Orochimaru from Kaoyan has grown a lot taller, and his body is not so thin. He is wearing the old gray ninja uniform and handing others water not far away. Sir Feng Yao is good. Yin Ren, who was next to him, saw everyone saying hello, but Feng Yao ignored it, but went straight to Ling Yu's side before stopping. Looking at Ling Yu who was busy, he said with concern behind him, "Ling Yu, you don't have to rush to help now, are you feeling better?" "Okay, much better, thank you Feng Yao for your concern, and it doesn't matter how much blood I lose, I can replenish it soon." Ling Yu turned her head suddenly, flattered by Feng Yao's concern. Since he was brought back, he has been staying in Orochimaru's laboratory to be studied by tricks. Although he has indeed developed a lot of abilities, he never wants to have that kind of experience in his life. Now he sees Orochimaru's legs trembling and is very scared. Other side. But unfortunately, what he didn't know was that Feng Yao, who was on the side, saw Ling Yu's shy temperament and thought to himself, although Ling Yu has strength, but unfortunately his personality is a little weak, I will let Orochimaru hone him more in the future. Ah, I must be a general of my Xian organization in the future. It is estimated that when Ling Yu heard these words, he was afraid that he would collapse directly. After saying the polite words, Feng Yao asked in a low voice, "How about it, can you still feel the approximate location of the outsider golem now?" Seeing that Feng Yao was serious, Ling Yu didn't dare to be careless, and responded quickly, "Yes. Yes, Lord Feng Yao, now the outsider golem is located in the west. As long as I get close, I can manipulate my blood." "Very good, I will let you do it when you need it. Don't be discovered by them now." Feng Yao looked at Ling Yu and nodded slightly. Obito manipulated the hostages, so why wouldn't Feng Yao play tricks on the outsider golem? Ling Yu's weeping bloodline has been studied almost by Orochimaru. He can manipulate and create blood, which can not only be used to sense positioning, but also change according to the fluctuations of his own emotions, and then release different ninjutsu. The blood becomes corrosive when he is depressed, burns when he is slightly emotional, and explodes when he is angry. Feng Yao made Ling Yu blood to coat the entire outsider golem and hide it inside. It can be said that the current outsider golem is still a disguised nuclear bomb and tracker. The weeping bloodline has never appeared, so Obito will never guard against this. This way, when dealing with Xiao, there is another trump card. Feng Yao has always used intelligence very well, using the information gap to continuously attack the enemy. Finally, firmly occupy the initiative and advantage. Chapter 108 Tsunade Information. Konoha Village. One is tall and wears a forehead guard with the word, oil, written on it. Long white hair down to the waist. A middle-aged man wearing a red coat with brown clothes inside was running fast on the house, and he directly broke into the Hokage hall. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hidden and the sixth Hokage Kakashi are all here at the moment, and they are discussing things. But obviously the man didn't care, and his urgent voice sounded, "I heard news about Tsunade. What's the situation?" Seeing that the person who came was reckless, the sixth-generation Hokage Kakashi not only did not blame, but immediately went up to console and said, "Jiraiya-sama, don't worry, we also just got news from Tsunade-sama a day ago, and I have sent them quickly." People rushed past. Jiraiya calmed down a bit and continued to ask, "Are you going to rescue Tsunade? Or do you want to fight with the Sen organization head-on?" Kakashi pulled Jiraiya and sat down. Then he sighed. "None of them. Tsunade-sama didn't want us to save her. She pretended to rely on the Xian organization, and then sent a letter through the slug. Our Xian and Xiao organizations are preparing to snatch the power of the tailed beast in Yinyan village." Send a letter through a slug. Where's the slug? Zilai also frowned deeply. He felt something was wrong. According to the found ninja, it disappeared after delivering the letter. This aroused Jiraiya's suspicion even more. People were trapped in the immortal organization and could not escape. Of course, it was understandable to use slugs to spread the message. But Jiraiya also remembered that Feng Yao and Slug seemed to know each other, if they contacted in advance and wrote a fake letter to lure Konoha to go. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked solemn and said to Kakashi, "No, you may have been fooled. Slug and Feng Yao know each other. They must want to take the opportunity to weaken the power of my Konoha, annihilate the outgoing team, and then directly attack me." Konoha Village. Seeing Zilai also broke out in a cold sweat. Kakashi calmly analyzed for him. "Absolutely not. If this is the case, then the letter can completely ask us to send a strong team, and only let us send ninjas who are good at reconnaissance, and Tsunade-sama's purpose. I want us to record the process of the battle between the Xian and Xiao organizations, and expose these two dark organizations to the ninja world." With that said, everyone's emotions gradually calmed down. Then a Chunin rushed into the Hokage hall, and he said hurriedly, "All the teams that went to Yinyan village to perform the mission have returned. They have obtained important news and intelligence." Kakashi finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard it. He raised his brows and said, "Let them come over and tell them that Lord Jiraiya is also waiting for them." Hearing this news, Zilai also felt relieved. Maybe things were not as bad as they thought. Soon, Shikaku walked in. He bowed to Hokage and Jiraiya, and then dismissed everyone. Only Kakashi, Jiraiya, and 3 generations were left. Then he calmed down his excitement and said, "This time, thanks to the information from Master Tsunade, we not only recorded images of the battle between Sen and Xiao, and a lot of precious personnel information, but also found in their strongholds. Back to all the scrolls of Konoha's ninjutsu and forbidden arts." "Really? Where are you now?" The 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hijin interrupted Luju directly when he heard this. These ninjutsu are too important, and they are the key to Konoha's future talent training. And Konoha has been desperately trying to hide this news, not only because of shame, but also because of the threat of neighboring countries, and now he can finally take it back. Hearing this, Jiraiya also dispelled his last doubts. He now believes that it was the information that Tsunade sent back. Because he knew that people like Feng Yao could not return the precious forbidden technique to Konoha. If he did, he must have a bigger plan, but obviously Konoha did not suffer any losses. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time was proud of his beloved. "Tsunade tilde you have compared me again. If you can come back, I'm afraid the next Hokage will be you. You must hold on." He prayed for Tsunade in his heart. Then, the other ninjas brought in a lot of scrolls, which were indeed Konoha's ninjutsu. 3 generations of Hokage held a scroll, his arms trembled slightly, and old tears were scattered. Finally, the ninjutsu, that's great, this time Tsunade did a good job, and made a great contribution. After the 3 generations of Hokage calmed down, Kakashi ordered the ninjas to put away these scrolls and set up an enchantment to strictly guard them. Luju glanced at the crowd and sighed, speaking of which, there is good news and bad news. The good news is that we have indeed obtained images of the 2 organizations at war, and by sending this to the rest of the great powers, it is completely safe to do so. The war can be stopped for now, but the bad news is, they're too strong. Saying that, Luju took out a videotape and started playing the content. Inside, Feng Yao smashed the mountain with one blow, Xiaonan's hundreds of millions of explosive talismans, and the mysterious space ninjutsu made everyone present feel a sense of oppression. After a long time, Kakashi let out a long sigh and said, I really didn't expect such 2 terrorist organizations to live by our side. Fortunately, Mr. Tsunade has heard the news and sent a copy of the video to the majors as soon as possible. The country contains the rebellion of every country. They will not sit idly by. Quote. Understood. Luju left quickly, and the cloud of war seemed to be lifted. Konoha sexually with a green-eyed man. Lord Feng Yao's arrangement seems to have been successful. This little man's actions are really unpredictable. If he shows that kind of power, even Konoha will have to be forced to surrender. Why should he go around in a circle? Hee, you really dare to call it that, Master Shuiying, we should go back and return to our lives. I'm not a water shadow, but you're right Tilda. After saying that, Terumi May touched the blue-white skin of the miniature version of the slug in her hand. Little guy, please, tell the people over there that the mission has been completed. Quote. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, a black door of space appeared in front of them, and the 2 walked in, and the surrounding scenery changed instantly. The first thing he saw was Feng Yao with a familiar face mask. He opened his arms and said, Welcome back. Did you encounter any trouble in Konoha? Zabujan bowed slightly and responded, No, according to what you said. After we put the slugs nearby, the Konoha people immediately reported to the village when they found them, and sent some ninjas who were good at reconnaissance, and just returned. All the scrolls were brought back, and the images must have been in their hands. Quote. Chapter 109_Stop War. Feng Yao nodded and said that he was very satisfied. When he went to catch Tsunade, he had already planned to let Tsunade take over Konoha village in the future. Being a Hokage requires not only strength, but also identity. Tsunade is naturally suitable as Konoha's princess. Feng Yao used a kaleidoscope to write a letter to imitate Tsunade's handwriting to tell the transaction between himself and Xiao, and let Konoha send someone over. First, in order to let all the 5 major countries know their great strength, first force them to truce. 2. Take this opportunity to fulfill the promise with Tsunade and return all the ninjutsu to Konoha. 3. Make Tsunade a hero. 3 birds with 1 stone. Then Feng Yao stretched out his right hand to invite Tsunade next to him. I have fulfilled my promise to return all Konoha's ninjutsu, and after this image spreads to all countries, the war will stop. Now you can rest assured and execute my orders. Tsunade didn't answer. She already knew what happened through the slug avatar in her hand, and the look in Feng Yao's eyes was extremely complicated, and the other party really kept her promise. Moreover, her thoughtful mind made her a little creepy, and she easily played the 5 major countries with applause. She took a deep breath and asked the last question very seriously. Why are you doing this? Feng Yao withdrew his right hand and took off his mask after a long time. The voice echoed in Tsunade's ears, for the peace of the ninja world. Tsunade's expression was exaggerated, and in the end he couldn't help but burst into laughter. A guy who made terrorist attacks and murdered people everywhere suddenly told you that he was for peace, so everyone would laugh. But if you think about it, there are many examples of this in Hokage. Nagato wants everyone in the world to feel pain in order to achieve peace, and then breeds peace in this pain. Sasuke wants to gather the hatred of the whole world on himself, and then use fear to rule the world, so that everyone hates himself, and then they don't hate anyone else. But although Tsunade laughed out loud, he also understood that Feng Yao was serious, and with his current strength, there was absolutely no need to lie. Tsunade laughed until her stomach hurt a little. She took a slow breath, and then looked directly into Feng Yao's eyes. I understand, I will also follow the way we traded. You can't attack Konoha, and I'm in the right place. It's time to become Hokage and complete the piece of your heart. This is the best choice for Tsunade, and Feng Yao has stopped the war in his own way. Although it was wrong, it was really effective. It reduced a large number of innocent casualties of Konoha and returned the ninjutsu. If he refused to use Feng Yao's character, he would still find a suitable candidate. Maybe Konoha would suffer. A smile appeared on Feng Yao's face, which surprised everyone. Very well, then you have to help someone first. A day later, all the troops of the Kingdom of Thunder withdrew from the territory of the Kingdom of Fire and announced peace talks. Other countries responded one after another, saying that all wars are now stopped. And everything is because of an organization called Xian. As for Xiao, it has become an incidental secondary threat, because these two organizations are all rebellions of various countries, so no country can escape. They must arrange elite troops for siege. As for Tsunade's transmission of information, in addition to Konoha, Konoha also explained it in the letter, but told the other three shadows that they need to keep strict confidentiality to ensure the safety of Tsunade, and there is no water shadow in Korean village yet, so only the elders know. At the border of the Land of Thunder, Hideyoshi was walking in the mountains with a teak man on his back, and Tsunade was following him. Let's take a rest first. We have already entered the border of the Land of Thunder. It should be considered safe. How is your injury? Tsunade, who was walking, suddenly stopped and turned to Hideyoshi and Yukino. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. I'm fine. If it wasn't for your medical ninjutsu, I'd be dead. The teak man thanked Tsunade, who smiled bitterly inwardly. The task Feng Yao arranged for her was to return to the Land of Thunder with Hideyoshi and help Hideyoshi win the trust of Union high-level officials. After the three came out, Tsunade woke the teak man and told him according to the negotiated rhetoric. Teak man. It doesn't matter, you also heard on the way that now the war has been stopped and we have a common enemy. Don't say it, it would be bad if people from Xian came after him. Let's stick to it. Hideyoshi interrupted the conversation between the two, and continued to rush to Union Village with the teak man on his back. He was tired and sweated profusely while climbing the mountain. The teak man thoughtfully wiped the sweat off Hideyoshi's head with his sleeve. Her arm has been attached. It is a simple puppet arm, and she was told that it was Tsunade who connected it for her. And she was the one who saved herself, so she just thanked Tsunade so much. Hideyoshi smiled softly and moved on. Suddenly, 3 huge crescent-shaped slashes slashed towards Hideyoshi. Cloud Flow 3 Sun Moon Slash. The slashing speed was extremely fast, and it arrived in front of him in a moment, and Hideki Rai Chakra broke out. Thunderbolt Moon Step. The ground was instantly stepped on and cracked, interspersed with the 3 sun and moon slash, and 3 slender cracks were cut on the ground, and Tsunade quickly retreated. The attacker had brown skin, short white hair, and a lollipop in his mouth. He raised a ninja knife and threatened, Hideyoshi, you Union's traitor. Not only did you betray the village, but you also had a relationship with Xian. All kinds of organizations. Quickly put the teak man down. Then there were more than a dozen figures around, each of them was the elite of Union Village, and they stared at Hideyoshi sharply, as if to tear each other into pieces. Teak man hurriedly explained, it's not like this, you, cough, Shogatar saved me, and Tsunade-sama. Seeing the teak man in a hurry, Hideyoshi felt distressed for a while, quickly put the teak man down, and patted his back lightly. Watching the teak man take the initiative to defend Hideyoshi, Omoi frowned and said, saved you. How could this happen? I saw the video that Konoha sent to us Union, and I saw this guy with the Xian organization and fighting against Xiao, what? At this time, Tsunade stood up. That information was passed on by me. I am one of Konoha's 3 ninjas, Tsunade, I want to meet your Hokage. Who do the 5 Congresses trust now? There is only Tsunade, because she is the hero who exposed the Sen organization and the Shao organization, and the person who passed on important information. But Omoi didn't buy it. He couldn't listen to the other party just because of a few words. I can't trust you. I'm sorry, the Teak people, it's a big deal, and you're Konoha's Sanin. I can't trust you even more. If it's really like what the Teak people said, then you don't resist, you will be caught by us. Stay, I will report to Raing-sama. It is up to him to decide whether to see you or not. Hideyoshi was surprisingly calm. Okay, I promise you, come and tie me up. Tsunade also directly stretched out his hands without intending to resist. Chapter 110 Explanation of the Teak Man. The towering mountain peaks, filled with clouds and mist, echoed with deafening thunder. Union Village is built on the top of the mountain. It has a huge conical building that is iconic. The whole body is blue. There are as many iron towers as power supply on each mountain. A dozen people escorted Tsunade and Hideyoshi into the prison, and the Teak Man grabbed the iron railing. Gee, I will definitely save you, wait for me, cough. I'll go meet Hokage-sama now. Hideyoshi wasn't worried about himself. He held back the Teak Man's hand. It doesn't matter, I believe Union Village and Tsunade-sama will give me back my innocence. Under the reluctant gazes of the two, the Teak Man was taken out, and the prison slowly regained its calm. Hideyoshi sat next to Tsunade, and there was a glint in his eyes. Now it's up to the Teak people. In order to ensure the authenticity, Fengyao also sent Orochimaru to show the Teak people the appearance of a chase and fight on the way to ensure that the Teak people can believe what Tsunade and Hideyoshi said. At this moment, I is sitting in the raking hall and watching the video repeatedly in the crowd. The all-round elite of Union Village, Kaminoki couldn't help but sigh. This kind of power is probably stronger than that of a tailed beast. Even if the complete tailed beast of Lord Kurabi is not necessarily an opponent, there is also the opposite. Shao organization is also full of experts. No wonder the Teak people will. I snorted coldly and hammered his right arm against the table. Rarely did he not refute Zai's words, but he still took the villages as an example. These bullshit organizations are not the connivance of various countries for rebellion and tolerance. The leader of this, immortal, organization is Konoha's rebellion. Moreover, the largest of the two organizations is Konoha, and this video does not show that the Teak people are in the end where, it's really useless. After speaking, his anger was hard to subdue, and he punched the projector in front of him with a punch. Shichong sighed and said, Lord Raking, there are also Yunyin and Ren. This Hideyoshi was hunted down by us a year and a half ago because he learned ninjutsu without authorization, but unfortunately he is nowhere to be found. Who would have thought? Lei Yingai's face was ugly. HMPH, then we are better than them. There is only one. We just need to kill the rebels in our village, and leave the rest to them. Apparently I didn't want to do more for other villages. He just wanted to get rid of his own village's rebellion and watch the show. However, if the immortal organization threatened Union Village, he would not hesitate to take action. At this moment, Omoi walked in, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. Omoi knelt down on one knee and raised his head. Lord Hokage, my subordinates have successfully captured Hideyoshi Rebellion and are in prison at the moment, and Lord Teak is back. What? After hearing this, everyone's eyes widened and they were extremely surprised. Hokage rushed over and pulled Omoi directly. The terrifying speed made Omoi unable to react at all. Hokage shook and asked, You captured Hideyoshi. What a joke, I just sent you out, and you can do it with your fighting ability. Where is the Teak man? This 3 series of questions and answers completely stunned Omoi, and he was shaken by Hokage and couldn't think. Hokage's rude behavior was stopped by a hot body, white skin, short yellow hair, and blue-green pupils. She was Samui, the captain of the Omoi. Don't shake him, let him say slowly, this child is always too pessimistic, let him go. Lei Ying put down the man angrily, and Omoi was able to breathe. Cough, I didn't catch it. He was caught on his own initiative, and we also caught another member of the immortal organization, which is Mu Tsunade in Sanran. Hiss. Everyone in the hall sucked in a breath of cold air. The shadow of the famous tree of people has long been heard of the villages of Tsunade, and it is even more unbelievable. With the strength of Tsunade, you will be caught by Omoi. Omoi quickly added. She was also arrested on her own initiative. But Reikage frowned. As a shadow, he knew that Tsunade was pretending to join the enemy. The reason why Konoha was able to obtain such a precious information video this time was all due to the accuracy of Tsunade's information, but why did the other party appear in the What About Union Village? Reikage eagerly wanted to know the ins and outs of the matter. He ordered, you call the teak man first, and also, don't do anything to that Tsunade. Hideyoshi also don't hurt him for the time being, do you understand? Yes. Omoi turned and left, and after a while, walked in with the teak man. Seeing that their own people, Zhu Li, came back safe and sound, everyone hurried up to meet them, and a stone in their hearts was finally put down. Samui supported the teak people who were floating in their footsteps. Their relationship in Union Village was not bad, but one was a relationship between people and pillars, so there were fewer opportunities to meet. I said with excitement, Teakman, you actually came back. That's great. I thought that boy Omoi was talking nonsense. The village started the war and didn't take care of the rear, and it was me as Reikage who got you arrested. Remiss. Speaking of the end, Reikage felt a little remorse, and the teak man hurriedly said, I'm fine, Reikage-sama. I want to ask you to let Hideyoshi and Tsunade-sama go. They are not members of Sen. They saved me. Quote. As soon as this remark came out, everyone's expressions suddenly turned pale, and she was even more serious. Don't talk nonsense. We have already seen the image from Konoha, and Tsunade and Hideyoshi are clearly members of the Xian organization. There will be mistakes. Have you been deceived by them? Quote. Reikage, who was on the side, spoke at this moment. No, Tsunade of Konoha Village is indeed not a member of the Spirit organization, but a spy lurking in it. This video is also thanks to the other party's intelligence, but considering that Tsunade's safety, so only Shadow knows about it for the time being. Now that Tsunade has come out, it must be exposed. She sighed. He had also asked the source of this information, but Reikage did not tell himself. Indeed, as a spy, the identity must be top secret. Teak man added, and I was kidnapped by the Shao organization. Hideyoshi even tried to assassinate the 6th Hokage to save me. Assassination of the 6th generation Hokage. To save you. I exaggeratedly grew his mouth, sometimes thinking about this kind of thing, but I didn't expect that someone would dare to do it. The people in this hall are also human beings, so I guessed a little about their relationship. Touching his hair, the teak man was a little embarrassed, but continued, but I failed, but at that time I happened to meet the leader of Xian, so he used the power of the second tail in my body to induce Xian and Shao to fight, and finally Tsunade-sama rescued me together, and we were chased and killed by the immortals before we entered the land of thunder, and we almost lost our lives. Quote. Lei Ying suddenly clicked his tongue. He didn't think that Hideyoshi, who he had just chased and killed, was doing everything to save the village's Renzuli. And Xian is still chasing each other. Chapter 111-Infiltrate Union Village. Lei Ying was stunned when he heard it, and then he was obviously very happy. So it is said that the war between Xian and Shao was planned by Union Village. Ha ha ha, then my union is not one of the 5 major countries now. The cleanest one, and also indirectly killed 2 members of Shao. What do you think, she? Choked by Zai's joining Xian, because of his rebellion, and now he has the opportunity to refute it and naturally he doesn't intend to miss it. Zai's tone was a little helpless. You calm down first, Reikage-sama. No matter what, the information is always from Konoha. Let's let them out first. You're right, I'll leave it to you, she. Go and bring them out. Reikage gave she a deep look, and then sat back on Reikage's seat. Soon, Tsunade and Hideyoshi were brought over. The teak man ran to Hideyoshi's side and lightly took the other's arm. Everyone looks at me and I hope you already understand the relationship between the two. Lei Ying put his hand on the table, glanced at it, and asked Hideyoshi first. Yan said concisely. I heard the teak man said that you rescued her and led the Xian and Xiao to organize the fight in Yinyan village, is that so? Ai's expression was serious, and his eyes seemed to shoot two thunder lights. Hideyoshi didn't know anything, stared at Reikage and said, everything I did was to save the teak people, and if there is no Tsunade-sama in the end, we can't escape. Very good, although you are a rebel, but this time you have done a lot of work. Tsunade, you saved the teak people, but this, immortal, organization was created by you Konoha after all, don't ask me to thank you. Reikage Ai's expression softened a lot. I don't want your thanks, I just don't want, Xian, to get the tailed beast. If you want to thank you Union people. Thanks to the news of our way, he created such a good opportunity. Now I have exposed, I just want to return to Konoha village as soon as possible. Tsunade shrugged flatly. She didn't have much to say about Yunyan. After all, the two countries were still at war a few days ago, and it was easy to reveal if they talked too much. Hearing Tsunade's words, Reikage Ai also dispelled the last trace of doubt, and it became more pleasing to the eye when he looked at Hideyoshi. HMPH, then please stand aside first, I will send someone to escort you back to Konoha. Reikage Ai simply didn't care about Tsunade. If it weren't for the peace talks now, I would want to take Tsunade directly. Between countries, reputation is very important, just like in the original book, many countries lost their tailed beasts, suffocated them, tried to hide them, and looked for opportunities to regain their own people. And Zuli from Union Village was kidnapped, and it was a shame. Now that Zuli was taken back by Hideyoshi, I was naturally very satisfied, so he could have an explanation in front of the name of the Kingdom of Thunder and the many ninjas in Union Village. Hideyoshi, you were originally a traitor in my Union Village, but you have done a great job in regaining the power of Renju and planning the battle between the Xian and Xiao organizations, and I can remove your identity as a traitor. Let you come back to Union Village and serve as Shangnan, would you like to? Under the surprised eyes of everyone, Hideyoshi shook his head. I just want to live with a wooden man now. It doesn't matter to me whether it is a Junin or not. The Union Shangnan, headed by Shi and Samui, raised their brows and smiled at the teak man. To tell the truth, the Yumu man has big eyes, a proud expression, and has a queen temperament. Belongs to the most beautiful big beauties. Lei Ying snorted coldly. It's up to you, I'm not interested in you falling in love, but now that Union Village is hiring people, and you have contact with the Xian organization, we still know too much about them. Less. Yes, but I don't know much. I will tell you everything. Hideyoshi nodded slightly and agreed. Next, Reikage Ai lifted Hideyoshi's identity as a traitor and declared that the 5 kingdoms of Union Village had successfully recaptured the tailed beast, and sent people to escort Tsunade back to Konoha. Soon after, the Kingdom of Fire also agreed to release the news, saying that Hideyoshi, Tsunade and the Sen organization had nothing to do with them. They were ninjas who went deep behind the enemy and fought bravely. It was the cooperation of the two that exposed the Sen organization to be in the ninja world. For a time, their fame skyrocketed. And on the sparkling sea, among the huge white clouds, is hiding a city. The clouds are shrouded in air, like a fairyland. Gives a sense of majesty and majesty. In the middle is a ring-shaped building with a tall tower, and various houses and towers are located next to it. This is the headquarters of the Sen organization. In front of a huge round table, there are a total of 16 seats, but it is obviously not full at the moment. There are only a few people here, and Feng Yao, who is sitting in the first place, is the first to speak. Recently, the search operations in the 5 major countries have been relatively close. During this period of time, Xian has temporarily stopped overly active activities. I am not worried about Tsunade, she inherited Hokage is only a matter of time. Mainly Union Village, there are many people who are loyal to the fourth generation of Hokage. Orochimaru looked at the personnel information of Union Village with a gloomy face, and laughed. Yaojun, don't worry, we have time to deal with these people one by one. Feng Yao did not respond, and acquiesced to Orochimaru's answer. Union Village also attaches great importance to identity in inheriting Hokage. In Feng Yao's memory, the fifth generation of Hokage is Darui, his guardian of the fourth generation of Hokage, and the only successor of the third generation of Hokage Black Thunder. He is a man who can say boring and sorry. Once the fourth Hokage dies, he will definitely inherit the fifth Hokage. Feng Yao has labeled Darui as a must-kill in his heart. If he can't solve the problem, then he will solve the problem. The next step is Union Village. The old stubborn in this village is very troublesome. It would be great if he could get back the other gods of Zishui. Thinking of this, Feng Yao had another idea of Itachi. It's not easy to grab it by force. Shishui's eyes will definitely be guarded by Itachi, and even if he is in a hurry, he will destroy Zishui's eyes. On the way to thinking, Feng Yao's thoughts changed, and he realized another point. Itachi has one of the biggest weaknesses, that is Sasuke. As long as he uses it a little, he is not afraid that he will not be able to get other gods. Even Sasuke's kaleidoscope can be included in the bag. Now all countries are searching for Sen and Shao organizations, and Sasuke will definitely join them if he wants revenge. Orochimaru, inform Tsunade, I want to know about Sasuke's current news. Feng Yao decided to start collecting eyes first to improve his strength. Oh, is it the survivor of the Uchiha family? Orochimaru was surprised. He planted a spell on Sasuke in Konoha village. At that time, he took a fancy to Sasuke Uchiha's blood and wanted to treat him as himself. But then he followed Feng Yao. Even Zishui's kaleidoscope and Liu Dao Shanren's writing wheel can be studied casually, and Sasuke's Urgoyu has no desire. Feng Yao nodded lightly. Yes, don't underestimate him. Tell me the news as soon as possible, others should go to rest first. Chapter 112_Orochimaru's Laboratory. The white clouds rolled and stirred in the sky. A white lion made a low-pitched sound, and its stout limbs stepped on the clouds and crashed. This lion was covered in snow, and the strange blue lines looked so natural. A huge thunder and lightning flashed on its body, and it was surprising that there were two people sitting on the lion's back. There was a girl in the back, grabbing the corner of the clothes of the person in front with her slender hands, as if she was afraid of falling. Master Feng Yao, this psychic beast is really powerful. It can walk in the air, and it can also make Lei Dun and Feng Dun. Only you, Master Feng Yao, can conquer such a psychic beast. The lion's back praised. It's called Bai Zi, and this is also the ability it has just mastered. It can use Feng Dun to control its own body movement. Its growth is faster than I thought. How is it? Do you like it? Feng Yao said slowly. I like it, but compared to... Of course I like it more. The wind. Taiyu also said that he stuttered and his voice became smaller and smaller. Feng Yao smiled silently and said softly, just like it, I plan to let it protect you in the future, and after you get acquainted with it, I have a task for you to carry out. Baizi has transitioned from infancy to growth. This speed can be said to be very fast. It only took less than 2 months, and he has mastered the power of the wind attribute, and his strength has greatly increased. But it's useless to stay by Feng Yao's side, and Baizi, who can hurt Feng Yao, certainly can't help, so I plan to leave it to Tayuya to protect her by the way. Hearing that Feng Yao was going to give Baizi to himself, Duoyu also waved his hands in a panic and said, No, how can I ask your psychic beast to protect me? No matter what kind of task you assign, I will do it all. Take my life, Lord Feng Yao, please don't say such words, please. In her eyes, Feng Yao is the person she admires, and she is loyal to her, so she doesn't need to use the word, please, for her to complete the task. Feng Yao turned around, fondly stroked Tayuya's hair, and chuckled. Don't worry, Baizi is also a part of the mission. and don't hesitate to say that you will risk your life. I want you to live. Do you understand? Follow. As long as this is your order. I will try my best to live, Master Fengyao. Taiyu also twisted his body shyly, but he didn't want to leave Fengyao. Range of the palm. I believe in you very much, but before that, you need an eye transplant. Originally, this matter was made by Do, but after the Battle of Yinyan Village, he was sent to the Kingdom of Thunder by Fengyao, so the transplant of the eyes was delayed. At present, only Orochimaru can do it. Fengyao ordered Baizi to fall in the annex of Orochimaru's laboratory. The laboratory has been built, which is much better than the one before Orochimaru. The lights are bright and all the experimental equipment is brand new. But it also spent a lot of money. According to Orochimaru's report, the funds of the Xian organization have almost bottomed out. The laboratory is divided into two parts, one for daily research on Orochimaru, and the other for storing various precious experimental subjects. Enter the research room. Orochimaru is tying Feiwawada to the experimental bench for research, cutting out a small sample from time to time, causing a scream. He is also the special Shirai who was kidnapped by Fengyao from Obito. Fengyao is not afraid that the coordinates of the floating city will be leaked out. Because the surrounding of the floating city has been arranged by Orochimaru to prevent being perceived by the enchantment and illusion, even if you stand under the floating city and look up, there will only be nothing. Seeing Fengyao come in, Orochimaru stopped his work. Yao-kun. Why did you come to me today, but there is no news from Tsunade yet? Orochimaru, who thought it was for Sasuke's intelligence, reported the situation of Konoha for the first time. Fei, who was tied up on the experimental bench, suddenly shouted, "You lied to me. Tell me what it means, and I'll come down and punch you this shit." Fengyao's face was expressionless, so he wouldn't be so bored to explain to Fei what it meant. At best, this Baiju has a little research value, and he can be said to be a man of Madara, and he can just kill it after using it. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded, "Master Fengyao, this white inferior creature is so rude to you, can I kill him directly?" After Tayuya finished speaking, he raised his flute very naturally, as if it was something that should be done. Fei felt the strong killing intent, shivered all over, and was so frightened that he closed his mouth that had been talking a lot. Fengyao hurriedly stopped and said, "That's not necessary, he still has some research value on Orochimaru, and he will be casual when the research is over." Fei's ability to rely on others to improve his combat effectiveness and to nullify the curse mark is still worth exploring. "Okay, then I'll come and trouble Master Orochimaru." Taiyu also put away his flute and said stubbornly. Seeing this, he didn't intend to let Fei go, and then Fengyao told Orochimaru why he came here. "It turns out that there is no problem. How about using the writing wheel eye in Danzang's arm? There is still a lot of stock." Orochimaru thought about it and suggested. Although the writing wheel eye is not comparable to the level of the kaleidoscope and the reincarnation eye, it is already very precious compared to others. Fengyao pondered for a moment. Transplanting Sharingan is nothing, it's just Orochimaru. I wonder if you have the ability to make Sharingan evolve into a kaleidoscope. Hiss. Orochimaru sucked in a breath, followed by the frenzy of a scientist. Yao-kun, your idea is really strange. In fact, it can be realized in theory. The reason why Sharingan evolves is because of the emotional fluctuations of the Uchiha people. A special chakra will flow out and act on the optic nerve. Quote. This is what Orochimaru figured out by himself from the Forbidden Book of Konoha and from his research on Sharingan. He now has a complete grasp of Sharonin and intercolumnar cells. Duoyu also stood obediently and stood aside. Although she couldn't understand what the two were saying, she knew that she should not interrupt at this time. Fengyao shook his head and said seriously, I'm not talking about theory, I want it to be completely feasible in practice. Can you do this? This is another way for Sasuke to make rapid progress in writing round eyes, a scientific method. If you can master it, you can also use it on your own people later. Orochimaru's eyes flashed. But then he bowed his head regretfully. Actually, there is nothing wrong with the current technology and materials, but I don't have any samples for the experiment. If I can catch 1 or 2 Uchiha clansmen, it will greatly speed up my progress, but... Orochimaru didn't go on. What he wanted to say should be, but unfortunately, Uchiha has been exterminated. Chapter 113_Resurrection Uchiha. Feng Yao is also very clear about this. He can only sigh and say, I'm thinking of a way. You prepare first, and help Duoyu also transplant the 3-go jade writing wheel eye. Orochimaru emptied the experimental bench, locked Fei again, put on a mask and said to Tayuya, lie here, it will be over soon, you won't even have the slightest pain if you have Yaojun's cells. End exclusion. Quote. After saying that, he turned around and walked out. After a while, he came in with a green container in his arms. There were several writing wheel eyes stored in it. Orochimaru took out one of the writing wheel eyes and started the transplant. When Feng Yao heard the word, cell, he faintly thought of something. I thought to myself, if there is no Uchiha clan, then can't I create or resurrect some Uchiha clan? Of his samsara eye, the reincarnation innate technique and the artifact, natural teeth. The former is the highest level resurrection ninjutsu in the Naruto world, but the longer the death of the object that needs to be resurrected and the more people who are resurrected, the more chakra is consumed, and this ninjutsu needs to be at the cost of life. Just when Feng Yao was about to ask something in his heart, the voice of the system came. This system knows what you want to ask. Don't worry, the inherent side effects of reincarnation are not valid for you, and you don't need to sacrifice your life. You really know me, but I don't plan to use samsara's life completely. Feng Yao responded in his heart. Although it is feasible to use reincarnation, it will consume a lot of chakra. And although Orochimaru himself said that it is 1 or 2, the number of times required to do the experiment is more than 100 times. Born Tooth, one of the rewards of the system, this knife is called, Knife of the Otherworld, and it is also an artifact that can resurrect the dead. It does not require chakra, it is equal to the enhanced version of reincarnation, and there is no other side effect. But Feng Yao has never used it, because there has been no death in the entire, immortal, organization, and Feng Yao doesn't care about other people's death at all, and it is not used anymore, so this knife has been sealed in dust. Feng Yao took the natural tooth out of his body, and the blue-white light shone in the laboratory again. Dashuin's eyes were almost blinded after he had been transplanted with Sharatunian. He forced his eyes open against the strong light to complete the last step of the transplantation and heaved a sigh of relief. Call. Yaojun, what are you planning to do? Do you think I'm not bright enough? I almost lost my mind just now. Orochimaru glanced at Feng Yao with resentment. The light of natural teeth gradually disappeared, and Feng Yao could only smile bitterly. This was the case every time. This seemed to be the special effect of its appearance. On the side, Duoyu also touched the refilled right eye, and after slowly opening it, the 3-hook jade inside was constantly turning. She jumped off the test bench and bowed slightly. Thank you, Lord Feng Yao, I won't let this eye be lost from my hand. Don't think about that, it's not your fault, you should go down and rest first. Feng Yaozhang sent Tayuya out of the laboratory. After returning, he said to Orochimaru with a serious face, Orochimaru, I have already thought of a way to help you find enough experimental subjects. You are going to use the technique of reincarnation. Feng Yao also did not explain to Orochimaru in detail, but Orochimaru has moved, and he believes in Feng Yao's ability. There are 3 necessary conditions for the reincarnation of the Dirty Land. A certain amount of the body of the deceased, the body and soul of the living must exist in the pure land of bliss. All of these can be achieved. A certain body of the deceased can be used as a writing wheel. There is no shortage of Orochimaru laboratories for the body of the living. Of course, all the souls of Uchiha also exist in the Pure Land, and no one will deliberately seal it. Soon, Orochimaru brought a few experimental products, which seemed to have a faint appearance between the columns, and carefully felt that there were almost indeed a large number of intercolumnar cells. Hey, what's up, Xiaojun? These are the results of my experiments. The existence of Baiju inspired me. These are clones, and each has a large number of intercolumnar cells, but unlike Baiju was made by the outsider golems, and they were made by relying on Xiaojun's cells. Orochimaru talked about his experimental results meticulously. Although these clones don't have much power for the time being, but this kind of experiment has just started after all. As long as it takes time to perfect it, it will definitely become a big boost in the future. Then let's start directly. You still use the reincarnation technique of dirty soil. I want you to reincarnate Uchiha's clan. Feng Yao sat aside. He could no longer use dirty soil reincarnation to channel, so he could only give it to Orochi. Pill. Orochimaru wondered in his heart. Reincarnation of dirty soil. Although this is also a kind of resurrection, but it can't be used for research at all, my mind is completely filled with dust. However, he kept his hands and acted according to Feng Yao's orders. He believed that Feng Yao must have his deep meaning in doing so. A series of black runes were drawn, and there were 3 places for offering sacrifices in the middle, which were covered with dust. Orochimaru placed the 3 clones on the dusty places, and threw out the writing wheel at the same time. Make a seal with your hands, Yin, Si, Shu, Chen, and then put your hands together. Orochimaru slammed into the ground with a palm, and said softly, the art of reincarnation in dirty soil. The 3 clones suddenly struggled and screamed, and then they were covered in dust, and completely different people appeared from inside. Uchiha's clansmen, they wear gray ninja uniforms, with a fan that manipulates flames printed on the back, which is the family emblem of the Uchiha family. The resurrected Uchiha looked at his body and surroundings, and confirmed that this was not Konoha village. Where is this place? We weren't given by that bastard Itachi. I'm dead too, but is this resurrected now? Who are the 3 of you, Itachi? Brother, I didn't expect that I would still see you. These Uchiha clansmen were between 15 and 20 years old, and their hatred for Itachi was revealed in their words. After all, they all died at the hands of each other during their lifetimes, so it is natural to complain. Feng Yao took out the natural tooth. He didn't know whether the natural tooth could revive it in such a situation. If not, then he could only suffer from a disadvantage and use the outlandish reincarnation birth technique. Holding the natural teeth, this time, there was something else in Feng Yao's eyes, some black little ghosts that looked like dwarfs, entangled in the soul of the reincarnated soil. Is this the so-called messenger of the underworld? You can see and attack them by holding the natural teeth. If they die, will the people who have been reincarnated by the filth will be completely resurrected? Thinking of this, Feng Yao pulled out his natural teeth and slashed towards one of Uchiha's clansmen. Chapter 114 _ You are annoying, lie down for me. The opponent's body wants to back away due to the instinctive reaction of fighting. Orochimaru snorted coldly, and the one-handed seal strengthened the control. The body of the reincarnation of the dirty earth immediately settled in place, and Feng Yao slashed the opponent's body with a strong knife. Clang! It seemed to make a sound of something slashing, but there was no wound on this Uchiha's body. Only in Feng Yao's eyes, the entangled messenger of the underworld had died. Then this Uchiha emitted bursts of white smoke in the eyes of everyone in disbelief. The cracks in the body began to disappear, and the eyes in the reincarnation state of the dirt began to change into normal black pupils. Everyone almost stared out their eyes, and a Uchiha clan who had long since died was truly resurrected in front of their eyes. It was the kind of flesh and blood. The resurrected Uchiha was also unbelievable. He put his hand on his chest and felt his heartbeat and body temperature. He was extremely sure that he was resurrected. Orochimaru trembled with excitement. He held the blade of natural teeth, and gently stroked it, as if he was stroking the most beautiful woman in the world. Immediately, he raised his head suddenly, and asked in a hurried voice, This, what kind of knife is this? Xiaojun, where did you find it? This method of resurrection can also belong to another form of immortality, and it can still maintain its original body. Feng Yao raised his brows. Why, do you want one too? It's a pity that there is only one knife in the world. It's called Xianju. Now you have an experimental body. Orochimaru nodded again and again and said excitedly, yes, yes, I can guarantee that it won't take long for me to develop a way to accelerate Uchiha to open the kaleidoscope. At this time, the resurrected Uchiha also heard that the reason why he wanted to resurrect himself was because of the lack of experiments. This is undoubtedly a shame for the glorious Uchiha clan in the past. He immediately turned gloomy and snorted coldly. It turns out that I was resurrected for the writing wheel of our Uchiha clan. Stop daydreaming, our Uchiha clan will not be arbitrarily controlled by others. Wait for you to be resolved, I'm going to kill Itachi to avenge my clan. After he finished speaking, his hands began to seal, and he wanted to defeat Fengyao and the two of them. He was taking Xianju and resurrecting his two clansmen, and then went to Itachi for revenge. Fire escape how fireball technique. After gathering in the throat, it bulged its mouth high, and then spewed a huge fireball at Fengyao from its mouth. With this move, I am afraid that the laboratory that was finally built will be destroyed, so Fengyao's left eye turned slightly. God! As soon as the fireball was ejected from the mouth, it began to twist abnormally, and was finally sucked into the vortex of divine power. Seeing that the fireball was twisted and absorbed, the resurrected Uchiha people were also surprised. What is this? If that's the case, then use that technique, fire. You're annoying. Lie down for me. Before he finished speaking, Fengyao was already close to his body, and punched him in the stomach, and his internal organs were strongly impacted. The opponent immediately curled up like a shrimp. He was no longer reincarnated from the dirt, and this punch made him terribly painful. Fengyao stepped on his face and said disdainfully, it's too much for you to seek revenge on Itachi just because of your rubbish. It's nothing more than being killed again. Your Uchiha clan is trying to betray because of your boring power. But was betrayed by your own clan, your beloved must have also been killed by Itachi, you can't protect it, it's ridiculous. Uchiha on the ground trembled with anger when he heard this, as if he was thinking of some painful memory. His parents both died because of a mission, and he and his younger brother depended on each other in the Uchiha family. From that day on, they decided that they must protect each other, and the elders in the clan took care of them like parents. After feeling the unfair treatment faced by the Uchiha clan, he was very much in favor of the clan's coup d'état. But that night, it was all destroyed by one man, Itachi. Witnessed that Itachi killed the elders who took care of them, killed himself, and killed his younger brother. But unfortunately, he couldn't do anything, he could only look at his brother's body on the cold ground, waiting for his own death. Intense hatred replaced his sanity. Very good. Continue to be angry and feel pain for your incompetence. Fengyao sneered in his heart, Uchiha needs enough huge negative emotions to produce special chakra, and this chakra is the key. Brother. At this time, the youngest Uchiha clansman next to him suddenly shouted, rushed over, and hugged Uchiha who fell to the ground. The two were brothers. Younger brother burst into tears and his voice was full of grief. Don't do this, you have done your best, don't blame yourself, I'm already very happy to be protected by my brother before I die. Uchiha's body on the ground stopped shaking, and his brother's voice made him regain a sense of reason. Fengyao's face was expressionless. From the very beginning, he noticed that there were a pair of brothers among these three people, and that Orochimaru didn't let Orochimaru bind their personalities when he was reincarnated. This is more useful and convenient to find the secret to quickly open the kaleidoscope. Because, nothing is more painful for the Uchiha family than witnessing the death of a loved one. Iron Nugget Heavy Step Wolf. Before the younger brother could react, Fengyao's fist had already shattered his head. Do not. When the elder brother lying on the ground saw that his younger brother was killed, his eyes were split, and he let out a desolate roar. Fengyao's eyes can see that this time, a special kind of chakra flashed in the other's mind, but it's not much. After a few times, there must be no problem. This younger brother can still be resurrected if he is in a reincarnated state. Feng Yao was ecstatic in his heart, turned his head and said excitedly, Orochimaru, have you noticed it just now? Extract and analyze the chakra in his mind for me. No matter what method you use, give me the way to open the kaleidoscope in advance as soon as possible. Orochimaru bowed his head respectfully. As you wish, Yaojun. Then, this knife, can you lend it to me first? I want to study it. The next moment, Tianshengya was shoved into Orochimaru's hand, and Feng Yao walked out of the laboratory without turning his head, leaving only a voice echoing. Remember to finish the experiment and give it back to me. Orochimaru waited for Feng Yao to completely leave before raising his head, then picked up Tianshengya, and looked coldly at the Uchiha tribe in front of him. Like Feng Yao, he is a person who will do anything to achieve his goals, so Feng Yao can rest assured that he will give him a lot of things to complete. Let's get started. In the days that followed, screams and curses were often heard from Orochimaru's laboratory. Chapter 115_Ferret News. Konoha Village. The tree, rooted in the mountain soil, stretches its green hands to the sky. The thick trunks looked at each other from a distance. The lush foliages staggered in midair. Surrounded by trees, there are wooden houses, revealing a solid taste. People come and go in the village, there are ninjas patrolling, there are comrades chatting with each other, and there are children fighting. In the future, I will become Hokage and destroy all the bad guys in the Sen organization. You lie, you haven't graduated yet. I want to become a great ninja like Tsunade-sama. It's me. After the truce of the agreement, Konoha village finally got a respite. Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, not only returned to Konoha, but was also commended by the daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire for his brave performance and contribution to the fight against the Sen organization. On the top balcony of Naruto Hall, a man wearing a gray ninja suit with a fan of flames on his back and flying black hair stood here, overlooking the scene of Konoha. I don't know what he thought, and there seemed to be a flash of sadness. At this moment, a magnetic voice sounded. So you're being lazy here, Sasuke. Kakashi was wearing a Hokage hat, white clothes, and 2 lunch boxes in his hand. He walked to Sasuke's side and pulled Sasuke, who had not had time to be sad, to sit down. Put one of the lunch boxes into the assistant, Hora, although the war is temporarily stopped. Don't let up as the guard of Hokage, everyone in the village trusts you very much. Kakashi took off his Hokage hat with a smile. Although he couldn't see the expression under the mask, he should be smiling warmly at the moment. Sasuke's eyes seemed to brighten, and then he realized something, and turned his head to the side arrogantly. HMPH. I'm not being lazy, I'm talking. I didn't ask you to help me bring my lunch, Muyu rice balls. Quote. Go. There is the fragrance of wild grass and wild flowers in the air, and the summer wind is blowing warmly. On this balcony, a pair of master and apprentice are silently eating the bento in their hands. A warm family atmosphere permeates this small space. I'm really exhausted. After I became Hokage, I didn't even have to watch Intimacy Paradise. Kakashi threw away the bento in his hand, wiped his mouth lazily, and sighed deeply. Sasuke turned his head and said with a look of contempt, What the hell are you thinking about, Hokage, all day long? It's really unreliable. He. Kakashi laughed and nodded. When the 5 major countries worked together to eliminate the 2 organizations, Xian and Shao, then I will be ready to step down and lie at home honestly and enjoy the happiness. Quote. Sasuke's tone became serious when he heard this, but I haven't received any news about these 2 organizations these days. The 5 major countries are doing their best to investigate suspicious persons within their borders, but they seem to have disappeared. Sasuke is very concerned about the news of the Shao organization. After all, there is his elder brother Itachi. Now every country is responsible for hunting down the rebels in their own ninja village. He never wants Itachi to die in the hands of others. Kakashi also put away his lazy expression, and said solemnly, No matter where they hide, we must find out. Although, Xian, and Xiao, were exposed by Tsunade, most of them were exposed. It's all my Konoha's betrayal. If there is no result for a long time, other countries will point their finger at Konoha again. When talking about rebellion, Kakashi glanced at Sasuke from the corner of his eye. He knew what Itachi had done, and he knew that his disciple had to take revenge. I will never let those rebels go. One day I will kill Itachi personally. Sasuke's face was cold, and a flash of coldness flashed in his eyes. Kakashi smiled wryly, then stood up and patted Sasuke on the shoulder. Don't forget, we're still here, it's not your responsibility alone. Sasuke's body trembled, and finally nodded. Since following Kakashi as his guard, he has embarked on a different path than before, a path of trusting his own companions. The two returned to the Hokage hall together, and a middle-aged man with white hair had been waiting for them for a long time. Seeing Kakashi's return, Jiraiya warmly went up to say hello. Yo, it's still very leisurely to be a Hokage, and there's still time to go out for a walk, 6th generation. Master Jiraiya, don't make fun of me, I just went out for a meal, and Naruto didn't follow you. Kakashi said helplessly as he sat on the seat of Hokage. Ah, this kid is still learning immortality at Miaomu Mountain, but now that it's time for dinner, I'll run out first, ha ha ha. Jiraiya also couldn't bear to think of Naruto's expression eating Meowmushin's food. Live out laughing. Unlike the original, the current Hokage time is in a time of war, when Union and Konoha were at war. Jiraiya also took Naruto to fight on the front line, and encountered many dangers. In order to quickly improve Naruto's strength, Jiraiya also decided to send him to Miaomu Mountain to study the magic of immortality. You really? Kakashi held his forehead lightly with his right hand, and seemed to have a headache, but he was very happy in his heart. Jiraiya-sama finally recovered, and I really deserve to have them in Hokage like me. A lot of peace of mind. Well, it's not entirely to avoid Meowmushin's lunch. Zillai also suddenly became serious, and the conversation changed. My intelligence channel came to the news and discovered the whereabouts of the Xiao organization, and the other party should it's Itachi. Sasuke raised his head suddenly as if electrocuted, his dark pupils staring at Jiraiya. You said there was news of Itachi, where is he? Sasuke rushed forward to grab Jiraiya, his face full of shock. Calm down, Sasuke, isn't Mr. Jiraiya here to tell us? Forget what I just said. Kakashi immediately stopped Sasuke's behavior. Sasuke woke up like a dream and lowered his head. I'm sorry, Lord Jiraiya, Well, it doesn't matter. When Naruto hears the news of Fengyao, he will often be like you. Zillai also sighed deeply, thinking of Naruto who practiced desperately to chase Fengyao. Lord Jiraiya, please continue to speak. Yesterday, someone said that a kaleidoscope writing wheel was found in the southeast corner of the country of fire, and he was wearing a black fire cloud suit organized by Xiao. It seemed that he was planning something. After all, this is my Konoha's responsibility. Now it has been discovered that every village in the rebellion must be cleared. This is a treaty between the 5 powers to negotiate an armistice. Kakashi pondered for a moment, then looked at Sasuke with his fists clenched next to him. I am afraid that even if he did not agree, Sasuke would not hesitate to keep up with the departing troops. In the end, Kakashi's eyes changed from complicated to firm, and he chose to believe in his own disciple. Sasuke, I'll leave this to you. Bring 5 teams and prepare to leave immediately. Be sure to complete the mission. Come back alive. Chapter 116 Konoha Team, Go. Sasuke showed a confident smile, put one hand on his waist, and pointed his thumb to himself. Hey, don't worry, I will never fail with the glory of the Hokage guards and the Uchiha clan. Sasuke didn't waste the time he spent with Kakashi, and he was always absorbing the knowledge that Kakashi taught him. Now even with Konoha's full strength, it is difficult to defeat Sasuke. With the cooperation of the 5 squads, Sasuke thinks that there is no problem in killing Itachi. It's good to have confidence, but don't be careless, pick 5 teams yourself, and start as soon as possible. If it's too late, Itachi might leave there. Kakashi stood up and patted Sasuke on the shoulder. Whoosh! Sasuke jumped out of the window directly, and soon disappeared. Kakashi could only stand at the window and watch. Hey, 6th generation, are you really at ease to let him go? Even if he has followed you for so long, he hasn't grown up to be a match for Itachi. Jiraiya stood by Kakashi's side. Kakashi suddenly smiled. So this is going to trouble you, Lord Jiraiya. I want you to protect Sasuke and go with him. Well, even if you don't say so, I'm going to follow up and take a look. Xiao, the purpose of the sudden appearance still needs to be investigated. Zilai did not shirk, and agreed. At night, more than a dozen figures set out from Konoha village to the location where Itachi appeared. In a small hotel made of wood. A young man wearing a white hat covered his entire face, with purple nail polish on his hands, a ring with the word, Zu, representing, Suzaku, on the ring finger of his right hand, and wearing a, Xiao, organization. Now the 5 major countries are so strict about the search of, Xiao, but Itachi has no intention of hiding himself at all. Itachi finished eating the barbecue in front of him and drank another cup of barley tea, and then he paid the bill and walked out. The road between the mountains was eerily quiet, not even the sound of birds. Itachi walked some distance, then suddenly turned his head to the air and said, "It's almost time for you to start. I still have things to do next, so I can't let it go. You are making trouble." At the end of the sentence, Itachi's tone was extremely cold. The ninjas in the dark knew that they had been exposed, and there was no point in hiding, and they jumped out one after another. "You are Itachi. You are really sharp." From the forehead guards on their heads, they are all ninjas from small countries, such as Takian village and Shuangyan village. In addition to the troops of the 5 major villages, they also issued bounties for encircling and suppressing, Xian, and, Xiao. There is a bounty. Itachi is as high as 100 million taels of silver, which is almost enough for a small country to spend a year, mainly because Itachi is the rebellion that destroyed the Uchiha family. High. And Fengyao's bounty is as high as 500 million. It can be said that the country of fire has made a lot of money, and as long as you kill Fengyao, you can also get the canonization of the name. None of the group of ninjas took the lead, and they all took precautions against ninjas from other countries. Let's do it together first. Who can get Itachi's body to receive the reward, then it's up to each one's ability. A Takian village ninja suggested. Okay, the information says Itachi is good at illusion, everyone should be careful about his Sharingan. I can't wait, come on. Dare to come around and kill Itachi is naturally not an ordinary trash fish, these are the elites in those countries. Itachi stood still, but the people around him had already attacked first. Water escape water chaos. Water escape water fang bomb. Several ninjas from Takian village matched the 2 ninjutsu with each other. First, the waterfall-like water flowed out of the mouth to rush towards Itachi, and then the water blocks produced in the water to inflict physical damage. Adding a spin to the compressed water increases the lethality. It can be seen that these people have cooperated for many years, and they all use water ninjutsu. Countless water blocks are like bullets, surrounding the Itachi, attacking like raindrops. There is no room to escape at all. Aren't you hiding? Well, I'll just slap you into a sieve. Takian village's ninja's eyes showed a ruthless look, and he pushed his ninjutsu even harder. But what he didn't expect was that Itachi rushed straight forward, as if the water bomb that compressed and rotated did not exist. Puff, puff. The water bomb hit Itachi without the slightest effect, and it didn't even have the effect of blocking. The ninjas of Takian village were anxious when they saw Itachi rushing over. Several people looked at each other, and then made a seal together, hitting chakra in the throat. Water escape water array. A large amount of columnar water blocked Itachi's path. Itachi crossed his arms and was forcibly stopped by the water column. Itachi frowned. These people have the same understanding, and the teamwork is very good. At this time, the ninjas from Shuangyan village in the back also acted, and when Itachi resisted the current, they stood behind Itachi. Wind escape Luo net. The chakra is injected into the wind to form a large area of net wind, which is extremely destructive. Itachi opened his arms, and then the impact of the water jumped backwards, not only dodging the wind escape and the snare, but also the water column directly impacted the body of the ninja in Frost-Hidden Village. The huge impact made the opponent turn several somersaults in a row. When he stopped and wanted to slow down, a violent whistling sound filled his ears. A huge sense of crisis filled his heart instantly. No, escape, otherwise I'll die. Just as this thought came to his mind, Itachi crushed his throat with one hand. Severe pain drowned out this Shuang Ren's mind. He roared vaguely, his face was already twisted. Boom! Itachi exerted his strength, and Shuangren's head was crushed like a watermelon. Crimson blood stained on the fire cloud suit of the Shao organization. Itachi's mood did not fluctuate. You are too weak, but at least you can pass on my message. This is your only value, come over. Bastard. Seeing the sacrifice of his teammates, the ninjas of Shuangyan village were stunned, and their anger could not be suppressed. You killed him. I want you to pay for your life. The remaining frost-hidden ninjas raised their umbrella-shaped ninja gear, shouted, and rushed frantically. Wind escape tornado hurricane. A super tornado appears to carry out a wrapping attack on Itachi. Itachi smiled coldly, turned his body flexibly with his feet, stretched his arms, bypassed the tornado, and brushed past Shuangyan like a dance. A trace of blood slowly appeared from the neck of the frosty ninja, and then the blood spurted violently, and the head and body were separated. Damn it, is it an illusion? You gave Shuangyan's join-in so quickly. The leader of the Takian village was stunned. But the next moment, Itachi had come behind him. Captain, be careful. Next to him, the Takigakushi ninja immediately stood in front of his captain. Itachi grabbed the neck of the ninja standing in front of him and made a crackling sound. This ninja, who was trying to give his companions a chance, was pinched to pieces. You bastard! I fought with you. The leader of the Takian village team was so angry that he pulled out the ninja's sword in his hand and slashed, but how could there be a chance at such a close distance? Boom! With a loud noise, the color of the fire cloud suit on Itachi became darker. Strange, monster, don't kill me. The last surviving Takigakushi ran out like crazy. Itachi did not pursue him, he wanted the other party to spread the news. Then looking in Konoha's direction, there was some expectation in his tone. Sasuke, come quickly, I'm a little impatient waiting. Chapter 117_Enemy Attack. The rain was pouring down. The sky is covered with dark clouds, and the mountains in the distance stretch and melt into a black color. Click. The sky suddenly lit up, and a bolt of lightning cut through the sky like a silver snake before disappearing suddenly. Then there was a fleeting light, and a dozen ninjas could be seen walking through the woods. Whoosh. We're almost there, it's raining now, why don't we all take a rest first? Sasuke in front of him spoke first. He jumped to a tree, stopped, and turned to the other Konoha ninjas. Asuma took a big puff of cigarette and said with relief, well, it might be a hard fight to get there. Sasuke, you are very thoughtful. The matter of Itachi is known to almost everyone in Konoha. To be honest, Kakashi ordered Sasuke to lead the team, but Asuma was still very worried. Hatred will make people lose their minds. But looking at Sasuke now, even if the enemy is already in front of him, he can still care about his companions. When all the teams heard that they could rest, they stumbled and found a tree to rest. Huh, I'm exhausted, I've been driving all night. Still be careful, after all, you are on a mission, and the perceptive ninja remembers to be vigilant. Lord Sasuke is so handsome. As expected of Lord Hokage's bodyguard, he is strong, handsome, and caring about people. There were constant discussions in the team. On a rainy day, the road was a little muddy, and the trees were a little slippery, so the road after that must not be very easy to walk. A breeze blew, raindrops fell on Sasuke's shoulders, and a chill hit. Sasuke recalled the night he was killed by Itachi, and snorted inwardly, "After today, Uchiha will never have the shame of you again." Thinking of this, Sasuke clenched his fists again, his nails digging deep into his flesh. At this time, a female ninja with light yellow hair and a ponytail, with one eye slightly covered, jumped to Sasuke's side. She took a box of bento, handed it to Sasuke, and said a little bit, then, Sasuke, this is what I made by myself, can you help me taste it?" Ino's eyes were full of anticipation, and he handed over the bento in his hand. The clenched fist loosened, Sasuke hesitated for a while, but took it over and responded lightly, "Thank you." Ino's body trembled slightly, and he jumped back to the tree with a blushing face, but his heart was ecstatic. "Ha ha ha, Sakura, wait, I'm going to take the opportunity to take Sasuke's mission together, you just wait for me and Sasuke's happy bar." Because Tsunade was captured and brainwashed by Feng Yao several times, Sakura also failed to have the opportunity to become Tsunade's apprentice. Instead, he followed Hong and learned illusion, and this time he was not among the team besieging Itachi. At this time, a situation occurred. The ninja in charge of vigilance suddenly said, "Everyone be careful, there is a ninja running in this direction not far away." Everyone stood up for the first time, and Asuma and Sasuke came to him together. The person in charge of vigilance is a member of the Hyuga family. Bayan is good at reconnaissance, and he can easily see through things 1 kilometer away. Sasuke said in a deep voice, "How about it, is it Itachi?" No, it seems to be a ninja from Takian village." The vigilant Hinata clansman reported truthfully. "Taki Hidden Village. Did you come here because of the news of Itachi?" Sasuke frowned, and raised his chin with one hand, thinking. The ninja world is indeed hunting down the Xian and Shao organizations now, and it is reasonable for the people in Takian village to know that Itachi's news was sent. At this time, Asuma made a suggestion, it's better to send someone to ask about the situation first, understand the purpose of the other party, and then decide what to do next. Asuma was still very prestigious in all the squads, and everyone agreed immediately. And this Takian village ninja was the one who was let go by Itachi. He was in a trance, as if he had been hit a lot by the death of his companion, so he walked aimlessly, saliva flowing from the corner of his mouth. Accidentally, he fell forward, buried his entire face in the ground, and his mouth was stuffed with damp soil. Feeling his embarrassed appearance, he finally cried out at this moment, the rain and tears mixed with the soil, making a mess on his face. "I'm sorry, Captain. I'm useless. I'm sorry for you. Damn Itachi." The ninja of Takian village lay on the ground and choked. But after he raised his head, a pair of black ninja shoes appeared in front of him. Looking up, it was a cold young man. "You just said Itachi, right? Tell me, where is he?" Of course, the young man who asked was Sasuke. The Takian village ninja was stunned for a moment, and then saw Konoha's forehead suddenly burst into anger. With a flick of his arm, he took out a shuriken and threw it at Sasuke. Whoosh, whoosh. Clang, clang. When the shuriken flew out, it was blocked by Sasuke's sword, and he put the sword on the opponent's neck at the same time. Unexpectedly, this time, the Takian village ninja became hard-hearted, and he shouted, "Kill. You kill me. Anyway, I don't want to live anymore, you Konoha, every good thing." Asuma and others also appeared together. After all, seeing the ninjas in Takian village started, they couldn't watch from the side. "Konoha and Takigaki never have any grudges, we won't kill you, but why did you attack us, and did you meet Itachi?" Asuma was still more mature, and a few words stabilized the other party's emotions a little, but the Takian village ninja was still cynical. "No hatred. You Konoha's rebellious Itachi, killed my captain, my companion. What kind of hatred is this? It's all your Konoha's lax care. Killed my companion." Weak people always like to find reasons to shirk their responsibilities, or to blame others, in order to seek inner peace. This is how this person is now. He attributed the death of his companion to Konoha, and left himself clean. The arrival of Sasuke and others allowed him to finally escape in a grand manner. Asuma frowned habitually. He could see the mind of this Takigakushi ninja and was a little unhappy, but he could only ask patiently. We're here to hunt him down this time. Can you tell us what to do? We'll avenge your comrade's revenge for you. The Takigakura ninja seemed to have heard something ridiculous. It's just you. There are so many people. That guy tore my captain in half in front of my face. 5 people, they didn't last for even 2 minutes. In the end, there was a look of fear in his eyes again. Sasuke couldn't listen anymore. He directly picked up the other's collar. Roaring, don't talk nonsense here. If your companion dies, you will find a way to become stronger, and then go for revenge. What's the use of being decadent here? Tell me where Itachi is. Sasuke's explosive drink seemed to wake up this Taki shinobi with a blow to the head. He lowered his head in silence, then stretched out his finger and pointed to a hillside not far away. Boom! A black figure hit the ground. The gloomy voice spread to everyone's ears. Don't bother, I'm already here. Sasuke, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 118 You are not a weasel. The impact of the landing splashed the muddy water on the ground everywhere, but everyone was in no mood to wipe it because the enemy was already standing opposite. Itachi wears a white bamboo hat on his head, and the tall, Shao, organization's Huion suit collar hides his appearance, but the kaleidoscope flashing eyes in his eyes convince everyone in Konoha that the other party is Itachi. When Takigakushi saw the person coming, he was so frightened that he broke away. He quickly pulled away from the crowd and roared in horror. It's Itachi. He's here. Run! Don't stop me, you guys. Asuma didn't dare to pull Sasuke back quickly, and at the same time turned around and shouted to the rest of the team. Everyone is on alert. Formation number 1. Quote. The 3 of them formed a triangle, staring intently at Itachi. On the way, they have already exchanged with each other how to fight Itachi. Although Itachi is good at illusion, but as long as there is a companion next to him to help, when one person is in the spell, he can break the flow of chakra through others. Itachi seemed very happy to see Sasuke. He covered his eyes with one hand and said excitedly. Sasuke, as soon as you heard my news, you couldn't help but want to rush over and kill me. Now, let me see how far your eyes can see. After speaking, a huge chakra burst out, oppressing everyone. Humph! Asuma held Feiyin in front of him, and said in a low voice, Itachi, I didn't expect you to have fallen to this level. I am under the order of the 6th Hokage to kill you, the Konoha traitor. Itachi slowly turned his head to Asuma, his tone completely different from the excitement just now. Instead, it was surprisingly calm. Asuma, don't take yourself too seriously. The name of guarding the 12 ninjas is worthless to me. I want to kill you as easy as the palm of your hand. You bastard, how dare you insult Teacher Asuma. I will never forgive you. The plump Chu Doudingji stood up and refuted Itachi angrily. Shikamaru took a step forward and dragged him back, scolding, Idiot, don't mess around. The other party is an S-rank betrayal, and everything follows the arrangements of Asuma-sensei and Sasuke. Dingji struggled away from Shikamaru, not rushing forward, but still stared at Itachi angrily. Asuma looked at her lovely disciple and smiled inwardly. Then he turned his head and said to Itachi, I'm really not a powerful guy. Guarding the 12 ninjas is just a code name, but I have more important things than those. In order to protect them, I will never lose to you. Others were also infected by Asuma's words, and their fighting spirit increased greatly. Sasuke stood aside and didn't speak. Instead, he frowned and stared at Itachi, not at all like when the enemy was in front of him. Asuma thought that Sasuke was stunned when he saw the enemy, and said, Sasuke, I know it's hard for you to see Itachi, but now we need to work together, understand? Don't worry, Asuma, I'm fine, I just want to confirm some things. Sasuke responded indifferently, and then pulled out the ninja sword from his waist. Lei-dun chakra kept flashing on the sword. Asuma took a sharp puff of cigarette, and then rushed straight over. Sasuke comes with me, and the others are harassing us with ninjutsu and covering us. Feiyan's blade generates 2 high-power blue glowing chakra double knives, which not only increases the range but also the power. Chakra knife Shinichi text. Itachi ducked to the side, and the sharp slash immediately split the tree in half, and then Asuma's attack fell on Itachi like a hurricane. But Itachi's body is like flowing water, and it doesn't matter how you cut it. Asuma was startled. Itachi actually mastered such a delicate body technique. Completely dodged my attack. When Asuma was distracted and the knife fell in the air, Itachi grabbed Asuma's arm, pulled hard, and dragged Asuma in front of him. The two looked at each other. Not good. I'm going to be hit by an illusion. Asuma hurriedly closed her eyes, and then a sharp pain came from her stomach and chest, and she was kicked out. Seeing that the teacher was in danger, Dinky jumped up immediately, and his arms quickly became huge. Partial doubling technique. Just when Asuma was about to hit the stone, Dinky caught Asuma with his palm and slowed the impact, but both were taken away. Puff. A mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and Asuma felt as if his chest had been hit by a ton of hammer, and the bones all over his body were aching. But he also had doubts in his heart. It's strange, when did Itachi's power become so terrifying, and I didn't even get an illusion when we looked at him. Sasuke has also fought against Itachi, and this is a duel between brothers. The ninja sword attached to the thunderbolt chakra waving in the rain is not very beautiful, but before a few moves, the weapon was caught by Itachi. Sasuke resolutely gave up the ninja sword, jumped back and bulged his mouth high, and then spit out a straight line of high-temperature flames. Fire escape dragon fire technique. But the rain in the sky obviously weakened the effect of this blow a lot, and the raindrops fell on the flames, causing bursts of black smoke. It's really stupid to use the fire escape on a rainy day. Itachi snorted coldly, punching out a shock wave, directly dissipating the flames in front of him. As a result, the next moment, countless shurikens of different sizes flew out of the black smoke, thrown by other Konoha ninjas. I'm covering for my companions. But you forgot, do I also have a wheel eye? Itachi took out a few kunai and threw them around, slightly changing the attack trajectory of the shuriken, causing them to affect each other and all flew towards Itachi's back. The art of shuriken. Fire escape how fireball technique. Several of them pulled out the steel wire and repositioned the shifted shuriken. Sasuke ignited all the steel wire with a single blow. When Itachi was about to jump away, he suddenly found that his body could not move, and Shikamaru, who was not far away, knelt on one knee on the ground, holding the shadow imitation technique mark in his hand. The weather on the rainy day was not very good, and the clouds were dense, making it impossible to distinguish the location of the shadow imitation technique. At this time, Asuma had also recovered. He instantly walked to Itachi and praised, "You did a good job, then leave it to me." Wind escape, Quilin Gale. The flying swallow in his hand threw out and locked the position of Itachi. This wave of cooperation can be said to be without the slightest fuss. But he couldn't see any panic in Itachi's eyes. He sighed softly and whispered, "It seems that physical techniques alone will be a little troublesome, so let's end it as soon as possible." After speaking, he stretched out his right hand, and the shadow imitation technique seemed to him not to exist. All the shuriken, flames, and Asuma's swallows were all still for a moment. Then a huge repulsive force spread from around Itachi, and all the ninjutsu attacks, including Asuma, were all ejected, without exception. Boom, boom. What? Many ninjas were accidentally injured by scattered shuriken and flames, and the scene suddenly became a mess. Sasuke also hung up his color. He reluctantly pulled out the shuriken on his arm, stared at the man with his face covered, and said solemnly, "I guessed it right, you are not Itachi." As soon as these words came out, everyone once again focused their attention on Itachi. Not a ferret. Who is he? Author's digression. I'm sorry, dear readers. I went to school today to get my diploma, I can only use my mobile phone to code words. After coding 2 chapters, I ran out of electricity, so I can only go home and write the 3rd chapter. This is the reason why the update is so late today, doghead. Chapter 119 _ I'm here to help you get stronger. Sasuke, can you be sure? Shikamaru's face changed suddenly. Inaccurate information often brought death to the ninja. Now it is obviously a mistake of intelligence, and the other party dressed like this, deliberately spreading the news that he is Itachi, to lure others to come. This is a naked conspiracy. Sasuke stretched out his finger to Itachi's kaleidoscope, and said slowly, the black lines in his eyes are not the same as Itachi, and I have seen it before. What? You said he was the 6th Hokage-sama. Dingchi's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Shikamaru shuddered violently with his backhand, and said with a hatred of iron not being steel, aren't you stupid? How could it be the 6th generation of Hokage, and the writing wheel means that he is a member of the Uchiha family? Impossible, I'm the only one left in Uchiha. He must have stole it from somewhere, and maybe it has something to do with Kakashi-sensei's. Sasuke immediately refuted Shikamaru's words. He was very sure that after that night, all Uchihas had been killed by Itachi. Asuma struggled to get up from the muddy ground. Just now, he was in the center of the repulsion force and suffered the most damage. Teacher Asuma, be careful. Ino distressed and supported Asuma, who was covered in injuries. The latter shook his head, indicating that he was fine. The other party was not Itachi, and Asuma had vaguely guessed it, so after Sasuke said it, he was not surprised. Have Uchiha's eyes and such good physical skills, but never use illusions from beginning to end. There should be no such people in Akatsuki's organization. Asuma thought calmly in her heart. She had already mastered a lot of information about Sen and Akatsuki through the 5 countries of Tsunade and Hideyoshi. Especially, Shao, is more detailed. Xian, information is relatively small, and under Feng Yao's advice, many, Xian, organization information is fake. Asuma was basically convinced that the other party must be a fairy person, but he knew that there was no one who could fit in the information. Cough. If you guessed correctly, you are a new member of the Xian organization, and since there is a Sharingan, you should be related to our Konoha. Why do you want to help the tyrant? In the face of Asuma's stern question, the man opposite couldn't help laughing. He played with the taste. Asuma, why do you have to have a relationship with Konoha if you have Sharingan? And I'm not a new member. As he said that, the man took off the Huion suit and wore the golden python suit inside, revealing his enchanting face, and the pupils in his eyes changed from kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes to faint blue pupils. As long as it is a person, once you have seen it, you will never forget this face. And his face has already been posted on the top of the current reward list, worth 500 million. The head of the immortal organization, Feng Yao. All the people took a few steps back in horror. The name of Feng Yao was too scary, and it had enough power to destroy a country. The other rebellions of the 5 major countries are resolved by themselves, but they have the same attitude towards Feng Yao. They will be surrounded and killed with all their strength, and they will never let go. But this time, since Itachi was the only one, Kakashi only sent 5 teams and Jiraiya. Damn it, what's he? Is this some kind of camouflage? It can turn into a wheel eye, and why did he lead us here? Asuma screamed inwardly, and the thoughts in her mind were like electricity, trying to think about countermeasures. His eyes were unsteady, and cold sweat was constantly pouring out of his forehead. It's over this time. What can be done? What can be done? Asuma roared in his heart. When Asuma was anxious, Sasuke also recalled a lot of things in his mind. He thought of his brother and his own moments in Konoha. My stupid brother, hate me. Sasuke, you will be Hokage's guard from today onwards. Please do your best, everyone in the village trusts you very much. This is a bento made by me, can you give me a taste? Sasuke, I love you. Humph, what a bunch of nasty guys. Sasuke's face showed a gentle smile. Facing such an enemy, it is impossible to defeat or escape. Sasuke made up his mind. He stepped forward and blocked Asuma and the other Konoha ninjas with his not tall body. Voice seemed very calm. You are here for me, Feng Yao, your attention is on me from start to finish. Let them go, I'll stay here alone. As Hokage's guardian, as a descendant of the Uchiha family. At this moment, Sasuke also inherited the will of fire of the original Hokage. Everyone seemed to see a flame burning in front of them, and Asuma's eyes became wet unconsciously. Sasuke let go of his hatred, and at this moment, he would rather sacrifice for his comrades. Only Asuma can know what kind of determination Sasuke needs to make this choice. Kakashi, I was wrong, this kid is much better than I thought. Asuma's heart is not shaken, he is determined to protect the tender shoots of these leaves. No, Sasuke, let's go back together. Yeah, Sasuke-sama, why did we leave you behind? Everyone was encouraged by Sasuke, and you all stood by Sasuke's side, even if the enemy was Feng Yao's level. Sasuke widened his eyes, you. Okay, don't continue talking. Feng Yao interrupted the other party impatiently. Turning his head to Sasuke, he said frankly, I didn't come to kill you, otherwise you would have died 10,000 times earlier. On the contrary, I'm here to help you become stronger. I know you hate Itachi, but you didn't open the kaleidoscope. You can't kill Itachi. After he finished speaking, he took out a small syringe, and a pale green liquid could be clearly seen flowing inside. This is the potion that Orochimaru has developed that can open the kaleidoscope of the Uchiha family in advance. He can simulate and stimulate the brains of the Uchihas, tricking the brain into releasing special chakras to evolve the eyes. For this reason, Orochimaru does not know how many times Uchiha's clansmen have been resurrected. After getting news from Tsunade, Sasuke has been following Kakashi, and has never had a chance to come out. Feng Yao thought of killing two birds with one stone. If you go to the country of fire to arrest people, then Itachi will never go, so Feng Yao pretends to be Itachi to attract Sasuke. In this way, as long as Itachi receives news and hears that someone is pretending to be himself, for the safety of his younger brother, he will definitely come. Facing Feng Yao's temptation, Sasuke snorted coldly. He was not a 3-year-old child, he knew that Feng Yao must have a purpose for doing this. I don't need to become stronger, I can kill Itachi with my own strength, and I also have the help of my companions, so I don't need you to worry about it. Facing Sasuke's ruthless rejection, Feng Yao's face turned gloomy. He sneered, after staying in Konoha for a few days, I don't know what my surname is. Do you think it's up to you? No one can stop what I'm going to do. Chapter 120_Metamorphosis or Death. Yellow Spring Hirazaka. A black door of space appeared in front of Feng Yao's eyes, and he directly stretched out the hand holding the potion. This move can not only be used to move, but also to shorten the distance of ninjutsu attacks with others or to distract the enemy. Immediately afterwards, the gate of space appeared silently behind Sasuke, and Feng Yao's hand holding the potion plunged into the back of Sasuke's neck like lightning, and the injection was completed in a blink of an eye. Everyone had no time to react, and when they turned their heads, Feng Yao had already retracted his arms, and the door of space disappeared again. What? Sasuke, who can always be described as a facial paralysis, now looks extremely distorted, like a hungry ghost that climbed up from hell. Although the simulation stimulates the brain, the pain is also doubled, which is the price of gaining strength. Sasuke clasped his head with both hands and slammed into the stone. Compared with the pain in his mind, the pain in his body was hardly worth mentioning. Boom! Asuma directly blocked Sasuke with his body. If he really hit a stone at the speed just now, he might have lost his life. Sasuke, who was blocked, suffered even more, and kept hitting his head with his hands. Ah, get out of my mind, asshole. The people next to him were terrified by Sasuke. Ino rushed up to stop Sasuke, but was punched open by the opponent. Sasuke, what's the matter with you? Ino shed tears, watching the person he likes suffer, but there is nothing he can do. The effect of this potion is stronger than I thought, but don't let it die, or you will waste your good eyes. Feng Yao looked at this scene indifferently. The medicine is not without failure rate. There is about a 70% possibility that it will cause brain death because it can't bear it. Transformation or death depends on Sasuke's will. This is, a white figure flashed behind Feng Yao and roared, Feng Yao, you are too cruel to do the truth. After he finished speaking, he whipped his leg with a sharp piercing sound. Feng Yao raised his right hand to block the opponent's attack, but the two immortals on Jiraiya's body tightly bound Feng Yao with their tongues. Boom! The power in the immortal mode has increased several times, and this kick also kicked Feng Yao dozens of meters away. Feng Yao stepped into the ground and forcibly stopped. He just vaguely felt that someone was following behind the Konoha crowd. Although Feng Yao can't know who it is by perception, but now Konoha Tsunade is his own, Kakashi is the Hokage, and the only one who can follow is Jiraiya. HMPH, Jiraiya, now you finally learn to enter the fairy mode before the battle. Feng Yao was not panicked. Even if Jiraiya entered the immortal mode, he was not his opponent, but he had to be careful of the two immortals. The two toads had even higher fighting experience than Jiraiya. Jiraiya ignored Feng Yao and jumped to Sasuke's side for the first time. Sasuke is now delirious, and he is about to attack when he sees someone coming, but Jiraiya shook his hands, pressed Sasuke's collarbone, and easily subdued him. Then he took out a spell with a seal on it and stuck it on Sasuke's head. Sasuke's painful voice was relieved, and Zilai also frowned. He didn't know what method Feng Yao had just used, but he could only temporarily relieve Sasuke's pain. After Jiraiya discovered Feng Yao, he was preparing for the immortal mode as soon as possible, because only in this way would he have a chance to win. It's impossible to save Sasuke when Feng Yao used Yunchang Hirazaka. Lord Jiraiya, ahem, so you're here, so I said, even if we were to besiege Itachi, it would be a bit less to bring only 5 teams, ahem. Asma was relieved to see Jiraiya. At least there is a chance. Don't talk for now, take them away quickly, I'm here to stop Feng Yao. Jiraiya's tone was dignified, and he waved his hand to let the rest of the people retreat immediately. Others will only affect his performance here. Okay, Lord Jiraiya, be careful. After speaking, Asma braced her body and prepared to retreat with the help of Shikamaru. But how could Feng Yao do what they wanted? A black stick slowly appeared in the palm of his right hand. Feng Yao broke it off and held it in his hand, revealing an unquestionable smell in his tone. Before watching Sasuke open the kaleidoscope, he can't leave my sight. The rest of you want to go, I won't stop him. Feng Yao had no interest at all in the life and death of others, not even Jiraiya. It made no difference to kill one more and one less. Let's go. Zilai also shouted, and then made a seal with his hands, ready to start dealing with Feng Yao. Shantha thousands of hair needles. Jiraiya turns his hair into needles and shoots it out. This is the fastest and most wide-ranging ninjutsu among Jiraiya's ninjutsu. Every sharp thorn can easily pierce through the trees, and the rain of needles all over the sky shoots in front of Feng Yao in a blink of an eye. This attack cannot be stopped by the black stick in his hand. Susanoo. The blue chakra turned into a burly two-faced god of war, and Feng Yao directly opened Shuzuo to the second form. Clang, clang, clang. All the needles in the sky were blocked by Susa, and Jiraiya took the opportunity to rush forward, jumping high, and a huge chakra ball appeared in his right hand. Shantha Super Jade Spiral Pill. This ninjutsu is more than 10 times larger than the Daiyu Spiral Pill, and its power is huge enough to destroy a giant rocky mountain. He dunked directly on Susanoo's head. As soon as Susanoo came into contact with the super large Jade Spiral Pill, there was a sign of fragmentation. Of course Feng Yao couldn't allow this to happen. His left eye flickered slightly. Magic. A huge space vortex appeared in the center of the super large Jade Spiral Pill, absorbing the entire Spiral Pill. It's this trick again. It can also be used to transfer ninjutsu, so Fei Lei Shen really doesn't need it. Jiraiya can only retreat temporarily. The last time he played against Feng Yao was when Tsunade was taken away for the first time. At that time, all Feng Yao performed was time-space ninjutsu, but now it has suddenly changed, and even a long time ago, Feng Yao could use the immortal mode. People who have been fighting with Feng Yao, as long as they are a little smarter, can find something a little wrong. Obito too, and now Jiraiya agrees too, but they don't know what the problem is. Little Jiraiya, his time-space ninjutsu has a limited range, and the ninjutsu that can bounce off other people only lasts for a short period of time. Why don't we use that trick together? Immortal Zima, who was standing beside him, suggested. Zilai also nodded slightly. Okay, then listen to the two immortals, let's prepare together. Then the throats of one person and two toads bulged at the same time, spitting out oil, fire, and wind respectively. Senfa Gomon, _ The wind boosted the fire and burned the oil to thousands of degrees. This kind of ninjutsu with various attributes is generally difficult for ordinary ninjas to resist. If you have to rely on Shenwei to absorb it, the range is too large and inconvenient, and using Shenluo Tianzhong can only bounce off the first wave of kerosene. Immortal Shima turned his head to Immortal Fukasaku on the other shoulder and said, while he is wrapping himself in Susanoo, "Old man, you use your best wind to cut it open, and I will use my tongue to pull him out." Understood. Hokage I can only use Xianju, Chapter 121-140. Chapter 121 _ Kaleidoscope Eyes Open. Hearing the conversation between Fukasaku and Shima, the two immortals, Feng Yao frowned. After all, these two people are already 800 years old, and it is not surprising that they can recognize Susanoo and find a way to break them. The boiling oil of the heat wave devoured the grass, stones, and trees, but Feng Yao already had a way to deal with it. He stretched out his hands, and the black portal appeared in front of him again, but this time it was bigger and wider than usual, covering Feng Yao's entire body. Yellow Spring Hirazaka. All the hot oil rushed into the black door of space, and at the same time Feng Yao opened another door on another mountain, transferring all the hot oil there. This kid really knows some tricks, it's different from when I saw it before. Fukasaku frowned slightly at the portal in front of him. The first time they saw Feng Yao was when Konoha was attacked, but the two were not good at ninjutsu in time and space, so there was nothing they could do to see this scene. Zilai also comforted. It doesn't matter, the two immortals, as long as we can hold this guy back, after everyone has retreated safely, we will. Boom. A figure flew back like a cannonball from a distance, and hit a stone not far away. It was the ninja of the Hinata clan who helped with the investigation before. He originally retreated with Asma and the others. But now it's a icy corpse, with its eyes wide open, as if something unbelievable had happened. The others also suddenly kept retreating towards here. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya didn't have time to think about it, and shouted directly, "Why don't you retreat? Now is not the time to fight." He was already very reluctant to hold Feng Yao alone, and hesitating would only kill everyone. Asma covered her stomach and endured the pain, and responded, "Lord Jiraiya. There was something invisible that stopped us, couldn't hit, couldn't see. It forced us all back." Not far away, Feng Yao showed a sneer. This was of course, Luntum border prison, and Zilai also forcibly stopped himself. Feng Yao could only be forced to fight him, but it didn't mean that Asma could evacuate safely. In Feng Yao's own field of vision, 6 shadows guarded in all directions, leaving no blind spots. The clan of the Hyuga clan tried to investigate with their eyes, but of course they couldn't see anything, and were hammered to death by the shadow. There is no way to perceive their presence other than the 6 paths Immortal Mode and Samsara Eye. Damn, what the hell is going on? Could it be Feng Yao's accomplice? Escape, or illusion? Jiraiya's heart was anxious. Thinking quickly in his mind, because his Immortal Mode can't perceive anything, just like seeing Asma punching out of the air. Immortal Zima suddenly reminded, "Little Jiraiya. Be careful." Feng Yao directly used Yunchong Hirazaka to open a door of space, and instantly rushed to Jiraiya, the black stick in his hand stabbed Jiraiya's chest. As long as he is hit, Feng Yao can take down Jiraiya at the least cost. Shanfa Wind escaped Sand Eye. Immortal Zima spit out a large amount of sandstorm, blocking Feng Yao's vision. The soles of Jiraiya's feet became like frogs, and a bounce instantly evaded the attack. MD, the dead toad is really annoying, come here. Feng Yao cursed inwardly, but he didn't stop. Vientiane Heaven. Although Jiraiya also jumped out, it was still within the gravitational range of Feng Yao. The whole person immediately fell on the ground, his hands and feet turned into frogs, and he firmly grasped the ground. The surrounding rubble is constantly being absorbed, and the gravitational force is also increasing. Little Jiraiya, you must resist. This technique can't be released all the time, look for opportunities to fight back. Fukusaku and Shima Immortal also used natural energy to firmly pin themselves on Jiraiya's shoulders in order not to be sucked in. As long as they are distracted, they will be sucked in, and when the fairy mode cannot be maintained, there is really no chance of winning. But ordinary people can only use one kind of ninjutsu. Feng Yao is different, he can use all four. While using gravity to control Jiraiya, he can still use other ninjutsu. Feng Yao's body condensed Susanoo again, and this time the blue Susan gathered several huge series of hooks made of blue chakra in his hand. 8-foot Changgu Jade. Susanoo threw the Guyu in his hand, and Jiraiya's pupils could only watch the Guyu continue to enlarge. Not good. Amateur. Just as Jiraiya was about to fight hard, a cloud of black flames appeared on the blue hook jade. 8-foot Changguyu was directly swallowed by the black flame. Amaterasu's flame can burn everything, even the flame, and it will never go out until the target is destroyed. When Bachi Changguyu flew in front of Jiraiya, it happened to be completely burned out and disappeared together with Heian. I'm saved, Xiao Zilai. Immortal Shensaku took a deep breath, cold sweat broke out on his head, and then turned to look at a young man who was half lying not far away. He was covered in sweat, bloodshot left his left eye, and his eyes had turned into hexagrams, and his left eye was constantly leaving blood. The Amaterasu just now was used by Sasuke. His transformation was successful, and Sasuke is now one of the few people in the world with a kaleidoscope. But he had just opened his eyes after all, and using Amaterasu caused a huge physical burden on him. He was lying weakly in Ino's arms, and it was difficult to even move his fingers. Ha ha ha. Feng Yao, whose attack was stopped, didn't feel a pity at all, but laughed wildly. Finally successful, Sasuke, you didn't let me down. Amaterasu and Kagutsume are finally mine. I will be very grateful to you. Although he didn't know what Feng Yao was talking about, Zilai also knew that it must not be a good thing. He stepped on his feet and stopped in front of Feng Yao. You can't succeed. Jiraiya bit his finger and slammed it into the ground, and a black curse mark appeared. Spiritual art, toad mouth binding art. The scenery in front of him changed, and the ground suddenly turned into a sticky red organ. This was the stomach and intestines of the giant toad of Miaomu Mountain, and it was one of Jiraiya's strongest enchantment techniques. It can not only trap and defend the enemy, but also slowly digest the opponent. No one has ever been able to break out because this book has not been used for Itachi, but even the Itachi in the original book can only be used in this enchantment technique. Use a Madaraki to escape when you are in shape. Feng Yao's Amaterasu, which was about to be acquired, was blocked by Jiraiya, and he was in a bad mood. He said in a bad tone, Jiraiya, you are really annoying. But do you think this kind of thing can trap me? Don't make me kill you. Chapter 122_Amaterasu and Kaguchi. Jiraiya also kept his hands on the ground and showed a slight smile. Don't underestimate me as a toad immortal. What is your purpose in seducing Sasuke? Life and death are taken lightly in words. Feng Yao did not respond. As a companion, Jiraiya is undoubtedly a very reliable person. Even as an opponent, Feng Yao appreciates Jiraiya's heroic temperament very much. But as an enemy, it also gave Feng Yao a headache. On the one hand, it was his strength, and on the other hand, it was his relationship with Tsunade. If Feng Yao gestures to Jiraiya, Tsunade will be sad. This is not what Feng Yao wants to see, so he would rather be troublesome. Little Jiraiya, that kid from the Uchiha family should have turned on the kaleidoscope writing wheel. This flamboyant little devil Bakung is here for Uchiha's eyes. Immortal Zima next to him vaguely saw Feng Yao's purpose. This made Feng Yao's eyes flash. He didn't intend to keep his hands, at least he had to make Zilai also lose his ability to move first. Just when he was thinking for a while, the toad's stomach moved faster, and he was about to devour and digest Feng Yao's entire body. Jiraiya asked, "Is this your goal? Feng Yao, for the eyes of the Uchiha family, did you not hesitate to attract Sasuke? This is not what you should know. If you think that this psychic can trap me, you are wrong. Just play with my shadow for a while," Feng Yao said indifferently. Speaking of Feng Yao, he directly exchanged positions with the shadow of the Tomb of the Wheel outside, and the stomach was suddenly empty, and the shadow of the Tomb of the Wheel was trapped here instead of Feng Yao. Jiraiya hurried to where Feng Yao had just been, and he could see that 2 feet were still stuck in his stomach, which were the shadows of the Tomb of the Wheel. "But when I reached out, I couldn't feel it. What's going on?" "It disappeared in an instant. And it seems that something is here." Immortal Fukasaku sensed it, and said solemnly, "Little Jiraiya, go outside, something happened to that Uchiha boy and Konoha's ninja." Hearing that, Zilai also changed his face, and hurriedly rushed out to take a look. But how could Feng Yao do what they wished? The shadow of the wheel tomb moved under the control of Feng Yao. He slammed a punch and swung it towards Jiraiya's chest, completely invisible, not even capturing the style of the fist. What? Jiraiya was also hit by a punch and flew to the end of the toad's stomach, leaving a hint of red at the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to seal the seal, he was punched directly in the face again. Jiraiya's expression was very rich, and his saliva splashed on the stomach wall. This time he was completely passively beaten. During this period, the 2 immortals tried to attack, but nothing happened. "Little Jiraiya, this is not good for us. Let's hide for a while and get into the stomach of the gourd toad." Immortal Shenzuo did not find a way to crack the wheel tomb, and could only make the most pertinent suggestion. "Good," said one person, and 2 toads disappeared instantly. Feng Yao, who was standing outside, pondered for a moment, and looked at the huge toad's stomach that was channeled not far away. "Eyes like knives. Have you been hiding in the barrier? HMPH, if it wasn't to save some chakra to deal with Itachi, I would have beaten you down. Immortal mode, I really miss it." In order to save chakra, Feng Yao has never used Susa and Manga Mahamudra in the 3rd or higher form, just to beware of Akatsuki. Feng Yao deliberately chose a location close to Xiao's current stronghold, so that Itachi could receive the news as soon as possible. If he didn't show up for so many days, he must have some plan to deal with him. Looking around the battlefield, Sasuke is now hanging in the air by the shadow of a wheel tomb. The right eye was already empty, the blood dripped down his cheeks, and most of the Konoha ninjas around were seriously injured. The rain washed the blood and dyed the ground attached to it red, like a purgatory on earth. Just now, Jiraiya also patronized the psychic out of the stomach and trapped Feng Yao, completely ignoring the outside situation, so Feng Yao directly manipulated the shadow of the wheel tomb to capture Sasuke's eyes. The battle situation is almost one-sided, and even Jiraiya can't do anything about the Tomb of the Wheel. What about ordinary ninjas? A shadow took Sasuke's right eye, came to Feng Yao's side, and respectfully placed his right eye on Feng Yao's hand. The cells were instantly absorbed into the body, and Feng Yao's eyes flashed the pattern of the 6-pointed star writing wheel. At this moment, Amaterasu and Kaguto's lives were all owned by Feng Yao. Very good. The eyes of Itachi and Shisui are now missing. Feng Yao snorted twice, and after collecting the other 2 eyes, Feng Yao collected almost all the Susanoo in Hokage. Then he took out a small container jar from his arms, put Sasuke's right eye in it, and at the same time retracted all the wheel tombs into his body. After the tomb of the wheel goes out for a period of time, it must be returned to the body, and it can be used again after a period of time. Now as long as Sasuke is here, Itachi will not appear. Stepping on the bloody water on the ground, Feng Yao slowly walked towards Sasuke. Although his eyes were gouged out, Feng Yao didn't want Sasuke's life. His vital signs were stable, and he even remained awake, but it was just too much use of his eyes. Sasuke stared at Feng Yao with his remaining eyes. If his eyes could kill, he would have killed Feng Yao 1,000 times. You, stop, don't, hurt Sasuke. Ino murmured weakly, blood constantly flowing from the corners of her mouth. She lay down on the ground and tried her best to crawl to Sasuke's side. The nails sank deeply into the mud every time, and she didn't stop even if it was cracked and her hands were full of blood. Her feelings for Sasuke are not just superficial, even Feng Yao can see that. However, Feng Yao won't be soft-hearted because of the fetters between the enemies. You can't stop me. I didn't want to kill him. You don't have to work so hard. Really? Hearing this sentence, Ino seemed to have collapsed and fainted. She was just advancing by willpower. She's really a strong girl. Feng Yao sighed in admiration in his heart, retracted his gaze, and stretched out his hand to take Sasuke away. A long tongue stretched out from the void and completely bound Feng Yao's arm. There are also many small holes on the top of the tongue, which release a large amount of acid-like substances. ZZ. Feng Yao's arm was suddenly burned violently, and the blood was blurred for a moment. He raised his brows, endured the pain, and surrounded his body with purple chakra, and the skeleton-shaped Susa covered Feng Yao's body. Susa stretched out his huge arm and held his tongue, dragging out Jiraiya who was hiding in the barrier. It was Immortal Zima who tied Feng Yao with his tongue, old man. Immortal Shima roared, and Fukasaku, who was standing on Jiraiya's other shoulder, immediately puffed out his mouth. Water slash. A high-pressure water column slid straight over, and the trees along the way were cut smoothly. Chapter 123_New Duo. Feng Yao sneered, and the chakra broke out again. The foundation of the skeleton was covered with meridians and flesh and blood. The coat-shaped chakra wrapped Feng Yao's body and formed a new form. Susanoo's left hand holds a large bow and his right hand holds an arrow. The bow is very wide and can be used as a shield. The water column slid across the bow and shield, and although it caused a violent tremor, it did not cut through Susa's defense. Instead, a huge crack was cut into the ground. This time I used Sasuke's Susanoo, and in the second state, you can use bows and arrows to attack. The right hand holds a chakra group that can transform into weapons such as long swords, arrows, and hooks, and can also transform into black flames. It can be said to be very practical, but the defensive power of the wheel is still far inferior to Itachi's Yata mirror. Jiraiya looked at the Konoha ninja who was almost all seriously injured, and his heart was almost torn, which evoked the most painful part of his heart. Most of the people were dying. It seemed that Feng Yao did it on purpose, but Jiraiya was so angry that he didn't notice this detail at all. He hugged Sasuke, who was seriously injured, and only felt that he was ashamed of the 6th Hokage's entrustment. So vicious. So despicable. Use this completely invisible attack to sneak up on others. The two immortals also frowned, and keeping this person must be the scourge of the ninja world. On a mountain far away from here, 2 members of the Shao organization wearing fire cloud suits quietly watched everything that happened in the distance. One of the shorter ones said, "Brother Itachi, you are here even if you disobey the order of the organization, just to steal your brother's eyes, but now it seems to have been taken by that guy Feng Yao, that terrifying guy. Monster. He actually covets the eyes of the Uchiha family." There was a hint of fear in Scorpion's tone. He couldn't forget the scene where his teammate Deidara was slashed with a knife by Susa, a mountain-like body, with no slag left. After the two lost their companions, they formed a new team. Itachi couldn't see joy or anger in his eyes, but he kept staring in Sasuke's direction, not knowing what he was thinking. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Any ninjutsu has its weaknesses." The complete body Susa of his day was very chakra-consuming and would not be used easily. We have observed it for so long, and with the information of previous battles, it may not be without it. Odds. Seeing that Sasuke was injured, Itachi almost couldn't help rushing up, but he still forced himself to calm down. Blind attacks couldn't save Sasuke at all. As soon as the words fell, Scorpion interrupted. You won't really want to go, don't joke, just because the two of us are not his opponents at all. I don't believe you didn't see it. Feng Yao didn't use all his strength. The Scorpion's pursuit is to make himself an immortal puppet and to pursue the art of eternal beauty. If you rush up now, you can't talk about immortality. I'm afraid it can only be torn into pieces and put in a corner to rust. Itachi saw that Scorpion was retreating, and his heart sank, but he still persuaded. He really didn't use all his strength. But I have to shoot, my eyesight is almost blind, so I can't miss this opportunity. I need help me, Scorpion. He sighed deeply. If you take your eyes, go immediately. Don't fight. Jiraiya's face was extremely bad. Now he is in a dilemma, fighting with Feng Yao. I am afraid that he will not be able to fight, and Sasuke and others are also waiting for treatment. Without fighting, it is impossible to evacuate safely with so many people. Little Jiraiya, psychic out Wentai, they are carrying your Konoha ninjas on their backs. Yes, as long as these children are treated in time, they can still be saved. I am sorry, the two immortals, if something happens, you can go back to Miaomu Mountain first. Now he has to retreat in a different way, which means that Jiraiya still needs to fight Feng Yao with the two immortals. This is very dangerous. In the few rounds of the battle, they almost lost their lives twice, although he didn't know that Feng Yao didn't want to kill him. Feng Yao swung his arm. The acid burn just now has fully recovered, and this kind of damage can't affect him at all. Then Susanoo's body also moved, and he placed the huge arrow on the bow and arrow, pulled the bowstring, and locked Jiraiya's position from afar. Whoosh! The bow and arrow made a sound of a sonic boom, and an arrow the size of a small tree shot towards him. Feng Yao's arrow was much stronger than Sasuke's, and it had a physique bonus. But Jiraiya's speed was faster, and he jumped ahead by pulling Sasuke one step ahead. The arrow's direction at the moment could not hit them at all. Wangquan Hirazaka, Feng Yao sneered, opened the black space door directly in front of the arrow, and at the same time placed another door behind Jiraiya, who jumped into the air, recorrecting the position of the arrow. In this situation, Jiraiya could not dodge. The battlefield was changing rapidly, and the arrow shot straight at Jiraiya's back. Immortal Shenzuo's face was extremely ugly, and he exclaimed, "Little Jiraiya, hurry up and use psychic skills. Bite your fingers." Spirituality. A huge toad blocked Jiraiya's back, and Wentai obviously didn't react. Seeing the arrow, he could only hurriedly pick up his saber to block it. Susanoo's arrow struck the saber, pierced Bunta's body, and stuck it in Jiraiya's back. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, but after all, with the resistance of Wentai, the position and power were greatly reduced, but he was slightly injured. Really, is it such a formidable opponent in the first place? It's really too much to bear. Wentai took a breath and cried out in pain. Susanoo's arrows began to disappear, and Wentai was relieved, and he turned his attention to Jiraiya and the two great immortals. Jiraiya, you are really embarrassed. Is your opponent the guy in the snake costume? Reminds me of some bad memories. Two immortals roared directly. Don't talk nonsense here. If you can move, hurry up and take this Uchiha boy and the other Konoha ninjas away. Feng Yao slowly closed his eyes, and the purple chakra erupted again. Susanoo began to change, adding the Weddingu armor to the original base, and the defense was greatly improved. The weapons that can be used are also more abundant, such as the Kagutu Life Sword, Yandun, Yasaka's Hook Jade, etc. This kind of Susanoo is very powerful. Susanoo's right hand condensed a black flame, which was transformed from Amaterasu. As long as it got a little on it, it would not disappear until the opponent was burned out. Jiraiya and Feng Yao were in a stalemate, and both sides were waiting for the other to do something. A sudden change occurred, and a figure suddenly flew over. Grabbing Sasuke and fleeing directly, Jiraiya and Feng Yao were stunned for a while, and it took a few breaths to react. The two were furious, and Feng Yao Susa smashed the boulder next to him with one punch. He growled and growled. "Leave Sasuke with me." Chapter 124 Inner Battle. Xiao, organization who took Sasuke away. He immediately released Susanoo, gave up everyone on Jiraiya's side, and ran after the figure who took Sasuke away. Although Jiraiya was frightened and angry, but watching Feng Yao leave directly, he also understood that this was a good opportunity, and immediately channeled Tojian and others to evacuate Konoha and others on a camel. Tojianzang, please, take these people out of here safely. Zilai also issued his own request. The giant purple-red toad with a unique, U-shaped black tattoo on his face said, "Although I'm useless, please rest assured, I will definitely send them to a safe place." Hearing Jiujian's assurance, Jiraiya nodded, and then prepared to save Sasuke. He said apologetically to the toad on his shoulder, "The two immortals, I still have to trouble you. It's okay, when I'm older, I just like to be active. Let's hurry over there as soon as possible, otherwise the kid will be in danger. After finishing the treatment, I have to hurry back to cook." The homely conversation between the two immortals warmed Jiraiya's heart. In immortal mode, they helped condense chakra, so there was no need to worry about it. So Jiraiya chased towards where Feng Yao left. And Feng Yao was chasing behind the man at the moment, and the person who stole Sasuke covered his whole body, making it difficult to determine who it was. Feng Yao raised his right hand and then put it down, thinking inwardly, "No, this distance is not enough, it's still a little short." Then his feet slammed on the branch. Moonstep. Feng Yao strode several meters away in the air. All of a sudden, the distance is shortened to the position where the Vientiantianian can be used. Feng Yao raised his palm to aim at the target, and snorted coldly, "Take a cloak and pretend to be a ghost, show up." A gravitational force enveloped the man in front. Knowing that he could not escape, he threw Sasuke with all his strength. Then he used his strength to rush towards Feng Yao, and several huge scimitars appeared in his right hand. From his modified body and the lines on his face, Feng Yao finally knew the identity of the other party. It's not Itachi, but the puppet of the scorpion, the third-generation Cage. Thousand-handed martial arts. The scorpion manipulated the puppet to summon thousands of arms from the spell on the arm, and the summoned arms also had hidden poisonous mist and other organs. The arm is like a huge long dragon, trying to devour Feng Yao's whole person. Feng Yao stepped back and dodged, closed his left eye, and then opened it sharply. Amaterasu. At the focal point of Feng Yao's eyes, Amaterasu's black flame immediately appeared, swallowing up the puppet arm of the third-generation Feng Yao, and burning it all the way towards the third-generation Feng Ying. Scorpion, who was not far away, saw this, and decisively used the puppet wire to remove the arms of the three-generation Feng Ying puppet, and a strong man came to cut his wrists. The part that was cut out was burnt to ashes in an instant, and in the end not even the slag remained. Sasuke, who was thrown out, is now firmly protected by Itachi in his arms. Although his eyes seem calm, Feng Yao still senses the killing intent against him. "Are you angry because your brother is injured?" Feng Yao smiled. "Now that Itachi has appeared, it doesn't matter how Sasuke is." Scorpion took back his human puppet. His face was bitter, and he stared at Feng Yao very cautiously. "I thought to myself, I have to pay attention to this guy at all times. If I let him use that technique, I'm afraid I will die directly." Itachi took the time to check Sasuke's injury first, and he was relieved when there was no life-threatening situation. "Sasuke is fine now, but if his eyes are taken away, I'm afraid it will have a certain impact on his cultivation in the future. Feng Yao just took Sasuke's eyes and will use Amaterasu. He should be able to use other Shaker's abilities. It's because of this person who only collected Sharatunian, and deliberately spread news to lure me here, because he wants my eyes. No, it may also be Shishui's eyes. If that's the case, he mustn't let him succeed. Itachi's heart kept churning, and he guessed Feng Yao's purpose in a moment, and he was also thinking about ways to deal with Feng Yao. He has Shinra Tianzhong and can deflect ninjutsu. According to the information, he must be able to use the same ability as Pain, and he can manipulate the shadow that only Samsara can see. It seems that there are certain time and distance restrictions. Control the opportunity and distance to counterattack. It's not a problem, that palm attack, this time I have to make good use of the Yagasaki to bounce off. I need to use the other gods of Shishui. While Itachi was thinking, Feng Yao was also thinking hard. He didn't think Itachi was necessarily better than Jirai. It was mainly Tianxian who was holding two eyes in the opponent's hands. I wanted to grab Sasuke and threaten Itachi, but now it seems that the plan is in vain. I have used the big mudra last time. I am afraid that it will not be so easy to use against Itachi this time. It is too troublesome to bounce the attack back. Using Sasuke's Susanoo to deal with it must be a surprise, although using the complete body Susa can win, but how to force him to hand over Shisui's eyes, Itachi can't give me no matter what he thinks. The two were only tens of meters apart, and they seemed calm, but in fact they were calculating each other and staged a fierce confrontation in their hearts. The more the two thought about it, the more headaches became. Feng Yao acted without any scruples. It's hard to deal with this man, Itachi. Feng Yao gritted his teeth secretly. It was too difficult to get the other gods of Zishui. Feng Yao, this bastard, has no weaknesses. Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes. His eyes were cold. The eyes of the two collided in midair, and their minds were heavy. Scorpion on the side was a little stunned when he saw the two of them staring at each other. He already wanted to retreat, but Itachi didn't speak, so he reminded, Sasuke has also got it, why don't we retreat, only the two of us can't deal with Feng Yao. But Itachi knows now that Feng Yao is here for Shishui's riding wheel, and he will never give up easily. Itachi sighed, Scorpion, I'm sorry, it seems we can't leave, I'm afraid I'm also the target of Feng Yao. Quote. Scorpion's hand that controlled the puppet was stunned, and he cursed inwardly, but he didn't say anything about Itachi, but stared at Feng Yao with all his attention. Seeing that there is an opportunity to split the enemy, Feng Yao certainly won't miss it, so he said consolation. Scorpion, as long as you leave by yourself, I won't stop it. My goal is Itachi, and it has nothing to do with other people. At this time, it is best to weaken the strength of Itachi's side. If the Scorpion is taken away, the battle will be beneficial to him. Scorpion glanced at Feng Yao disdainfully, took out the scroll behind him, and placed it on his arms. Do you think that I, the Scorpion of the Red Sand, is a person who is greedy for life and fear of death? Feng Yao, I will kill you today for a guy who died. As he spoke, the poisonous wire rope on his stomach was nailed to the ground, he propped himself up, and stretched out a modified spiral chop on his back. Feng Yao sighed lightly, and seemed very disappointed that Scorpion made such a choice. Chapter 125_1 against 2. It's a pity that you are very good at manipulating puppets. In that case, let's start. Feng Yao grabbed his hands in the void. The door of space opened in front of Feng Yao and behind Scorpion, and he wanted to separate the two. Yellow Spring Hirazaka. Feng Yao's right hand stretched out to Scorpion, trying to pull him into the space. Itachi was also prepared for a long time. After watching the battle for a long time, it was not in vain. Seeing the door of space, the two pushed each other away, and Itachi took Sasuke back. It's not that easy, Itachi. Feng Yao's blue pupils shone fiercely. The hand stretched out from the gate of space created several black rods and shot out in the direction that Itachi jumped away. Itachi didn't panic. The red chakra rose up on his body, and formed a rib to protect himself and Sasuke. Shenluo Tianzhong. Feng Yao released a powerful repulsion force against his black stick, instantly increasing the speed and impact of the black stick. Itachi's Susanoo stretched out his arm to block some of the black rods, and then the whole piece shattered. Although a few broke through the range of his arm, They shattered the ribs formed by Susan, and only half a meter could shoot into Itachi's body. Scroll flame prison worry formation. The scorpion who hid aside raised his hands, and the pipes in his palms spurted flames with great melting force and temperature, and all the trees and rocks around them turned into molten water. Itachi also cooperated next to him, took out a shuriken and threw it, and then increased his power through fire escape. Amatian's claw red. Itachi's shuriken throwing is definitely a must, blocking all of Feng Yao's escape routes. Seize the 5-second cooldown of Shinra Tianzhong. It's a good cooperation, you too, but unfortunately, it's still ineffective for me. Feng Yao's hands were sealed, and countless phantoms flashed past, standing in place to protect Feng Yao's surroundings, and air covering his body was evident. Wan my body seal. The shuriken wrapped in flames bounced back directly, and the flames seemed to hit the barrier, turning into several small lines of fire and spreading out. Itachi controlled Susa to block all the shuriken, and threw Sasuke to Scorpion by the way. Look at Sasuke for me, Scorpio, don't do it yet. Then the body suddenly turned into countless crows and charged towards Feng Yao. This made Feng Yao cautious, not because he was afraid of crows, but in case of other gods who were hiding water in it. The mind and body of carefree wisdom is almost invincible against ordinary illusions, but Feng Yao is really not sure that he is immune to the ultimate illusion that can rewrite the will of Tianzhong. For example, infinite moon reading is also not immune, both of which are called the strongest illusion. But using the whole body Susanoo almost can be avoided. However, it seems that Itachi is just using ordinary illusions, and Feng Yao has no medium skills. The purple Susanoo wrapped Feng Yao again, and Feng Yao directly entered the second state, waving his arms to shoot the flying crow to death. It seems that there should be no use of Shishui's eyes, and the tomb of the wheel will recover in a short time. Itachi's body reunited, and the only one who could fight against Susanoo was Susanoo. Itachi opened the third form of Susanoo, and put on the Wudengu armor on Susan's body, and the whole body expanded a lot. The 10-fist sword in the right hand and the 8-hand mirror in the left hand. Itachi, I was able to break your Susa last time, and of course I can do it this time. Feng Yao also turned on at the same time in the next moment, but Feng Yao chose to add the lower body and legs on the basis of the second form, which is based on the Susa between the second form and the complete body, which is the fourth form. While retaining the balance and full capabilities of the second form, it adds excellent mobility. Come on, Itachi. Feng Yao's eyes erupted with brilliance. Susanoo rushed forward, and the sword of Susanoo in his hand slashed towards Itachi's Susanoo. Itachi raised the Yatagara mirror and firmly blocked most of Susa's body. Clang! Under the collision of the weapons condensed by chakra, there was an interactive sound of golden iron, and a large impact spread from the two Susa's weapons. The surrounding trees are being bent over, and Scorpion has one hand in front of him, his eyes showing shock. I didn't expect Itachi to be so strong. I underestimated him, but I'm afraid it's still hard to beat that monster. Now it's a fight between two behemoths. Scorpion watched from not far away. Although he really wanted to go up, it was really difficult for Pinji to do anything with the puppet in his hand. After all, the power of the puppet is limited, and it is better at using one enemy with more than one enemy, or trapping the enemy and besieging it, so it can only help Itachi to be optimistic about Sasuke. But at the moment, Feng Yao is obviously more dominant. In this form, Susa is much more flexible than Itachi's Susa. Feng Yao kept changing positions and attacking Itachi's weak spots. At this moment, Itachi's Susa was riddled with holes. Itachi was obviously burdened a little by his health, and his eyes began to bleed. When the opportunity arises, at the moment when he is careless, I will use the other gods of Shishui. But Itachi wasn't the only one who thought so. It's time to decide the winner. Feng Yao's eyes narrowed slightly. Suzuo took a few steps back. Yan done with earth life. The sword of Susanoo in the right hand disappeared, and it was replaced by an arrow transformed from black flames. Aiming the target in Itachi's direction, Itachi frowned, Feng Yao's defensive power should be very clear. Possesses all of the nature changes its own attributes according to the attributes of the attack, and nullifies it. Even Amaterasu doesn't work. Do you want to use that time-space ninjutsu to shorten the distance? If so. Time has not allowed Itachi to continue to think. Feng Yao's black flame arrow has been shot. Itachi responded with concentration. Just before the black flame was about to shoot, a black door of space appeared in front of the arrow. Itachi's shaker's eye immediately scanned quickly, looking for the possible location of the arrow, and finally found traces of the space gate under Susa's body. It's right here, as long as you avoid it, it's no problem. I found it out in time. Itachi breathed a sigh of relief, and when he was about to act, he saw Feng Yao's mouth with a smile. Suddenly I felt as if I had overlooked something. If I didn't discover the attack pattern of this black flame, then this blow would definitely kill me, but Feng Yao's target is his riding wheel, so it is absolutely impossible to do this. Itachi suddenly widened his pupils, turned around and shouted, "Scorpion, his target is you. Hurry up." The scorpion, not far away, was like falling into an ice cave, and turned his head sharply to look, and the black door of space was behind him. Damn! Scorpion roared inwardly, and controlled the wire rope at the fastest speed to eject himself. But not too fast. In the nick of time, the scorpion catapulted its heart out. The arrow of the black flame passed through his chest, and the contaminated flame quickly swallowed the scorpion. At the same time, Itachi was also fixed in place. Feng Yao just opened two spaces through. One Quan Hirazaka, one shot the black flame arrow, and the other cast the shadow of the wheel tomb into it. Chapter 126 When the Red Sand Scorpion. Itachi was preconceived and thought that there was only one space open. At this moment, Itachi was also fixed in the air by the shadow of the tomb of the wheel. His face was pale. No, this is the clone that can only be seen by the eyes of samsara. This time Itachi's Susakuno was also untied, and the scene instantly became one-sided. The scorpion popped out his heart and was seen by Feng Yao, and at the moment he was heading for the puppet of the third generation of Feng Ying. Scorpions can also be said to be immortal in a certain way, at least their appearance will not change, but the heart will eventually weaken one day, which is not a long-term solution. Feng Yao stretched out his right hand, and a gravitational force enveloped the flight path of his heart. Vientiane heaven. Of course, a heart can't struggle or rely on gravity, and it goes directly to Feng Yao's hand. From the heart, there are still many chakra lines connecting. Feng Yao said slowly, "Scorpion, I said that it's a pity that you are capable of manipulating puppets. Of course, you still have a chance. If you serve me, I don't have to kill you, and I can even help you to achieve your goals. Ideals and aspirations." Quote. Feng Yao was not in a hurry, waiting for Scorpion's response, and at the same time sent another tomb shadow to bring Sasuke over. The heart kept beating, but there was no response, waiting for a while. Feng Yao laughed dumbly. Hee, I'm sorry, I forgot that you are just a heart now, I'll find you a puppet body. Itachi. Scorpion. Did I actually lose to such a guy? No matter what, I can't give it to him, but Sasuke. Itachi struggled in his heart. When he saw Sasuke being arrested, he could hardly help shouting, but he desperately held back. If Feng Yao finds out about his relationship with Sasuke, maybe he will use it to threaten, then Sasuke will be in danger, so he must not speak even for the sake of his beloved brother. It's a pity that Itachi didn't know that Feng Yao had already prepared to use Sasuke to threaten him. Itachi's cover-up and deceived scorpions are fine, but it's fine to deceive him as the transmigrator. Feng Yao took the puppet from the third generation of Feng Ying, and took apart the remaining arm and two legs first, lest the scorpion wanted to escape, and then put the heart on it. A hole was opened at the heart of the human puppet, and the chakra wire pulled the heart up and put it into the hole. The third generation of Feng Ying, no, it should be Scorpion, turned his head and stared at Feng Yao. You want to win me over? It's ridiculous, how can you know what my ideals and aspirations are? Scorpion's tone was slightly sarcastic. He was indeed inferior to Feng Yao in terms of strength, but in the pursuit of art, he felt that Feng Yao was not qualified to talk to him. Feng Yao's expression remained unchanged. Your ideal is to create something that can be preserved for a long time. That is, the art of eternal beauty, and make yourself a puppet that will never rot, am I right? Scorpion turned his head sharply, and even the puppet could see the surprise in his eyes. Feng Yao continued to bewitched and said, if you die now, then the road of this great art will be no one to go forward. Don't you think it's a pity? Don't you feel ashamed? And don't you always want the data of reincarnation, as long as you join, and I'll give it to you right away. The reincarnation of dirty earth. Scorpion took a deep breath, trying to calm down, but soon his eyes were shaken, and his expression was in a trance. Seeing this scene, Feng Yao is adding a fire. As long as you can master this technology and cooperate with your puppet way, eternity is not a dream. What are you thinking about? Scorpion sighed and his eyes turned firm. I can agree to your request, provided you do what you say. Of course, haha. Every member of Xiao's organization has shadow-level strength, and Feng Yao, who can win over, will of course not miss it. Of course, there are some that cannot be drawn, such as ghost sharks. To the Xiao organization. In the original book, he would rather let sharks eat him than reveal information. He is also the only person who knows Obitu's true identity. It is too difficult to make him turn against the water. For such a real man, dying in battle is also a good destination for him. Feng Yao helped Scorpion up. Scorpion put on his arms and legs, and carried Sasuke for Feng Yao. The two came to Itachi together. Itachi is not angry that Scorpion joins Feng Yao, this is someone else's choice. And he was a spy himself, and he didn't care about Xiao at all he cared about was his fainted brother. Itachi, you guessed my purpose, to put Shishui's eyes. Feng Yao stopped suddenly in the middle of speaking, because he felt that someone was approaching, and it was coming soon. Itachi could also feel a glimmer of hope in his heart. It should be Jirai. If he comes, he might be able to save Sasuke. Please, hurry up, brother. As a result, Feng Yao directly opened the door of space and took Scorpion and Itachi and walked in together. He has already accomplished his purpose, and there is no need to continue fighting with Jiraiya. Itachi's last ray of hope was also extinguished, and Jiraiya arrived a step slowly. Looking at the devastated battlefield, he wanted to find Sasuke's figure. Is it over already? Was Sasuke captured by Feng Yao? No, it could also be the mysterious guy who just shot. Jiraiya hadn't figured out who took Sasuke for a while, and he could only hope that they hadn't gone far. He clenched his fists, and a thick haze shrouded his eyes. Well, look around, little Jiraiya. Anyway, now is not the time to give up. With the encouragement of the two immortals, Jiraiya could only get up and start searching for the attachment. On the other side, Feng Yao has brought Itachi and others to the floating city. This peerless view of the sky, the white clouds and mist all around, and the magnificent city in front of you. It really shocked Scorpion and others a lot. Who would have thought that when the 5 countries were searching so closely, the immortal organization built a city grandly, without the slightest sense of being hunted down, and the city was in the air. No wonder the Xiao organization and the 5 major countries tried their best to find the stronghold of the immortal, but there was no news at all, who would have thought? Itachi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This kind of engineering and daring, the 5 major countries are probably true can't get it out. In the distance, a figure came swiftly on a mighty white lion. Just as he was about to arrive, he lightly stepped on the lion's back with his feet, turned a fist in the sky, and fell lightly as if he had grown wings. He bent his feet slightly to dissipate the impact. Taiyu also greeted Feng Yao with a cheerful tone. Lord Feng Yao, welcome back. I happen to be in charge of my duties today. Chapter 127 Itachi's decision. Seeing Duoyu's smiling face, Feng Yao's mood improved a lot. Well, thank you for your hard work. Has anything happened in the organization recently? What are you talking about? This little thing is not hard work at all. As for the news. Taiyu also paused. She knew that the security of intelligence had always been very important. The two people next to Feng Yao looked at the people from the Xiao organization, and she couldn't say it directly without Feng Yao's order. Feng Yao nodded at her and said, "It's all right, you continue to talk." "Yes, recently, Mr. Hideyoshi came to the news that according to your order, he taught the skills of the 6 forms to the ninjas of Union Village, which not only won the approval of the upper levels of Union, but also had a certain number of followers among ordinary ninjas. Tsunade-sama also went to the southeast corner of the Fire Country to rescue the Konoha ninja according to your order." Quote. Feng Yao nodded lightly after hearing this. Although Hideyoshi alone made great contributions to saving Ren Zuli, his qualifications were too low. It is necessary to improve his contribution to Yunyin. The 6 forms can be matched with Yunyin's ninjutsu, which has a very important strategic role for Yunyin. This can be regarded as the capital for Hideyoshi to compete for the position of Reikage in Union Village in the future. The same is true for Tsunade. Feng Yao gave the ninjas of Konoha a sigh of relief, just to let Tsunade save people and make contributions. Speed up the fight for Hokage. If there is a problem with this intelligence, Kakashi and Jirai will also be blamed, and Tsunade, who recovered the loss, will naturally win the hearts of the people. Hiss. Itachi and Scorpion all gasped when they heard this. Hideyoshi and Tsunade turned out to be spies sent by Feng Yao on their own initiative. After bringing the soil back, he was ready to spread the news of immortal. As a result, he was one step ahead, and Akatsuki was also exposed. Later, he learned that Hideyoshi and Tsunade cooperated together. Although he was angry, he was more willing to see the Sen organization being targeted by the ninja world. He disdainfully said, "Feng Yao is still too young despite his strength. He doesn't know how to manage his subordinates. 2 traitors have appeared one after another, and now he is being hunted down by the ninja world. Now it seems that he is thinking deeply, and Itachi is even more horrified. Even Tsunade is pretending to return to Konoha. What is his purpose? And why did he deliberately say such words in front of me?" Itachi is a Konoha ninja who inherited the will of fire of the first generation. He is even better than the first generation at this point. He can't ignore this news. Feng Yao turned his head, looked at Itachi, and said with a chuckle, "I believe you have a lot of doubts, Itachi, but we still have to talk about Shishui's eyes." Itachi's heart sank, but he still came. "Shishui's right eye has been destroyed by me. You can't get it. Even if you kill me, I will have the same answer." Itachi said nothing without answering. Feng Yao sneered, "Itachi, can you even make up such a lame lie? And even if what you said is true, don't you still have a left eye of Shishui?" Although Itachi was surprised, his expression didn't change, as if he didn't know what Feng Yao was talking about. "Sure enough, it's up to Sasuke to get you to speak." Feng Yao sighed and took Sasuke over. At the moment, Sasuke was still in the stage of fainting. Feng Yao spoke again, and his tone was already mixed with threats. "Itachi, I was asking once, where is Zishui's eyes, if you don't say?" At the end, a black stick appeared in Feng Yao's hand, pressing against Sasuke's throat. "Oh, are you going to kill him?" "It doesn't matter, I just caught his eye. If I die, of course he has no value to me. Do you think I will care about him? Doing his best to keep himself calm is the only way he can protect his brother now. How do you know if you don't try?" Feng Yao sneered, and the black stick rotated directly into Sasuke's arm. Puff! Blood came out. Even if Sasuke fainted, he snorted, and chakra was disturbed. Itachi's body trembled, but Feng Yao didn't stop, and once again created a black stick to stab Sasuke's throat. "Stop it!" Itachi couldn't take it anymore. His eyes were red and he roared, struggling hard. He couldn't watch his younger brother die in front of him. If he didn't speak now, Feng Yao would really kill Sasuke. Scorpio took a step back. He had never seen Itachi so crazy, and he knew that the relationship between Itachi and Sasuke was not that simple. Feng Yao stopped, put away the black stick, and said expressionlessly, "Now are you ready to give me the eyes of Ji Shui?" When Itachi heard the words, his fingernails sank deeply into the flesh. After a few breaths, he said solemnly, "I can leave it to you, just let Sasuke go first." "No problem." Taiyu also informed Tsunade with a slug to get her ready to take it. "Scorpion, it's hard for you to use a puppet to grab Sasuke and walk around where you were before, just be caught on purpose." Feng Yao took out the black stick and started arranging it without hesitation, but he deliberately arranged Sasuke by Tsunade's side, just to tell Itachi that if he can let it go, he can get it back at any time. Itachi also understood what Feng Yao meant, and he closed his eyes tightly. "Also, Sasuke's eyes, you have to return them to him." Feng Yao was stunned for a moment. "You are such a good brother, I can also agree to this request." After speaking, he took out the container from his arms and handed it to Scorpion's puppet. He already has the ability of Sasuke's eyes, and he wanted to do research for Orochimaru, but it is not a pity to lose it. Soon, news came from Tayuya that Tsunade was ready. Feng Yao opened the door of space, handed over Sasuke and the slug, and said firmly to the Scorpion, "This is your first mission, Scorpion. When you complete it, I will give you the data of the reincarnation of the dirt." Scorpion looked at Feng Yao and knew that this was Feng Yao's test for him. Now that he was on the pirate ship, it was difficult to think about it. And seeing the world-shattering work of Floating City, Scorpion also felt that his choice was correct. He nodded, "Don't worry, I won't make you wait too long." Then I turned around and entered, Yellow Spring Hirazaka. Leaf Squad. "It's really thanks to you this time, Tsunade-sama. If you hadn't arrived in time, we might have already." Asma expressed her sincere thanks to Tsunade. The people next to him also followed suit. "Yeah, your medical ninjutsu is amazing. Thank you for saving me." Master Tsunade is indeed one of the three ninjas. In the face of everyone's gratitude, Tsunade has a heavy heart. All of this is false, and Feng Yao arranged it in advance, so that it is convenient to take this matter to attack Kakashi. She sighed deeply in her heart, but she was also glad that at least Konoha would not suffer disaster. Many things are not destined to be bright. If Feng Yao's peace can really be achieved, then it is indeed beneficial and harmless to Konoha. Then a slug appeared on the shoulder and muttered something. Tsunade turned his head and said, "My slug seems to have found a trace of someone. I'll go check it out. You guys have to be careful here." Chapter 128_Eyes Away from God. In the woods, a puppet was walking back and forth with Sasuke, as if waiting for something. Just after jumping on a branch, a green figure flashed behind. "Let me put people down." Boom. The terrifying strange force directly smashed the puppet to shreds. Sasuke's body flew out, and Tsunade hurried over to catch the person. She glanced at Sasuke's injury and frowned. "Feng Yao, this guy, it's not serious or serious when he moves his hands. Although it can be cured, he will have to lie down for a few weeks." With that thought in mind, a pale green light appeared on one hand. Palm magic. Tsunade first treated Sasuke's injuries on the surface of his body, and then looked at the eyes and bleeding eyes in Sasuke's arms, knowing that there was still a major operation to be done. He glanced around, put Sasuke on his back and hurriedly left. On a big tree not far away, Scorpion watched all this silently. I didn't expect it to be true. The news of Tsunade's return to Konoha is actually just Feng Yao's plan. What a terrible guy. Floating City. After a while, the little slug heard the sound again. "Feng Yao, the Scorpion has completed the task, so prepare to pick him up." Listening to the soft and glutinous voice of the slug, Feng Yao stretched out his right hand to open, Yunchong Hirazaka. "Got it, Lord Slug, thank you for telling me." Although Feng Yao's strength is far greater than before, he still respects the slug fairy who helped him at the beginning, and he finds that the slug is really a bit natural. Now the main job of the slug is to be responsible for the transmission of information within the organization, and every member of the immortal organization who goes out will bring a small slug with him. Scorpion walked out of the gate of space. He nodded slightly towards Feng Yao. Then he turned his head to Itachi and said to Feng Yao, Sasuke has been sent back, Tsunade will take him back to Konoha. Itachi seemed relieved, but he knew that Sasuke was still very dangerous if he didn't hand over Shisui's eyes. So, can you take off these sticks first? So I can give them to you. Itachi's eyes were calm, making Feng Yao wonder if he really wanted to hand them over. Because the Tomb of the Wheel has a time limit, Feng Yao can only restrain Itachi with a black stick. As you wish, Itachi, but I also have to take some safety measures. Feng Yao's eyes flashed, and then he brought Itachi to Orochimaru's laboratory. When old friends meet, they are naturally full of emotion. As soon as Orochimaru sees Itachi and Scorpion, he immediately embraces. Yin-Yang said angrily, Look, this is not my former comrade Uchiha Itachi. Even Scorpion, it seems that Yaojun has gained a lot this time. Scorpion naturally snorted coldly. He was extremely displeased with Orochimaru. Although the pursuits of the two were similar, the difference between science and art was vastly different. Itachi also turned his head, but Orochimaru didn't care about this, and still greeted him familiarly. Even Feng Yao was a little annoyed. Feng Yao waved his hand and interrupted, Okay, Orochimaru, prepare a laboratory and observation room for me, and give the Scorpion the data and usage of the reincarnation of the dirty earth. He will be our companion in the future. Don't be there. What a boring quarrel because of that thing in the past, understand? Of course, Yaojun, everything is as you wish. Orochimaru heard the impatience in Feng Yao's tone, and directly lowered his head to assure. Itachi was taken one by one to a room, and then his body loosened, and the black rod was pulled out by Feng Yao. Then leave him here alone. This is a closed room with only white walls and a rectangular glass window. People outside can see inside, but people inside cannot see outside. Although Tianqian was strong, he couldn't release it if he couldn't see it. Feng Yao asked Itachi to take out Shisui's eyes. Itachi sighed, I'm still on guard, it seems that there is no chance. Itachi also thought of using other gods to control Feng Yao at the moment when the crow was summoned. But Feng Yao is too cautious and has no chance. If he doesn't hand over his eyes, Sasuke will surely die. Itachi rested for a while, waited for chakra to calm down, and began to seal, Hai, Shu, Yu, Shen, Wei. Then slapped the ground with one hand, and the incantation spread. An inky black crow appeared, and the crow's two eyes were the water-stopping kaleidoscope writing wheel. Clam. Orochimaru gritted his teeth. To put a kaleidoscope writing wheel on a crow's body, what a waste. A precious thing, no matter where it is, does not affect its value. Feng Yao was not so indignant. After so many things, Shisui's kaleidoscope finally returned to Feng Yao's hands. Orochimaru took out the eyes of the crow, Feng Yao held it, and the body quickly absorbed the water-stopping cells. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eye flashed, and the two gods with different eyes returned to Feng Yao again. This will bring qualitative changes to Feng Yao's strength, and he can manipulate the shadows of other villages to achieve his goals. Feng Yao suddenly cheered. Haha, very good, this way our plan can speed up the progress again, and my strength has also improved a lot. Shisui's eyes can also be opened, which adds another trump card to him. The next step is to deal with Itachi. Feng Yao stopped laughing, raised his brows and thought. At this moment, Feng Yao even wanted to use other gods to rewrite Itachi's will. Itachi's strength is beyond doubt. If it weren't for his health, the battle would be more difficult. Like Itachi, a ninja who does not hesitate to give up his family, identity, and honor and willingly dedicate himself to Konoha. Looking at the Hokage, how many can there be? And with the technology Feng Yao now has in his hands, it is completely possible for Itachi to live. Opening the door of the room, Feng Yao walked in. Itachi was sitting on the ground at the moment, and the distance between the two was only a few steps. Itachi looked at Feng Yao in front of him, and his mind was full of thoughts. With Feng Yao of other gods, he didn't know what terrible things he would do, but he was powerless to stop it, whether it was his physical condition or his own strength. Your goal has been achieved, what else do you want to do now? Looking at Itachi with a puzzled face, Feng Yao's eyes were as calm as water. It's very simple, I want to invite you to join the Xian organization, just like you were monitoring the Xiao organization for Konoha, and realize my peace plan with me. You can think of this as for Konoha. Itachi's pupils suddenly dilated. There are only 4 people in the world who know that they are spies planted in the Xiao organization. Now 2 of them are no longer alive. It is difficult for him to imagine how the other party knows. How did you know about this, and what is the peace plan you're talking about? There is nothing in this world that can be concealed from me. I appreciate your strength and you as a person. That's why I invite you. You can refuse, but I will use other gods to rewrite your will. You choose for yourself. Chapter 129 Follow the orders of the Sin. Oh, use other gods to rewrite my will. Itachi responded calmly. The first reaction was not to be afraid, but to weigh the pros and cons. Although Itachi didn't know what Feng Yao's so-called plan was, but from the fact that the other party repeatedly attacked Konoha and installed Tsunade as a spy, he did not believe that Feng Yao had good intentions or peaceful thoughts towards Konoha. I'm already terminally ill and I won't be able to live for long. Even if I control me, I can't do too many things. The interval between other gods and gods is extremely long, so I can waste an opportunity for other gods. Itachi thought in his heart. Even at this moment, Itachi was still thinking of the village. Seeing Itachi seem to be thinking, Feng Yao frowned and urged, tell me your decision. 107 Itachi. Then you have to briefly explain your purpose, your so-called peace plan. Itachi changed the topic. Although he had planned to let Feng Yao use other gods on himself, he also wanted to know what Feng Yao wanted to do to Konoha. What? Orochimaru moved a chair wisely. Feng Yao frowned, turned and sat down. At the same time, he said to the Scorpion, just right, Scorpion, you also listen to it together, this is the ultimate goal of our organization. Then Feng Yao told his plans and the future manipulation of the 5 shadows to achieve peace in the ninja world. Scorpion was a little surprised to hear it, but for him, whether the ninja world is peaceful or not has nothing to do with him, he just wants to do what he loves. But Itachi was frightened and angry, he couldn't accept this false peace, the peace that was manipulated. Itachi scolded Feng Yao, can a country like you that dominates others and obeys your orders be called peace? You are a distorted peace, which is exchanged for countless blood and deception. Quote. Really? You killed your own family in order to prevent a rebellion and war in the village. Isn't that what you paid for with blood? The 5 major countries are suspicious of each other and compete for resources and territory. They can't work together at all. In this case, then I have to help them. Feng Yao's eyes were as cold as ice, he knew that Itachi would not obey him. To this day, I am also regretting what I have done, especially after seeing Sasuke's growth. I should have trusted my brother more and trusted the strength of others. In that case, Uchiha may have a different ending. What you brought to the 5 great nations is not help, but disaster, Feng Yao. Itachi clenched his fists and his eyes were firm. People become arrogant when they have strength. Itachi wants to solve all problems alone, just like Madara. Even if Itachi listened to the opinions of the clansmen and communicated well with them, things might not have been like this. Feng Yao seemed to be a little tired and stretched his waist. He stood up from the chair, looked at Itachi, and said in a sonorous tone, Itachi, then you can see whether I have brought disaster or peace. After he finished speaking, his left eye flickered slightly with blue light. In my heart I meditated, don't be a god. For Itachi, Feng Yao's implanted will is, follow the instructions of the fairy. Itachi looked no different from before. Feng Yao walked over, stretched out his right hand to him, smiled and said, welcome to join. 107 Itachi. With both hands in harmony, Itachi officially joined the Xian organization. For other gods, although they can change the will of the other party, such things as emotions still exist. For example, Itachi at the moment, although he is in the same group as Xian, in will, he still loves his younger brother Sasuke in his heart. Orochimaru looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but admire. The power of the gods is really amazing, such a precious power is enough to cause any war. Don't say it, haven't you studied it a long time ago? You helped to remove some cells from Itachi's eyes. Don't hurt him, and check his physical condition, cure his disease, and forcibly connect him to this. The arm was replaced with a prosthetic limb made of intercolumnar cells. Quote. Feng Yao's expression changed, and he did not forget Itachi's physical condition at the moment. So I immediately arranged for Orochimaru to check and take care of Itachi's body. Itachi was twisted by Feng Yao and his arm was sewed up later. Now Orochimaru has mastered the technique of making human body with intercolumnar cells. Of course he can give Itachi get a better arm. I thought it would cost you a chance to be a god because of the fact that you are about to die. I didn't expect you to know it already, Feng Yao. Itachi stood up slowly and smiled at Feng Yao. His will was rewritten, not amnesia. Of course he understood what he thought before. Failure did not make him feel discouraged, because at this moment his will is immortal. Feng Yao explained with a smile. That's why you underestimate me, Itachi, so let's recuperate first. Orochimaru took Itachi to the experimental bench, first removed a little cell on Itachi's eyes, and then checked it out for Itachi. Pocket's team was sent to the country of thunder to perform a mission, and Tsunade was in the country of fire at the moment, so he had to let Orochimaru to check first. Somewhere in a dark crypt, Haiden and Zhao both carried an old man with a beard wearing purple clothes and a breastplate, and the hair at the back was tied into small bundles like a ponytail. Thump! He threw the person directly on the ground, and Feijuan sat directly on the old man's body. It could be seen that Feijuan was injured more than before, and there were large burn marks on his body, as well as stitches on the corners. Feijuan grumbled. I'm exhausted. It's all my fault for saying that we can't be discovered. Zhao and I both squatted for half a month before we found a chance to do it. Zhaodu found a place to rest and acquiesced to his words. Although Yiwei and Erwei have no chance, the subduing plan of the tailed beast still has to continue. The big deal is to collect the ladder and lock up these people Zuli. Then, looking for a chance to catch a tail, Obito turned around, still wearing the orange mask, revealing the writing wheel. Obito picked up the four-tailed man Zuli Laozi. Very good, but I have bad news that I have to tell you. When it came to the end, Obito's tone was very rude. Itachi and Scorpion are suspected to have betrayed the organization and joined the Xian. The next time they see them, they must be captured or killed directly. What? As soon as these words were said, the undead duo were shocked. Itachi and Scorpion betrayed the organization at the same time. Zhu emerged from the ground, still looking like a Venus flytrap, and his tone was quite gloomy. This is what I saw with my own eyes. Itachi and the others were defeated. It seems that they have reached some agreement with Feng Yao. In short, they did not kill them. The strength of Akatsuki's organization was weakened again, which made Heiju in a very bad mood. Chapter 130_Ninja Monopoly Mission. After both the fly segment and the corner are down, Kurohue talks to Obito about their plan again. The current situation is not optimistic. We must resurrect Lord Madara as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Eye of the Moon project will fail. You don't want to see this situation, Heiju reminded in a hoarse voice. Heiju was not in a hurry to resurrect Spot before. Nagato's growth needs to be slow. During this time, it is naturally the best to have Obito to help find the way. But the situation is different now. Not only has the golem been taken away, but the collection of one tail and two tails has been blocked. The progress of the Eye of the Moon project is less than 1/10, and even the Eye of Reincarnation has been taken away. Such a result has been unacceptable to Hei, and he wants to let Nagato use Samsara to create a resurrection spot as soon as possible. Obito's eyes were gloomy. Although he obeyed Madara on the surface, he was actually defensive. He pretended to be. How can it be so easy? Nagato's current reincarnation is not enough to directly resurrect Madara. and I will never let the Eye of the Moon project fail. Although Obito's words have the meaning of shirk, they are also true. Reincarnation is born to return the soul to the deceased to resurrect the deceased. The longer the time of death, the greater the consumption of chakra, and Nagato cannot revive Madara, who has been dead for several years. Of course, if you use the reincarnation of the dirty earth to summon the soul first, and then use the reincarnation to resurrect, the chakra consumption will not be so big, but unfortunately, the people who will be reincarnated in the dirty earth in the entire ninja world are all under the hands of Feng Yao. Then let's speed up Nagato's growth, but if it doesn't work, gather Akatsuki to organize everyone's chakra to resurrect. Heiju still doesn't give up and continues to bewitched. Obito's tone couldn't hear the anger or anger. Everything will wait for Nagato to return from Korean village, let's talk about it. Soon, a week has passed. Itachi has been successfully transplanted with intercolumnar cells, his body has greatly improved, and Feng Yao has also mastered the ability to read on the moon. As for the scorpion, he no longer has a body, so of course he doesn't need intercolumnar cells, but Feng Yao also provided great support for his puppet production, and it was time for the Xian organization to hold a meeting. Although more people have joined, the position of the chair has not changed, because most of the people in a Xian are currently performing tasks, and not everyone can come to the meeting. It seems that there are some new guys this time. If you look closely, they are all handsome guys. Do the little men have any strange hobbies? Terumi Mei looked at Itachi with a provocative look. Nothing superfluous to do. When Feng Yao was there, she ran over to harass her, and when she wasn't, she dragged by around to play. Now, seeing Scorpion and Itachi seems to be seeing new toys. There are not many people who can be in the floating city now. Feng Yao's own team, Gaara, Neji, and Xianglin were sent out to collect information on Yenian village and Cheyenne village. Orochimaru threw himself into his own scientific research. Taiyu was also instructed to train by Z, and at the same time waited by Feng Yao's side, so he could still come. But obviously he is still full of precautions for Itachi and others, and often looks at them with fierce eyes. Sai cooperates with Tsunade's actions in the country of fire to prevent accidents. Needless to say, Kao's team has been assisting Hideyoshi in the Land of Thunder, so there are only Terumi Mei, Zaibushin, and Shiro. Everyone should have met the new members. They were opponents before, but now they have to fight together as companions. I believe that you will still be dissatisfied in a short time, but I don't want to bring this emotion to the mission, understand? Feng Yao's eyes are as gentle as jade, but they are full of firmness. As long as it's Lord Feng Yao, I'm willing to listen to it. Tayuya's eyes were full of love, and he was the first to respond, completely forgetting his previous defenses against Itachi. Feng Yao showed a gentle smile on his face, stretched out his hand, and gently stroked Tayuya's little head. Tayuya's body trembled slightly, and his face showed a happy look. Everyone pretended they didn't see it, and they all spoke up and followed suit. Everything is subject to the leader's arrangement, I have no opinion. If the little men say so, I have no choice but to make it difficult. They don't have any grudges against you at all, and they also used honorifics to Yaojun. Feng Yao waved his hand and calmed everyone's voices. I called everyone here because there is a relatively important matter to deal with, which is related to the survival of my immortal organization. Feng Yao's tone was solemn, and he took out a piece of paper and patted it on the table. Everyone heard it. They immediately sat up straight. Since coming to the Xian organization, Feng Yao has been calm in everything, but now it looks like this. There must be a problem that even he can't solve. Master Feng Yao, please tell me, no matter what it is, there are those of us who are subordinates who can share your worries. I didn't expect to encounter such an urgent matter to deal with right away. Yes, go ahead. Feng Yao sighed deeply. Our problem now is. Everyone held their breaths, swallowed their saliva, and waited for Feng Yao's next sentence. We have no money. Feng Yao handed a banknote expenditure report to the others with a serious face. Clam. Everyone was immediately dumbfounded. Is it because of this kind of problem? Of course, except for Orochimaru, because he is in charge of the finances of the immortal organization. A lot of money has been spent on the construction of the laboratory and construction, and now with the addition of the scorpion's puppet, he has already made ends meet. Originally, Orochimaru could still conduct some dark transactions in the ninja world, but now he is wanted by the 5 major countries, and even some of the original enemy countries of Konoha are not trading with him. This leads to the breakage of the Fairy organization and the capital chain. Scorpion also picked up a report and said with a look of contempt after reading it, Orochimaru, your scientific research is really burning money, half of it is your research expenses. Orochimaru did not refute, but said with a sinister smile, on the road of exploring life and immortality, this cost is simply negligible. The present Yaojun wants us to discuss how to get the money, why don't you pay? An idea. Okay. Scorpion agreed without hesitation. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, he just wanted to provoke Scorpion, the other party really had a way. There is money in Xianju. I know where he hides his money, and his accountant. He has lived for decades, and the money he has saved is not a small amount. Scorpion decisively sold his former teammates. After all, his own puppets also cost money to maintain. Xianju has always believed in the supremacy of money, and sometimes he does not forget to earn travel expenses on the way to complete the task. This money is enough for the Xian organization to consume for a period of time. Feng Yao nodded again and again, very satisfied. At this time, a voice came from the system, and the long-awaited task came. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Ninja World Monopoly, task requirements, collect 2 billion funds for the daily use of the immortal organization, time, 3 months, task reward, incarnation outside the body. Slogan, as the leader of the organization, you should be ashamed if your subordinates are not fed and clothed. Feng Yao stood up from the chair. The Xian organization probably only has a capital of around 100 million at most, and 2 billion is 20 times. But fortunately, today is different from the past, and it should not be so difficult to collect 2 billion funds. Bar. Chapter 131 Black Market Bounty Points. Nonsense. Of course, it is very difficult. If there is no task, you can go to the 5 major countries to loot. But if you take any action now, it will make the situation that has been formed with great difficulty fall short, and 2 billion is not a small amount, paralyzing a country in minutes. At that time, the mission will still fail. Feng Yao rubbed his forehead helplessly. The system is really good at making trouble for himself. Feng Yao turned his head to look at Scorpion. Now he can only pin his hopes on Xiaodu's money. He asked calmly, how much is the private house in Xiaodu, and where is it? Although the tone sounded flat, everyone still felt that there was a depressed volcano in Feng Yao's heart that erupted at any time. Scorpion also felt that the atmosphere was not right, so he swallowed the non-existent saliva and said, the exact number is about 800 million. In one of the money houses in the country of fire, there is a special accountant to look after him. Over the past few decades, Xiaodu has killed many wanted ninjas, and the wealth he has obtained is second to none in his personal wealth. However, since joining Xiao, the wallet has gradually felt the pressure. After all, he helped Xiaonan to buy explosive charms, and gave benefits to members of the organization. It is really too much consumption, otherwise I am afraid it will be more than 800 million. The richest person in the ninja world is the name of the country of fire. After all, the power of an individual cannot be compared with that of a country. Konoha needs funds from the land of fire every year to function properly, and the rewards of tasks alone are not enough to train ninjas. Very good, although it's still a lot, but these are bad. There is always a way to get them together. Feng Yao whispered. A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Although it can't be snatched indiscriminately, there is a place where it is absolutely fine. He was condescending, overlooking the people below and ordered, in the next period of time, I want everyone to raise funds with all their strength, and do as I said. The goal is to collect 2 billion taels of silver bills within 3 months. Is it? Hiss. Although the corners of the eyes of the people who listened to it were twitching, all of them bravely agreed, depending on what Feng Yao was going to do for them. Very well, everyone will prepare first, and then I will take you to rob. Fire Country. In front of a dirty toilet. A lot of flies surround here, exuding an unpleasant odor, but the magic is that in such a place, there are actually 2 people chatting without any scruples. From the looks of them, it seems that they are all rebels from a certain ninja village, a young man who looks very capable, and a girl with purple hair who looks enchanting. There is also a dead ninja lying on the ground. It looks like a ninja of Sandian. Why does such a strange combination appear here? The purple-haired girl endured the smell of this place, pinched her nose, puffed out her cheeks and couldn't help but complain. Brother Tien, are you sure you're in this place? You're right, it's really stinky here. Quote. The man didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he patiently reassured him. That's it, the place where the reward is offered in the underground black market can't be set on the main road. Please bear with it, sir. When we have collected enough money, we don't have to run around and get tired like this. The day is coming, I will take you to find a city to live the life of ordinary people with. Quote. The man looked at the purple-haired girl who kept fanning with a gentle look. Okay, the purple-haired girl replied sweetly, Brother Tien, next time I will help you catch these ninjas with bounties. You always let me watch out for you alone. I am very strong. Oh. You must not underestimate me. You, just like to be brave. The man's tone revealed helplessness, but he was full of doting. They are the rebels of Takian village. The purple-haired girl did not dare to return to the village because she failed in another mission. The man should have been responsible for catching the girl for disposal, but in the course of the action, he fell in love with the other party so much that he did not hesitate to judge the village and wander with the other party in the country of fire. After becoming a renegade ninja, of course, they cannot earn income by accepting tasks, so the 2 usually earn living expenses by killing ninja bounties in the black market. There are those who kill rebels and ninjas, and there are those who kill enemy ninjas. As long as you have money, any kind of person can be offered a reward in the black market. I'm really strong. The purple-haired girl lengthened her tone. The man laughed even more cheerfully and said jokingly, Okay, then give me a kiss, and next time I will let you follow me. The purple-haired girl's face rose to 2 red clouds, and she was suddenly speechless with shame. Then he said as if in a fit of anger, Kiss. Just kiss. Hee hee, ha. The man smiled, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw a black spot next to him. Then, as if the space was torn apart by a big hole, Yiquan Hirazaka appeared from the gate of the underworld. A person walked out of the door of the dark space. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he carefully distinguished that the man opposite was wearing a white golden python suit. Wearing a ring with the word, Tien, on his ring finger. His black hair is neat, and his face is extremely handsome, almost gorgeous. The most attractive thing is his eyes. The blue eyes seem to be connected to the Juyu abyss, swallowing all the light. The purple-haired girl next to her seemed to be stunned. She had never seen such a handsome man before. Even her male partner was a little dazed, and she couldn't help feeling a little intimacy. Oh, there are still people at the reward exchange office here. Feng Yao's eyes were indifferent, his eyes were faint, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The man woke up like a dream. He knew that the other party was definitely a big man. After all, this time-space ninjutsu had surpassed his own cognition. After thinking about something for a moment, his pupils shrank, and he quickly lowered his head and responded respectfully. My lord, the 2 of us also came here to exchange the bounty, but the person in charge here has not yet come out, and the lord will have to wait for a while. Quote. Duo Yu also walked out from Feng Yao, bowed slightly, and asked in a low voice, Master Feng Yao, do these 2 need to be dealt with? It may leak our information. The man immediately broke into a cold sweat when he heard the name, and when he heard the name, he was completely convinced of the identity of the other party, and immediately protected the purple-haired girl behind him. Then his knees softened, and he fell to the ground directly, kowtowed continuously, and said with a trembling voice, "My lord, I just didn't intend to meet you, please raise your hand and let us go." After he finished speaking, he pulled the purple-haired girl next to him with all his strength and knelt down with her. The man has already understood Feng Yao's identity. After all, the first person to offer a bounty in the head of the immortal organization, although a small person like him does not have the ability to kill Feng Yao, can he still take a look at it? The man didn't recognize it at first sight when we first met. After all, the photo is far less vivid than the real person, but he remembered the identity of the other party in a moment, and was even more convinced after hearing the name of the other person. Chapter 132 Inches Xiao organizes the blame. "Well, do you have no intention of bumping into me?" Feng Yao's expression seemed to ease, and then the conversation changed, "But if you call me an adult, it means that you should recognize me. After all, you also rely on killing. Bounty ninjas make money, don't they?" The man looked up suddenly like an electric shock, and suddenly seemed to be caught by something invisible. Click. The head flew up and blood splattered everywhere. The man's head was twisted and broken by the shadow of the wheel tomb. "Brother Tien." The purple-haired girl let out a shrill scream, tears welling up in her eyes. Her voice was full of pain, hatred, unwillingness, and doubts. She rushed towards her lover's body and burst into tears. "You murderer, you kill innocent people indiscriminately. What grudges do we have with you? I want to avenge Brother Tien." The purple-haired woman shouted, her voice full of hatred and killing intent towards Feng Yao. The terrifying gap between her enemy and me, took out the kunai on her body and rushed towards Feng Yao. But she was still on the way when she was stopped by a figure, and it was naturally Yuya who had been staying by Feng Yao's side. "Don't get close to Master Feng Yao." Duoyu's voice was flat, and he grabbed the girl's neck with one hand to stop her, and just held it in the air. Cough, cough. "Let go, let me go." Taiyu also glanced at the sand-hidden ninja who was killed by them and used to collect the bounty. Slightly mockingly said, "The world of ninjas is all about karma, everyone can live or die, and there is no innocent." After speaking, she used a fatal illusion on the purple-haired girl. Her breath slowly dissipated, her struggling body also stopped, and finally she lost her breath. With the eyes of the Uchiha family, Tayuya's illusion skills are of course more refined. After solving the two people, Feng Yao didn't even look at it, and went straight to the black market reward point here. This kind of reward in the underground black market is actually supported by the 5 major countries. Sometimes it is necessary to use money to recruit some brave people to assassinate the ninjas or important members of the enemy country. Each country invests a certain amount of funds every year, which is deposited in the reward point and distributed to ninjas who have completed the reward task. Of course, Feng Yao is also on the reward list. It is not easy to find 2 billion from a certain country, and it will hurt the national strength of the other party. This reward point is different. It is simply a fat sheep to be slaughtered. Since the underground black market has offered a reward to him, of course, he also needs to be mentally prepared to bear the anger of Feng Yao. Shen Luo Tian Zheng. The right hand stretched out, and a huge repulsive force rose from the flat ground and pressed towards the toilet in front. Boom! The entire building collapsed suddenly, countless bricks flew out, and after the dust settled, only a piece of dust remained. Cough, cough, a bald man with a scar on his face and thick eyebrows flipped over a slate and struggled to get out. He is the person in charge of the reward point here, looking at the surrounding ruins with anger on his face. He roared, "Who is it? How dare you sneak up on the reward point? Get out of here, I have to kill you." The ability to be the person in charge of the reward point must at least have the strength of Shangnan, otherwise if everyone came directly to grab money, it would have been messed up. Vientian Heaven. When the bald man was scolding happily, a gravitational force appeared and pulled him over, but the bald man was already prepared. Even if he lost his balance, he still had a seal. 2 Dun Earth Dragon Bomb. A lifelike earth dragon sprang from the ground and spit out countless earth bombs directly at Feng Yao, with amazing power. Kai, Kai. What the bald man saw was not Feng Yao's skin and flesh that had been hit by earth bombs, but a rib that was condensed by purple chakra. Blocking all his own attacks, the ordinary Jonin had no pressure on Feng Yao, and directly crushed it. Susano condensed his arms and grasped the bald man. The terrifying power had already made it difficult for the bald man to breathe, and blood was spilling from the corners of his mouth. But he also saw Feng Yao's face clearly, and his expression was horrified. Why? How is it you? Just a little person. The content of the reward has nothing to do with me. The bald man struggled and defended himself. He thought that Feng Yao was looking for revenge in the underground black market, and quickly chose himself out. Feng Yao walked in front of him, put his hand on his head, and said calmly, "Of course I know, but you also have your role, like your memory." Human road. Then a light blue soul was pulled out from the top of his head, and the bald man rolled his eyes and immediately lost consciousness. Feng Yao used Heart Dive to read all the memories of the bald man, carefully searched for the place and password of the bounty, and finally found the memory he wanted and released him. The bald man's body fell to the ground, and Feng Yao walked towards the ruins. Finally, a safe was found under a stone slab, and all the money from this bounty point was looted, and a total of 90 million taels were hit. Feng Yao nodded with satisfaction. The plan went smoothly. There are 7 or 8 other reward locations in the entire Fire Nation. As long as all of them are served in one pot, then the small goal of 2 billion is almost achieved. Yellow Spring Hirazaka. The door of space opened again, and Tayuya and Feng Yao walked in. At the moment when the door was about to be closed, Feng Yao's left eye flashed slightly. Amaterasu's black flames erupted from the entire ruins and the surrounding corpses, and Feng Yao wanted to destroy all of them. To prevent the leakage of information about themselves, the powerful ninja intelligence agency can find many useful things from the dead bodies, and Feng Yao will not give them a chance. At the same time, people attacked many bounty locations in the Land of Fire. A thin man barely stood, with blood constantly flowing from his body. He asked in a stern voice, "What the hell are you, Xiao, doing? All of a sudden attacking all our reward points, what is it for?" The tall figure in the black fire cloud suit murmured, "Of course it's for money, but I don't understand what the little man is thinking. You better tell me the password, I'm in a hurry." Man vomited blood. "You're dreaming. The art of melting and melting monsters." In addition to here, there are news from many places that the Xiao organization attacked the reward point, and the frontal faces of Scorpion and Itachi were recorded. This is also a smoke bomb arranged by Feng Yao, throwing the pot to the Xiao organization. On the one hand, it diverts attention to make the people in the ninja world pay less attention to the Xian organization. On the other hand, it can cause trouble for the opponent. Why not? For what? It is impossible for Mr. Obito to issue a statement to the 5 major countries, saying that these things were not done by the Xiao organization, or to write an article to tell others that Itachi and Scorpion have been betrayed and send the news to the 5 major countries. Chapter 133 _ The Grief-Stricken Corner. After half a month of uproar, the incident of the attack on the bounty point in the Kingdom of Fire finally calmed down. Of course, the main reason may be that there are no more bounty points in the Kingdom of Fire now, and they have all been uprooted by Feng Yao. From a certain point of view, this also has a slight impact on the national strength of the country of fire. Because a lot of ninjas earning bounties will go to other countries. But it is better than the loss of national strength caused by directly robbing 2 billion from the country of fire. As the saying goes, some people are happy and some people are sad. Feng Yao's happiness must be built on the pain of some people. Ah! Boom! In a hole in the ground, a man wearing a mask and covered with black stitches punched the stone wall next to him. The entire crypt was crumbling, and a lot of dust and gravel fell down. The blue veins burst into the corners, almost clenching one of the teeth, and the left hand was holding a piece of information. It read, "Someone emerged from the Xiao organization, killed his accountant, and swept away all the banknotes he had deposited in the bank for many years, leaving not one or two." This almost instantly made him feel the world spinning, and his head became dizzy. 800 million. A full 800 million taels of silver notes. This is all the work that Zhao was able to save from early morning to late night, hard work and never complaining, and now he has returned to the pre-liberation overnight. Damn, it must be Feng Yao, this bastard dares to take all my money. Zhao Du clenched his fists and was burning with anger, saying that it was hard to restrain his reason. Itachi and Scorpion rebelled. He should have thought of transferring the location of his funds, but unfortunately he was careless at the time. The immeasurable loss caused now is a huge loss not only to him, but also to the entire Xiao organization. Feijuan swallowed his saliva. He had never seen Xiaodu with such a terrifying expression. He said embarrassingly, "That Xiaodu, isn't it just money? What a big deal, I'll make money together for you in the future. Don't worry about it." Although the two usually bicker, and Feijuan will complain because Xiaodu wants to earn bounties on the road, but sometimes, the two may come together unexpectedly. HMPH, you idiot probably spent more than half of what I didn't earn for decades. Zhao didn't say angrily, but his mood eased a little. The so-called feng shui turns. Now it was the turn of the Xiao organization with insufficient funds, and Tiandao Pain, who had been sitting in the distance without saying a word, suddenly raised his head and said, "There are many fewer people in the organization now, and the expenditure is not as huge as before. It doesn't require much capital. It should be enough for daily use in some small countries to carry out forced deterrence and plunder." In the Naruto world, there are not only the 5 major countries, but also some small countries, such as the country of snow, the country of iron, etc. I am afraid that it can easily exceed 10. Xiaodu can only hold back his anger, and wait until later to find an opportunity to settle accounts with Feng Yao. "It doesn't matter to me, but I said you really don't need to rest for a while. Your injuries are still there." Feijuan has an easy-going face. He has no interest in money. He just wants to spread the idea of the heretic god cult and see if he can gather a few believers or something. "It doesn't matter, get ready to go." Tiandao Pain didn't care. After all, it was originally a puppet made of corpses. It didn't matter if it was demolished and smashed. Tiandao Pain's injury was also suffered in Wuyin village, when he captured the 3-tailed Manzuli and the 6-tailed Manzuli. Wuyin village is indeed one of the 5 major countries, and a suitable Manzuli was found in a short period of time. However, with the cooperation of Nagato and Konan, they were defeated one by one, so, Xiao was adding 2 people's pillars. Putting on the special clothing and hat of the Akatsuki organization, the real Xiao also began to act. Floating city. It's still so cloudy and magnificent here. After obtaining sufficient funds, Feng Yao specially built a financial treasury. This is responsible for the statistics of all the financial expenditures of the immortals of the organization, as well as the place where the bank notes are stored. 2 billion is not a small amount. Safe custody is required, but there are no safes or the like. After all, no one in the Xian organization dared to mess around, and it was divided into several rooms. Walking into one of the 16 black iron racks, they were filled with dark green silver bills. Filling this room with green, Feng Yao casually picked up a stack of silver bills, which were heavy and really loved. If Tsunade sees it, I don't know how she will feel. I'm afraid she will be gambled away, ha ha ha. Feng Yao thought of Tsunade, who was addicted to gambling. Now the wealth of the Xian organization has approached the 2 billion mark, which is not a small amount. It's a pity to pull out all the bounty points of the Fire Nation, which is still a little short of 2 billion. But for this vacancy, Feng Yao plans to find someone in the 5 major countries to fill it. Which country can't stand the toss now? It has to be rich. Cheyenne can't do it. Konoha can't. It seems that there is only Union Village. Feng Yao pondered silently in his heart, his eyes flickering. Putting down the silver note in his hand, Feng Yao went out of the financial treasury, which was handed over to the former Yunnan trio to look after it. After walking out, I happened to meet Terumi Mei, who was walking around with Shiro. "Little man, why, let's count how much money I have, but don't forget that I have worked hard for it." Terumi Mei looked at Feng Yao with a slightly provocative look, as if she wanted to seek some favors. For this man who was a decade younger than him, Terumi Mei always had an inexplicable feeling of wanting to get close to him. At first, I thought that I had taken a fancy to Feng Yao's face, but even if Feng Yao always wore a mask, he always had an inexplicable emotion. Bah, what am I thinking? Terumi Mei hurriedly interrupted her thoughts. His face was slightly red, but after all, it was a long-term accident, and he recovered in a while. Hee, of course I won't forget. Everyone has done a good job this time, and in a certain period of time, I will come to reward you. Feng Yao's footsteps stopped. The Xian organization also wants to arrange some benefits and activities for its members, which Feng Yao is still thinking about. Some people who perform dangerous tasks should be rewarded even more, such as Hideyoshi and Do, who sneak into the enemy's hinterland, and they should be rewarded and rewarded. Feng Yao does not learn from Anbu or the Root organization, and turns a blind eye to the desperate efforts and loyalty of his subordinates. Listening to Feng Yao's serious response, Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment. She just wanted to make fun of it, but she didn't expect Feng Yao to take it seriously. Terumi Mei stared at Feng Yao, who was thinking softly, and thought to herself, it seems that the little man really didn't say anything to his subordinates. "Oh, by the way, you help me find Tayuya, just say I have something to look for her, and the task that I want her to complete can be ready to start." Feng Yao seemed to remember something. His eyes flashed, and he said seriously to Terumi Mei. Chapter 134 Feng Yao on the bed. "Oh, what are you doing with that little girlfriend of yours?" Terumi Mei's eyes were a little ambiguous, and there was a hint of jealousy in her words. But Feng Yao didn't feel it, but coughed twice. He pretended to frown and said, "Don't listen to gossip all the time, go and call her, I really have something to tell her." Terumi Mei still looked at Feng Yao with a look that I understand. "Okay, let's go, I let her go to rest before." Feng Yao reluctantly urged again. "Ha ha." Terumi Mei burst out laughing, looking at Feng Yao in the distance and teasing, "I didn't expect you to have such a cute side." Shiro stood aside and rubbed his head with a headache, but he didn't dare to make a casual joke like Terumi Mei. Next, Terumi Mei was going to find someone, and Shiro made a random excuse to get away. Terumi Mei had to go to the residence of the members of the Sen organization alone, because she knew that Tayuya was resting in the room at the moment. Come to a large ornately constructed building. Rather than a residence, it's more of a royal suite in Hokage. There is a bar for drinking, a hall with beautiful statues, and a kitchen where chefs are arranged. And for everyone in the Xian organization to create their own personal room. Even a former water shadow like Terumi Mei was full of praise for this place and was very satisfied with his room. The female members of the Xian organization all live on the second floor, and the male members live on the first floor. Terumi Mei was walking on the floor, her shoes clacked. "I remember this child Tayuya lives here." Terumi Mei, who was thinking about it, turned around the corner and came to a door. Gently knocked on the door twice. "I'm Terumi Mei, excuse me." Although he knew that there was someone in the room, Terumi Mei was still very polite, and when he heard a knock on the door, there was a somewhat flustered voice. After hearing the voice, it seemed that he finally listened to it, and said in a sullen voice, "It's Sister Terumi Mei, you scared me, the door is not locked." In the Xian organization, there are not many female members, and Duoyu doesn't get along well with Shangrin, but it is very easy to chat with an intellectual like Mei Terumi. When Feng Yao was away or not taking her out, she would also take the initiative to chat with Terumi Mei. This is also why when Mei Terumi said something like a little girlfriend, it was all revealed by Taiyu himself. Terumi Mei also opened the door without hesitation. The bedroom has a large bed, as well as a vanity mirror and a small table, but the king-size bed looks really stylish. There is a protruding figure on the sheet, which is constantly twisting. Duo Yuya. Hearing Terumi Mei's call, Taiyu also raised her head, as if it was a bit hot and sultry under the quilt. Her face was pink. What are you doing? It's not time for bed yet. No, I'm not sleeping. I'm talking to Lord Fengyao. Tayuya's body shrank back again, and said with a serious face. Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment. He had just seen Fengyao, and he sent him here, and he didn't see anyone. Alas, is your child sleepy? No, you were right. Lord Fengyao. Then, from Tayuya's quilt, Fengyao's head was exposed. Terumi Mei's body suddenly froze, and she instantly thought that it was Fengyao himself on the bed. But something is wrong. It seems to lack a little three-dimensional sense and that unique temperament. As that, a throw pillow. Who did you ask for it? Of course I did it myself. How can I rest assured that others do it? Duo Yu also hugged Fengyao hard again, which was something she usually wouldn't dare to do. Terumi Mei shook her head helplessly and said in her heart, this girl, she actually made such a similar pillow to scare me, if I want to. Looking at Terumi Mei's thoughtful appearance, Taiyu also said strangely, sister, you haven't told me why you came to me. Terumi Mei, who was pulled back from his thoughts, pointed to the Fengyao pillow and said with a smile, your master Fengyao is looking for you, let you come over to him. Taiyu, who was a little unresponsive, also glanced at Fengyao, then realized something, and immediately jumped up from the bed anxiously. What, sister, why didn't you tell me earlier? What should I do if Lord Fengyao finds me in a hurry? After jumping out of bed, he was ready to find Fengyao. Hey, dress, you put your clothes on, this kid. After a while, Duo Yu rushed to Fengyao's office, and after getting Fengyao's answer, the door was slowly opened. Duo Yu also leaned out, walked to Fengyao's side, bowed, and said respectfully, Master Fengyao, I heard that you are looking for me. As he spoke, his breath was still a little disordered, and he thought that he should have rushed over. Well, I want you to accompany me on a trip to the Land of Thunder, and next, there is a task for you and Baizi. Fengyao nodded and replied lightly. Or it's easier to talk to Tayuya. In the current country of Thunder, Hideyoshi already has a certain number of followers. Fengyao intends to push Hideyoshi to the top during this period of time, and the first is to solve the fourth generation Reikage. Even if other gods can change their will, Fengyao is still more willing to let his subordinates ascend to the position of the five shadows. After all, ninjutsu is not completely reliable. Fengyao has deeply understood this. Unless it is a last resort, Fengyao will not be used. Duo Yu also heard that she could continue to follow Fengyao to carry out the mission. She was very happy. She said cheerfully, okay, Master Fengyao, then when are we going? Do I need to prepare anything? You don't need to prepare anything, just bring Baizi. A softness flashed in Fengyao's eyes. This mission is not dangerous, and since he is there, it is impossible for Duo Yu to be in any danger. Fengyao's strength is now in the entire ninja world, and there are very few who can fight against him. Even the 2-day scale Onogi is not Fengyao's opponent at the moment. The two went outside together and found Baizi, who was resting on the clouds. Baizi saw Fengyao and cried twice with joy. Roar! He jumped to his master's side and rubbed his trousers lightly. Fengyao smiled and touched Baizi's soft hair. It seemed that Baizi's body had grown a lot, and the growth rate far exceeded Fengyao's expectations. It is estimated that it will not take long for Baizi to reach full maturity. The strength will be greatly improved, and I am afraid that it will surpass the strength of many-tailed beasts. Baizi, it's your turn to take action this time, don't let me down. Then Fengyao stretched out his right hand. Yellow Spring Hirazaka. Baizi first attached to Fengyao's body, and the two-in-one beast entered the door of space. Chapter 135_Film Selection System. The towering mountain peaks, filled with clouds and mist, echoed with deafening thunder. Union Village is built on the top of the mountain. The sun shines through the clouds and mist, and the mountains and waves are stacked in layers. At this time, on the battlefield of Union Village, a battle had reached the most critical moment. Two ninjas wearing the same costumes fought fiercely together, and lightning flashed on both sides. Sometimes they are entangled together, sometimes they are separated like an electric shock. The sword, light, sword and shadow flicker, and many people can't even see their movements. It's too strong. It's unimaginable that you can actually use ninjutsu in such a state. Outside the battle arena, the Union Village ninjas were spectating the battle. Master Darui, he has been an elite Junin for several years, and he is also the guard of the 4th generation Raikage-sama, and he inherited the 3rd generation Raikage Black Thunderbolt. I can accept his strength, but I didn't expect it. It's really surprising that Hideyoshi-sama has such strength. What are you talking about? Lord Hideyoshi is just not in Union Village a few years ago and sneaked into the Xian organization, otherwise he would have been an elite Jonin by his strength, and he might be able to become a Raikage guard. During this period of time, how much contribution Hideyoshi-sama has made to our Union Village. Not only has he completed many S-level tasks that Xianju can't complete, but also handed over the 6 styles he developed to us for free. Even taller than Darui-sama. Many people sighed and sighed, some worshipped, some cheered, and some were jealous. Hideyoshi's face was solemn, his eyes were shining, and he and Darui were inseparable. During this period of time, his strength has improved a lot, and according to Feng Yao's orders, he has been acting in a high-profile manner, attracting the attention of others, and winning people's hearts at the same time. Suddenly, Hideyoshi pushed Darui back with a punch. Do you want to continue fighting? I'm going to make a trick next. Hideyoshi said to Darui with a smile, his tone full of confidence. It's boring, but it's all here. If we don't continue, I'm afraid the onlookers won't let us go easily. Darui smiled and said lazily. Be careful. Hideyoshi snorted softly, and stepped forward with his feet, his hands clenched into fists, and his body was covered with blue lightning. 6 types of profound truth, heavy flow 6 King's Spear. Then it pushed forward sharply, sending out a shock wave-like attack. The ground along the way was all torn apart by the shock wave, but the chakra that Feng Yao used increased the thunderbolt, which made the power increase terribly. Everyone looked at the sound, and countless pairs of eyes suddenly widened, and their mouths suddenly opened. This is Hideyoshi-sama's strongest ultimate move. Oh my god, I heard that this move directly killed Yun Yin's S-rank rebellion on the spot. Can Lord Darui hold it? No, it's not as powerful as it used to be. I followed Hideyoshi-sama on the mission. This time, the 6 King's Spear of heavy flow is far from the standard of Hideyoshi-sama last time. The shock wave with blue electric light rushed in front of Darui in an instant. What a terrifying power. Hideyoshi's strength is far beyond my imagination, so I can only take it hard. Darui's face darkened, and the shock wave continued to expand in his pupils. Darui also completed the seal in his hand, and suddenly the thunder and lightning on his body began to change, from the original light blue to black and purple, and came out from behind him. Lay done black spot difference. A black lightning bolt in the shape of a leopard rushed towards the Chongliu 6 King's Spear with its teeth and claws, and opened its bloody mouth to devour it. This is Raiden developed by the 3 generations of Meg Raikage. Unleashes leopard-shaped black lightning from its body, focusing on a single target and spreading it around. It makes the opponent suffer and cannot move. After the death of the 3 generations of Raikage, Darui is the sole successor. It's about to hit. Sir Darui's black lightning escape is too terrifying. I am afraid that Hideyoshi-sama's attack will be directly swallowed up. Not necessarily. Lord Hideyoshi still has a chance of winning. The attack of the Chongliu 6 King's Spear is extremely penetrating, and it is likely to disperse the black spot. Everyone was talking about it, and their hearts were surging, as if the person who was fighting on it at the moment was themselves. Finally, the shock wave and the Black Panther collided, and the two just stalemate for a moment. The Black Panther was smashed away, the black thunder and lightning spread out around, and continued to attack Hideyoshi. Hideyoshi really didn't expect Darui to think of such a tricky way, and the black thunder scattered like a storm. Hideyoshi transported the iron block, turned on the Lei Dun chakra mode, and directly filled up his evasion ability, turning into countless afterimages flying in the arena. Seeing this scene, Daluyichin sighed, knowing that he was defeated. The Changliu Six King's spear opened its mouth like a beast and swallowed him in. Boom! Darui was pushed out of the duel stage, and there were still some black marks on his body. 1. The audience raised a voice of admiration. Hideyoshi successfully defeated the guardian Darui, who was known as Raikage's right-hand man, and it can be said that he became the first fighting force since the fourth generation of Raikage and Kurabi. It also increases the possibility of competing for Raikage, and the way each village elects a shadow is different. In Konoha village, people of different identities and families are linked together by fetters. Excellent ninjas are selected as the objects of cultivation, and the successor to the position of Naruto is generally selected through the mentoring and apprentice relationship of past Naruto. The original Fire Country daimyo once had such an answer when someone recommended Kakashi as the sixth Hokage. Kakashi is the disciple of the fourth generation, the fourth generation is the disciple of Jiraiya, and Jiraiya is also the disciple of the third generation. It seems that there is no problem. It can be seen that the master-apprentice relationship in Hokage village even determines the inheritance of Hokage at some levels. In contrast, the inheritance system of shadows in Union Village is not like this. They don't rely on the relationship between master and apprentice, but more like the inheritance of the gangster family. Darui calls the four generations of Raikage the boss or booze. In Union Village, as long as you have strong strength and outstanding leadership, you can succeed Raikage. Darui was also due to his bravery in the Ninja World War, leading the first unit to defeat Baiju and Jinjiao Yinjiao, and only served as Raikage a few years later. It can be said that it is very important for Hideyoshi to defeat Darui head-on in the public today. How is it? Are you still standing up? Sorry, I just hit hard. Hideyoshi walked to Darui's side, stretched out his right hand to him and pulled him up. It's alright, it's really scary, but the stronger you are, it also proves that our union is stronger. Darui smiled casually and didn't care about what happened just now. The two walked out with the help of everyone's envious eyes, and it seemed that their relationship was exceptionally good. Chapter 136_Raid on Cloudy Hidden Village. Union Village at night. It was extraordinarily quiet, except for a few wisps of wind blowing from time to time. Hideyoshi and Darui walked side by side. Both of them were Yunyan's elite Junin, and Darui was Raikage's right-hand man. Of course, Hideyoshi got as close to him as he had the chance. Although the battle during the day was fierce, the momentary victory meant nothing. The two walked together on a high cliff in the distance, overlooking the village in the cloud and mist, and couldn't help feeling emotional. Hideyoshi, have you thought about your future life? What are you going to do? Darui suddenly turned his head and asked Hideyoshi a strange question. After hearing this, Hideyoshi frowned and seemed to be thinking. He didn't know if Darui's words were alluding to something, so he found a place and sat down. Me. Shuji paused, then continued. In the future, I will live in Union Village with the Teak people, and I will be safe. I don't have too many thoughts. What about you? It's boring. My dream is to protect the village, stay by the boss, 4th Raikage's side, and help him until he gets tired. Darui's eyes turned to the Raikage Hall in the distance, and he was still extremely loyal to the 4 generations of Raikage. Hideyoshi's eyes are very calm. For so many days, he can already see that the 4 generations of Raikage are very fond of Darui. This person is the enemy who will inherit Raikage in the future. Although his heart was full of a sense of crisis, he said calmly on the surface, it's really reassuring to have you beside Raikage-sama. Maybe this seat will be handed over to you in the future. Sorry, let me go. I'm the most afraid of trouble. I don't have you anymore. At first, I thought that if there was really no one in this position, I would have to take it up, but now it's different, Hideyoshi. You are very good. I can't compare to you in terms of talent or strength. You are the best choice for the position of Hokage. There was a sincere smile on Darui's face. What he said was not a lie. For Darui, he may indeed think that Hideyoshi is more suitable than himself, but the fourth-generation Hokage AI may not necessarily entrust the position of Hokage to Hideyoshi. Feng Yao also doesn't like unsure things. What he likes is always winning battles and actions. Hideyoshi understands this very well. He patted his clothes and said with a smile, "Okay, it's okay to say so much, Who is it?" Hideyoshi suddenly scolded after speaking. Darui turned his head to look at the road up the mountain in the distance, and suddenly stood a figure, wearing a white gold mask. The shadow covered his appearance and could not see his face. Only an indifferent voice came from the air, "People who want to kill you." Darui, who was sitting on the ground, sneered. He didn't think that the other party could kill him, the Union Village elite. He took a step forward, stood in front of Hideyoshi, and said without looking back, "Hideyoshi, I lost to you during the day, let me do it this time, you go and call on me first." Kai. Darui's body froze, his eyes widened, and he looked at a silver-white ninja sword pierced from his chest in disbelief. Blood was slowly dripping down the blade. He turned his head slowly, and met Hideyoshi's cold eyes. Karui shouted, turned around and waved the knife. Hideyoshi let go of the handle and ducked. In an instant, he stood beside the masked man opposite. If Darui didn't understand what happened at this moment, then he was not worthy of being Hokage's personal bodyguard. "Why do this? Why betray us? What's your purpose?" Hideyoshi. Darui almost clenched his teeth and looked at the man who was just chatting and laughing with anger. Hideyoshi's expression did not fluctuate, but slowly said, "I have never betrayed you, or I have never thought of joining you. The purpose is very simple, to make me Hokage." Speaking of the back, Hideyoshi's eyes also flashed a fierce light. Darui pulled out the ninja sword inserted in his body with difficulty, and said word by word, I didn't tell you. I told you. I'm not interested in the position of Hokage. With your abilities, the 5th Hokage, 80% of the time it's you." But before he could finish speaking, he was ruthlessly interrupted by the masked man. "How can 80% be enough? Even 90% means that there is a possibility of failure. You are the biggest variable. That's why I need you to die here." After he finished speaking, he had come out of the shadows, his blue eyes shining brightly in the moonlight. This figure has long been imprinted in the hearts of the top leaders of the 5 countries, and it is naturally clearer as Karui. The leader of the Immortal Organization, the most wanted object of the 5 countries, Feng Yao. Darui was shocked, and he instantly understood that Hideyoshi was pretending to return to Union, but in fact kept in touch with Xian. He let out a mournful whistle, and then his eyes gradually became firmer. He wanted to leave here and tell the other members of Union Village and his boss, Hokage, this important news. Darui made a seal with both hands, ready to fight 2 with 1. But obviously Hideyoshi didn't intend to give Darui this chance, and he bent his feet slightly. Thunderbolt Moon Step. The sound of thunder and lightning sounded, and Hideyoshi immediately fought with Darui. Obviously, Darui, who was injured, had more difficulty dealing with Hideyoshi, and soon fell into a disadvantage. Hideyoshi seized the opportunity and knocked the opponent back with a punch of iron. Darui's voice was sweet, and a mouthful of blood mixed with visceral fragments spewed out. "Don't struggle, you are not my opponent, this is far from the village, you have no chance, let me give you a good time," Hideyoshi said indifferently. Cough cough. Ha ha. Indeed. But, I also have things I can do. Darui's eyes flashed with determination, and his hands showed signs. That is the ability of Darui's blood to follow the limit, Lan Dun Li Zhou Suo Sao Su. He will use the laser to penetrate the night sky and tell the people in the village that there is an enemy attacking. Although it is a little far away, the sentry in the village should be able to see it. This is what he must do as a Hokage guard. Darui's hand was flickering with strong light, and the dazzling light had illuminated his entire body. Feng Yao was unmoved, just watching so calmly, as if he didn't care about the opponent's means. No matter what plan you have, it is absolutely impossible to succeed. I will let everyone see the light here. Darui roared loudly, preparing to launch a light ball in his hand into the sky. Boom! But suddenly, a deafening sound spread throughout the entire Union village, accompanied by the smell of burning things and the cries of people. A red giant beast, as if falling from the sky, stood in the mountain range in front of Union village, with blue smoke coming out of its mouth. Apparently the attack just now was what it did. At this time, everyone was attracted by the terrifying attack, and no one noticed the tiny lightning flashes on a distant mountain. Chapter 137_Beautiful Fantasy. Feng Yao said with a face of regret, "It seems that your plan has failed." No one noticed this. What's going on here? Darui looked at the fire in the distance in disbelief, and the cries of the villagers. His eyes were blood red, and he was in a hurry, turning his head and angrily scolding the two on the opposite side. What did you do? To Union Village, what did you do? Feng Yao glanced into the distance and murmured, "It's nothing, just cover our actions by attacking Union Village." Of course it was Baizi who was making trouble in Union Village, and Feng Yao deliberately changed it into something else. In this way, it can be faked to be attacked by a powerful alien beast. At this time, it is inconvenient for the people of the Immortal Organization to do it directly. If Xian attacked Union Village and killed the fourth-generation Hokage, then no matter how Hideyoshi explained it, there would still be a trace of suspicion. But if Baizi attacked, it would be different. Many villages often die because of tailed beast riots. Although Baizi is not a tailed beast, this situation can only be attributed to natural disasters. And will not have anything to do with Hideyoshi. The next step is to eliminate all those who may hinder Hideyoshi's succession to Hokage, including Hokage of course. Feng Yao said in his heart. Union Village is now the strongest in the 5 countries in terms of military strength. So even if Feng Yao did this, Union Village's strength would be greatly reduced, but it should not cause his mission to fail. Darui looked at the chaotic Union Village in the distance, and there was a flash of sorrow in his eyes. He knew that the information he wanted to convey could no longer be known by his companions. Even so, I will fight. Shadow Clone Technique. A cloud of white fog appeared, and 2 Darui appeared on the scene, and black lightning appeared in their hands. You, the bastards who invaded our village. I will never forgive you, even if you go to hell. I will climb out and take care of you one by one. For a time, Darui's momentum climbed to the extreme. Lay done double black spot difference. The 2 Darui held the black spot difference in their hands and attacked directly at Feng Yao. Oh, isn't your attack on Konoha an aggression? Why are you so excited when it's your turn? Don't make yourself so innocent. Feng Yao laughed, not afraid. Darui's momentum was stagnant, but he still quickly approached Feng Yao, who was standing still, and 2 black lightning bolts pressed directly on Feng Yao's body. Noisy. The black thunder and lightning hit Feng Yao directly, and some people who were illuminated by the dazzling black light could not open their eyes. The black thunderballs spread out, shooting out countless small arcs in all directions, setting off bursts of dust around them. When the dust gradually dissipated, Darui was maintaining a sprinting state. His hand stopped a few tens of centimeters from Feng Yao's body, and the red bones condensed by chakra blocked Darui's black spot difference. What kind of ninjutsu? Darui sweated on his forehead, and his dark spots didn't play any role. Blocked by red ribs. How is this possible? Swish. A red bone arm stretched out, slapped at random, and slapped one of the Darui directly into the ground. Turning into a cloud of smoke, Darui, who saw the bad situation, was of course the first reaction to retreat. Water escape. Darui wanted to escape with water, but Feng Yao didn't plan to give him this chance. Vientiane Heaven. Feng Yao stretched out his right hand, and the gravitational force pulled Darui, who wanted to retreat, forcibly. Naturally, he was at the end of the strong arrow and couldn't resist, and was caught by Susanoo ruthlessly. Cough, you are really strong, but boss, will not lose to you, cough, kill me. Darui is struggling to speak at this moment, his lungs and heart have been ruptured, even if Feng Yao doesn't kill him now, he will be dead. Feng Yao looked at him quietly, and then pulled the person in front of him. As you wish, but there are two things I want to tell you. First, Reikage is not my opponent, he will accompany you soon. Second, this red skeleton is the ability of my eyes, Su Zuonengu. What? Darui exclaimed. Then Feng Yao's left eye flashed a strange light and used Itachi's left eye. Monthly reading. Darui's body was startled, his thoughts were blurred, he gradually lost control of his body, and his spirit entered another world. He faintly saw his boss sitting on the seat of Reikage. Next to him are his companions in Union Village, Shi, Samui, Omoi and the others are looking at them with a smile. The fourth generation Reikage I walked to his side, patted his shoulder vigorously, and said proudly, as expected of my right-hand man. You will be Reikage from now on. Protect the village well. Mate, do you understand? Darui, we trust you very much. Don't be lazy in the future, you are Reikage. Darui's eyes began to moisten, and the tears could not be stopped, he rushed forward and hugged everyone. Choked. I'm sorry, boss, sorry. I couldn't protect you, I'm sorry. In reality, Darui had tears in the corners of his eyes and had lost his breath. Died in the world created by the illusion, you do, in that, beautiful illusion. Feng Yao put him down. This person's body can't be left here, it will be killed by a giant beast disguised as Baizi's transformation. Hideyoshi stood beside Feng Yao and asked, Lord Feng Yao, what should we do next? The rest is your time to play. You fought with Baizi in the past, and I will let him deliberately lose to you later, so that you can become the hero who saved Union Village again. Just do as I say, I will help you remove obstacles. Quote. Feng Yao patted Hideyoshi on the shoulder. Hideyoshi did a good job during this time, everything went as planned, even smoother than Feng Yao thought. Understand. Hideyoshi lowered his head and responded, looking at Feng Yao with more respect in his eyes. When he joined Xian, in the past, he was just a betrayal. He was chased by Yunyin and other ninjas, and he lived wherever he went. It's completely different from the current situation. And when Feng Yao rescued the teak man, he had already decided to give his life for the other party. Now Feng Yao wants to support him on Reikage, which makes Hideyoshi even more grateful. I will never let Master Feng Yao down, Reikage. Hideyoshi secretly made up his mind and hurried to Union Village. At this moment, many ninjas are struggling with Baizi, and now Baizi Jing has two attributes, ventilation and thunder. Sometimes it is used for strong winds, sometimes it summons thunder and lightning, and for a while, the ninjas of Union Village are in retreat. It slams left and right, and every slap from its powerful claws will cause an unfortunate ninja to be slapped into a patty. Chapter 138 Reikage appears. Everyone hold on, Reikage-sama will be here soon. Someone is injured here, who can help? Where did this beast come from? Is it a tailed beast? Or did someone deliberately attack my Union Village? Just as he was speaking, Baizi's mouth began to accumulate lightning again, and the silk arcs continued to condense in his mouth, forming a huge lightning ball. If it falls, most of the people present will be killed or injured. Just when everyone felt a sense of despair, a roar shocked everyone. What are you doing, arrogant bastard? The fourth generation of Reikage, I appeared on the battlefield, his face full of anger, surrounded by blue chakra, and his right foot was raised above his head. Yi Lei Shen Anger Thunder Axe. He kicked Baizi's body heavily, forcibly lowering Baizi's body by a few points, and the thunderball he was about to release also changed the trajectory of the attack. Boom! The high-density thunderball flew to a small mountain rock not far away, and instantly turned into dust. Roar! The lightning ball exploded elsewhere. Baizi roared angrily, and countless blue smoke came out of his mouth, and Duoyu, who was hiding in the distance, also raised his brows. It's finally out. The fourth Reikage. Tuyu's eyes moved slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. The ninjas of Union Village cheered, and when Reikage came, everyone's morale soared. This is Reikage-sama's attack, you know how powerful it is. Let's go together and cooperate with Reikage-sama to take down this beast. It's amazing. This is Reikage, who can turn the tide and change the situation with his own power. I looked at the mess around, with more anger in his eyes, but calm analysis in his heart. Why is there such a powerful alien beast attacking at this time? Is it the plot of the village? Is this beast also a kind of tailed beast? But the tail is wrong, right? As Reikage, he had to think a little more comprehensively. The villages were only under pressure and made peace on the surface. Now there is no news from the Xian organization. Maybe they are itchy. Thinking of this, I snorted, grabbed a ninja next to him and asked, where did Darui and Hideyoshi go? Why didn't you see them? The captured ninja panicked and said, I don't know about this. The explosion just now was so loud that many people didn't react. It should be in the village. When the two came out, Hideyoshi deliberately avoided some guards, so not many saw them. In addition to Baizi's disturbance, I am afraid that the people who saw it are almost dead. I knew that there was no answer to this question, so he could only put the person down first, and said silently in his heart, don't let anything happen, Darui. Then he put his thoughts behind him. The main problem at the moment is to solve Baizi's affairs. After all, he is Reikage, and it is about the safety of more people. But obviously Baizi didn't intend to give him more opportunities to think. It raised its head again, hummed in a low voice, and a dozen small tornadoes appeared around it. Attacking all around, Reikage was extremely fast, and these hurricanes certainly couldn't hurt him. Covered by Lei Dun chakra, has a speed comparable to that of the fourth generation flying Thor, and he bypassed all the hurricanes in just a few breaths. The blue chakra and thunder and lightning cover him firmly, as if the gods descended to the earth. Baizi was also a little surprised by Lei Ying's speed, but I was already in front of Baizi at the moment. The arc of lightning flashed on his body, and his right hand turned into a knife. It slashed towards Baizi's neck. Lightning level. Boom. Baizi was forced back a few steps by this powerful force, but stopped again. Ai's heart sank. Why is this beast's skin so hard, and Lei Dun seems to be of no use to it. Baizi, who is proficient in Feng Dun and Lei Dun, has a natural immune effect on these two attributes. It is better to rely on a person like Lei Ying who can be considered a master in the shadow level, and it is still no problem to deal with Baizi. The voices of everyone on the scene seemed to be a lot quieter. I didn't expect that even Lord Reikage couldn't hurt this giant beast. Baizi, who was forced to retreat, also glanced at Reikage in front of him. After all, apart from its owner, there are really not many people who can repel it head-on, but it has not forgotten its mission. Baizi's eyes were full of fluorescence, and then his head was raised high, the hair on his body stood on end, and his mouth was suddenly open towards the crowd. Whoa! From Baizi's mouth, an invisible shockwave encompassed everyone in front of him. Everyone in the range was startled, and then panic appeared in their eyes. Because they found the same problem. I can't move, what's going on? Me too, as if I was bound by something. It must be the beast who can restrain so many people at the same time. Ai's body was even more bruised. He thought it was some kind of physical attack, and he wanted to resist with his super high defense. Unexpectedly, the control-type ninjutsu is indeed breaking through the shackles with all his strength. Damn, I was careless. I didn't expect this beast to have such a powerful control-type ninjutsu. Break it for me. Lei Ying was extremely anxious. He understood that as long as he died, no one present would be Baizi's opponent. This is Baizi's great confinement technique, with a huge attack range, and it is also Baizi's most powerful control ninjutsu. Although Baizi now has two attributes, the system told Feng Yao from the beginning that Baizi is good at change and control. The first change is that it can imitate the shape or size of any beast, and the second is the control ability, a large-scale indiscriminate control. Now so many people are under Bai Zi's control. Of course, Bai Zi is also under a lot of pressure, and it wants to complete the master's task as soon as possible. Bai Zi moved his body, and the thunderball began to condense in its mouth again, and the high-density chakra was condensed. This is an attack that is somewhat similar to the tailed beast Jade, but Bai Zi condenses the chakra of the thunder attribute. Feeling the breath of death, I showed madness. Damn, move me, I roared, causing his voice to become hoarse. Everyone's faces were ashen, and despair flashed in their eyes. Lord Hokage, help us. Damn it, it's better to die on the battlefield to be killed by such beasts. Everyone roared and swayed left and right, trying to break through the bondage. Looking at the growing thunderball in front of them, how much they hoped that everything that happened in front of them was fake. That's when things took a turn. Wait, look at you. One of them, with a sudden gleam in his eyes, pointed to the top of Bai Zi's head. All eyes are drawn to the past. A figure stood on Bai Zi's head, and his hands flickered like a god, coming to save everyone. Chapter 139 _ The Emergence of Heroes. Iron Block Wolf Fang Heavy Flow Explosion. Hideyoshi landed on Bai Zi's head with a heavy punch, forcibly closing Bai Zi's open mouth. Boom. Roar. The lightning ball exploded in his mouth, Bai Zi wailed, and Duoyu who was hiding in the distance frowned. Even acting is too much. How dare you treat Bai Zi like this, damned guy, but he finally came out. At this time, Hideyoshi had also arrived at the battlefield, and Feng Yao, who was carrying Darui, came at the same time, but Feng Yao hid in the distance and silently observed. Yes, it's Hideyoshi-sama. Hideyoshi-sama is here too. He saved us, that's great. As expected of Lord Hideyoshi, he injured that beast so easily. Everyone thought they would die just now, but suddenly Hideyoshi suddenly appeared to save themselves and everyone. At this moment, Hideyoshi was vaguely regarded as the only hope to defeat Bai Zi. Hideyoshi jumped off Bai Zi's head and stood beside Hokage in an instant. I has also regained his mobility at this moment. He took a deep look at Hideyoshi. Well done. Boy. Everyone else spoke up. Hideyoshi-sama, what should we do now? Yes, only you hurt him just now, how should we attack? Please let Hokage and Hideyoshi lead us, or the village will really be destroyed by this beast. Can we really win? I'm still a little worried. At this moment, everyone looked at Hideyoshi with different eyes, expecting, excited, anxious, and all kinds of emotions were intertwined. Feng Yao, who was not far away, sneered, this is what he wanted. Now it's Hideyoshi's performance. Everyone, Hideyoshi shouted, attracting everyone's attention. I understand your concerns, but behind you are family members, companions, and even children. If you take a step back, they will be kissed by animals. Do you have the heart to watch our relatives die before our eyes? Everyone's body trembled, and it was at this time that a voice was needed to encourage them. Tell you, I can't. In just a few months in Union Village, I felt the warmth of home. For the sake of friends and relatives, I want to rush up and fight for everyone's life. I believe it is not cowardice or cowardice that flows in the blood of our Union Village men. I will be the main attacker, and let this bastard know the power of our Union Village. Amazing. His voice was so loud that even many people in the village were attracted, and everyone stared at Hideyoshi with frenzied eyes. At this moment, Hideyoshi's image was so tall and deeply imprinted in their eyes. What is a hero? Turn the tide, help the building to fall. Every time at a critical moment, the canned food in danger stands up to face the difficulties and brings confidence and courage to others. That's what a hero looks like. Everyone heard Hideyoshi's roar, their eyes flushed, and they roared loudly. Let it know how powerful Union Village is. Kill, the big deal is death, I am willing to follow Hideyoshi-sama. Count me in, this beast killed my brother just now, and I fought him today. A frenetic atmosphere filled the battlefield. The situation was developing so fast that Lei Ying'ai was caught off guard for a while. Although he is irritable on the surface, he is not a reckless man. The first brief conversation with Naruto in the original book can make the prince speechless. I looked at Hideyoshi thoughtfully, and suddenly said, "Hideyoshi, you are well mobilized on the battlefield, but have you seen where Darui went?" "I haven't seen him since just now." "I haven't seen him since last night. I should be in the village now." "Don't worry, Reikage-sama," Hideyoshi responded hastily. Ai's heart sank, took a deep look at Hideyoshi, and was about to speak. But Hideyoshi no longer gave him a chance, and shouted, "Everyone, the life and death of Union Village is at this moment, rush with me. Follow Hideyoshi-sama. Kill the red-haired beast. For Union Village." The crowd roared and rushed forward one by one desperately. 6 types of profound truth, heavy flow 6 King's Spear. Hideyoshi rushed to the front of the team, clenched his fists with both hands, and a shock wave knocked Baizi back several meters. Baizi's agile eyes flashed with strange eyes, and with a wailing cry, he lay on the ground. Hideyoshi-sama's attack worked. Let's attack together. Seeing the effect of Hideyoshi's strike, everyone became more confident and released their ninjutsu one by one. Lightning Escape, Ninfa Lightning Tornado. Lay Done, 4-pillar binding technique. All kinds of ninjutsu hit Baizi's body, sparking arcs and lightning, but Baizi's fur was not even pierced. But when Hideyoshi attacked, it was quite effective, and even Baizi retreated again and again. Seeing this scene, I felt even more uneasy in his heart. Lay Done ninjutsu is obviously useless to this beast. How did Hideyoshi do it just now? Even if it is useful for the 6th form, it shouldn't be so strong, and his performance today is too outstanding. It's a little different from before. But as Reikage, he couldn't stand idly by and could only force his way up to meet him, but as soon as he appeared, Baizi's attack seemed to be several times more violent, forcing him back directly. I went back and forth several times, deliberately testing Baizi's attack frequency to verify his conjecture. This Reikage. Feng Yao saw this scene in his eyes and sneered in his heart, among all the people in the scene. Only Hideyoshi, Reikage, Baizi and himself were the few who were awake. Feng Yao silently contacted Baizi. Not only everyone in the Xian organization, but Baizi also had slugs on his body, so he could talk directly. There is definitely a problem. It's not as simple as it seems. Hideyoshi has a problem. I was already convinced that there was something wrong with this alien beast attack, but she didn't know what the specific situation was, and it was hard to think of it for a while. At this moment, Baizi's speed increased sharply, and he slammed directly towards Ai. When Hideyoshi saw it, he immediately increased his body speed to the extreme. He stepped in front of Ai and shouted loudly, "Lord Reikage, be careful." Boom. With a muffled sound, Hideyoshi was shot hundreds of meters away. I can hide myself. I was stunned, and couldn't understand the situation. Some are not sure what they just thought. Go and save Hideyoshi-sama. Some supporters of Hideyoshi, of course, roared loudly when they saw that their idols were injured. Everyone was very optimistic about Hideyoshi at the moment, and quickly pulled out a few people and rushed over. Baizi roared again, and countless hurricanes rushed over. I dodged left and right, but couldn't deal effective damage. After a while, I could only shout, "My attack is invalid, damn it, Hideyoshi, Hideyoshi." Master Hideyoshi passed out, and the medical ninja is treating him. The Union ninja over there firmly protected Hideyoshi, who had been in a coma. When is it bad to be in a coma, but this time is in a coma? When I heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyelids twitched a few times, and he could only shout, "Then leave him alone, come with me first, get this alien beast out." Quote. Chapter 140 Reikage's Heartache. After a long time, more and more ninjas rushed to the front. However, the effect was not great. Baizi's immunity to lightning ninjutsu was too high, and many elite ninjas were sacrificed in battle. But Baizi's condition is not as good as before, and many more wounds can be seen on his body. Oops, chakra is not enough, beast. I fought with you for the sake of Union Village. Xianju knew that he was no longer able to fight, and decided to sacrifice his life to create opportunities for his companions. He was covered with detonating talismans, and ejected himself into Baizi's mouth with the last chakra. This Yunyin Sheng endured a grim smile, and with a bang, ignited the detonating talisman on his body, blowing a cloud of blood out of Baizi's mouth. Roar! This is the death of the 6th Union Shengjin. Seeing this scene, Ai's heart seemed to be dripping blood. These Shangnin are the foundation of Union Village and the mainstay. Every Shangnin is a precious wealth in the village. Watching them die, Ai seems to see Union Village going into decline. Ai's heart became more and more anxious, and his eyes were faintly turned to a certain direction of the back mountain. At this time, Baizi launched an attack again and rushed towards everyone in Union Village. Lord Rakage, be careful! Shouted a ninja not far away. I turned back in time and saw Baizi's giant claw photographed, and the crazy killing intent rushed towards his face. At this time, Baizi also consumed a lot of chakra and had to come up and fight directly. Looks like this beast is reaching its limit too. Ai's heart moved, and her figure flashed instantly, then she raised her right arm and charged towards Baizi again. Thunder Plow Hot Knife. The powerful speed and strength once again knocked out Baizi's body as large as a tailed beast, and I was overjoyed when he saw this scene. This beast can't hold it anymore. Everyone, don't use Lei Dun, use taijutsu and other ninjutsu to attack him. Everyone was also excited. Everyone mentioned the last chakra in their body and launched an attack. Wooloo Lixia / change. Cloud flowing / water escape. Everyone's attack is one after another, and now both sides are at the end of the game, and it depends on who can consume the other. Whoever has the last laugh is the winner. Go on, bear with me, I am here. I teleported left and right. While maintaining the attack, he acted as a first responder in the battlefield, and rescued a ninja in Union Village. He kept roaring. His voice was extremely hoarse, but he kept saving his subordinates. Gradually, his speed became slower and slower, and his spirit was also a little sluggish. This is a sign of excessive chakra consumption. Rakage has been rushing to the forefront of the battlefield. Whenever someone is about to be injured, he will do his best to save them. Send it to a safe place as quickly as possible, and rush back as soon as possible, otherwise the loss of Union Village will be much greater than it is now. But in this way, even the hard-hitting people can't bear it. Feng Yao has been watching from the sidelines. He is silently counting the time, calculating when the chakra volume in Lei Ying's body bottoms out. Be careful. I saw another Union ninja encountering danger and rushed over quickly. It's too late, I can save it. Just when I thought so, his body staggered, and the fatigued and overconsumed chakra finally overwhelmed his body. At this critical moment, he lost his strength. Good chance. A gleam of light flashed across the wind. The next moment, Baizi also decisively gave up the nameless Union ninja and rushed towards Ai. Lord Rakage, everyone shouted, and they rushed over in a hurry. Listening to the voices of everyone, looking at the giant claws that Baizi rushed over, and the breath of death that was so close, Ai's life seemed to flash before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Lord Raking, only you are the man who can lead our Union Village to glory. Sorry, boss, I'm late for something, you won't blame me. Yo, Bagagalu, stupid, we are the strongest group, Kanoya jerk. Those eager, longing, and hopeful eyes seem to converge on Ai's body. What a bunch of unsettling guys. The subordinates of Union Village, my brother, and everyone are looking forward to me. How can I lose? How can you fall in such a place? How could this be? I am Rakage. Thump, 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 thump. Ai's heartbeat was like a giant drum, driving the hot blood all over his body, as if a powerful force emerged from his body again. He wants to break through the desperate situation in front of him and protect his village, subordinates, and people. A moment before the arrival of the giant claw, I finally adjusted his body and felt the infinite power in his body. Beast, I'm going to deal with you here. He stretched his body, and the blue chakra possessed again, ready to take this opportunity to abolish Baizi's arm directly. The next moment, the giant claw hit Reikage's body with a sharp piercing sound. Boom! There was a loud bang, blood splashed, and it was sprinkled into the sky like rain. There were several terrifying wounds with deep visible bone on Reikage's chest, one of which cut Ai's throat open, and blood continued to pour out like a water column. No! She and the others next to them suddenly suffered such a heavy blow, and their cants were splitting. And the light in the distant wind dazzling slowly dissipated, and no one could see the shadow of the tomb of the wheel standing on the battlefield. I was almost dodged by you, Reikage. In such a situation, you can still mobilize chakra to fight back. Feng Yao took a deep look at Ai lying on the battlefield, and his eyes flashed with admiration. I could indeed fight back just now, but Feng Yao, who looked at the battlefield, discovered this situation in advance. When Baizi's attack came, he used the shadow of the tomb to grab Ai, making him unable to move, and resisting Baizi's claw. The timing is just right. Feng Yao stood up slowly. Lei Ying was already dead, there was no need for him to stay here. Alright, let's go, Reikage. Thinking so in my heart, I opened up, Yongchang Hirazaka, and left here. On the battlefield, Ai's eyes began to gradually turn black, which was a symptom of excessive blood loss, and she burst into tears, with green chakras flashing in her hands. Nozomi is also good at some medical ninjutsu. He covered the bleeding wound with his hands, crying and praying. Don't stop the bleeding. But this level of damage can't be rescued by a palm magic, and Union Village's medical methods are not as good as Konoha. When everyone saw Reikage fall, the fighting spirit subsided again, and they didn't know how to deal with Baizi in front of him. Looks like Reikage has been resolved. Hideyoshi thought to himself. Awakening came over. Just now, Feng Yao told him through the slug that Lei Ying became suspicious of him and made him hit Baizi on purpose. First to dispel Reikage's doubts. No need for it now. Hideyoshi charged with a full moon step, rushed to the front, raised the ninja sword directly, and slashed towards Baizi's head. Thunder 6 slashes. The slashing formed 6 huge slashing waves, as if it could cut open the space, and fell on Baizi's body ruthlessly. Roar! Baizi let out a painful wailing, and there were 6 huge gaps in his body, and he was seriously injured. He glanced at Hideyoshi fearfully. Slowly retreating to the back, no one wanted to continue to stop it, and Baizi disappeared from everyone's sight. The crisis in Union Village has been lifted.